Chapter 791. What? Are you feeling guilty? Linux Hen looked at Air's angry eyes, and asked sarcastically. You? Air didn't dare to speak immediately. Where there are people, there is the martial arts world. In the martial arts world, some words are meant to hurt the heart, especially between two pairs of people who are obviously in conflict. He held Air. He knew that even if they were all put together, they were no match for Linux Hen. He was talking about verbal battles. He knew what kind of person Linux Hen was. This guy had nothing reliable about him except for a face that looked very reliable. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. We are leaving. Yi's current target is the zombie that has escaped. If the zombie doesn't die, Yi will feel uncomfortable. He must find the zombie and take him down. Yi left. And he must leave. Yi's physical condition is not very good now. The zombie is the focus. But Linux Hen is also very dangerous. He knows what kind of person Linux Hen is. He is a person like himself. And he will report his flaws. Will Yi forget about this matter for a while? Of course not. This matter has been remembered by Yi. He had a chance to kill this guy. But unfortunately, he almost did. This time, looking at the vast desert, maybe there might be another chance. But he didn't know that he was not the only one who had this idea. Looking at Yi, who was slowly leaving, Linux Hen remained calm. And his expression did not even change. He was such a person. If he didn't say it out loud, no one would know what he was thinking. Captain, what should we do now? The men behind Linux Hen asked. Lin Urchin's men were all small fry. And they knew nothing at all. The only scout was just a small scout. And he had no idea what those guys who had just left represented. Lend me your radar display. Linux Hen came to the scout and asked. The scout naturally knew that his captain was a 6th level force user. A powerful guy. Now that he had participated in this event, as long as he could return safely, his future would be limitless. The scout naturally would not refuse this seemingly simple proposal. So, the scout handed the thing in his hand to Linux Hen very easily. He didn't know that Linux Hen had just seen clearly how the scout used the satellite missile, including the password that this guy entered. The scout just used this guy by himself. He thought no one saw his operation. After all, the intelligence and memory of these superpowers have reached a very terrifying level. They can remember his operation and his password with just one look. That's why he hid and operated quietly by himself. But he was just a first-level soldier of the force. When Linux Hen was behind him, he couldn't find it at all. Looking at the radar in his hand, Linux Hen quickly scanned their position. In front of him, there was an object moving rapidly. Obviously, that should be the zombie. He activated the missile system and aimed at the target with 4 people. You bunch of shits. Die here. Linux Hen pressed the launch button, and then broke the display screen in his hand into pieces, when the scout was not paying attention. Hey! The scout shouted hurriedly. What's wrong? Oh! Sorry. I didn't notice. Lin Urchin's standard honest expression appeared again, and he hurriedly apologized. Seeing that Linux Hen had apologized, the scout couldn't say anything. It's okay. It's broken. It's lost on the battlefield anyway. It should be considered public funds. It's okay. The scout obviously felt it was a pity, but he couldn't show it, so he could only say it in this helpless tone. It looked like an accident. A very simple accident. No one knew what Linux Hen did, but the satellite missile in the sky was seen by everyone. What's going on? That? The scout looked at the missiles in surprise. Could there be other teams around us? There should be people in those teams who can control satellite missiles, Linux Hen said casually. The scout looked at Linux Hen with a strange look. He remembered that Linux Hen once said that there was no other team here. Only theirs. Didn't you see those 5 people just now? Maybe there are other teams here. Who knows? Linux Hen looked at the satellite missile in the sky and said casually. The scout could only look at the fragments in his hand helplessly, then walked aside and began to assemble the backup equipment. Brothers, go forward and see if you can find the zombie. Linux Hen waved his hand and led the people to the front. Captain, are we leaving like this? Air's temper is quite irritable, so he is naturally very unhappy with someone's provocation. But their captain can leave so calmly, which makes Urshi very puzzled. Of course we can't just let it go. Don't you know who I am? But now is not the time to tear our faces apart with him. There will be a time when we find that zombie and deal with him. It's not easy to deal with a guy with the 6th level of the force in this vast desert. Their subordinates are all small fry. If we can't do it, we can kill them all together. He smiled very evilly. In fact, he is not the kind of person who likes to settle scores later. It's just that the satellite missile just now was too sudden and powerful. It made him feel a little painful. His whole body felt like it was a flash. He hasn't felt this feeling for a long time. It's the feeling of being very close to death. He knew that this feeling was definitely not suitable for fighting. But it didn't matter. He believed that his injuries would recover in no time. At this moment, he was circulating his whole body's force, hoping that his injuries would recover faster. Okay, I can walk by myself. He let go of Sand's support and said softly. Air suddenly raised his head and asked in confusion, is this satellite missile flying towards us? As soon as Air said this, he hurriedly shouted, run, run. Suddenly, the three people around drove together and ran forward frantically. They could easily detect the destination that the satellite missile was about to reach, so they knew where to run. However, the speed of the satellite missile was too fast. Although they were all 6th level force users, it was impossible for them to avoid the satellite missile. Only by seeing the speed of the satellite missile could they know how fast it was. Chapter 792. Suddenly, a crazy explosion and the sandstorm splashed by the aftermath of the explosion swept over. Lin Urchin's team, which was not very far away, quietly watched the sandstorm attacking, squinting their eyes and saying nothing. The scout may know where those satellite missiles came from and who made them, but he can't say it, because if he, an ordinary first-level force user, gets involved in such a matter, he will be unlucky. In such a fight between gods, he can only hide far away. Lin Hen looked at the scout with great satisfaction. He knew that the scout must have discovered something. But seeing his performance, Lin Hen understood that no matter whether the bombs could kill those annoying people, at least they were seriously injured. If he ran over now, they would definitely be in a weak state. Even if he was alone, he might be able to easily deal with those guys. Thinking that his enemies might be killed by him in the near future, Lin Hen couldn't control his trembling body and hurriedly shouted, everyone, hurry up. Let's find the zombie. The zombie must be at the explosion site. Lin Hen may not know how united the Blade team is. He felt that he was being driven. At the moment of the explosion, two pairs of strong arms grabbed his arms fiercely and threw him out. At that moment, he escaped from the center of the explosion. So, Lin Hen was lucky enough to survive again. But this time, he was more seriously injured. But he was able to stand up and run alone. At least this was lucky. When Lin Hen and his men arrived at this place, they could not see anything except 3 corpses. Lin Hen looked at the 3 corpses with a gloomy face. There was no Yi among them. They were all Yi's subordinates, which meant that he might not be dead yet. Lin Hen sighed with a gloomy face. He knew how large the explosion range was and how powerful this satellite missile was. But this power did not kill the guy. Maybe the corpse was not far away. Except for the scouts. No one knew why these people died. Others were still laughing and saying how unlucky they were. They just happened to run into a bomb and ended up killing 3 people. Okay, stop chatting. These guys are in the same group as the zombies. Even if they were killed in the bomb, they deserved it. But I remember there were 4 of them in total. Where is the other one? If they are alive, I want them to be found. If they are dead, I want them to be found dead. Hurry up and find the last body, Lin Hen said loudly. Lin Hen still had some prestige. His men hurriedly began to disperse. But after searching for a few minutes, they did not find any other corpses around. Instead, the scout was very considerate and brought the instrument to Lin Hen again. There were 2 red dots on it. One was the first one, and the other one farther away was the zombie. The 2 red dots were still moving. But what was strange was that the distance between the 2 red dots was getting closer and closer. Sure enough, he is not dead. Did you see that? One is a zombie, and the other is a mutant. But the distance between these 2 guys is so close. Who dares to say that they have no relationship? Catch up with him. Today we have to eradicate this traitor for our human race. Lin Hen shouted again. All of a sudden, everyone rushed towards the red dot as if they were injected with chicken blood. Not far ahead. He was still running. But Lin Hao could not run anymore. The first satellite missile still hit Lin Hao. When Lin Hao found that his 2 bonus skills could not be used, he immediately felt something was wrong. It must be that the explosion just now hit some important parts of his body, making his body unable to overload. So he could not use skills. But if he did not use skills, he could not leave the place quickly, especially since there was another explosion just now. I believe it will not take long before those guys behind him may catch up. Sure enough, when this thought just came up, Gooden reminded him, someone is catching up. But that guy seems to be seriously injured. He is a superpower. About the 6th level of the Force. 6th level of the Force. And seriously injured? Then can I defeat him? Lin Hao said with anticipation. Gooden smiled and said, you are in the same physical condition now. I don't know how many years it will take to decide the winner if you fight. I think you should change direction and continue to run. Wait a minute. Actually, I have always had a strange question. That is, why no matter where I escape, those superpowers can always find me? It was like this last time I was hunted. And it was like this again, this time for no reason. I really want to know. What on earth do those guys use to locate me? After the war, I haven't had contact with anyone except Cui Lian. They shouldn't be able to put some trackers on me. Lin Hao asked cautiously. No need to go through so much trouble. Didn't you see it when you entered this planet? There are many more satellites around the Eula planet than on the surface of the Earth. A random satellite scan can find you. There is no need to use that old-fashioned, troublesome and inefficient method. Gooden said. Fuck. How can you let me escape? I have never escaped before. I just stand there and wait for others to catch me. Lin Hao stopped helplessly and simply did not move. At this time, a person was getting closer and closer to Lin Hao. That's because they are targeting you. And you happen to be within their target range. So they locked onto you. You have to know that satellites can scan a large area. Even if you escape from one satellite, there are satellites waiting for you in other places. If you want to avoid being found by them, then you have to get rid of those who are targeting you. And that can be considered a barely solved problem. Gooden said. Just barely solved? Oh my god. So as long as I don't die, they will track me to the ends of the earth? Lin Hao couldn't help but said loudly. You can also become like Hong Ying. At that level. As long as he doesn't want to. Let alone satellites. He can prevent any energy from detecting him. Including mental power. Gooden ran out of a very big pie. Okay. Then how far is the guy behind me from me? Lin Hao said helplessly. Well, he has seen you. But that guy doesn't seem to be targeting you. You should stop where you are and see what that guy wants to do. And then talk. Gooden reminded. Chapter 793. Lin Hao felt that what Gooden said made sense. So he simply stood there and did not run away, waiting slowly for the superpower behind him to approach. Sure enough, after a while, the superpower caught up with him. At first, he could only see the faint figure of the superpower. And then the figure gradually became solid, and the outline of the whole person became clear. After all, Lin Hao was a force zombie. The physical functions of zombies and superpowers of this level were no longer comparable to those of ordinary people. They could see the pattern of fly wings from a long distance. Naturally, even if he was still far away from Lin Hao at this time. As long as he appeared in Lin Hao's sight. Lin Hao had almost seen this guy clearly. A rather embarrassed person. Lin Hao silently evaluated E. He was indeed a little embarrassed at the moment. His body was still very exhausted. And there were still bloodstains on his legs and arms. But now he had to try his best to walk forward, as if avoiding the enemy behind him. It was obvious that the other party was a superpower. And it was the superpower who flew into the sky to catch him at the beginning. But now this superpower has become like this. Which is very surprising. Yi's speed is very fast. Even though he is seriously injured now. He is a speed-type superpower. In addition to his own talents. This speed combined with his skills has given him the title of captain of the first team of the Sharp Blade team. Otherwise, why would he be the captain? Not long after, the captain of the team, who looked very miserable, came to Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not move, but just stood straight and looked at E. He naturally saw Lin Hao. The moment he saw Lin Hao, his expression fluctuated, but in the end, he sighed and just passed by Lin Hao very casually, still at a very fast speed. Lin Hao found that this guy really didn't come to cause trouble for him, and the curiosity in his heart suddenly rose. He couldn't help but follow E and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to kill me? Why did you ignore me when you saw me? What happened?" Lin Hao knew from the beginning that the guy was hit by the bomb. But he was definitely not dead. Because his life breath was too weak. And this guy was a speed-type superpower. So he must have used some life-saving skills at that moment, so he could hold on to his life. He didn't even look at Lin Hao, but just kept a distance from Lin Hao with caution. This is the most basic quality of a superpower facing zombies. Even when facing other superpowers, he would not completely trust the other party to be around him, let alone a zombie. Was the explosion just now aimed at you? Did your pants not get so dirty during the first explosion, and there wasn't so much sand on your face? Did you run into an enemy? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask with a smile. Lin Hao still remembered Gooden saying that there seemed to be 2 organizations chasing him. But at first Lin Hao was still wondering why only one organization showed up. Now it seems that the 2 organizations didn't know each other's existence at first. But at the first explosion site, the people from the 2 organizations met and were surprised to find that they were enemies. However, in such a place, there were still people with superpowers, so they definitely couldn't fight. So, not long after walking, he was shot by his enemy. This is Lin Hao's reasoning. Although it is not completely correct, it is obviously close to the truth. He was running not far away, and then listened to Lin Hao's reasoning. Finally, he couldn't help but look at Lin Hao. This look was full of surprise. He didn't expect that a zombie would have such sharp thinking. Hey, are you going to tell me or not? What's your situation? Why are you a superpower running away? He didn't say anything. He was thinking about what the guy in front of him was going to do. Why did a zombie dare to stay with a human like him? And he was a level stronger than him. This was unscientific. But now he has no time to reach out to deal with this guy. He must hurry up and escape. He knows that with Lin Urchin's speed, it won't take long for him to catch up with him now. But as long as he is caught by Lin Hen, he will be finished. After all, the appearance of those satellite missile systems just now is not for nothing. It is obvious that Lin Hen really wants to kill him, just as naked as he wants to kill him. Don't let me escape alive, or I will definitely let you know what anger is. He was really angry. In this situation, he was like a severely injured lion. All he could think about was the person who had hurt him. He was still thinking about how to take revenge. But before taking revenge, he had to stay alive, even if he had to kowtow. Yi's mental state was so complicated, but Lin Hao was much simpler. Even though he was almost killed by a bomb, as long as he didn't die, he would have unlimited possibilities. As for revenge, this kind of thing didn't make him think about revenge all the time. What he should think about now was how to escape from here quickly, and not be caught up by the group of people behind him. You think that if you run so slowly, people won't be able to catch up with you. Lin Hao is just like a sticky piece of taffy. He stuck to Yi again without saying anything. After he came up, he couldn't help but pull Yi to stop. He was originally ready to fight. How would you feel if a zombie suddenly pulled you on the way you escaped? But in the end, he gave up this idea because doing so would consume his own energy. In this case, why not save his own energy? The reason for saving energy was that the group of guys behind him caught up with him. In order to prevent the other party from attacking him directly from behind and causing harm to him, he could only stop and face Lin Hen, ready to start a hand-to-hand fight. Lin Hen and his men have been chasing, and finally caught up with the 2 guys. This time, they saw them together, which really surprised Lin Hen. After all, if they had no reason to do so, killing a 6th level force mutant might be really troublesome. But now, it was not just him. Lin Hen. It was really not just him, but everyone together. They saw their target, the innocent zombie, and the zombies united together. He really betrayed mankind. They all saw it with their own eyes. They saw that the zombie just now held Yi's shoulder very intimately. To say that they had nothing to do with each other was impossible no matter how they looked at it. Even though Lin Urchin's men didn't believe it at first. And even though the scout didn't believe it at first. They had to believe it at this moment. Chapter 794. You all saw it. I'm not talking nonsense. This guy is really in the same group with that zombie. You believe me this time. Lin Hen looked at Yi and knew that this time, he could definitely take action. And he had no baggage. Whatever you say. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, you just have to wait and see. Although he is a person who will report any flaw, he is definitely a tough person. He is different from Lin Hao. Lin Hao is very smooth. Very smooth. If he were Yi, he would never say that. But now is not the time for Lin Hao to speak. Looking at the expressions of the 2 superpowers, he knew that the hatred between them was much more important than himself. In this case, He would wait and see what happened. What if there was a chance to escape? The first time, it was because of a quarrel between the two that Lin Hao had the chance to escape. But this time, Lin Hao obviously thought too much. Lin Hen not only wanted to kill him, but also wanted his own credit. Catch this traitor. Of course. Don't let the zombie run away. Don't just stand there. Get started. As soon as Lin Hen finished speaking, the people around him immediately drew out their laser swords and rushed towards Lin Hao and Yi. He looked at this group of scum with some anger. If he was in his prime, would he be careful of them? But seeing the laser swords coming from the other side, he could only subconsciously avoid them, because he could not withstand such an attack. All the people around him came forward to attack Yi, and he could only passively retreat. As he retreated, he gradually got closer to Lin Hao, because he had no place to retreat. Before Lin Hen made a move, these little people he once despised were about to push him to a dead end. Thinking of this, he felt ashamed. No, this is not me. I am the captain of the Blade team. I am the strongest in the Blade team. At the same time, I am also the best person in the entire Blade team. I cannot be defeated by these people. I cannot. Absolutely cannot. He kept giving himself hints in his heart to express his strength. So, when he started, maybe those hints were really useful. Or maybe during the escape, Yi's injuries had recovered a little. He was just carefully preventing himself from being hit by these weak guys. But he immediately started to fight back. It is standard for psychics. They all have a laser sword on their waists, and they often practice this weapon. Naturally, these people's weapon attainments are still far behind Lin Hao. After all, everyone has their own expertise. He managed to maintain the situation, while Lin Hao seemed relaxed, because Lin Urchin's focus was not on Lin Hao, but on Yi, who was fighting at the moment. Although Lin Urchin's men were now able to fight Yi on equal terms, Lin Hen still did not dare to step forward. He was afraid that the guy actually had some other abilities that were hidden now. If he stepped forward, he would definitely be hit by his thunderbolt. So until now, Lin Hen was still just watching from the sidelines. How could he not know Lin Urchin's thoughts? But Lin Hen was right. He had a skill that was enough for him to kill Lin Hen instantly. This was the understanding between the two old rivals. No one knew each other better than them. He was waiting, and Lin Hen was also waiting. But Lin Hao was really too lazy to wait. Lin Hao was a zombie. His recovery speed was much faster than that of a mutant. After running away for a while, his physical skills had actually recovered. So although he couldn't rush out alone with a laser sword, he was more than enough to protect himself. Therefore, the two guys didn't notice Lin Hao, who was bored at the moment. As Lin Hao's opponents, Lin Urchin's men were bored. They didn't expect that the zombie in front of them was so difficult to deal with. 4 or 5 people were not his opponents. However, the other half of the people were dealing with one. And Lin Hen was also staring at one at the moment. It was impossible for anyone to help them. In fact, Lin Hao's inaction also gave these people a wrong premonition. That is, they only needed to add one more person, or work harder, and maybe they could defeat the hateful zombie in front of them. Thinking of this, these people worked harder, wanting to quickly solve the zombie in front of them. They also wanted to show off in front of Lin Hen. Just like that, the situation on both sides was so harmonious and quiet. Lin Hao's side never made any progress, and Yi's side also made no progress because of his iron-blooded, fearless and desperate posture. Both sides did not make any progress, but the feeling between them was different. Lin Hao was still at ease, but no one noticed it. But Yi was obviously at the end of his strength. Finally, Lin Hen felt that he could not control himself. He understood Yi and knew what Yi's trump card was. But he had reached this level. If he did not take action, he would most likely be subdued by his own men. What Lin Hen had to do was to kill him with his own hands. So Lin Hen finally took action. When Lin Hen made his move, he seemed to see hope, and his eyes began to shine. It was a very confident light, as if telling Lin Hen that if he really did this, then you're done. Lin Hen was not a stupid person, but he had been blinded by hatred and jealousy. Fortunately, at the last moment before he rushed over, he saw Yi's eyes, and he understood that he was about to use his trump card. Lin Urchin's reaction was not slow. At this time, there happened to be a subordinate in front of Lin Hen. This subordinate was very discerning. When he saw his boss rushing over, he was ready to dodge. As a result, before he could dodge, Lin Hen grabbed his arm and threw him hard at Yi. No one expected this. Not even the subordinate. And he didn't even expect it. He didn't know that his eyes had been exposed. He thought Linehan would definitely rush over. But no. At the last moment, Linehan grabbed one of his subordinates and threw him at him. But at this time, Yi's entire force had gathered on his arm. But he found that it was not Linehan who rushed over. He could only subconsciously pour this force back. Suddenly, a strong fire swept the entire area. Linehan stopped his body because of the force, and immediately ran behind him. Lin Hao, who was not far away from Yi, also felt the heat wave and rushed out without thinking. This scene frightened Lin Urchin's subordinates, and they were all stunned. Even if they knew the danger, they probably had no chance to escape. Chapter 795. The surrounding fire spread violently. Towards an unknown place. Towards a terrifying abyss. Maybe there was a shadow of the devil in that abyss. Who knows? As the fire spread, the surroundings seemed to have really turned into an abyss of fire. In the depths of the abyss, a shadowy figure seemed to be opening his eyes wide, looking at everything here. The closest person was Lin Hao. But Lin Hao was also uncomfortable with the burning breath. However, he really saw that there seemed to be something terrifying hidden in the fire. Couldn't. What's this trick? When Lin Hao saw Yi's skill, he was really shocked. It was hard to imagine that there was such a skill in this world. The way skills are formed has a certain relationship with everyone's genes, and they are all kinds of strange. In addition, when combined with the original force, no one knows what they will become after the combination. But what is certain is that everyone's skills are different. Even if they look similar, the principles between them will not be the same. For example, Yi's skill now is a combination of the fire element and his inner strength. Gooden said, "What the hell is inner strength?" This really made Lin Hao feel a little curious. Inner strength, as the name suggests, is whether a person's mind is strong. The strength of the mind will also affect the strength of a skill. For example, your skill, mind control, seems to be a very useless skill. But in fact, this skill requires a person's mind to be very strong, and the mental strength must reach a certain level. When your level is higher, you will find that this seemingly useless skill is actually very powerful. So powerful that you can't believe it. Gooden said, "Are you sure you are not fooling me?" Anyway, Lin Hao has not found any use for this skill so far. Of course, it is not to say that this skill is not useful, but the limitation of this skill is too strong. If Lin Hao is in a zombie world, then this skill is really great. However, the zombie world is no longer there. When the fire dissipated, those men of Linehan who were close to the first had disappeared. Of course, there were also those who were lucky. Those men who followed Lin Hao were very lucky to escape from that place. However, they were different from Lin Hao, because those guys were all second and third level psychics, and their body defense was not as strong as Lin Hao's. So Lin Hao could easily get rid of those offensive flames. But they couldn't. The moment they touched the flames, their bodies were burned by the flames. But because the distance was relatively far, these guys were lucky to survive. Finally, after a few seconds, the space around Yi became quiet. Linehan came to Yi and applauded. "Sure enough, it's this move again. I once saw you use this move from a distance. And at that time your enemy was burned to ashes by you. I have always wondered why you fight so hard every time. What's the use? Look, your desperate efforts will definitely make you weak. If you are weak, will you still be my opponent?" Linehan said this, then gradually approached and kicked Yi fiercely. Everyone around fell silent. Lin Urchin's men were frightened by Yi's move. And because of the big move just now, there were only 3 people left in the original 10-man team. And these 3 people were injured. "Don't be afraid. The 3 of you. He is useless. Come up and kill him." Quickly, Linehan shouted to the 3 people. The 3 people hurriedly shook their heads to express their fear. Even if he didn't seem to be a threat at all, they didn't dare to move forward. This is why these people have been hovering at the second and third levels of the force for decades. They have lost the most basic things. A bunch of trash. Go to hell. The laser sword not far away suddenly surged up. And before the 3 people could react, their heads had already separated from their bodies. Now, no one knew about this matter. Even if it seemed that he was right, no one had a scale in his heart. It was impossible to say that his subordinates had no doubts about him at all. But when they were all dead, nothing mattered anymore. "Don't worry. You're the next one." Linehan looked at Yi. murderous. As long as he died, he, Lin Hin, would be the strongest among the sixth-order power masters. In the future, those high-ranking superpower users would only have him in their eyes. Wow. You have such a cruel heart. Why do you even kill your own people? Just when Lin Hin was about to attack Yi, someone stood up and pointed at Lin Urchin's nose and cursed loudly. Lin Hin looked up curiously, only to find that their original target, the zombie, was still standing there. Why aren't you dead yet? Lin Hin didn't pay much attention to this zombie at first. Although this zombie was at the 5th level of force, he should have been much weaker after being attacked by a missile. Logically, his damn subordinates should have been able to deal with this guy. Lin Hin didn't know that the first satellite missile actually hit a target. But it didn't matter. For Lin Hin, killing it was as important as killing this zombie. It didn't matter which one died first. So even though the zombie was not dead, Lin Hin did not care. He wanted to kill Yi first. But before Lin Hin could do anything, the zombie suddenly picked up the laser sword and slashed at Lin Hin. Lin Hin quickly stepped back and looked at Lin Hao in surprise and said, "Are you really related to this superpower? If enemies are considered relationships, then yes, I am related to this guy." Lin Hao stood in front of Yi with a laser sword in his hand. "You are no match for Lin Hin," Gooden said in Lin Hao's heart. "I know I'm no match for Lin Hin. But if I'm with the guy behind me, I may not have no chance." Lin Hao said. "Do you really think that guy will help you?" Gooden asked. "If he is a smart person, he will definitely help me. Generally, superpowers and mutant zombies who can reach the 5th level of the force are smart people," Lin Hao said with a smile, and was a little narcissistic. Lin Urchin's face darkened again. "Why do you think you, a 5th level zombie, can be my opponent?" It's not that Lin Hin looked down on Lin Hao. This is a fact. But once Lin Hao started preparing for a fight, he was never afraid of anyone. He also looked at Lin Hin. "Is it true? You know if you try it?" Chapter 796. Lin Urchin's eyes suddenly became strange. He looked at the zombie in front of him fiercely. The zombie eyes made him feel scared. It was a look of one person. When the two of them stood together and looked at Lin Hin with their eyes, Lin Hin felt as if two people were looking at him. It was a very strange feeling. It was also a feeling that scared him very much. "Okay. Since you want to die first, I will fulfill your wish. You are so powerful with just a zombie," Lin Hin yelled loudly, and then rushed towards Lin Hao. Very fast. Very powerful. This was Lin Hao's judgment of Lin Hin when he saw him rushing towards him. And his judgment was also very correct. Lin Hin was also a speed-type mutant like Yi. But speed-type mutants of this level would not be too weak. Anyway, it was definitely not something Lin Hao could deal with now. But Lin Hao still went forward. And the laser sword in his hand collided fiercely with Lin Urchin's laser sword. At that moment, Lin Hao felt that he might fly out. But Lin Hao held on. Not only did he not fly out, but he was also surprised. The power bonus can be used. "Damn it. Today I will let you see how powerful I am," Lin Hao said angrily in his heart. Lin Hin did not expect that Lin Hao could actually resist his laser sword. And from the look of Lin Hao, it seemed that this was a very common thing. And he was very comfortable with it. This surprised Lin Hin very much. Before Lin Hin could continue to be surprised, Lin Hao pulled the sword away with all his strength. And then the Jin family tyrant sword began to be used. The first move. The second move. The third move before Lin Hao could use the third move. Suddenly, a very strong sense of air pressure rushed towards Lin Hao. And immediately rushed Lin Hao over. Cough cough. Lin Hao couldn't help coughing. His mouth was full of sand, blood clots, and even his own internal organs. Fuck. Gooden. What kind of skills does this guy have? Lin Hao suffered a loss, and didn't dare to fight at close range. He began to stretch out his wings and fly high in the sky, as if waiting for something. However, what Lin Hao didn't expect was that Lin Hin also had wings. Seeing Lin Hao take off, Lin Hin exposed his wings without thinking, came out in the sky, and looked at Lin Hao with a grim smile. "Oh my god. How many hidden skills do you have?" Lin Hao really didn't know that this guy had wings. And his attributes didn't mention this. After all, many people's wings grow naturally after becoming a superpower or zombie, which is considered a part of the body rather than a skill. It's different from what Lin Hao cast. So the attributes don't indicate it at all. There weren't many people with wings. But I didn't expect to meet two this time. What you said? You can have wings. That guy can have wings. But I can't. Lin Hen was still smiling. If it wasn't for the fact that his smile was too ferocious. Lin Haojue wouldn't think that this guy was here to kill him. Do you really want my crystal core? It's just a 5th level crystal core of the force. With your strength. There's nothing you can't get? Lin Hao had already started stalling for time. What do you mean? Do you think the 5th level force is weak? If it wasn't for that missile, would you be so easy to deal with? If it wasn't for that missile, would that guy be beaten like a stupid dog by me? As soon as Lin Hen finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked towards Yi. The next look made Lin Hen open his eyes wide. In the place where he just stood, except for the traces of battle and footprints, there was no trace of Yi. However, he was injured like that, so he must not be able to run fast. As a smart man, he knew that running away was definitely not the best way. The best way at this time should be to join forces with this zombie and fight me desperately. Thinking of this, Lin Hen turned his head. And then, he saw Yi's wings flapping frantically. The strange thing was that before he turned around, he didn't hear the sound of the wings flapping. The laser sword in Yi's hand fiercely slashed towards Lin Hen. And Lin Hen hurriedly dodged and blocked. But before Yi's attack arrived, another person's attack had already followed the other party's attack. That was Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't say anything nonsense. When he saw Yi flying up and ready to fight desperately, the two sides just looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. At this moment, they must join forces. Otherwise the two of them would never be able to outrun Lin Hen. If they couldn't outrun Lin Hen, it meant that if they didn't fight desperately, they would definitely die in Lin Urchin's hands. At this moment, a superpower and a zombie really fought to deal with the other superpower. From a distance, the sky was covered by a strange light. Because there was no pollution in the sky, the sun could be seen, and the sun's light was very strong. No light could resist the sun's light. But in that place, a red and purple light, yellow fluctuations, and blue light complemented each other. Large patches of them were agitated and jumping, as if they were dormant. Finally, after a period of dormancy, these lights began to burst out, and a scream came from somewhere. The three voices began to gradually separate. There was a knife scar on Lin Hao's neck, and it was very deep. A large amount of blood flowed out of the knife scar. One arm was broken. He held his broken arm in his left hand. The superpowers were different from the zombies. Their recovery ability was strong, but not as abnormal as the zombies. If any part of the body was broken, it would be impossible to grow back. So he could only choose to keep the broken arm and wait for time to connect it. If Lin Haojue was already miserable, the most miserable one might be Lin Hen, who was not far away. He looked no different and had only 2 wounds, namely his eyes. His eyes were now hollow and bloody. The visual effect was obviously not as serious as Lin Haojue's, but his injury was the most influential one. You two bastards. You dare to blind me. Wait for me. Wait for me. Although he lost his vision, it didn't matter. Lin Hen still had mental power to assist him in the direction of human feelings and the surrounding environment. However, he was not a mental power user after all, and rarely used mental power. Otherwise, even if he lost his vision, he could fight with mental power, such as Lin Hao. Unfortunately, the crystal core carriers, who were not mental systems, disliked studying mental power the most. They felt that it would make people very tired, but they didn't know what mental power could bring to them when fighting. Chapter 797. Lin Hen turned around and prepared to flee without thinking. But he didn't know how Lin Hao, and he could let him escape. We can't let him escape. He must die here today. One said to Lin Hao. Yes, he must die here. Lin Hao also said. This was the first time that Lin Hao cooperated with a superpower. They didn't expect that superpowers and zombies would have an inexplicable sense of tacit understanding when cooperating. As soon as the two finished talking, they chased after Lin Hen. Lin Hen was just not familiar with the use of mental power, but he could still use it. He could also see Lin Hao and Yi chasing him, so he was also desperately flapping his wings to escape. But since Lin Hao's strength bonus can be used, the speed bonus can also be used naturally. Although the speed bonus is faster at increasing the running speed on the road. After using it, the flapping ability of the wings will be a little stronger. So Lin Hao, who is only at the 5th level of the force, is getting faster and faster without the two of them expecting it. Since he gradually caught up with Lin Hen, Lin Hen finally panicked. He was still afraid. He held the laser sword in his hand and stopped flying. He just waited for Lin Hao on the spot. But when he stopped and began to observe the surrounding environment with his mental power, he felt uncomfortable. Lin Hao rushed forward and slashed fiercely. Although Lin Hen was lucky enough to block it with his knife, he failed to block Lin Hao's kick. This kick landed on Lin Urchin's body, and it was also under the strength bonus attribute. Lin Hen was immediately hit by the powerful force and fell down fiercely. With a bang, sand and dust filled the sky, and Lin Hen lay in the sand pit like a dead man. Lin Hao raised his head. The sun in the sky was still so blazing. He had been walking in this direction for a long time, but still did not see the sea. The distant horizon was still a piece of yellow sand, and he could not see anything he wanted to see. This time, I will make you die with a sincere heart. Yi rushed over, ready to give Lin Hen the final blow. But Lin Hao hurriedly grabbed him. Okay. You may not know who will win or lose if you do this last time. Call me, and I will help you kill him. But you have to promise that you will not come to catch me again after your injury is healed. Lin Hao hurriedly said. Do you think I am not a match for that guy? Do you look down on me? It looked like he was about to quarrel with Lin Hao. I'm not looking down on you. I just think it's not worth it for you to fight with that guy. Who are you? Who is he? What if the other party still has some fatal tricks? What if you get hit by accident like you just now? Lin Hao advised. What about you? He is not a conscienceless person, but he may have such risks. But Lin Hao can't. You have to know that I am stronger and faster than you now. And I am a spiritual zombie. Whether it is a zombie or a superpower, the psychic type has a certain degree of confidence in foreseeing opportunities, which is one of the reasons why they are stronger than zombies and superpowers of other attributes. Basically, there are very few psychic types at the force level, and once a psychic type appears, they are the first to be won over by these people. This level of psychic must be extremely powerful, otherwise it would not have grown to this extent. Lin Hao went there, bringing a laser sword, and came to Lin Urchin's side. Lin Hen had stood up at this moment, looking at Lin Hao with a pair of eye sockets without eyeballs, and said angrily, You bully me because I have no eyes. If you dare, I will knock out your eyes too. If we fight, you will definitely not be my opponent. Do you really think so? Lin Hao looked at Lin Hen with interest. What? Coward. You dare not do this? Lin Hen challenged. Of course he hoped that Lin Hao could dig out his eyes like him and fight with him, because this guy didn't know that Lin Hao was a spiritual zombie. Otherwise he would never say so. Okay. Then I play with you. It was the first time that Lin Hao played this kind of thing with others, so he thought it was very interesting. Lin Hao tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and wrapped it in his eyes. Although zombies can regenerate their limbs, Lin Hao wanted to take out his eyeballs for a casual word from the other party. How stupid is this? Lin Hen didn't expect that Lin Hao would actually cover his eyes to fight with him. This gave Lin Hen hope. He knew that he would definitely not come down to take this risk. But looking at the two of them, he estimated that he would be in danger today. It all depends on who will execute it. When Lin Hen saw that it was Lin Hao who came down, he was actually happy. He felt that Lin Hao was just a guy with the 5th level of the force. If he was lucky, he might be able to escape, or even defeat the enemy. So he was just preparing to delay time and give himself some time to prepare. But he didn't expect that a casual word he said would actually make Lin Hao do this. Lin Hen couldn't help but curse this idiot in his heart. But actually Lin Hao also has his own ideas. If he can really make Lin Hen relax his vigilance by doing this, then why doesn't he do this? Anyway, for Lin Hao, it really doesn't make any difference whether he has eyes or not. It's very simple. Because Lin Hao is used to using his mental power. I just covered myself with a piece of cloth, which has little impact on myself. But it must have a huge impact on Lin Hen. At this moment, Lin Hen must think that the zombie in front of him is stupid, and he will definitely relax his vigilance. From the smile on Lin Urchin's mouth, Lin Hao has seen it. In this case, Lin Hao felt that it was better to find a solution to this matter quickly. Really, Lin Hao was annoyed. He still had his own things to do. He still wanted to leave this planet and return to Earth. But there were always many people who suddenly stepped forward at certain critical moments to block his way. Facing these people, Lin Hao was really annoyed because it happened too many times. Lin Hen rushed up with a grim smile. He thought that Lin Hao must be like him at this moment. Very uncomfortable. and it was most appropriate to attack Lin Hao at this time. Otherwise Lin Hao would not swing it casually. In Lin Urchin's opinion, Lin Hao was swinging his knife casually, and it was swinging aimlessly. He must have lost his sense of direction. If Lin Hao had an old rival or old friend, the moment they saw Lin Hao waving his sword, they would know what Lin Hao was going to do next. Unfortunately, this was the first time that Lin Hen fought with Lin Hao, and he had no idea that in this universe, there was a martial art called swordsmanship that had magical powers. Chapter 798. Do you know? There is only one reason for many people's death, and that is ignorance. Lin Hao looked at the superpower, who rushed over calmly and said quietly, "Boy, let you be rampant. Die for me." Lin Hen rushed towards Lin Hao frantically. Lin Hao was still gathering strength. The first style of Jin Jiabadeo. The second style. The sixth style. The seventh style. When Jin Jiabadeo entered the seventh style, Lin Hao's spirit suddenly changed. It was like this every time. Every time Jin Jiabadeo entered the eighth style, Lin Hao felt that he and the sword in his hand seemed to be integrated. Die! Looking at Lin Hen rushing over, Lin Hao didn't think twice and slashed him hard. When Lin Hen felt something was wrong, it was too late. He could only watch Lin Hao slash the laser sword at him fiercely. He could only watch and couldn't dodge at all. Puff! The sound of the laser sword slashing on his body. Lin Hao knew that Lin Hen was finished. Zombies and psychics are still different in nature. As long as the crystal core of a zombie is not lost, he can always maintain his mental power. But psychics are different. When psychics suffer very serious fatal injuries, they are finished. Looking at the cut on his chest, Lin Hen laid down with a dim look in his eyes. Of course, he no longer had eyeballs, so it was impossible to tell whether his eyes were really dim. Lin Hao came to Lin Hen with a laser sword in his hand, pulled down the cloth covering his eyes, and looked at him with contempt. "What do you think? Do you still think you are my opponent?" Lin Hen shook his head and looked at Lin Hao with his eye sockets without eyeballs. "No, I am not your opponent. Can you spare my life?" Lin Hao raised his head and shouted to Yi. "This guy asked me to spare his life, so I spared his life." When Lin Hen heard this, hope ignited in his heart. As long as he could survive, he would always have a chance to make a comeback. If he died, he would really have nothing. Just when Lin Hen was about to thank him, suddenly, a fierce flame rushed towards his body. Lin Urchin's facial expression suddenly twisted, and he shouted ferociously, "E, you will not die well." That's right. Lin Hao really spared his life, but he never said he would let him go. Lin Hen and E are really the same in some ways, but because of this, he knows how much of a headache it is to let Lin Hen live. If Lin Hen stays at this level all his life, it's nothing. Once Lin Urchin's level is raised, or his own level is not raised, then he will have to wait for Lin Urchin's revenge all the time. Lin Hen died in this desert, and the guys who were with Lin Hen all died here. They died unclearly, and even without any value. When they came to this desert, they thought they could leave their own traces in the history books. But now, they were all left in the desert without leaving any trace. Finally, there were only 2 living creatures left around. Lin Hao looked at E, and he also looked at Lin Hao. "Anyway, thank you for helping me," he said to Lin Hao. "You're welcome. If you were in my position, you would also help me, because we all know that in the situation just now, none of us could be the opponent of that guy." Lin Hao said, "If you are not a zombie, I really hope you can join our Blade team. Although your level is not good for the time being, your combat power has reached the requirements." He praised sincerely. "Really? Thank you so much. Unfortunately, even if I'm not a zombie, I won't be with you," Lin Hao said very firmly. "I hope we won't meet next time." Obviously, he also knew that Lin Hao was leaving. "I don't care. If we meet, as long as you don't mess with me, I won't do anything to you." Lin Hao held the back of his head and said very indifferently, "You know, that's impossible. We are born enemies. Either you die or I die." After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the east. He was going back. There were still some things he needed to do after he returned. Lin Hao also started to walk behind him. He also had things he needed to do. To the west was where the zombies had escaped. Among the people who were tracking the zombies, there was a woman. This woman was carrying a long knife. The long knife was almost taller than her height. But the girl didn't care at all and carried the knife behind her back very easily. Girl, is such a long knife suitable for you to use? Someone couldn't help but come over and tease. After all, Cui Lian is really very beautiful. And she is the type that others will think they are in love with after just one look. In the past, everyone in school knew Cui Lian's identity. So those people didn't dare to provoke her. But when Cui Lian came to this place, whether these people knew Cui Lian's identity or not, they would not care about the forces behind Cui Lian, regardless of whether these people were opponents of the forces behind Cui Lian. But Cui Lian's family really couldn't influence these people. Cui Lian was still so cold, and did not respond to the man. The next second, the zombies lurking in the dark suddenly rushed out, and came in a wave. Whether it was the zombies or the superpowers, they all advanced and pursued in small groups. So this kind of encounter happened almost every second. Cui Lian's team had experienced such a zombie tide twice. So they did not panic when dealing with it. Cui Lian subconsciously drew out her long knife. When she picked up the knife, it was really uncoordinated. But when the knife began to swing, everything was unimportant. No one who looked down on Cui Lian could not help but open their eyes wide this time. They did not expect that Cui Lian, who was so small, could actually swing a long knife with great vigor and style. This was not easy. There were no superpowers or zombies around Cui Lian. Any zombies that approached Cui Lian would be killed by his sword. This was just a suicide squad. The highest level mutant zombies were only about level 8. There was no danger at all. Cui Lian, on the contrary, felt that she had a breakthrough again. I believe it won't take long for Cui Lian to reach level 9. The battle ended quickly. Everyone sat down to rest. Cui Lian took a piece of cloth and wiped the knife in her hand. The knife was rusty, but the rust had been wiped clean by Lin Hao. Since the knife came to Cui Lian wanted to keep it well and prevent it from rusting. In this way, she could see Lin Hao's admiring eyes. Chapter 799. How long will it take us to get there? Lin Hao asked with resentment. How long have you been walking? Do you think you are a flying car or something? Gooden scolded mercilessly. Then how long do we have to go? Lin Hao asked unwillingly. Don't worry. It's not far. When you see the sea, it will be not far from where we are going. Gooden suddenly said with a sense of vicissitudes. No. It's not us. It's obviously you. Lin Hao was very clear about the needs between the two. Yes, it's me. But where else can you go now except where I tell you to go? There are humans everywhere now. And those crazy humans will go up and kill zombies when they see them. Do you still think you are absolutely safe now? Gooden asked. Lin Hao could only say speechlessly, Isn't this just listening to you? I just feel a little annoyed. In fact, if Lin Hao really turned on the speed bonus, it wouldn't take long to reach that place. But these more important skills were reserved for saving lives, not for traveling. Although walking may be slower, it is absolutely safe, and any danger can be reacted to immediately. In this way, Lin Hao walked for 2 days. However, such a distance only takes half a day for Lin Hao with the speed bonus. And this is based on the premise that the speed bonus can only be used for 5 minutes. Finally, Lin Hao saw the sea. In front of the horizon, a piece of blue was slowly unfolding in front of Lin Hao. Unlike the gray sea on the earth, the sea here is really blue. Lin Hao ventured to open his wings and fly into the sky. Looking at the sea is like looking at the blue sky. In the distance, the sea and the sky are connected into one color. And the scenery is beautiful. I didn't expect that your planet Ula also has such beautiful scenery. Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. As long as there is no human pollution, there are beautiful scenery everywhere. Go Dan also said with great emotion. Okay. Tell me where to go. Lin Hao smiled. Go east and walk forward. There will be a place like a small fishing village. Go there. Go Dan said. According to Go Dan's instructions, Lin Hao retracted his wings and walked towards that place. You can't waste your energy at any cost, especially in such a strange place. Although Lin Hao's injury has almost recovered after 2 days, it is not in full condition. After finding the sea, the small village seems to be very easy to find. Not far away, a small fishing village surrounded by fences appeared in front of Lin Hao. When Lin Hao came to the door of the small fishing village, he was immediately amused by the defense measures of the small fishing village. He saw that the door was surrounded by wooden fences, and those wooden fences were not even as high as Lin Hao's waist. Such defense measures would be useless even on Earth, let alone on the planet Ula. But strangely, there was no sign of damage to the fence. And it looked very old. Gooden, are you sure the person you are looking for is still inside? Lin Hao asked curiously. Of course he is. Go in and look for him. Gooden's voice was a little low. And although it was still so clear and moving, it always felt like something was missing. Lin Hao directly stepped over the fence and walked inside. The most abundant thing on the Ula planet was all kinds of mutant zombies. When those zombies saw such a fence, they would definitely cross it without thinking. Just like him. Moreover, there was a fence, which made it seem like there was no silver here, and it was impossible to stop the zombies. When Lin Hao walked in, looking at the charming beach houses, he felt like he was still on Earth. But unfortunately, there was no one in these rooms. Come to think of it, people in the Western world began to migrate to the East 100 years ago, and there was no way there were humans here. So Lin Hao couldn't understand why Gooden came here. But since Gooden said so, Lin Hao had no choice but to come. After all, Gooden had helped him so much, and he had to do something for her. Go to the room at the farthest corner. Gooden kicked him awake. Lin Hao followed Gooden's instructions and walked towards the room at the end of the small fishing village. This small room is indeed different from the other rooms, because the seaside is relatively humid. Most of the rooms are wooden structures and are well ventilated. However, the room in front of him is completely different from the other rooms. This room uses a metal structure and is very trendy. After wandering in the West for so long, Lin Hao knows the building structure here, because the West has been abandoned by humans. The buildings here are still made of cement. What about the East? All the houses there have been replaced with metal structures to defend against zombies. But when you are in the West world, and in such a Western place, seeing a metal house that looks very old, it is inevitable to feel suspicious. Is this it? Lin Hao asked. Yes, it is this one. Go in, Gooden said. Go in? Lin Hao looked at the very obvious combination lock at the door with some surprise. Put your hand on the lock and you can go in, Gooden said. Lin Hao walked forward with suspicion, and then put his hand on it. Suddenly, the metal door that looked very old made a creaking sound. The metal door slowly opened in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao hurriedly stepped back. In his impression, after such a house was placed for many years, a lot of dust would appear when it was suddenly opened. But when he stepped back, he found that there was no dust inside, and the air was not too dirty. After all, the zombies' noses are very sensitive. When Lin Hao saw that there was not only no dirty smell inside, but even the air was fresh, Lin Hao's heart finally began to doubt. This house looks like it hasn't been lived in for many years. There won't be anyone in it. Right? Lin Hao asked with some doubt. Maybe, if the guy inside is considered a human being, Gooden said softly. Until this moment, Lin Hao's heart began to slowly understand. Obviously, Gooden must be hiding something from him. Lin Hao had asked many times before, but Gooden didn't say anything. But now, Lin Hao felt that he might be about to get to know that secret. Then I go in, Lin Hao said cautiously. Go in. There are some things that I should tell you, Gooden said softly. Lin Hao approached the iron door and put his hand on it. It was cold. With a little effort, the door in front of him was finally pushed open by Lin Hao. Chapter 800. When Lin Hao opened the door, he saw what was inside at a glance. It was because he saw what was inside that he felt strange. It stands to reason that a place that has not been lived in for decades, even if the room is in a vacuum state and there is no dust, it is impossible to look like it has just been cleaned. I walked into the room carefully. There is no hall here, but a small corridor. Through this corridor, there is a very large laboratory, which is placed with various instruments that Lin Hao cannot understand. Those instruments are even on. And next to those instruments, there is a particularly large bed. These places are definitely not empty. And the room has obviously just been cleaned. There must be someone in this room. The quilt on the bed was bulging. Lin Hao saw it clearly. Obviously, the person in this room was on the bed. But it was broad daylight. It was strange why a person would lie on the bed and sleep so soundly. He didn't even notice Lin Hao coming in. You know, in the doomsday, many ordinary people have even developed a very keen sense of vigilance, let alone Lin Hao's swaggering. Even if Lin Hao walked very carefully and his footsteps were very subtle, those humans could hear it in such a quiet situation. Is that the person you're looking for? Lin Hao asked Gooden curiously. I guess so. Gooden's answer was still ambiguous. But Lin Hao had expected something. Just as Lin Hao was about to approach the bed, suddenly, a very sharp wave came towards Lin Hao. The power of the wave was not great, but it scared Lin Hao because Lin Hao did not feel any danger, and the room looked really warm, and no one could see any danger at all. So naturally, Lin Hao relaxed his vigilance. Although this sudden fluctuation did not cause much damage, it made Lin Hao alert again. Squeak! A sound of machine grinding appeared in Lin Hao's ears. After a while, a big guy who looked about 1.5 meters tall and half a meter wide appeared beside Lin Hao. The ears of this big guy were covered with yellow hoods, and his mouth opened and closed. I don't know what he was saying. When Lin Hao saw this guy, he almost laughed out loud. Oh my god! Such a cute robot. The guy in front of me is obviously a robot. All silver. But the silver looks like it has not been taken care of for a long time. And it is covered with spots of rust. But the robot is obviously drivable. And its yellow cover can still light up. The robot has no feet. And the one under the ground is a combined gear, which is covered with rubber. So there is no sound when walking. But the gear seems to have not been oiled for a long time. So there is a squeaking sound. Little cutie. Long time no see. Just when Lin Hao was fascinated by the robot, suddenly, a machine-synthesized sound appeared in the room. Lin Hao was startled and looked to the side. It turned out to be the sound of an external speaker. But how could an external speaker produce sound? Just when Lin Hao was puzzled, the synthesized voice said again, "Okay, Lin Hao, don't look for me. I am Gooden. I attached my form to this place." Gooden's words were half said in the synthesized voice and half in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao couldn't help but believe it. Oh my god! Can you run out by yourself? This made Lin Hao's anxiety worse. It's not that I can run out by myself. I can only exist in this system. But I can connect to the outside, Gooden said. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Gooden would suddenly leave him on impulse. This road was really too lonely. It was hard to persist alone. And he would not persist. Gooden never gave Lin Hao any substantial help. But those experiences and knowledge were completely unknown to Lin Hao. Because of those knowledge and experiences, Lin Hao avoided many detours. Otherwise, how could Lin Hao achieve the original force now? Can he come to this Ula planet? Can he walk with humans? Perhaps now Lin Hao is still a zombie that has not mutated. Wandering on the street, he may be chopped off his head by a group of humans who come out to look for food. Or he may be smashed into pieces by a speeding car. So almost all of this was given by Gooden. If Gooden really left, even if Lin Hao could walk on his own, he would feel that he was incomplete. He and Gooden had already formed a whole. An inseparable whole. Don't worry, Xiaoguai. This guy is not a bad guy. The synthesized voice said to the robot again. It was obviously the language of the Ula planet. But Lin Hao couldn't understand what the robot was saying. Of course you don't understand. This is the dialect from 100 years ago. The dialect of our place. What you are speaking now is Mandarin, which is equivalent to your Mandarin. Do you understand? Gooden explained to Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded, not quite understanding. It's a dialect from more than 100 years ago. No wonder I can't understand it. The little robot seemed to know that Lin Hao was not a dangerous person. So he continued to do his own thing. Lin Hao saw this guy move to the side of the instrument and start to operate mechanically. I didn't expect it to be so clean and tidy here. The reason why the instrument is still running is actually caused by this little guy in front of me. Lin Hao couldn't help but admire. How about it? My little robot is pretty good. Gooden said to Lin Hao as if he was showing off his toy. So you created it. Lin Hao had long been accustomed to Gooden's omnipotence in some aspects. But Lin Hao was very curious. How did Gooden create this robot more than 100 years ago? What if I tell you that I am not an intelligence at all, but a person? Gooden said. Lin Hao's mind exploded with a bang. Of course. Lin Hao had thought about this. Gooden was indeed too anthropomorphic in some aspects. He could bicker, read people's expressions, think, and even have a bad temper. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible for an intelligence to do it. But Gooden did it. Lin Hao once thought that it was a real soul, not an intelligence. But when Gooden said it himself, Lin Hao was still shocked. He didn't expect that the intelligence that had been with him for so long was actually a real person. Are you really a real person? No. It's the one lying on the bed. Right? Lin Hao asked cautiously. Chapter 801. That guy on the bed is you. Right? From Lin Hao's observation, the guy on the bed is very tall. At least 1.8 meters from the head to the foot of the bed. If such a person is really the image of Gooden in his mind, Lin Hao feels that he will collapse. What are you thinking? He is not me. He is my father. This news about Gooden is more important than saying that the man is him. What the hell? Father? Is it the person who created you? Lin Hao thought that this father should be the one who created Gooden. But Gooden shook his head and said, "It's a real father. I am a real person. This is my father." Lin Hao was a little confused. Although he might have guessed some possibilities, he couldn't guess them all. He was not a prophet either. He could only ask in confusion. "So, what's the matter with you? This matter may have to go back to 100 years ago," Gooden said slowly. Lin Hao listened quietly without speaking in the middle. Gooden talked for a long time, and there were many trivial things in it. But seeing Gooden recalling so seriously, Lin Hao rarely interrupted him. She just listened quietly. More than 100 years ago, when the zombie virus first broke out, Gooden's father, the man on the bed, began to study the T-virus. But where was the safe environment at that time? Everyone was thinking about how to sign up and how to survive, including Gooden's father and Gooden at that time. At that time, the center of the West world was also very prosperous, and technology was also very advanced. At that time, Gooden's father was a scientist studying intelligence. But he suddenly started to study the zombie virus. Naturally, it was very difficult at the beginning, and no organization would provide him with a research site. After all, studying the zombie virus is a very dangerous thing. Finally, Gooden's father could only set up a research institute in a remote mountain village to study the T-virus. Gooden's father was responsible and selfless. When he was studying the zombie virus, he accidentally infected his daughter, who had been with him instead of himself. When Gooden became a zombie, Gooden's father collapsed. He kept wondering if he was wrong in studying the zombie virus. But no matter what, he had to continue his research now. He didn't want his daughter to become a zombie for life. But the more he studied, the more limitations Gooden's father found. He was a smart man, and he knew that if he continued to study like this, he might only get in vain. And there were some things that he could not touch at all. At this time, Gooden's father found that Gooden was looking at him with a strange look. And then, Gooden's father saw Gooden write his own name on the ground. Wrote his name. And wrote many things that happened before Gooden became a zombie. At this moment, Gooden's father was ecstatic. He knew that his daughter still had memories before she became a zombie. As long as Gooden had memories before she became a zombie, then Gooden's father would be sure. As a researcher of intelligence and zombie viruses, he knew that human memory and will were actually a kind of electromagnetic wave. A field that many people could not touch. But Gooden's father had touched it, and even did research in this area. He knew that his daughter would definitely not want to be trapped in such a body. So Gooden's father asked him, "If you have no body, and can only survive in an advanced machine, would you be willing?" Gooden agreed without thinking, because the person in front of him was his father. There was no need to harm him, and she was already a zombie. Gooden even thought about how to commit suicide many times. So he naturally would not refuse this opportunity that seemed to be able to escape from the zombies. "I created an intelligence that can grow on its own, and I will attach you to that intelligence. From now on, you are the intelligence, and all the information of this intelligence will enter your own brain. Then I will throw you away from this planet. This planet is very dangerous now. You are the only one who can save mankind. Go to another universe. Understand?" Gooden's father said seriously. Gooden nodded and resolutely accepted the task. Lin Hao, who had been listening, finally couldn't help asking, "Why did you choose me? A zombie? And since you came to this planet, I haven't seen you do anything to help the humans on this planet. Instead, you feel that the death of those humans has nothing to do with you. Because my father was killed by those humans," Gooden said dejectedly. Gooden still remembers that day. It was so profound. When he opened his eyes, he felt like a fish in the sea. The space here was so big that he could swim anywhere and even appear anywhere. The feeling was so wonderful. Then, he saw with his own eyes a group of humans appear in the room. Gooden recognized those humans. They were the people his father often helped. These people saw that Gooden's father had so many resources, while they could only go hungry every day. Finally, they could no longer control the greed and desire in their hearts, and began to attack Gooden's father. So, things were very simple. A quarter of an hour before Gooden's father died, He launched Gooden. Gooden had been wandering alone for more than 100 years. Finally, by chance, he accidentally entered the Earth. And then accidentally and inevitably brought the zombie virus to the Earth. Met Lin Hao. And now he is here. At the beginning, you said that you were forced to enter the Earth because you didn't have enough energy. Your goal is to go to those high-dimensional universes with more advanced technological civilization. I thought you were joking. But it was true. Lin Hao was speechless. Of course it's true. I don't have the habit of lying. Gooden said. Yes. You have the habit of fooling people. Lin Hao complained. But why is your father on the bed? When Lin Hao came to the bed and saw the body in front of him was still intact, he couldn't help but be surprised for a while. Because my father also created an intelligent robot that can develop itself in this room. That is, Xiaowei just now. Although he looks stupid, he can do a lot of things. Such as preserving my father's body. Such as cleaning this room. Gooden said with pride. You haven't been back for a long time. Lin Hao said. Nonsense. I have been wandering outside for more than 100 years. And then I have been with you until now. I must have never been back. Gooden nodded, sat on the clean chair, and waited for something silently. Chapter 802. Lin Hao sat quietly on the bench, watching this room begin to have its own life, such as the power being unstable and some equipment malfunctioning. But Lin Hao knew that these things were caused by Gooden. She was reminiscing about every place in this place. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hao felt that Gooden was back. Although Gooden did not speak in his mind, Lin Hao knew that Gooden must be in his mind. How is it? Have you reviewed it almost? Then why did you call me here? Lin Hao asked. Do you know why my father was able to conduct his experiments here safely? But in the end, he died in the hands of humans instead of zombies? Gooden asked. It has something to do with what your father made. Lin Hao guessed casually. Not really. Because at that time, my father already had a mutant beast. And at that time, the zombies had just started for a few years. And the mutant beast was probably only about level 3 or 4. Now, more than 100 years have passed. And I don't know what level the mutant beast is now. But it must be useful to you. So I hope you can go find the mutant beast. Gooden said. Mutated beast? But I already have 2 partners. Why do I need another mutant beast? Lin Hao asked in confusion. How much should the mutant beast of level 4 that you said more than 100 years ago have grown to now? Gooden asked back. What you said makes sense. But more than 100 years have passed. Where is the mutant beast? Even if the mutant beast is found, why should it listen to me? I am only a 5th level power user. And the mutant beast is probably already far from the 7th or 8th level. Or even higher. Why should it help me? Lin Hao asked. You find him first. As long as you find him, I can be sure that guy will definitely help you. Gooden said firmly. Is that what you said? But how can I find him? Lin Hao asked. After dealing with a wave of zombies, Cui Lian sat on the stone a little tired, looking at the wreckage on the ground and other superpowers. Those guys gathered together to talk about something. But Cui Lian did not do so. She just sat alone on the stone, looking into the distance, as if looking for something. Where are you? Cui Lian asked silently, but she herself didn't know who she was asking. At this time, the topic of the conversation of the people in front of her reached Cui Lian's ears. Cui Lian usually wouldn't care too much when hearing such things. But she had to listen to this news, because the topic contained things she cared about. Hey, have you seen your communicator? There was a news report just 2 days ago, saying that a team was heading southwest. The team was targeting a zombie. But no one in the team came back. They were all wiped out in the desert by the zombie. The team was led by a 6th level force. But the zombie they were dealing with was only a 5th level force. It was said that the zombie killed him himself. I didn't expect that there were masters among the zombies. One person said. Another person said, fortunately, our road is the main road, following behind the main group. And we are dealing with some leftover garbage. Otherwise, if we really meet such a zombie master, I'm afraid our whole team will be in danger. Who said it's not true? In short, everyone must be careful when seeing zombies. Don't underestimate them just because they are weak. Even if they are not as powerful as the zombie in the news. We should have no problem fighting alone. The first person continued. Another person asked curiously, didn't they say that they were all wiped out? How come this news was still reported? Because there are survivors. The survivor is said to be the captain of the National Blade team. A guy with the 6th level of the force. He was also targeting that zombie. But he was also wiped out. Only one captain barely escaped. Oh my god. Is that zombie so strong? How could he kill 2 6th level opponents in a row under such circumstances? The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Some things really can't be underestimated. In short, everyone should be careful when encountering zombies in the future. If you can solve them together, don't try to be strong alone. This sentence seemed to speak to everyone's heart. And everyone nodded together. Only Cui Lian remembered it in her heart. Because that zombie really looked like Lin Hao. In the southwest direction? Cui Lian looked at that direction silently. And then silently made up her mind. One night, when everyone was still resting, Cui Lian silently left the army and walked towards the southwest. Don't tell me that the mutant beast is in the sea? He is actually a sea beast? Are you kidding me? Lin Hao complained. That mutant beast is really a sea beast. And it's in the sea. Well, you can use this thing to fish for it. Maybe you can catch it soon. Gooden said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at the long pole in his hand. The long pole was only 2 meters long. And then, there was a piece of thick hemp rope. On the thick hemp rope, there was a teacher's watch that was running. It was said that the mutant beast liked watches the most. And this watch was said to be a hot item at that time. It's been more than 100 years. How do you know that he likes this kind of old-fashioned watch? What if his hobbies have changed? What if he is no longer in this area? Lin Hao said helplessly. No matter where the guy is. As long as he hears the sound of the clock. He will come here in the end. This is a place he will never forget. Gooden said very firmly. Since Gooden said so, Lin Hao could only sit there like a fool, waiting to see what he would catch next. After waiting for half a day, and 2 days, some mutant zombies passing by saw Lin Hao fishing here, and couldn't help shouting, "There are no ordinary fish in the sea. All ordinary fish have been eaten by mutant beasts. They have no ability to survive in the sea." "Oh, thank you for reminding me," Lin Hao said casually, and then continued to fish quietly. The zombie seemed to be running for his life. After reminding Lin Hao, he hurried away. But not long after the zombie left, suddenly, the seawater in front of him began to boil. And then a very strong pressure descended on Lin Hao. This power was very familiar. When Hong Ying appeared in front of Lin Hao, it was also this familiar pressure. Chapter 803. It is no exaggeration to say that the scene in front of us is magnificent. The huge waves in front of us are hundreds of meters high. If Lin Hao is not the same as before, he may not be able to avoid the huge waves. Along with the huge waves, there is a fishy wind. It is the fishy smell of the sea. It is not pungent, and even not annoying. When did the fishy smell become so interesting? Lin Hao couldn't help laughing. But then, Lin Hao couldn't laugh anymore. As the waves rose, the thing that jumped out of the sea became even bigger. Lin Hao looked up, and couldn't even see the other party's head. He only saw countless claws in front of him, like standing steel needles, running towards him. At first, Lin Hao refused to see the scene because he had a fear of needles. He had rarely encountered sharp needles in the battle until now. But it was a bit difficult to accept that there were so many of them in front of him. You know what? I didn't like your taste from the beginning. Now, after seeing your father's taste, I know who your taste comes from. Lin Hao finally couldn't help complaining. My father asked what kind of mutant beast it was before saving it. Why are you talking so funny? Gooden was of course very upset. After all, Lin Hao was talking about his father. If he wasn't very familiar with Lin Hao, he would definitely fight with Lin Hao now. This huge creature in front of him, in Lin Hao's view, was clearly a very large lobster. And it was super big. I just want to know why your father would save a big lobster. And he knew that the other party was a mutant beast. So he was not afraid that the mutant beast would eat him? Lin Hao asked curiously. My father was naturally not afraid. He was mainly doing experiments at that time. And he had the ability to protect himself. So he didn't worry about that at all. But my father didn't know that the lobster in front of him was a more gifted one among the mutant beasts. It was very easy to give birth to consciousness. After giving birth to consciousness, the first person he recognized was my father. When my father found that this guy was harmless, he naturally let him out. He and my father have a good relationship. I can see that. It's a pity that this guy ran out to play that day. Otherwise, my father would never have been calculated by a few ordinary humans. Gooden said indignantly. When Lin Hao and Gooden chatted, they were all in his mind. He didn't dare to say the disrespectful words to the lobster just now, because Gooden adjusted the attributes of the mutant beast in front of him. When he saw the attributes, he was shocked. Name, Lobster. Level, Force Level 9. Title, Corpse King. Skills, Quantum. Strength, 300. Spirit, 250. Speed, 200. Stamina, 450. Evaluation. You tell me that this big lobster in front of you is more powerful than Honging? Lin Hao asked in shock. The attributes of the lobster in front of him were indeed terrifying. One of its attributes was over 400. The key attribute was the physical attribute. The physical attribute represented the defense value. Doesn't this mean that there is no existence on this planet that can break its defense? Lin Hao couldn't help but take a few steps back, because Gooden said that this mutant beast would never hurt him. And Lin Hao absolutely trusted Gooden unconditionally. So Lin Hao didn't leave. After leaving the lobster in front of him, Lin Hao realized how big this guy was. The largest creature on Earth should be the blue whale. But the lobster in front of him was actually 2 times larger than the blue whale, equivalent to the size of 3 blue whales. Lin Hao was 100 meters away from this guy and could barely see his whole body. The big lobster was motionless, holding up its claws. And on the claws was the antique watch. He kept looking at the watch, with a sad expression, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. Although Lin Hao didn't know how to see such an expression of sadness on a lobster's face, he could feel it because it was so strong. After being stunned for a while, the big lobster raised its tentacles and asked the little zombie in front of it, "How do you have this watch?" Lin Hao covered his mouth. He was excited. Of course, he was not excited about the strength of the lobster in front of him. He was excited that he finally saw a mutant beast that could speak. Of course, Lin Hao had seen this before, when those 8th level zombies summoned them. Some mutant beasts also came over. One of them was a giant ape, and Lin Hao was very impressed. Didn't he speak at that time? However, Lin Hao had never seen a lobster speak. How could this be possible? But the lobster in front of him did speak, and he spoke in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao could only cover his mouth to hide his shock and couldn't speak for a long time. "I'm asking you a question. Tell me, where did this watch come from?" The big lobster spoke again. Lin Hao remembered that when the waves rose, a very strong pressure came over him. But when the watch shrank from his hand, the pressure disappeared. Obviously, the reason why the pressure disappeared was because of the watch. Now, the watch has reached the hands of the little lobster, and the little lobster should ask his own questions. To be honest, if the pressure had always existed, Lin Hao might not even be able to move. After all, the pressure affects not only the mental power, but also the control over the body. Until this moment, when Lin Hao felt his pressure again, he knew that he must have been locked. In this case, he couldn't even move. As long as the lobster wanted, he could destroy him anytime and anywhere. Lin Hao hurriedly calmed down and said slowly, "This watch was given to you by someone. He said that as long as you put this watch in the sea, you will appear." "Who?" The lobster's voice was obviously trembling. It was hard to imagine that a master of this level would actually tremble. And it was a single syllable. Gooden was right. As long as Lin Hao had the watch, the lobster in front of him would never embarrass him. Even if he made up some stories, the lobster in front of him might believe him. And then he could ask the lobster to do something that would benefit him. But Lin Hao didn't. He told the truth and told Gooden's story. Since the lobster had consciousness, Gooden's father began to teach it, just like he taught his daughter. So the lobster could speak, recognize words, and even do experiments. Of course, he also knew about Gooden. Chapter 804. "So, the doctor's daughter is really in your mind?" The lobster asked in surprise. "Yes, it's really in my mind. If there were other instruments here, she could definitely talk to you. Unfortunately, I'm the only carrier around here, so she can't communicate with you," Lin Hao said helplessly. "Then, why are you looking for me?" The lobster sighed, regretting that things are unpredictable. But he already knew something, and it was impossible for him to stand idly by. "Yeah, why did I call you out?" Lin Hao was also wondering. He had always listened to Gooden, and he didn't understand why he called this big guy out. "I roughly know why the doctor's daughter called you over. The doctor has been trying to suppress the zombie virus, but he has not succeeded. And based on my life experience over the years, this planet may not be able to do without zombies and mutants. These two forces must be balanced. But I felt that Hong Ying left this planet a while ago. So I guess this is your last hope. Beat the humans back. And then maintain this balance. You will then go to find a solution and fulfill the doctor's last wish. Right? The lobster talked freely. Lin Hao nodded. Feeling in awe, it seems so. Gooden also said in Lin Hao's mind, this is why I came to you. I told you the first time that I wanted to solve the limitation of the zombie virus in this universe. I want zombies to coexist peacefully with humans. Zombies are already a species. They have their own consciousness and wisdom. It is unrealistic to erase them. Lin Hao was thinking. Did Gooden tell him this? In short, Lin Hao has only one wish. That is to leave Eula planet and return to Earth. Before that, he and Gooden at least did not go in opposite directions. That's enough. Then are you willing to help us? Lin Hao watched the big lobster approaching, and asked with some fear in his heart. Help? The doctor's business is my business. I didn't come out before just to accumulate my own strength. Now I have accumulated enough. And it's just right that you come to me. To be honest, I'm tired of staying in the sea. So it's good to go ashore and take a look. This sentence was said very calmly, very confidently, and looked down upon the world. You don't need water? Lin Hao asked doubtfully. No, I am the water myself. Lin Hao thought of this guy's skill again. Quantum. What a cool word. Lin Hao really wanted to ask this big guy how to use the cool skill called quantum. But in the end Lin Hao didn't ask. There is a secret called skill. Let the other party know. You can easily see through the other party's attributes. Lin Hao didn't know what this big guy in front of him would think. Although there were no secrets between Lin Hao and Gooden. Gooden also told Lin Hao implicitly that it was right to think this way. This made Lin Hao even more afraid to reveal that he had seen through the other party. Even if he knew the detailed information of the other party, he could not be the opponent of the other party. In this case, why should he expose himself? Just as Lin Hao was thinking about it, the big lobster in front of him began to change. The huge body gradually shrank. Lin Hao watched helplessly as the guy he could look up to turned into the same size as an ordinary crayfish. Aren't all lobsters in the sea very big? Why do you want to be like this? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask curiously. This makes it easier for you to carry. I'm too lazy to walk by myself. So you take me. Lin Hao couldn't help but rolled his eyes at the lobster's retort. Okay. I get it. What can Lin Hao do? He can only compromise. He carefully grabbed the lobster with one hand. After he got it in his hand, he felt a very tough feeling. At this moment, Lin Hao knew that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hurt the other party at all. Put me on your shoulder. Big, little crayfish said. Lin Hao put little crayfish on his shoulder, and then followed little crayfish's instructions, and walked towards the metal room again. There, Gooden finally talked to little crayfish. Little crayfish missed Gooden's voice very much. But little crayfish never revealed Gooden's original name. What was Gooden's name before? Lin Hao couldn't help asking little crayfish. I don't know either. The doctor didn't tell me. And I didn't ask. You can only ask her. If she doesn't want to say, then no one knows. The crayfish said. Lin Hao curled his lips helplessly. And then said, next, we will fight back. Kill gods and Buddhas. Looking at Lin Hao's ambitious look, the crayfish said with a smile, don't take it for granted. I won't do it casually. Lin Hao immediately wilted. He originally thought that he had a top mutant beast to help him, and he could beat anyone he wanted. But, in the vast desert, a girl was walking alone with a long knife on her back. She didn't know where the person she was looking for was, but the direction should be right. According to this direction, Cui Lian had been walking for several days. When Cui Lian saw signs of fighting ahead, she finally determined that the place she was walking should be correct. But she didn't know that when the large army in front was chasing the large army, there would always be some fish that slipped through the net. They broke away from the large army and began to flee to other places. Cui Lian had to walk slowly because she had to find the direction. She was determined on the way to find Lin Hao. But her speed was not fast. The zombies that escaped were different. They wanted to escape. So naturally, the zombies met Cui Lian. When Cui Lian met this zombie, they stared at each other. And then the battle was about to start. But Cui Lian could not be the opponent of this zombie, because this zombie is a second-level force zombie, and Cui Lian is only an 8th-level superpower. Even if Cui Lian has a long sword, even if he knows the Jin family's sword, He can't be the opponent of such a zombie. Haha. I can meet a human here. I'm really lucky. And she's a beautiful woman. The zombie looked at Cui Lian with greedy eyes. When Cui Lian saw the other party's eyes, she felt nauseous. She had never seen such a zombie before. Zombies were all cruel and bloodthirsty. But no zombie had such desire in its eyes. Cui Lian clenched the knife in her hand. Without the slightest fear. She knew that she could not outrun this zombie. She could not escape. At this moment, she could only fight. Jin family's tyrant knife. When facing strong opponents, it becomes stronger. Only fighting to the death can make you progress. Cui Lian always remembered this sentence. This was what Lin Hao told him. Chapter 805. I have seen many superpowers who are weaker than me. When they saw me, they didn't even have the desire to escape. They would only beg for mercy in front of me and tremble in fear. The zombie looked at Cui Lian and said with a smile. Villains die because they talk too much. Cui Lian said this. This is a sentence that Lin Hao particularly liked to say when he was with him. What did you say? Although Cui Lian couldn't help but say one more word. She spoke in a very low voice. Even for herself. Even though the zombie hearing was very strong. The zombie still didn't hear anything. Cui Lian started to move. The Jin family's tyrant sword was all about dominance. When the sword began to swing, Cui Lian's spirit was all on the sword. She didn't even look at the zombie. The zombie was very calm. He didn't think that a superpower who didn't even reach the force could cause him any harm with a sword that looked very heavy. That's right. This might be the idea of every master above the force. They all thought that those guys below the force were not dangerous. And they were indeed not dangerous. In this battle, Cui Lian seemed to have no chance of defeating the opponent. But there was nothing uncertain in this world. Everything is possible. This is what Lin Hao remembers and always believes. Similarly, this is what Cui Lian believes. Because Lin Hao believes. Whatever Lin Hao believes, she believes. Even if she faces a zombie of the force level, Cui Lian still has no fear. Lin Hao has long taken away her fear of these guys. So she can fearlessly look for Lin Hao in this environment. However, Cui Lian may feel a little desperate. Because she has not found Lin Hao until now. But it doesn't matter. You can't despair when fighting. Even if you know that the opponent is very strong. So strong that you can't deal with it. But you can't despair when fighting. The Jin family tyrant blade slashed at the zombie fiercely. For the zombie, this blow had too many loopholes. The speed was too slow. The force was too small. And the reaction was too weak. Even if the zombie didn't know any martial arts. He didn't need to know any martial arts. He just needed to run fast, dodge, and have high defense. And everything would be fine. The first blow missed. But it didn't matter. The Jin family tyrant blade had 8 blows. But when Cui Lian found that her 8th blow also missed, it still didn't matter. The Jin family tyrant blade could continue. So, the second round of Jin Jiaba Dao began. The zombie might have thought it was boring to tease a weak superpowered person. So he prepared to fight quickly and satisfy his desires. But when he was about to attack Cui Lian retreated, and then continued to swing the Jin Jiaba Dao. The first move. The second move. The third move. Cui Lian waved desperately. And finally reached the 7th move. The Jin Jiaba Dao itself was given to Lin Hao by Jin Beibei. And it was mixed with Jin Beibei's understanding of this sword skill. Therefore, when the Jin Jiaba Dao was waved, especially when it was waved by a woman, it was really beautiful and cool. The zombie looked at Cui Lian's wielding long sword indifferently. He knew that even if the long sword hit him, it would not cause any harm to him. So the zombie walked forward indifferently, and prepared to attack Cui Lian. At the moment when the zombie approached Cui Lian finally moved again. She had to move because Cui Lian had already wielded the 7th style. When fighting, you need not only courage, but also brains. Lin Hao once said so. When Cui Lian knew that she couldn't hit the opponent, she prepared to retreat to see if she could lure the zombie to stop defending. Sure enough, Cui Lian's plan succeeded. She knew that this was the best opportunity. If she didn't take action at this time, Cui Lian might really have no chance. The 8th style of Jin's tyrant sword. A long sword slashed fiercely on the neck of the zombie. The zombie really didn't avoid it. And there was an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't have any worries, and let the long sword slash on his neck. However, the zombie still murmured Cui Lian. Yes, Cui Lian's strength might be very small. and it is difficult for ordinary attacks to cause damage to zombies or superpowers of this level. But Cui Lian has the Gene Family Overlord Knife. When the power of the Gene Family Overlord Knife began to superimpose, although the power was invisible, it existed. The knife slashed the zombie neck fiercely. For both of them, the result was surprising. The zombie was surprised that the knife actually slashed into his neck, and Cui Lian was surprised that her strength was still not enough. After all, she could only do this. She felt that the gap between her and Lin Hao was not only not getting closer, but was still getting farther and farther. The zombie was angry. Surprisingly angry. Because the knife cut into 2/3 of his neck. It was almost. Really just a little bit. Cui Lian could create a record. Not even at the force level. But she could kill a force level zombie. Unfortunately, a small mistake can lead to a big mistake. Zombies are like this. They are not afraid of damage to the crystal core or anything else. Because except the crystal core, nothing can harm their lives. This zombie was very angry and held the knife that had been embedded in his neck and pulled it out at once. At this moment, the zombie had forgotten the most primitive desire in his heart. Just like those evil people. When they encounter such a thing, they probably won't have that kind of nature. They will only be very angry and tear the person in front of them who disturbed their nature to pieces. The zombie punched Cui Lian in the face. Cui Lian didn't feel any pain because her whole head was confused at that moment. Cui Lian flew backwards. During the process of flying backwards, Cui Lian felt 2 streams of warm liquid flowing out of her nostrils. Obviously, this punch directly hit Cui Lian and made her nose bleed. When Cui Lian fell on the sand pit, she still didn't feel any pain. She touched her nose and found it was crooked. But Cui Lian didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Even the feeling of invincibility just now didn't make him have any emotional fluctuations. It was just that his nose was crooked. For Cui Lian, since the battle began, there have been several times when the injury was more serious than this time. So Cui Lian didn't feel anything at all. She just stood up, waved the knife in her hand, pointed at the zombie, and said nothing. "Little bitch. Today, I will let you die here," the zombie said solemnly. In an instant, Cui Lian felt a very strong pressure. But he did not retreat. Was not afraid. Was not scared. Just stood there, holding the knife upright. Because someone once told him that he should not despair when fighting. Chapter 806. Perhaps the only person in the world who can defeat Cui Lian, besides himself, may be Lin Hao. But the zombie in front of him definitely cannot be counted. Even though she knew that she might die next, Cui Lian still had no. The fallen leaves in her heart were floating. Just like the sailboats in the sea. Cui Lian never fell down. And always stood up. The zombie seemed to have finally had enough fun. He was ready to kill the annoying woman in front of him. This woman was really annoying. It seemed that he could never defeat her. Her eyes were always flashing with fire. The fire was burning. Burning to who knows where. And the zombie seemed unwilling to look at it anymore. "I don't want to play with you anymore. I still need to escape. Go and die." Looking at Cui Lian's unyielding eyes, the zombie finally couldn't stand the torture, and was ready to kill Cui Lian completely. Cui Lian smiled bitterly. Just as a trace of despair was born in her heart, she remembered Lin Hao's words again. Her eyes returned to seriousness, and she held the knife in her hand more tightly. The zombie opened its iconic big mouth and rushed towards Cui Lian. Cui Lian felt that she might not be able to avoid this big mouth. But Cui Lian was not afraid and chopped her knife in the right direction. The knife flew away. And the person also flew away. Cui Lian could not feel any movement. The zombie pushed Cui Lian's knife away. And then pushed Cui Lian away. And then rushed forward, biting Cui Lian's neck. For humans, there are too many weaknesses on the body. Not to mention the neck. Any fatal injury can take the life of a superpower. Lin Hao. I can't hold on any longer. I still can't help despair. Cui Lian really wanted to give up. The opponent was too strong. He couldn't even fight with the opponent. In short, Cui Lian felt that his courage had been almost squandered. And his fear had almost dissipated. It was time to despair. Don't despair. Suddenly, 4 words rushed into Cui Lian's ears. When Cui Lian heard these 4 words, her eyes, which were about to close, opened again. The surrounding scenery was still flying backwards. Below her was still the desert. Not far away, zombies were gradually approaching. And their mucus-covered teeth were about to approach her snow-white neck. Chui Lian knew that she might die here in the next second. But at this moment, Chui Lian suddenly didn't want to despair. Even though she was in great pain all over. Even though she had no desire to fight. But those 4 words appeared. That voice appeared. So, would he be watching her nearby? When she thought of this, Chui Lian seemed to be energized. And her whole state began to improve. Chui Lian remembered that in addition to the Jin family's sword, she actually had her own life skills that she had not used. Have I been forgetting something? Chui Lian suddenly felt a little funny. She had been fighting with a long sword. But in fact, he was a spiritual zombie. Don't despair. Yes, you must not despair. A strong belief appeared in Chui Lian's heart. The zombie looked at Chui Lian, who was so close to him. And his sharp teeth had already stretched out. Then, in a second, the figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. This made the zombie a little confused. He stopped in place strangely and looked back. Sure enough, he saw Chui Lian, who was injured all over, but still looked at him energetically. Chui Lian's skill was elements. He could control the elements that appeared in the air at will. Just when he was flying backwards, Chui Lian used the impact of the elements to slow down his flying speed. In the process of slowing down, Chui Lian regained control of his body. And then she stood on the desert instead of falling down. The zombie was so fast that it passed Chui Lian in an instant. Suddenly, it seemed that Chui Lian had disappeared. In fact, Chui Lian just stopped because of the slow speed. The long sword had long gone to wear. But Chui Lian's most powerful weapon was not only the Jin family's sword. She waved her hands. And the surroundings suddenly became windy and cloudy. The strong wind raised the sand. And the sand blocked the sunlight. Just like the dark clouds in the eastern world. Not far away, a burst of dry heat came. The zombie stopped in confusion. And then looked towards the place where the dry heat came from. Suddenly, a huge ocean of fire rolled over from that place, swallowing the zombie at a very fast speed. But it seemed that this was not enough. In the burning fire, the zombie escaped, his whole body on fire. But he put out the fire as if nothing had happened. Then, Chui Lian waved her hand again. And the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The sun was completely blocked. This area seemed to have become the sky of the eastern world. Black, lifeless, cold, and extremely cold. Snowflakes began to float around. The kind of real snowflakes that made people feel desperate. The air around them had approached absolute zero at some point. The zombie was in the middle of this area. He began to feel his body stiffen. And he felt that something was wrong with his whole body. Such as his speed slowed down. His skills began to decline. And even his recovery ability slowed down. However, these things are also not fatal to him. Chui Lian obviously knew this. Her original purpose was not to kill the other party. What could really kill the other party was always the knife. Where was the knife? The knife came into Chui Lian's hand with the wind. Chui Lian began to swing the knife in her hand. The moves of the Jin family's tyrant knife appeared again. The first move, the second move, and the 6th and 7th moves. When Chui Lian swung the first knife, she had already started to approach the guy and had already started to gather strength. Finally, the zombie gradually felt uneasy. Chui Lian's spirit and energy have reached an amazing unity at this moment. As if at this moment, she is invincible and unbeatable. The zombie uneasiness is getting bigger and bigger. He even has the idea of escaping. But the woman in front of him is only an 8th level superpower. If he really escapes, it really looks down on him. He doesn't have the face to run away like this. So the zombie starts to rush towards Chui Lian desperately, hoping to rely on his powerful brute force to solve the other party. But it doesn't work. His speed is frozen by the low temperature, and seems to be unable to move. It was strange that Chui Lian was not in any trouble in this environment. Chui Lian had been doing one thing, which was to get close to the zombie. When the Jin family's tyrant knife was about to chop down the 7th move, Chui Lian had already approached the zombie. And then she started running. The knife in her hand began to rise and fall, which was the 8th move of the Jin family's tyrant knife. The zombie watched this scene a little slowly, watching the knife gradually approach, and then watching his head being chopped off by an 8th level psychic. It was not that. When the zombie head fell to the ground, Chui Lian was already a 9th level psychic. Chapter 807. The strange phenomenon in the sky began to gradually weaken, and the sunlight gradually re-entered the land. Chui Lian stood in place, and she naturally found that she seemed to have been promoted again, successfully entering the level that most people dream of. But this level was still not enough in front of him. Cui Lian was very calm. Even though he had just killed a zombie that was much higher than her level. But she was very calm. As if what she had just done was a very ordinary little thing. Next, it was time to think. After every battle, Cui Lian would think about where she was lacking. Obviously, every second of the battle just now showed her shortcomings. But there was another thing Cui Lian was very used to. When she used the fire element to attack the zombie, she didn't even hurt a hair of the zombie. But when she used the water element to turn it into ice, the zombie movements became slow. You know, the temperature of the fire element had reached thousands of degrees at that time. But absolute zero was only 270 degrees below zero. It shouldn't have slowed the zombie down to this extent. It can even be said that if the zombie had not slowed down, she would not have been able to defeat him so easily. There must be something wrong. Just when Cui Lian was puzzled, a round of applause came. And then it was the voice that she had been dreaming about. Well done. You can even defeat a second-level zombie by yourself after not seeing it for a few days. At this moment, Cui Lian understood that it was not a fluke that she was able to defeat this zombie. But someone was helping her. The person who helped her was naturally Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not approach directly to use his own strength to deal with the zombie, but used his mental power and pressure to slow down the zombie to an extremely slow state, which allowed Cui Lian to successfully deal with the other party. When Cui Lian saw Lin Hao, she understood it. But Lin Hao did not say it clearly, and Cui Lian did not point it out. She just stood there, looking at Lin Hao, and smiled foolishly. You are beautiful when you don't smile. And you are cute when you smile. You should stay in the Eastern world. This place is not suitable for you, Lin Hao said sincerely. Whether it is suitable or not is not up to you. But me, Cui Lian said. Yes, you are right. Everything you said is right. Lin Hao was helpless. Did you come here specially to see me? Don't think so highly of yourself. I came here to hone myself and make myself better. Cui Lian certainly would not say that she came here specially to see Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not point it out, but said, I was not wrong about you. Your talent is really strong. Now, you have reached the level you expected. It's time to go back. No. I haven't reached the level I expected. And I will never reach it. For Cui Lian, reaching the expected level means getting close to Lin Hao. At first, she felt that she might never get close to Lin Hao. Every time she saw Lin Hao, she felt that Lin Hao became more powerful and mysterious. Yes, every time he met Cui Lian, Lin Hao made progress. Now Lin Hao has reached the 6th level of the force. This is something no one could have imagined. It is related to Lin Hao's previous battles. Although he did not swallow the crystal core, Lin Hao's physique has been changed by those brain-dead humans. Even if Lin Hao does nothing and just lies on the ground to sleep, he can quickly swallow the surrounding force and strengthen himself at the same time. Host, Lin Hao. Level, Force Level 6, 3/10, Title, Corpse King. Skills, Mind Control, 2500/12500. Gene Family Sword. Speed Bonus. Strength Bonus. Manipulation of Items. Metamorphosis. Strength, 200. Spirit, 225. Speed, 200. Stamina, 202. Evaluation. Congratulations on taking the first step to becoming powerful. Road to Strengthening, 3000/1000000. In fact, when Lin Hao saw his attributes, he couldn't believe it. But the fact happened. While walking on the road, he suddenly reached the Force Level 6. This was really unbelievable. At the same time, it also made Lin Hao closer and closer to the level he wanted to reach. Lin Hao now has only one idea. That is, to return to Earth. But this idea is obviously not so easy to achieve. He still has a long way to go. There are only 2 ways to return to Earth. One is for Lin Hao to reach Han Ying's level. The other is for Lin Hao to reach the Eastern world, return to the Academy of Superpowers, and use the old scholar's spaceship to return to Earth. Of course, using the spaceship is easier, but the Eastern world must be strictly guarded now, which is about the same difficulty as Lin Hao reaching Han Ying's level. That's why Lin Hao can be so calm. Since he can't get through the Eastern world, he will improve himself faster and reach Han Ying's level sooner, so he can return to Earth sooner. But some people don't think so. Lin Hao's talent is so strong, and the speed of improvement is so fast. If Lin Hao really continues to improve like this, Then the Eastern world will be in danger. This is the idea of escaping back. Lin Hao didn't know that the guy he saved was trying to get rid of him at this moment. Now, Lin Hao just wanted Cui Lian to return to the Eastern world safely. Even if you don't return to the Eastern world, you can't follow me. Lin Hao said it very directly. Why? Cui Lian naturally asked. Because the place I'm going to next is very dangerous. For Lin Hao, with the crayfish, he is not dangerous anywhere. But for Cui Lian, it is indeed very dangerous. Then you protect me. Cui Lian was also so direct, carrying her big knife and speaking directly to Lin Hao. Lin Hao sighed. Why do you have to be like this? I am me. You are you. What do I have to do with you? Cui Lian pouted and said unconvincedly. Lin Hao knew that he would definitely not be able to win the argument with the little girl in front of him. So he let her follow him. You can follow me. But you have to do whatever I tell you to do. If you don't do what I tell you, I will tie you up and take you to the Eastern world. Cui Lian nodded in joy. Okay. I do as you say. Lin Hao shook his head and couldn't help but sigh again. Next, Lin Hao's goal was very simple. That is, to unify those escaped mutant zombies and mutant beasts. Otherwise, even if the crayfish was powerful, it would be impossible for him to attack the city alone. Okay. Then you follow me. First of all, I want to ask you a question. I want to know where the zombie army went. Lin Hao asked while digging his nose. The large army. They were chased by humans and ran to the west. Cui Lian betrayed the humans without thinking. Chapter 808. Kuai Long looked at the zombies around him. There were only a dozen left. The main force had long been dispersed. The other 9-level zombies were nowhere to be found. These 9-level zombies were built up by crystal cores. In addition, they were not used to the strength of the 9th level force. They could not even beat those 8th level force users, who cooperated well. So they could only lead a large force, and began to flee to the west. But the other mutated zombies and mutant beasts were not fools. They naturally knew that these guys could not accomplish anything great. So they began to disperse in the middle of the escape. To be honest, quite a few mutated zombies and mutant beasts escaped in this way. Lin Hao's Thunderbird and Black Tiger escaped and found Lin Hao. But when Lin Hao met them, these two guys left again. These two guys were indeed very weak, and could not help Lin Hao at all. Now, Lin Hao is back. And these two guys are back too. Just right for them to serve as mounts. At this moment, Kuai Long began to collapse. Apart from those weak zombies and mutant beasts, all his men were above the 2nd level of the force. There were more than 300 people following him at the beginning. But now there are only a dozen left. Most of them ran away for their lives. And a small number died in battles with psychics. Now there are only a dozen or so remnants left. Every time he thought of this, Kuai Long couldn't help but want to go crazy. He wanted to do great things. But in the end, he found that he had not accomplished anything, and he was about to despair. Every level 9 zombie was chased by a level 9 psychic. In order to preserve his strength, Bahu dispatched 5 level 9 psychics. For them, dealing with this level 9 zombie was more than enough. Bahu was right. These 5 level 9 psychics beat these zombies that were piled up by crystal cores. The potential pursuer was Kuai Long. He hoped to find Kuai Long and quickly get rid of this zombie. He was tired of the scenery here. Although there was sunshine, beautiful scenery and fresh air, it was too boring. He was not an artistic person. He could accept the scenery for a while, but he couldn't stand it if he kept looking at it. Kuai Long seemed to have sensed the killing intent behind him, because zombies and psychics of this level can fly. But Kuai Long can't fly, because he still has more than a dozen subordinates with him. These subordinates are not all of the 5th level of the force, and only a few can fly. However, as a pursuer, Qianli is not a problem. He can fly as fast as he wants. So soon, Qianli caught up with Kuai Long at this moment. At this moment, the zombies following Kuai Long finally collapsed. But they are not stupid. They know who the guy's target is. Qianli wants to deal with Kuai Long. From the beginning, it was Kuai Long. As long as these minions are not idiots who appear in front of Qianli, Qianli will not even bother to look at them. This is an opportunity. So the moment the zombies around see Qianli appear, they immediately scatter and walk away. As they thought, Qianli had only one goal. And that was Kuai Long, who was panicking and didn't know what to do. This experience was enough to make him desperate. But when he looked up, he found that he was even more desperate. How could he face himself? In any case, Kuai Long felt that this matter was too devastating. Once he saw the 9th level supernatural power of the force, he didn't even have the desire to fight. However, if he surrendered without fighting, wouldn't it be too shameful? And even if they surrendered, would the other party really spare their lives? When he thought that he might not have a good ending even if he surrendered, Kuai Long was ready to fight desperately. After all, he knew that he had no chance. So he might as well fight hard. This was a truth that even children knew. How could he, a zombie who had lived for decades, not understand it? A 9th level zombie of the Force. Even if he was not very familiar with this level. But when he started to fight desperately, Qianli had to pay attention. Because the zombie in front of him was very likely to take his life. Qianli also began to fight cautiously making people unpredictable. When Qianli burst out with the most powerful fighting power, Qianli did not avoid, but rushed forward. However, when Kuai Long was exhausted, Qianli retreated far away, not thinking that this was an opportunity at all. In this way, between up and down, time was gradually slipping away, and Qianli was actually helpless against this zombie. And Kuai Long was also desperately starting to merge with his own 9th level strength of the Force. Although he was still not Qianli's opponent after the fusion, at least he would not let others decide his life and death. Qianli knew that he couldn't let the other party merge. But he didn't dare to be careless when the other party was desperate. Just like that, Kuai Long became a real 9th level zombie of the Force, feeling the power that was completely integrated with himself. Kuai Long smiled confidently. Boy, I know I'm not your opponent, but you can't easily kill me. I will let you know how powerful we zombies are. Wait. Kuai Long said something harsh to Qianli, and then prepared to escape. Although Kuai Long couldn't see his detailed information, he could barely know that his attributes must have improved a lot. But after he ran away for a few minutes, he stopped helplessly. Qianli said to Kuai Long, "Tonight, we must fight to the death." Yes, today the two of them must fight to the death. Because Qianli is a speed-type mutant, while Kuai Long is just a strength-type mutant zombie. Although there is no so-called stronger or weaker between the two attributes, Qianli has been immersed in the attribute of speed for many years, which is simply not comparable to Kuai Long. When Kuai Long found that he could not outrun Qianli, he could only stop helplessly and prepare to fight desperately again. "Tonight, I will never let you see the moon here alive," Qianli said. "I don't know when watching the moon has become a luxury sport, because there is no moon in the eastern world of Ula planet. But the real western world is full of moons. What is unexpected is that no one watches the moon. Everyone who comes to this great desert in the western world thinks about how to kill and how to deal with each other, but forgets their original wishes. The original wish of those superpowers is actually to see what the moon in the western world looks like. However, now, the superpowers are chasing zombies, regardless of life and death. When Lin Hao arrived here, Qianli and Kuai Long were in a stalemate, but it didn't take long for the battle to end. It was Qianli who ended the battle. Chapter 809. Do you think we should go up now? Lin Hao couldn't help asking Gooden. Now? Dandan. Wait a minute, Gooden said. Only when one person, whether human or zombie, goes to help at the most critical moment can others remember it deeply. Qianli beat Kuai Long very neatly, and he had no ability to fight back. When Kuai Long was lying on the ground, he was still thinking about how to escape, because he found that he seemed to be no match for the guy in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hurt this top-level psychic. After all, this quick-made 9th level force still has problems. And they are big problems. In terms of speed, Kuai Long is no match for Qianli, although his other attributes are similar to those of 9th level force users, and even not much different from Hongying. Kuai Long cannot use these powers 100%, because he uses crystal cores to get there. And it is estimated that the upper limit is just like this. He will never be able to fully exert the power of the 9th level force in his lifetime. Qianli is different. He relies on his own efforts step by step to improve slowly. Not to mention that he has completely integrated these forces. As long as he works hard, it is very possible for him to reach the level of Babu or even Hongying. So Kuai Long naturally cannot be his opponent. In this situation, although Kuai Long's strength is not as good as that of the top superpowers, his role in the war is very large. Lin Hao is naturally unwilling to give up this particularly useful 9th level force. So at the moment when Qianli was about to twist Kuai Long's head off, Lin Hao went out. Wait! Lin Hao's roar immediately attracted the attention of both people. Qianli and Kuai Long looked at Lin Hao together. In fact, with their strength and realm. They had already discovered that there was a 6th level force guy hiding next to them. But a 9th level force guy was a trivial existence for either of them. So they didn't care about Lin Hao at all. Qianli originally thought that Lin Hao would run away after seeing his boss being killed. But he didn't expect that this little guy would not run away, but rushed out instead. Qianli looked at Lin Hao with disdain. Although Xiao Xiaoyu knew Lin Hao and was impressed by him, other people would not be impressed by a small minion. Even if this minion once stood beside Hong Ying. Perhaps there are so many helplessness in this world. Lin Hao thought that his appearance would make Qianli, the other party, behave strangely. As a result, Qianli just glanced at Lin Hao lightly, and then set his sights on Kuai Long again. Kuai Long looked at Lin Hao differently. After all, Lin Hao was the only zombie who dared to stand up and save him in this situation. Even though this zombie was only at the 6th level of the force, and seemed to have no effect at all. For some reason, Kuai Long felt a little warm in his heart. "Boy, leave now. Don't come here to die," Kuai Long said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at this guy with disdain. "You think I'm here to save you? Don't think too much. You are just helpful to my future plan. So I'm here to save your life. That guy is you. Come in front of me. How about letting him go?" Lin Hao deliberately acted very arrogant. But this kind of arrogance made Kuai Long laugh out loud. He didn't know that he had such a funny person under his command. But now Lin Hao is just a noise to Qianli. In his eyes, people like Lin Hao are all ants. No one would be idle to step on ants. But if this ant runs to him and bites him, that's another matter. Qianli waved his hand. And suddenly a huge force palm print rushed over. This force palm print was much more solid than Lin Hao's. And it looked like it was a very powerful palm print. The speed was so fast that Lin Hao didn't react at all. Seeing that the palm print was about to hit Lin Hao, both Qianli and Kuai Long had already anticipated what would happen next. That is, Lin Hao would be directly beaten into a pile of debris by this palm print, and then disappear from this world. This is a result that they can all think of. If there is no crayfish, Lin Hao also thinks that this is his end. It was not until he met the 9th level psychic with the force that Lin Hao realized the horror of the other party. It was just a simple palm print, and he didn't even have a chance to dodge. Moreover, Qianli is not the strongest among the top psychics. You know, Hong Ying can fight 8 people on the other side alone. It is really difficult to reach Hong Ying's level. With a muffled bang, Qianli and Kuai Long didn't even look in that direction. They thought that the zombie in that direction had already become nothingness. However, just when Qianli was about to take a step forward, suddenly, Lin Hao's voice came again. "Wait! I told you to wait. Why are you so anxious?" Kuai Long and Qianli immediately looked at Lin Hao again. This time, they both looked surprised and shocked. Qianli was naturally very confident in his own strength. And Kuai Long also knew how terrifying Qianli was. Lin Hao was just a guy of the 9th level of the force. How could it be possible that nothing happened after a palm strike? What was that muffled sound just now? Lin Hao walked over leisurely and said to the two, "I told you. If I want to save your life, I will definitely not let this guy do it again." Qianli felt a little scared, because when Lin Hao came over, a faint pressure enveloped his head. When the pressure enveloped Qianli's head, Qianli felt as if he saw Hong Ying again. Because when he saw Hong Ying, Qianli felt this way. And there was a sense of danger at all times. "Who are you?" This time, Qianli finally spoke cautiously. Kuai Long didn't know what was going on. But the guy in front of him was definitely a zombie. And he was here to help him. Thinking that he might not have to die, Kuai Long jumped up in a hurry. Although the guy in front of him looked only at the 9th level of the force. Who knew if he had hidden his strength? After all, everyone has different skills. And maybe some people's skills can hide their strength. Lin Hao looked at Qianli indifferently. And Qianli looked at Lin Hao cautiously. This scene was not harmonious no matter how you looked at it. But Qianli did not see that there was a smiling lobster waving its claws on Lin Hao's shoulder, watching everything indifferently. The crayfish is also a mutant beast of the 9th level of the force. The point is that the crayfish and Hong Ying are from the same generation. It was already the 9th level of the force at that time. Now that so many years have passed, the crayfish's strength is unfathomable. Qianli in front of it is really not enough for it. Chapter 810. Who are you? Qianli had never noticed Lin Hao before. So when he saw Lin Hao again, although he felt a little familiar, he didn't know who Lin Hao was. Especially when he saw Lin Hao at this level. "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I must protect the life of this zombie." To be honest, Lin Hao was a little weak when he said these words, because the force palm just now was not resisted by him, but by the crayfish on his shoulder that looked like a decoration. Lin Hao was also afraid. If he really angered Qianli and wanted to fight him, what would he do if Xiaolong didn't help? Rely on Kuai Long, who was always looking for an opportunity to escape. When Lin Hao looked at Kuai Long, this guy was quietly retreating. Although he was very grateful to Lin Hao for saving him, it would be best if he could survive if his teammates died. If there was a chance, Lin Hao would not save this guy. Just based on his actions, he knew that this guy was definitely not a good person. But there is no other way. Although the zombie world relies on strength, Lin Hao is nothing without the crayfish. He must find a puppet. It is just right to let the crayfish show its strength, so that there is no need to worry about this guy not being obedient. Qianli stared at Lin Hao in the same place, as if thinking about something, and then resolutely turned his head and hurriedly left the place. He was also afraid that Lin Hao and Kuai Long would unite. After all, Lin Hao could block his force palm, which proved that Lin Hao's strength would definitely not be bad. In addition, the kind of subtle pressure that Lin Hao gave him made Qianli have to be cautious. He was also a 9th level force power user, not that impulsive boy. After seeing Qianli leave, Lin Hao was slightly relieved. Now, things would be much easier. Someone stood there, staring at Lin Hao blankly. Of course, he had never seen Lin Hao before, although Lin Hao was so close to him at the time. How could a zombie with the 9th level of the force look at a zombie with the 5th level of the force? Even though Lin Hao had already reached the 6th level of the force, Kuai Long still wouldn't look at him straight in the eye. The difference in level was too great to be taken seriously. After all, not everyone was Hongying. He really cared about the survival of the zombie community. So he noticed Lin Hao. But when Lin Hao showed his strength, Kuai Long's attitude changed. He didn't know what Lin Hao was like, whether he was really just a 6th level zombie. After all, in his mind, a 6th level zombie couldn't possibly stop a 9th level mutant. Thank you for saving me. Although Kuai Long didn't know Lin Hao's background, he still knew how to say it. You're welcome. Of course, I won't save you casually. Lin Hao laughed inexplicably. Apparently, Kuai Long had thought of this aspect, so he didn't find it strange, and still asked calmly, so what do you need us to help you with? Just like before. Maintain the situation on the Eula planet, Lin Hao said. Of course, this was not Lin Hao's idea, but it was Gooden's idea. Gooden had helped him so much, and he felt that he should do something to help Gooden. What do you mean? Kuai Long certainly knew what this sentence meant, but Kuai Long didn't know what Lin Hao meant. Don't worry about what I mean. Just ask if you are willing to help me, Lin Hao said. Kuai Long was of course willing to help. Now the zombies were being chased by the group of superpowers until now, and they were about to be killed by these superpowers. If someone could stand up and maintain this situation at this time, then at least the group of zombies could breathe. Kuai Long thought for a long time and thought about many things. Finally, he nodded regretfully and said, okay, I can follow you. Although Kuai Long is somewhat selfish in some places, there are some things that cannot be selfish, because he has no ability, because he still wants to survive. No, I don't need you to follow me. I need you to gather people together, and then we attack back. You are still the top boss. Lin Hao laughed. Really? Kuai Long couldn't believe it. Yes, really. I need you to help me find the other 9-level zombies of the force, and then we can fight. After all, my combat power is limited. I need more 9-level zombies of the force. With enough, we can fight those superpowers. Although Lin Hao felt timid, he still said this. After all, Lin Hao was not relying on his own strength to talk to the guy in front of him, but on the crayfish on his shoulder. Do you really think that we are the opponents of those superpowers? Kuai Long asked doubtfully. Kuai Long had fought with those people before and knew how strong their fighting power was. It was not easy for the 5 9th level zombies to tie with the 4 superpowers on the opposite side. So when Lin Hao said these words, Kuai Long really didn't believe it. But Lin Hao looked so mysterious. What trick did he use to scare Qianli away? What method did Lin Hao use? This really made Kuai Long very curious. But Lin Hao didn't say it, and he didn't dare to ask casually. Lin Hao smiled mysteriously and said, you just need to listen to me for some things. Didn't you just say that you are willing to follow me? Although I don't want to manage. I hope you don't ask some things. The zombie in front of him just saved his life. Otherwise, Kuai Long really wanted to try out how powerful this guy was. But Kuai Long didn't dare. And finally could only nod dejectedly and said, "Okay. I listen to you. Okay. I still have some things to do next. I believe that after my story spreads, those top superpowers will definitely shrink their defenses. Remember? When they shrink their defenses, let everyone go. We must go and fight them. Otherwise, we will perish." Lin Hao spoke very carefully. After finishing what Guden said, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Then turned around and left here. Lin Hao has a lot of things to do, because there is a follower following him. Although the follower must follow him, Lin Hao still decided to send this girl to where she should go. She is not needed here, and she cannot be needed here. So we go to the Eastern world first? Cui Lian asked in a panic. If I don't send you there, I will go there too. Lin Hao smiled. But you can't get in. There is a high-level superpower at each entrance and exit. They are human detectors, and they will never make mistakes, Cui Lian said worriedly. Lin Hao just smiled and said nothing. Chapter 811. Cui Lian is a person that Lin Hao really wants to go to the Eastern world. But in fact, Lin Hao just wants to send this follower back. In the scene just now, Lin Hao asked Cui Lian not to come out because he was afraid that she would be seen by Qianli. If Qianli saw a superpower person actually hanging out with a lost beast, what would he think? At that time, Cui Lian might really not be able to go back. It will take a long time to return to the Eastern world from here. After all, Cui Lian's speed is not so fast. Originally, she wanted to let the Thunderbird help carry her. But unfortunately, the Thunderbird's speed was not as fast as Lin Hao's. Then Lin Hao could only accommodate these guys and move forward with them at the same speed. Qianli left the place, but did not leave the Eastern world. Instead, he spread the news about Lin Hao. Sure enough, when Baha heard the news, he immediately asked all the superpowers to retreat. Suddenly, all the mutant zombies who were fleeing breathed a sigh of relief. Zombies are unstable creatures, especially after they were given a chance to breathe. Kuai Long hurriedly summoned his troops, especially those who had escaped. He took the approach of forgiving everyone, so that those people returned to his command again. Several other top mutant zombies heard that Kuai Long was able to escape from the top superpowered person. I heard that he didn't escape, but improved himself during the battle, and then fought a draw with the superpowered person. And finally the superpowered person escaped. Anyway, there were only a few people involved in the battle, and Kuai Long was the first person he came into contact with. So naturally, he said whatever he wanted to say. In short, some zombies believed it. In this world, not only humans like to follow the crowd, but zombies are the same. After all, they were once humans. Kuai Long quickly gathered his subordinates and other top mutant zombies, and after gathering all the strength together, he gathered a group of zombies again and rushed towards the Eastern world aggressively. From the time they were beaten into stray dogs to the time they were entangled aggressively again, it took at most 3 days. More mutant zombies and mutant beasts appeared from nowhere. These guys didn't seem to have participated in the first war, but they were also hunted down by those superpowers. They knew that if they didn't take action, they might be completely wiped out by the group of superpowers one day. So these guys gave up their stable lives, bared their fangs, and for the first time walked out of their control and headed towards the Eastern world. They also planned to fight. Fighting might not guarantee survival, but not fighting would definitely mean no survival. Of course, when these guys headed towards the Eastern world, Lin Hao and Cui Lian had already walked nearly halfway. When they were about to reach the Eastern world, Cui Lian said, "Shall we take a break?" Lin Hao was very confused. Why did he need to rest? He had been sitting on the back of Black Tiger and Cui Lian all the way. These two mutants were really powerful. After Lin Hao gave them the opportunity, they seized it. Now both mutants have entered the first level of the force. But unfortunately, their speed was too slow compared to Lin Hao. Even if Lin Hao did not use the speed bonus, several people, including Black Tiger, came to the back of Thunderbird, and then chose a place several dozen stories high and flew up. Since they wanted to rest, they had to choose a place that made people feel relaxed and happy. However, there seemed to be nothing to see here, because they were getting closer and closer to the edge of the Western world and closer to the Eastern world. There were no white clouds in the sky. It seemed that after crossing a certain boundary, the clouds suddenly changed into black clouds, giving the feeling of a prelude to a storm. There was no sunshine, no fresh air, and even the monotonous desert. But even if the desert was monotonous, it was more comfortable than the dead city it looked like now. At least the desert looked full of life. Lin Hao and Cui Lian sat at the edge of the building, lowering their heads and looking at the abyss under their feet, although it looked very high and deep. Lin Hao and Cui Lian were not afraid. They really couldn't be afraid. For example, there was a thunderbird next to them. Although this guy was not as fast as Lin Hao, it was still easy to catch up with the speed of the free fall. In addition, at Lin Hao's level, although this height seems high, he will not have any problems falling down. And Lin Hao has wings. Are you going to send me back? Cui Lian asked Lin Hao directly. Lin Hao did not intend to hide this matter, so he said, yes. I want to send you back, because the second battle between humans and zombies will start soon. Your strength is very dangerous in this war. And who are you going to help? Lin Hao asked a very realistic question. What if you win? Cui Lian couldn't help asking. I don't know. Lin Hao said it without thinking. He had thought about this question many times. Even for a long time. He didn't know what would happen if he won. What was your original purpose? Cui Lian asked. I just wanted to return to my hometown. I didn't have any purpose. If we win, I will leave. Once we leave, the remaining zombies will certainly not be your opponents. At that time, humans and zombies will be balanced again. At that time, I will also have the opportunity to enter the Eastern world and find a way to leave. Lin Hao smiled. Boy, how do you know I think so? The crayfish said on Lin Hao's shoulder. Cui Lian didn't know the identity of the crayfish. The crayfish was communicating with Lin Hao through mental power. Lin Hao replied, didn't you say that you wanted to fulfill the last wish of Gooden's father? His last wish was world peace, which was too great. Unfortunately, I am not a great person. I have my own ideas, the crayfish said. Lin Hao was stunned and didn't speak, and didn't dare to speak. He felt that Gooden should have heard what the crayfish said. But Gooden didn't communicate with Lin Hao. And Lin Hao was also very considerate and didn't communicate with Gooden. The crayfish was more like a small episode. This top-level mutant beast, like Lin Hao, could hide its strength at will. So when he hid his strength, he was just like a decoration on Lin Hao's body. No one could notice him. Even Cui Lian, who was getting closer and closer to Lin Hao, didn't know that she was approaching a mutant beast of the 9th level of the Force. Chapter 812. The two of them didn't rest here for long. After all, Cui Lian didn't really want to rest. She just wanted to get closer to Lin Hao. Although they didn't know what would happen next. They were both optimistic people. They would take it one step at a time, as they got closer and closer to the Eastern world, until they both saw the majestic city wall. Lin Hao stopped and said, you don't want me to take the risk of sending you there. Cui Lian sighed helplessly. I'm sorry. I can't help you. There are some things you can't help with. You are the most gifted person I have ever seen. I believe that once your talent is discovered, it will definitely cause turmoil in the Eastern world. Go back. This place does not belong to you for the time being. Lin Hao said earnestly. Cui Lian did not speak, but walked towards the Eastern world step by step obediently. At this moment, the Eastern world has been completely under martial law. Everyone coming from the Eastern world will be strictly checked. When Cui Lian entered the Eastern world, she already felt the strict inspection. But she herself was an ordinary superpower, so she was not afraid of any inspection. Cui Lian successfully entered and was praised after entering. Because Cui Lian was only a 9th level power user, many people did not dare to hunt down people of this level. But Cui Lian went. And Cui Lian looked too young. She had reached this point at this age. So naturally, the matter was reported. But Cui Lian was not restrained. Because there was no reason. And now was a special situation. Even if Cui Lian seemed to be talented, now was not the time to train the next generation. The first priority now was to protect the Eastern world. Bahu watched Cui Lian gradually leave from the high platform, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. The uneasiness did not come from Cui Lian, but from his heart. Xianli's report said that a top-level mutant zombie had appeared among the zombies. And it was still a new one. However, Bahu thought that he had seen most of the zombies, especially the top-level zombies. Logically, there shouldn't be a zombie he didn't recognize. As he thought about it, Bahu began to feel uneasy, because he seemed to have forgotten a place. On the planet Ula, there is another place that is the same size as the continent. And the creatures there are more diverse. The competition there is no weaker than that on the continent. And even more so. It is very mysterious. So mysterious that even Baba has never been there. It is the other side of the planet Ula. The ocean of the planet Ula. The ocean of the planet Ula seems to be about the same size as the continent. But in fact, the area of the ocean is much larger than that of the continent. Because of the special landform of the ocean. It is destined to be a difficult place. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the sea is that there are no humans or zombies in it. There are only mutants. However, as we all know, mutants and zombies are in the same camp. And the history of mutants in the sea is as long as that of the most powerful mutants on the continent. If they can really invite the mutants that have survived in the sea for who knows how long to help attack the eastern world. What should they do then? As for the creatures in the sea, when the creatures reach the 9th level of the force, there is no so-called distinction between the continent and the sea. They can fight in the seabed, and they can also fight on the continent. After all, there are many amphibious creatures in the ocean. Although he felt a little uneasy, Bahu did not express it. After all, the entire eastern world was under his command. If he got scared first, how could he manage the eastern world? Notify everyone to hold a meeting. Bahu used his mental power to tell Qianli, who was closest to him, the news. After receiving the news, Qianli immediately started to move. After all, other superpowers like to stay in their rooms when they have nothing to do. And Bahu's mental power is very consumed to travel such a long distance to their minds. Bahu must maintain a certain amount of mental power. And he needs to take care of the entire area. So the task of delivering the message was given to Qianli. Because Qianli was a speed-type mutant. And his speed was so fast that he could run across the entire eastern world in 10 minutes. So that everyone could be notified in time. Half an hour later, there were already 8 people sitting in the council hall at the city gate. This kind of meeting has always been attended by 8 people. And no one has been added so far. Although there are more than 10 mutants with the 8th level of the force. Those people have no signs of breakthrough. Which makes Babu very angry and helpless. As a person who has experienced it, Bahu knows how to improve faster. For example, Bahu has seen the little girl just now. In the era of information explosion, some things cannot be ignored. Even if they just glanced at the news on the internet. They can turn over those things they glanced at casually from their minds anytime and anywhere with their memory. That was almost a year ago. At that time, Chui Lian, according to the news, was only at the 6th level of the force. However, in just 1 year, this girl was able to reach the 9th level of the force from the 6th level of the force. And this distance is almost impossible for many people to reach in their lifetime. Rely on talent? Not only that, this girl certainly has amazing talent. But if jade is not polished, it will not be useful. There must be someone behind her teaching her. And that person also told her that only endless fighting can make her improve faster and more solid. So, when Babu saw those guys who were at the 8th level of the principal, he was very angry. If these guys were not so afraid of death in the battle, but could be brave and fight harder, maybe someone could reach the top level. And then, their round table meeting could have one more person. For decades, it has always been the 8 of them. Chui Lian gradually disappeared from Bahu's eyes. As Lin Hao said, she didn't even know who to help here. So she had to leave. Although Chui Lian had a reason to leave, Bahu didn't know. When he saw Chui Lian leaving the Edge City, he couldn't help shaking his head. There would probably be a battle next. If this girl could stay, it might be a bigger improvement for her. But he was not the teacher of others. So there were some things he couldn't say, and he could only sigh silently. Just when Bahu couldn't help shaking his head, Qianli came back. Behind Qianli was the fat Qin Fei Yang. Although he was fat, he was indeed a speed-type supernatural person. So he could follow Qianli. In the next few minutes, everyone arrived. Bahu came to the meeting room first. When everyone arrived, the meeting started. Chapter 813. Everyone is here. It's time for us to talk. The old man in tank suit said while looking at the people here. Everyone sat in their seats without saying anything, quietly looking at the old man in tank suit. They knew why the old man in tank suit called them over. After all, the old man in tank suit had already told them in the previous action. But some things must be taken seriously, and then think about solutions. The old man in tank suit knew them. Although these guys were very powerful in terms of level, they were useless if they were asked to think and coordinate. Bahu is not only the strongest, but also the one who can command the sharpest knife. Do you have a picture? Qin Feiyong asked directly. For the technology of the Eastern world, a picture is very simple for them, especially since Qianli had already recorded the battle at that time. When Ba Hu saw the picture, he hurriedly asked his team to withdraw. The one who can easily resist the force palm is definitely a top-level mutant zombie. But Ba Hu has also seen Lin Hao. He has an impression of Lin Hao and knows that even if that guy has a strong talent, it is impossible for him to break through the 9th level of the force in such a short time, unless he uses the crystal core to push hard. But let's not talk about how valuable this is. After all, there are many zombies with the 8th level of the force. Just talking about the attitude of picking it up at will. A zombie with a crystal core piled up cannot have such a powerful ability. They have seen those zombies piled up. This picture is very normal. And because it is normal, it hides a little bit of abnormality. But no matter how others look at it, they can't see the abnormality. The old man in Tang suit used his force to transform into something like a finger, and then pointed at Lin Hao's shoulder. Qianli was the person involved, so he was naturally the strangest one. So when he saw the old man in Tang suit pointing at Lin Hao's shoulder, he couldn't help asking, "Senior, what's going on? What's wrong with this guy's shoulder? You said you felt that the zombie was only at the 6th level of the force, but he was able to resist your moves, and he was so carefree. If it wasn't for the zombie ability to hide its strength, then it proves that someone was helping him at that time." The old man in the Tang suit said bluntly. Qianli was not convinced, but at that time, apart from the guy who was about to be killed by me, there was only one superpower around. Although I don't know why that superpower was mixed with zombies. That superpower didn't even reach the 1st level of the force, so it was impossible that the psychic did it. But at that time, there were no other creatures except these two guys. Qianli was very sure that his skill itself was related to reconnaissance. When Lin Hao and Cui Lian appeared there, Qianli had already reconnaissanced them. But for Qianli at that time, what was the difference between Lin Hao and Cui Lian and ants? How could he care about 2 ants? But the facts dealt him a heavy blow. Thinking of this, Qianli couldn't help but regret it. He shouldn't have left so quickly at that time. He should have fought with that guy to find out the truth. The old man in Tang suit seemed to see Qianli's annoyance and said with a smile, "Fortunately you didn't stay at that time. Otherwise, you might not be able to come back." In fact, at that time, in addition to a superpower and 1 or 2 mutant zombies, there was also a living creature. How could a living creature escape my eyes? Qianli couldn't help laughing, and it was a disdainful laugh. In fact, Qianli respected the old man in Tang suit at most. But it didn't mean that he agreed with all the conditions of the old man in Tang suit. The old man in Tang suit didn't say anything to Qianli, but just pointed at Lin Hao's shoulder again, with a finger transformed by the force. Obviously, the second instruction of the old man in Tang suit made everyone look at Lin Hao's shoulder attentively. At this look, everyone found that there was a decoration on Lin Hao's shoulder that looked like a lobster. Wait, that lobster doesn't seem to be a decoration. Xiao Xiaoyu raised his head, looked at the picture, and then said directly. The old man in Tang suit didn't say anything, just looked at Xiao Xiaoyu, motioning him to continue. If I remember correctly, this zombie is the one that Hong Ying once brought to his side. If you have paid attention to him, you should be able to remember it. This zombie has a very strong talent. Every time I see him, his strength can be improved. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to kill him, but unfortunately this zombie is very cunning. I haven't found him so far. You said he has reached the 6th level of principle? Finally, Xiao Xiaoyu looked at Qianli and asked again uncertainly. Qianli nodded seriously when he heard this question. He was only a 6th level force, so he was sure that he was not mistaken. However, Xiao Xiaoyu shook his head and said, "When I first saw this zombie, it was only 4th level, but now it is 6th level. Moreover, this zombie combat power is very strong, and it is almost invincible in the same level. Therefore, we must find a way to deal with this zombie. Don't forget Hong Ying. If this guy grows up, he will definitely be the next Hong Ying." When Hong Ying was mentioned again, everyone in the field fell silent. Hong Ying might be the pain in their hearts forever, especially when they thought that the 8 of them were almost no match for Hong Ying. Carrick suddenly stood up and shouted, "Absolutely not. Hong Ying, just one will do." Carrick is definitely the mutant who hates and fears Hong Ying the most, because he was hurt the most by Hong Ying. Thinking that a zombie like Hong Ying might appear in the future, Carrick might think he would go crazy. But what on earth is on that zombie's shoulder? Someone finally asked the key point. Everyone focused their attention on the old man in the tang suit. Since the old man saw at a glance that the decorative lobster was a living thing, he naturally knew what the lobster was. Bubba sighed and said, "This is why I called you here. Maybe the enemies we will meet next will be different. They may not be ordinary mutant beasts and mutant zombies." "What do you mean?" asked the Phantom, who had been silent this time. "The enemy we will face next may be a mutant beast from the depths of the sea. And it is obvious that this mutant beast is absolutely top level. I wonder what Hong Ying will be like compared to this guy." As soon as the old man in the tang suit finished speaking, the whole conference hall was filled with gasps. Hong Ying. This name again. It seems that the strongest strength must be linked to Hong Ying. Chapter 814. So the main purpose of calling you here today is to prepare for the worst. If the strength of that crayfish is really similar to Hong Ying, or even surpasses Hong Ying, what should we do? The old man in tang suit got straight to the point. Instantly, everyone stopped talking. They all lowered their heads and thought about something silently. The old man in tang suit did not urge them, but just sat on his own and drank tea. Although they could even go without food or water for a year with their physical condition, the old man in tang suit had already formed a habit of drinking tea, and it might not be changed. After taking a sip of tea, no one spoke. They were either looking at the old man in tang suits, waiting for him to speak, or sitting in their seats, thinking silently. "What are you thinking about?" the old man in tang suits asked directly. Gallic was a person who never knew what the words politeness and embarrassment meant, and said directly, "We are thinking about what if we fail." As soon as this question was asked, everyone in the room looked at this guy, with all kinds of looks in their eyes. Some blaming, some surprised, some indifferent, some angry like a hammerhead zombie. All kinds of looks. The old man in the tang suit looked at Gallic for a long time without saying anything. Although some people hate Gallic for speaking the truth directly, sometimes it is such heart-wrenching words that can make them reflect and think. So the old man in the tang suit does not object to Gallic speaking like this. Just as the next speech was about to get on track, suddenly, a voice from outside sounded, "Senior. According to the satellite display, those zombies have gathered together and are heading towards us." "I know. You go down first," the old man in tang suit said directly. "This group of zombies is really too much. We stopped chasing them, but they actually brought people to attack us again. Do they really think we are not their opponents?" Qianli's temper is related to his attributes, and he explodes so quickly. Caven next to Qianli said, "Okay. Can't you be clean for a while? It's right for these zombies to attack us. If they don't attack us, we will still worry about what bad things they are up to." The old man in tang suit smiled and said, "That's right. You are worthy of being a writer." And Caven thinks more. If the group of zombies didn't attack us, I would be worried. This is obviously a great opportunity. If it were me, I would also choose to attack at this time. But the fact is, if they really attack, what should we do? The old man said again. Everyone fell silent again. No one could imagine what would happen if a mutant beast with the same strength as Hong Ying appeared in front of them. After all, Hong Ying had brought them decades of pressure, and sometimes even made them unable to sleep. The old man in tang suit did not hold any position in the army. After all, the president had to be respectful to them. So those psychics with positions outside called them seniors. But it was this senior that made the old man in tang suit always remember that he was a human being, and a powerful psychic. He had the responsibility to protect humans. So what if one day he failed? This is a question that cannot be avoided. Everyone must think about it. Only by making the worst-case plan can they face the worst situation with confidence. Since the zombies have already taken action, I think we must also take action. The 6th level zombie will definitely bring the crayfish with him. If the crayfish really appears, we must sell it together to test the strength of the crayfish. Kelly, who was more stable, spoke. What if that crayfish is really stronger than Hong Ying? Qing Feiyong couldn't help asking. We are not vegetarians either. Hong Ying has already left. Hong Ying is the most powerful zombie in the zombie world. Even if that crayfish is stronger than Hong Ying, are we just going to stay where we are? How many times have we fought Hong Ying? Have we not made any progress? Kelly looked at Qing Feiyong sharply. Qing Feiyong was frightened by Kelly's sharp eyes. However, the old man in the tang suit looked at Kelly with a wrong look. Especially Kelly's words. He asked hurriedly, "So you have also touched a little bit?" Kelly was much more respectful to the old man in tang suit. "Babu," she said politely, "I can barely touch it. But I am still far from the senior." "Ha ha. You are too modest. I hope you can surpass me now. But you just don't live up to expectations. It has been a long time. And your strength has remained the same. Yes, we have many more top-level psychics than top-level mutant zombies. But those zombies have been improving at home. What about us? I was worried about this problem from the beginning. But now Kelly has also touched that place. So I feel much more relieved about this battle. The old man in Tang Su breathed a sigh of relief. But he was not completely relieved. He was still worried. After all, he didn't know how Xiao Longxiao was. And he didn't know how strong Kelly was. In short, this was good news. But then came the bad news. Senior, the zombies are moving very fast, and are expected to arrive early tomorrow morning. The man outside said again. The old man in Tang Su hesitated for a long time before slowly saying, I know. You can go down. From today, the Eastern world became nervous again. But the civilians in the Eastern world were still immersed in the surprise of Hong Ying's disappearance. They didn't know that a mutant beast would soon replace Hong Ying and become their fear again. In the flying car, Cui Lian put her head against the glass, as if she could feel much more relaxed. But for some reason, looking at the happy ordinary people below, Cui Lian couldn't feel comfortable. Perhaps the more she knew, the more she worried. She always felt that she shouldn't leave like this. Leaving like this was not for Lin Hao, nor for humans, but more like for herself. Because she wanted to escape. So she had to leave. Cui Lian, who had come to an open mind, suddenly felt that she had become selfish. And she didn't even know why she was so selfish. Am I such a person? No. I'm not. What exactly do I want? Cui Lian asked herself. Who should I help? Cui Lian asked again. So, the flying car in front of her suddenly stopped and did not continue to move forward. After pausing for nearly half an hour, Cui Lian turned the car around and drove towards the place she had just left. Perhaps, some problems can only be solved when they reach the end. Chapter 8:15. A day and a night passed quickly. When the next morning came, the searchlights could already see the group of zombies outside. They wished the sun could shine again. Because with the help of the sun, they could easily see what the zombies looked like and who they should attack. At first, there was no sun here, even though the sun was hanging high above their heads. The zombies arrived as expected. They were like an accurate weather forecast. They arrived just when the time came. The 8 superpowers in the entire human world are watching this scene silently on the high wall, quietly waiting for something. The plot is reversed again. Originally, the zombies were the main attackers. But suddenly, Hong Ying disappeared. So humans took the lead. Now, because of the appearance of crayfish and the keen sense of smell of the old man in Tang Su, not only did the human world suffer less losses, but the zombies became the main attacker again. It doesn't mean that whoever attacks will have the advantage. After all, this is not a pursuit war. A pursuit war is on a plane. If the human losses are almost negligible, then it's different for a siege. Those who can fly are all at the 5th level of the force. After all, such zombies and psychics are not the majority. Most zombies need to climb from underground to the top of the city wall with difficulty, which requires a lot of effort. And in the process of their climbing, those psychics definitely cannot watch them. So, no matter how you look at it, the zombies are the ones who suffer. But, even if they suffer a loss, they have to do it. They must rely on this battle to gain an advantage. Of course, this refers to the advantage of the first level. As long as the first level has an advantage, it doesn't matter who wins or loses in this war, because the first level cannot determine the winner. This gives the 2 camps a lot of time to recuperate. Of course, the first camp of the human side cannot lose. And the same is true for the zombie side. So the question is, there must be a winner and a loser in the battle. How to ensure that both sides are not defeated. So they are all looking for opportunities. If the human wins, the zombies will never be able to turn over. But if the zombies win, they can take advantage of the situation to attack the Eastern world and occupy most of the land. Lin Hao is naturally with the main force at this moment. The crayfish on his shoulder is still placed there like a decoration. Lin Hao is very low-key, standing in the 2nd level zombie group. But Kuai Long in front of him glances at Lin Hao from time to time. Kuai Long finally raised the other 4 top mutant zombies. To be honest, after coming here, the other 4 zombies were a little scared. After all, they knew how strong humans were. But they had to follow Kuai Long here for the same reason. They had no way out. If they didn't want to be destroyed, They had to fight desperately. Are you sure that the master can help us? The other zombies knew how strong Kuai Long was. They would never believe that Kuai Long could defeat those superpowers by himself. Kuai Long also felt that these zombies needed a shot of confidence. So he told them all the things directly. After all, such things would be exposed in a short time. Don't worry. I'm sure. Otherwise, why would he save me? You have to know that the person in front of me was the top superpower among humans. Who would have nothing better to do and make an enemy with that kind of person? Kuai Long said it with absolute certainty. But the more certain he was, the more people thought that this guy was guilty. But now the situation has reached this point. No matter how guilty they are, they can't escape. So the 5 superpowers are all holding on, trying to pretend to be confident, walking in front of the team, looking at the 8 top superpowers on the wall. Hey, who am I talking about? You 5. You 5 are trash. We've let you go. Why did you come here to die? I'm really curious about what's going on in your zombies' heads. As a guy with a bad temper and a fast speed, basic skills like mouth cannon are also necessary. Lin Hao looked at Qianli's mouth cannon with some boredom. After all, mouth cannon was something he had played with before. Really? Who was the one who was scared at that time? Only those who know. Kuai Long didn't say much, but both sides understood what he said. Qianli didn't say anything, but searched the zombie team gloomily. Yes, he was searching for Lin Hao. Not only Qianli was searching, but others were also searching. Then, strangely, they didn't see Lin Hao, nor did they see the crayfish on the shoulder of the zombie. At this moment, Kuai Long waved his hand, and the whole person suddenly flew into the air, and the war began. Lin Hao looked at the people around him in a strange way. Is the fight starting now? Can't you wait for me to tie my shoelaces? Lin Hao just happened to squat down to tie his shoelaces. After all, shoelaces are not important, but they are too easy to distract during a battle. Once distracted, the battle will fail, and a battle failure means death. In front, on the tall building, the old man in a tang suit shook his head. Oh no! I forgot. No matter how powerful the crayfish is, we must assign people to deal with the 5 top mutant zombies, because they are also top zombies. Although their strength is not worthy, they are after all. The 8 psychics were all a little panicked at this moment. Kelly stood up and said, I will try those 5 guys alone. You wait first. The lobster hasn't come out yet. The others looked at Kelly and rushed up directly. But she didn't care. They looked at her in amazement. The old man in tang suit murmured, It seems that the one who gained the most from the recent airport battle is not me, but this girl. However, no matter how much Kelly gained, she could not be the opponent of 5 9th-level mutant zombies. Although these 5 9th-level mutant zombies were very weak, they were still 9th-level zombies. I go help that girl. Xiao Xiaoyu ran out first. At this moment, Xiao Xiaoyu also felt very uncomfortable. Originally, he was ranked 2nd among the 8 superpowers, and the first place was given to Babu. No matter who it was, no one had any objection. However, when he found that a junior had actually rushed in front of him and was more powerful than him, as one of the 2 oldest people, Xiao Xiaoyu was of course unwilling. Thinking of this, for some reason, Xiao Xiaoyu's originally calm heart suddenly became impulsive again. The old man in tang suit watched this scene quietly without saying anything. This kind of healthy competition was what he really needed. However, when they found that the 2 of them could not deal with the 5 mutant zombies on the opposite side, the face of the old man in tang suit finally changed. Chapter 816. It's not just us who are improving. The 5 guys are also improving. They are gradually adapting to this level. If they adapt completely, they will be no different from you. When that time comes, our human world will be really bad. The old man in tang suit watched the 5 mutant zombies in the sky cooperate more and more tacitly, beating Xiao Xiaoyu and Kylie back from time to time. Qianli and Kylie were inseparable. Seeing Kylie being beaten like that, he certainly couldn't stand it. So Qianli also rushed up. Finally, the 3 superpowers finally curbed the crazy attack of the 5 zombies. But a terrible thing happened. Although the 3 people could barely resist the 5 zombies, they were still the ones being suppressed. Seeing that they didn't come together, the 5 mutant zombies seized this opportunity and output crazily. No. One of them must go. The old man in tang suit said directly. Qin Feiyong had long disliked these zombies. When he heard what the old man in tang suit said, he rushed up without thinking. The 4 top-level psychics finally suppressed the 5 combined top-level psychics on the opposite side. But it was just suppression. Senior, do you want to go over there to help? Phantom couldn't help asking beside him. No. We can't go anymore. Let's wait and see when the crayfish will appear. We will wait for him today. The domineering eyes stared at the battle in the second level with sharp eyes. Because he had seen Lin Hao. At this moment. Because other superpowers did not participate in the battle. And the battle in the first level looked like it would be tense. And it was unknown when the winner would be decided. And the battle in the third level was even more tense. And it could not even be decided in 1 or 2 days. So the most important place for the time being was the battle in the second level. But according to the nature of the second level, it was actually difficult to decide the winner here. So this kind of battle mainly depended on the first and third levels. If these 2 levels were to decide the winner, then the direction of the war could basically be determined. But it seemed that this battle was a little different. Because it would take a long time for the third level to decide the winner. The first level hadn't even started fighting yet. After all, there were still 4 people standing on the city wall. And they definitely didn't want to fight for the time being. The second level, which was supposed to be the weakest, started to fight hard this time. Because the zombies in the second level knew that if they didn't fight with all their strength, they would die if they failed in this war. After all, they had Hong Ying before. But now they only had themselves. After all, not every zombie trusted Kuai Long's gang. Once one side exerts its strength, the other side will naturally not be slaughtered. Therefore, the seemingly most insignificant second level began to fight desperately. Moreover, because the number of both sides was about 500, the victory or defeat was not slow to be decided. Once the victory or defeat was decided, it would be another victory or defeat that would determine the outcome of the war. In the second level, there was a person who was very eye-catching. Of course, this eye-catching was for the 4 top-level psychics who were still on the city wall. But the other psychics did not think this guy was eye-catching, but instead thought that this guy was too weak. Lin Hao was fighting with a guy of the same level as himself. Although he was swinging the sword in his hand very vigorously, Lin Hao really had no intention of fighting desperately. He was different from other zombies. Those guys were aware of the sense of crisis, so they would fight desperately. But Lin Hao had no sense of crisis. He was an outsider, and all he wanted was how to return to his own planet. Since there was a safe way, why should he fight desperately? So Lin Hao didn't fight desperately. But what if the other party fought desperately with Lin Hao? There was no other way. Since they were at the same level, he could just use the Jin family's tyrant sword to deal with the other party. However, since he was only one of them, and Lin Hao killed them very quickly, no one else saw it. So Lin Hao still kept a low profile. But the next second, Lin Hao couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Because someone came to find Lin Hao on purpose. Long time no see. Little zombie. When he was left with only one person, his sharp blade team naturally disappeared. So, he recovered and became an ordinary officer. And the sharp blade team naturally had to be reorganized. Unfortunately, he was not on the new team list. But it didn't matter. Brothers were no longer the same brothers as before. And he had no intention of running in a new team. Hearing that there would be a battle today, he came here without thinking. He wanted a battle to numb himself. But he didn't expect to meet him here later. When he first saw this guy, he thought that this guy wanted to leave the main force. So he was in that direction. But from this point of view, this little zombie didn't seem to want to leave the main force at the beginning. But what he did was important. Remember what I said at the beginning? If we meet again, it's either you die or I live. Lin Hao looked murderous at first sight. That's right. I'm a little zombie. You're a little fool. I saved your life anyway. You haven't repaid me yet, and you want to kill me. How shameless. Lin Hao shook his head and said sarcastically, Yes, it's my fault. If I kill you, I will keep your crystal core well to atone for my sins. He said it very seriously, and it was obvious that he would do the same. Do you have any shame? You said you owe me a favor. Why can't you let me go? Lin Hao was still arguing with this guy. In fact, Lin Hao didn't want to fight at all. Now he met an acquaintance. Although they were still enemies, at least they wouldn't be on the verge of a fight. Instead, they might chat and take a break at the edge. It felt good. Senior, that superpower seemed to know that zombie. Phantom said to Bahu next to Bahu. Do you need to tell me that? The old man in the tang suit felt very strange. Although he was very old, His eyesight was not bad. He could still see such things. What will that psychic do? Phantom asked curiously. I'm curious about this question. 2. What will that guy do? The old man in tang suit knew. After all, he was the strongest person in the Blade team, and performed very well on the battlefield. Since the old man in tang suit was in charge here, he would naturally know him. He was also a very talented person. But now something was obviously wrong. He knew that zombie. And that zombie was a very mysterious guy in his eyes. What would happen between that psychic and this zombie next? It didn't take long for the old man in tang suit to see the scene he wanted to see, because he had already pulled out his laser sword. Come on. Fight. If you kill me, it will be considered as my repayment of your kindness. If I kill you, I will definitely do what I say. He said seriously again. Chapter 817. Fuck. Why are you so stubborn? You should just hug me because of my status. Why do you have to fight and kill me because of our identities? I am actually a kind person. And I have many human friends. Lin Hao said. You have human friends? Who are they? He asked directly. Do you think I am a fool? How could I tell you? Lin Hao picked his nose and looked at the guy in front of him speechlessly. He couldn't help laughing. That's right. If you were really friends, why would you tell me? You finally woke up once. It would be nice if we just chatted. Why do you keep shouting and killing each other? Lin Hao said. I'm sorry. It really can't be done this time. If we meet again next time, I hope we can stand on the side of the road and have a good chat. No matter what we talk about. He slowly approached Lin Hao. The laser sword in his hand became tighter and tighter. Lin Hao sighed. It seems that this battle must be taken. You are very powerful. When I saw you, you were only at the 5th level of the force. But now you are at the 6th level of the force. So you must die. I don't want the enemy we face in the future to be the next Hong Ying. He said very seriously. Thank you for praising me. But I still want to say that maybe I will be stronger than Hong Ying in the future. Lin Hao also began to approach Yi gradually. When the two came to the right distance, the battle was about to start. Lin Hao did not use the Jin family sword, nor did he use the speed bonus and strength bonus. Similarly, he did not use any skills. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding and fought with the swords in their hands. Although he did not use sword skills, Lin Hao's experience was there. In every battle, the sword was indispensable. The sword was a part of him. But he was different. He practiced not only laser swords, but a soldier paid more attention to actual combat and close combat, especially hand skills. So it seemed that the laser sword in Yi's hand was different from Lin Hao's. It was normal. This battle started from when Lin Hao was in an advantageous position and lasted until the end. The long sword in Lin Hao's hand was longer than the laser sword. And because of the sword skills he had practiced, Lin Hao's sword was more flexible. The sword seemed to have really become Lin Hao's arm. And he could command it like an arm. He originally thought that he was Lin Hao's opponent. After all, Lin Hao had seemed so weak to him before. But after a few rounds of fighting, he found that Lin Hao seemed unimaginably strong. So, he thought that he could fight Lin Hao to a draw. But after a few rounds, seeing the long sword that was almost about to chop his neck, he was frustrated to find that he didn't seem to be as strong as he imagined. After all, he even defeated a guy who was not as strong as he was some time ago. So how strong was he? All along, he, who was very confident, finally began to think about his talent and strength. Was it true that he was nothing at all? If there had been no Lin Hao, would he have really died in the hands of the despicable villain Lin Hen? In fact, he might not even be Lin Urchin's opponent. The knife was really close, getting closer and closer to his neck. He could not help but close his eyes. And then, he could no longer open them. He left this world without even any pain. Perhaps, this is the benefit of war, which can give those suffering people the final relief. The old man in tang suit had been watching this scene calmly on the high wall. Before he died, he wanted to save his life. But he saw pain in Yi's eyes. And should he really save someone who didn't use all his strength in a life-and-death battle? When the old man in tang suit hesitated, he had already lost his life. The old man in tang suit had to sigh. After all, he was a talented person. At the same time, Lin Hao's existence made the old man in tang suit more afraid. If Lin Hao really grew up, he would definitely become the second Hong Ying. But the Ula planet, or the Eastern world, could not allow another Hong Ying to appear on this planet. Otherwise the Eastern world would no longer exist. Are you all ready? The old man in tang suit turned around and looked around. In addition to himself, Phantom, Caven, and Gallic were all waiting. You all saw that guy, right? Obviously. The old man in tang suit was referring to Lin Hao. Just rush over and attack him. And force the lobster to attack. After the old man in tang suit finished speaking, he appeared in the air first, and then rushed towards Lin Hao in an instant. When Lin Hao quickly killed the two psychics on the other side, he finally attracted the attention of the other psychics on the opposite side. At this moment, Lin Hao was sighing. In fact, he was a very worthy friend. But this kind of person was too clear about his identity. If it weren't for that, they might become good friends. Just when Lin Hao was feeling sad, the crayfish on his shoulder said, "Be strong. Someone is coming for you." Lin Hao came to his senses and looked forward. And then the four drums and their powerful pressure instantly attacked him. Lin Hao felt as if his brain was hit by a hammer countless times. And then he began to be confused. Fuck. What's going on? Lin Hao couldn't help asking Gooden. The pressure from the place is too strong. And your mental power is severely disturbed. In this case, you have no ability to resist at all. Gooden said. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Which makes Lin Hao more certain of his decision to become stronger. Fortunately, Lin Hao may have thought about this problem before. When faced with this problem, can Xiaolongxia not take action? Just when Lin Hao had this thought, the four pressures disappeared, and the huge figure in front of him appeared instead. Lin Hao looked up, and could only see the gray color like a bluestone slab, which showed a sense of age on the gray back, as if it had been underground for hundreds of years. And along the bluestone slab, there were two tentacles that were unimaginably long, and the tentacles were still moving regularly. Lin Hao hurriedly stepped back, wanting to see the crayfish clearly at the moment. Then Lin Hao saw clearly that the crayfish's legs were also swimming regularly. It was obviously flying in the air, but it looked like it was swimming in the sea. And it was so harmonious. It was hard to imagine that one day a crayfish went up to the sky. Not only did it not feel strange, but it was so suitable. The old man in the tang suit stopped. And the other top-level psychics also stopped. The psychics and mutant zombies of the higher level of the first level also stopped. Even the third level, who didn't care about anything in the battle, stood in place and looked up at the sky in confusion. Chapter 8:18. It's been a long time since I came to land. The huge crayfish moved its two big claws, and then stared at the old man in tang suit, Babu, in front of it. Obviously, the crayfish could also see who was the strongest. Babu didn't say anything, and slowly retreated with his men. Sometimes wars don't have to be fought to the death to be considered a victory. It is also a victory to reduce casualties and calm the war. This senior, you should be from the sea. So why did you come to the mainland? First of all, we need to find out why the other party came here. Otherwise an unclear battle will unfold, which will also cause fearless losses. Because I'm bored in the sea, I want to go to the mainland to see the situation, the crayfish said casually. For Bahu, he has naturally seen mutant beasts that are bigger than the crayfish in front of him. But he has never seen such a powerful mutant beast. Just as Bahu continued to speak, suddenly, the crayfish in front of him began to deform, and the entire huge body began to shrink in front of him. When it shrank to the size of a person, the appearance of the crayfish also began to change. First, it grew limbs. Then the tentacles began to disappear, and the facial features of a human gradually took shape in front of the crayfish. 10 seconds later, a naked man appeared in the air in front of him. Do I need another set of clothes? The naked crayfish looked at Lin Hao, who nodded subconsciously. The words that Babwa was about to say suddenly stopped coming out. He looked at Lin Hao, then at the naked man in front of him, and his heart began to beat. How powerful is a mutant beast that can transform? Then, the crayfish began to show its strength. He looked at Caven. Because of Caven's identity, his dress might be more in line with the trend. Although the crayfish has always been in the sea, his vision is obviously good. Especially the look he gave Caven was malicious. Kevin also found that the crayfish was looking at him. At that moment, Kevin felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. He hurriedly wanted to retreat, and he had already retreated behind Babwa. But the next second, the naked man rushed up. It was not that Babwa Phantom and Gallic did not react. After all, the distance was not far. Anyone could rush over in a second. And the other 3 top-level psychics naturally had enough time to block them. But when they used their attack skills on the naked man, The naked man almost didn't even look at them, and let those skills be used on him, and then broke through the attack circle of the three people without any feeling, and stretched out his hand to Kevin. Kevin himself was not a speed-type psychic. When he saw the naked man's hand stretched out, he could not dodge, and could only resist it. A strong force came immediately. Kevin watched helplessly as the other party grabbed his clothes, and then forcibly pulled off the clothes of excellent quality and extremely rare, and put them on himself. The cold wind was howling, although the top psychics had ignored many things, such as the temperature. The feeling of uneasiness when the clothes were suddenly torn off made Kevin hug his body involuntarily. "Rogue, give me back my clothes," Kevin shouted at Xiaolong. After Xiaolong tore off his clothes, he leisurely returned to their opposite side, and then pouted, "Don't you still have clothes on? What's wrong with me taking one of yours?" "Yeah. Who wears only a coat?" Kevin only wore a shirt and a pair of pants. He looked at the rogue mutant with tears in his eyes and said, "You bastard. You will regret humiliating me. Taking your clothes is humiliating you? Is that how you humans are? I'm sorry. I've been in the ocean for a long time, so I didn't know it was a humiliation." The crayfish scratched his head, looking innocent. In response, Kevin dared not do anything except gnashing his teeth. "By the way, I don't have my own name after becoming a human. Boy, give me a name. What name is better among you humans?" the crayfish asked. "Name?" Lin Hao didn't expect that this guy would be so noisy after becoming a human and asked him for a name. "Why not use Yo Xiang? The appearance when we first met is very meaningful." Lin Hao couldn't name them according to the custom of Earth, so he named them according to the custom of the planet Ula. Yo Xiang. Not bad. This name is not bad. I will call it Yo Xiang from now on. Next, I'm going to talk to you guys about business. Do you think the zombie world will be useless without Hong Ying? Yangzi asked with great dignity. "What is your relationship with Hong Ying?" Bahu asked again. "I have nothing to do with him." Yangzi shook his head. "Then why did you help him?" Bahu asked. "Who said I was going to help him? I've already said that I'm tired of staying in the ocean. Can't I see what humans look like? There are only you humans on this planet. If I want to see what you look like, I have to occupy your territory first, so that I can observe you properly." Yangzi said it with confidence, and even felt that what he said made sense. Bahu's beard stood up in anger. "Do you have to go against us?" "No. Not with you. But with the entire Eastern world." "Okay. We humans are not afraid. Since you want to fight, let's fight." Bahu's aura suddenly began to rise, making the other three people beside him look surprised. In Bahu's hand, the magical golden spear appeared again. Looking at Yangzi, Bahu's heart was no longer afraid. He couldn't let fear occupy him again. Why didn't his strength improve at all before? It was because Hong Ying had been suppressing him in his heart, making him unable to sense the force, that his strength had not improved. He already knew what caused it, so he would not follow the old path. "Don't move yet. I go try the guy's front." Baba had a bit of the aura of an old man showing off his youth, and his white hair and beard seemed to be moving without wind. Yao looked at this guy without caring at all, as if he didn't take the 8 people on the other side seriously from the beginning. But the battle on the level above them became more intense. When the 5 top mutant zombies saw Yao appear, they knew that the zombies might have a chance, and the 4 superpowers opposite him immediately wanted to make a quick decision. In this case, the 5 zombies also started to fight desperately, because they couldn't let the 4 superpowers rush back to help, and the 5 of them had to help hold the 4 superpowers back. Only in this way could the battle be in their favor. Chapter 819. Babu said nothing, holding a golden war spear, and rushed towards the man with short hair and wearing Kevin's clothes. "Now, this man has another name," called Yangzi, which was given by a little zombie. Yangzi was in the sky, silently looking at the old man who was about to approach him. In fact, according to age, Yangzi was much older than him. But not many people can enter the top level of the force at a very young age. And after reaching that level, they could also disguise themselves and beautify themselves. Not to mention that, in fact, people like Phantom Kevin were not young when they reached the top level of the force. But they didn't want to live with that appearance, so they became what they are now. Yangzi really likes his outfit. The clothes look very fitting and beautiful. If he is not going to fight, he will definitely discuss with Kevin how to make the clothes beautiful. But obviously, now is not the time for Yangzi to do these things. After all, he is facing a top-level mutant of the force. who is at the same level as himself. Even if he is stronger than the other party, he is not absolutely strong. He must be careful. Baboy used his absolute strength at the beginning. He wanted to directly test how powerful the mutant beast in front of him is. The spear flashed with light, and stabbed towards the head of the Yangtze fiercely. Yangtze was still cautious, and did not resist in a particularly disdainful way. Instead, he stretched out his hands, and held the muzzle of the opponent's gun. But this did not mean that the domineering attack method could be easily grasped. Suddenly, the tip of the gun shook and changed direction, stabbing towards the chest of the Yangtze again, regardless of whether this move could make the Yangtze lose its combat effectiveness. At least it was certain that this move could cause damage. However, they ignored one thing at the beginning. It was not until the battle that they realized that Yangtze was actually a defensive mutant beast. The tip of the gun hit the chest of the monster. There was no so-called metal collision sound, but only a dull sound. Just like a child piercing a wooden board with a needle. There was no sound. In short, the needle would never penetrate. When Baba discovered the opponent's attributes, he was shocked. In just a moment, he knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the mutant beast in front of him, because he was only a power-attributed mutant. And the only spiritual attributed mutant among the 8 people was fighting with the 5 top mutant zombies above his head. Obviously, Kelly couldn't help now. But now, Ba Hu had already told his men that he wanted to come over to test the enemy's strength. In the end, he just attacked the enemy and ran back. Wouldn't that make people laugh? So Ba Hu didn't leave, but continued to fight with Yangtze. It's not that Ba Hu's attack was useless to Yangtze. At least Ba Hu is also a top-level force user, and he still has some attack power. However, when Yangtze defended his weaknesses all over his body, Ba Hu really had no way to deal with it, because he couldn't break the exposed parts of Yangtze. This is the horror of defensive zombies. Ba Hu wanted to attack Yangtze's eyes and neck, but Yangtze's 2 hands were like 2 shields, and he couldn't attack at all. Seeing this, Ba Hu had to withdraw a little, swing the golden spear in his hand, and use his own skills. Seeing this, Yangtze finally prepared to take action. Ba Hu was experimenting on him. So how could he not experiment on Ba Hu? Both sides were experimenting on each other, because both sides were at the 9th level of the force. Even if Ba Hu seemed a little weaker than Yangtze, as Yangtze was not prepared at all, Ba Hu had countless ways to kill him. Similarly, this was relative, but Yangtze was just a little stronger. Now, what Mo Xiang is thinking about is how to enlarge his power. After mutual experiments, Mo Xiang has almost figured out the strength of the old guy in front of him. So Mo Xiang is ready to attack. When Mo Xiang attacks, almost everyone around him focuses on Mo Xiang. They want to know how strong this guy is. Mo Xiang punches. Just one punch, hard on the barrel of Ba Hu's gun, and then Ba Hu flies backwards in the air. However, in the heavy weight of flying backwards, Ba Hu gradually adjusted himself. At least the mutant beast in front of him is not as scary as Hong Ying. If it was Hong Ying, Ba Hu would have been seriously injured now. But Ba Hu knew that he was still no match for the guy in front of him, and finally shouted, "Everyone, come together." Phantom Kelly and Kevin rushed up immediately, and together with Ba Hu, they attacked Xiangzi. Xiangzi smiled disdainfully and said, "Even if you come together, what's the matter? A bunch of trash." In terms of talking nonsense, Lin Hao dare not claim to be the best. In fact, many people are much better at talking nonsense than him. So, the battle in the first level began to expand. For superpowers against 5 zombies, for superpowers against a mutant beast, and it seemed that Xiangzi could not break the deadlock immediately. In other words, the first level was deadlocked again. Although Xiangzi was very strong, he was not as strong as imagined. The third level was even more rigid, like a piece of iron. And it seemed that it was even more impossible to tell the winner. Lin Hao could only prepare to make trouble in the second level. In that case, I end this war quickly. Holding the knife in his hand, Lin Hao, who was about to take action, immediately restrained himself again, because several 7th and 8th level psychics set their sights on Lin Hao and were even ready to join forces. Seeing this, Lin Hao immediately hid behind several very powerful zombies in a low profile. It seems that I'd better restrain myself a little. So strangely, no matter how many years have passed, no matter what kind of war, no matter who the balance tilts towards at the beginning, in the end, it will gradually return to balance. Whether it is zombies or psychics, neither side can be completely eliminated. Lin Hao, who was just about to make great efforts, lost interest after just thinking about it, because those people started to fight desperately, in order to prevent someone from fighting with him. Lin Hao quietly came to the 3rd level and fought with the zombies in the 3rd level. After all, the strength is here. Although he can't control the huge 3rd level, he can still barely control the situation. But then, Lin Hao couldn't help but chop at a zombie with the knife in his hand. "What are you doing? Why are you killing your own people?" A zombie next to him yelled at Lin Hao. In fact, Lin Hao didn't want to do it. But because of that scene, he had to kill his own people. Fortunately, the person he killed was a zombie. So although he lost his fighting power, he didn't lose his life. "Sorry. My hands are shaking," Lin Hao explained hurriedly. Chapter 820. The zombie didn't say anything, regardless of whether Lin Hao's hands were shaking or not. At least the unlucky guy who was chopped didn't lose his life. The zombie who accused Lin Hao left because there were still many battles that needed him. And the zombie that was chopped by Lin Hao was looking for his head. Just when the zombie stood up, a laser sword had pierced the other's head. "I have made a choice," Cui Lian said. "I know." "I see. Then why did you save me?" Cui Lian asked curiously. "I'm not asking you to make a choice. Don't forget, we are always friends." Lin Hao smiled at Cui Lian. Cui Lian suddenly didn't know what to say. Maybe he shouldn't have known Lin Hao. She shouldn't have known a zombie. Maybe their initial acquaintance was a mistake. But Cui Lian was willing to make the best of it. "I will still be on the human side," Cui Lian said. "Me too. I won't change sides easily," Lin Hao also said seriously. "So, do you want to fight me?" Cui Lian looked at Lin Hao. "You are not my opponent. If death is not painful, I would rather die in your hands," Cui Lian said. Lin Hao shook his head silently, waved his wings and began to rise into the air, and then came to the 2nd level. The war continued, and there seemed to be no sign of stopping. Mo Xiang was still fighting with the 4 superpowers. But the 4 superpowers cooperated well. Although they were not Mo Xiang's opponents, Mo Xiang could not break through them at all, because Mo Xiang was always a defensive zombie, and he could not use those very offensive skills. Lin Hao was having a harder time in the 2nd level, because he was a very powerful zombie. Even though he was only at the 6th level of the force, he was much more threatening than other zombies. Just now, those psychics watched Lin Hao, a 6th level zombie, fight with a 7th level psychic. As a result, the psychic was at a disadvantage. If this zombie developed in the future, how strong he would be. No one dared to bet on the future. Therefore, Lin Hao was under more and more pressure. Fortunately, because of Lin Hao's relationship with his appearance, other zombies were gradually moving closer to Lin Hao, ready to protect him. Of course, it can't be said to be protection. It can only be said that they gathered together to fight with Lin Hao. Lin Hao just participated in a huge group fight. "Good, and can I withdraw?" Lin Hao felt that since he had brought this matter to a formal level, it seemed that the superpowers and zombies had reached a balance again. So shouldn't he be successful? "But you have no way out now." Couldn't said it very directly. Now Lin Hao really had no way out. Behind him was the group of zombies, and in front of him was the group of superpowers. Lin Hao sighed, and his understanding of the 4 words involuntarily became deeper. He couldn't help but look down. Cui Lian was swinging the laser sword in her hand faster and more fiercely than himself. The swinging moves were taught by him. The Jin family's tyrant sword was first carried forward in the hands of other people on the Ula planet. Many people noticed this woman. This young woman was swinging the same laser sword as them, but she could kill people with greater lethality. Everyone was attracted to her. At the same time, some powerful zombies also set their sights on her. But the superpowers also began to send out powerful superpowers to protect her. Lin Hao quietly breathed a sigh of relief. If there were really powerful zombies to attack Cui Lian, Lin Hao could only split up with all the zombies. Even Mo Xiang would not protect her. This is the fact. Mo Xiang's appearance gave the zombies a shot of adrenaline. Similarly, this shot of adrenaline was relative. When these people began to worship Mo Xiang, they were also Mo Xiang's shot of adrenaline. Mo Xiang felt that his plan could be implemented. Therefore, if Lin Hao openly wanted to break with the entire zombie tide at this time, the appearance would abandon him without hesitation. There are too many twists and turns in it, and Lin Hao is most annoyed by these twists and turns. Sometimes these twists and turns must be dealt with because he wants to stay alive. Chui Lian has no safety risks. But he is still attacking the zombies. Lin Hao also has no safety risks. He is gradually surrounded by this group of zombies. This situation seems to never happen among selfish zombies. But when this war threatens the safety of the entire tribe, it seems that they can do nothing wrong. In this way, as time passed, the battle situation finally changed. At the top, the 5 top mutant zombies were still no match for the 4 top mutant beasts. But the 4 mutant zombies could not completely eliminate the 5 top mutant zombies. In short, the zombies escaped. And naturally, Mo Xiang also ended his battle. Once the battle continued, they would face 8 zombies. Mo Xiang was not so arrogant as to be able to fight 8 alone like Hong Ying. The war was paused. The zombies began to retreat. But they were not determined to retreat. And the superpowers also began to retreat. They did not dare to chase them anymore. Because this time, they saw something different in the eyes of the zombies. That was the eyes of a wolf. That was the eyes of risking one's life. They all knew what this war meant. They could not fail. But they could pause. The war was paused. And it was estimated that it would be another protracted war. But at least these zombies and superpowers understood one thing. That is, the 2 sides returned to the previous protracted war. And they would not, and could not break this balance. Is this what you want? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Of course not. Gooden just said 4 words. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly felt uneasy. He didn't know where the vague uneasiness came from. But it was so real in his heart. What are you afraid of? Gooden could not hide any emotions and thoughts. Lin Hao was used to not hiding them. But at this moment, Lin Hao really didn't want Gooden to understand what he was thinking. Looking at the tall building in front of him, Lin Hao didn't speak. He thought of Chui Lian in his heart. The zombies retreated. It was estimated that the war would be suspended again indefinitely. When the appearance was improved, or when those superpowers were improved, it was estimated that the war would start again. But at least Lin Hao could breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe I have a chance to go back now? Lin Hao said with a smile. You can't go back. My mission is not completed yet. Gooden muttered. Lin Hao still didn't speak, but was a little scared. Chapter 821. The war is over, and people seem to have left. The superpowers huddled in their city walls, and the zombies gradually began to run towards the western world behind them. Chui Lian looked at the retreating zombies in a daze. Once again, a superpower like her survived this war. Those who were stronger than her did not. But she survived. Chui Lian stood silently and looked at the dead superpowers. Almost all of them died because of her. Because Chui Lian's value was worth their lives. Sure enough, Chui Lian was called away not long after. The person who called her was Babu, the old man in Tang's suit. Hello, senior. Chui Lian had a special respect for Babu. Although she had never heard of this old man, she had heard of his greatness and his attitude for the Eastern world. This was something that everyone had to respect. You know, you are the most talented person I have ever met, Babu said to Chui Lian directly. And he said it very seriously. Thank you for the compliment. Chui Lian was neither humble nor arrogant, with a blank expression on her face. Of course, there is only one reason for calling you here this time. I want to know who you learned the moves you used in the battle from, Babu asked again. This time, the question was a bit difficult. Chui Lian couldn't say that she learned it from a zombie. But she couldn't say that she created it herself either. After all, Chui Lian never lied. If you don't want to say it, forget it. But I want you to contribute the learning method of this set of moves. I have seen that if our people can learn this move, then the attack power of all the superpowers in the entire Eastern world will be increased by 3 levels, Bahu said. In fact, Bahu knew who Chui Lian learned her moves from. Recently, the zombie had become the focus of their attention. Naturally, how could they not pay attention to Lin Hao during the battle? It was because they noticed Lin Hao that they knew that Chui Lian learned her moves from the zombie. When they saw the zombie moves, they felt that the zombie was very threatening, but they probably couldn't learn the moves. As a result, they didn't expect to see such moves among the superpowers. No matter how this girl learned it, if she could trick the moves, it would be a way for superpowers to increase their combat effectiveness. Chui Lian looked up at Bahu, then shook her head and said, I'm sorry. I can't make the decision on this matter. Please think about it carefully. You are also a human. If we really fail in this war, then we will never be able to turn over, because those zombies will not let us turn over. Similarly, if we succeed, there will be no zombies in the world, and we humans will be able to develop stably. Isn't that good? Bahu explained. You are right. But I must get the consent of my master before I can make such a choice. Please give me some time. I want to ask him, Cui Lian said. Bahu nodded and said, I believe your master is a reasonable person. I will wait for you. Cui Lian left. Qianli watched this quietly and said, what if this girl still doesn't want to come back next time? Then kill her. I can't let my Eastern world have any defense line. This girl must have something to do with that zombie, Bahu said very coldly. But her talent? Qianli hesitated. After all, the other party was a superpower. It was a bit too much to kill him casually. What if she is really in the same group with the zombies? With this kind of talent, it won't take a few years for her to reach the second level. You know that zombie has direct contact with the mutant beast, and their relationship is even better than this. In short, we can't let any possibility happen. We must protect the Eastern world. Babu said it firmly. Qianli could only nod helplessly, and then went out to follow Cui Lian. Sure enough, when Cui Lian quietly left the Eastern world, Qianli sighed and shook his head. Qianli didn't follow, and there was no need to follow. The girl would definitely meet the zombie next. No one knew how she contacted the zombie. Qianli actually wanted to follow, but when he thought of the zombie and the crayfish together, Qianli didn't follow, mainly because he was afraid. He already knew the strength of the mutant beast. Following in this situation was simply courting death. But how could Cui Lian contact Lin Hao? Cui Lian didn't have a communicator on her. No one who went to the battlefield would bring that thing. Fighting requires full concentration, and no one would bring that thing. Naturally, Cui Lian definitely didn't bring it, and neither did the zombie. In addition, with the technology of the Eastern world, it was too easy to detect some tricks from the communicator. The little zombie looked down on him and was not stupid, so it was even more impossible for him to use the communicator. Therefore, the two of them were able to contact each other, which was a secret between them, and no one knew it. Cui Lian used her mental power to contact Thunderbird, and Thunderbird would contact Black Tiger. Black Tiger and Lin Hao's mental power were connected together. So naturally, Lin Hao knew Cui Lian was coming, and even knew that Cui Lian would wait for him there. Except for Gooden and the two mutants, no one knew the place where they agreed to meet. You're looking for me? Lin Hao was still so indifferent and careless. Cui Lian was still so quiet, and didn't say a word, but the feeling between her eyebrows softened a lot. I have something to ask you. What's the matter? Lin Hao asked. The moves I used today have been discovered by others, and they want me to teach them to others to increase the combat effectiveness of other superpowers, Cui Lian said. Do you want to teach? Lin Hao took a wild fruit from somewhere, and stuffed it into his mouth. He wanted to pass one to Cui Lian, but Cui Lian waved her hand. The fruit was poisonous. Although her current physical fitness was not afraid of poison at all, Cui Lian still resisted. Seeing that Cui Lian didn't eat it, Lin Hao also stuffed it into his mouth. Cui Lian said, I don't want to teach. Teach me. Why? Because if I don't teach you, you will die, Lin Hao said. Cui Lian looked at Lin Hao with a surprised look, waiting for Lin Hao's next explanation. I have been the focus of their attention. They know that the moves you use are exactly the same as mine, and you left the Eastern world at this time. I am afraid that those who are interested have already known it. They know the relationship between you and me. I am a zombie. If you go back and tell them that you don't want to teach, or that I won't let you teach, then you will die immediately, Lin Hao said. Chapter 822. It shouldn't be, Cui Lian said a little uneasily. You yourself are not sure. What do you think? Lin Hao said to Cui Lian with a smile. Maybe they won't be like this, Cui Lian said uncertainly. I think you shouldn't put uncertainty on things like your own life, Lin Hao said. Always remember, don't think so well of people, whether they are human or zombies. Their minds will never be the same as yours, Lin Hao said. What should I do now? Cui Lian asked. Go back and teach them. Teach them what they can do, Lin Hao said with a smile. For Lin Hao, he didn't know when the next battle would be. The war would always last for a long time. He didn't know when the next battle would last. Before that, both zombies and superpowers would prepare for the next war. Mao Mao decisively abandoned Lin Hao. Although those zombies didn't know the relationship between Mao Mao and Lin Hao, it didn't matter anymore, because Xyloxia had already let these zombies know of his existence. In this case, he could control these zombies and use them for his own purposes. Lin Hao knew what Yang Zhuang was thinking. But Lin Hao began to wonder what Gooden was thinking. No. Lin Hao didn't know what Gooden said from the beginning. From the very beginning, he started to do things according to what Gooden said. Even though Gooden had saved him many times and helped him many times. And even before this, Lin Hao thought that the only person he could trust was Gooden. However, trust could not stand any test. Finally, this time, Lin Hao felt that something was wrong with Gooden. But this feeling of something wrong was also a little bit of a bulge in his heart. And he didn't dare to let the bulge in his heart expand. Because once it expanded, Gooden would find out about this matter. Cui Lian left. And as Lin Hao said, he handed over the training method of Jin's Ba Dao after he returned. And then she became the youngest instructor. Lin Hao also told him that he couldn't teach everything at once. And once he finished teaching, she might still be in danger. But Cui Lian couldn't escape by herself. Because her father was still in the Eastern world. If she really escaped from the Eastern world, then Cui Lian would really become a traitor to the Eastern world. Naturally, Cui Lian's parents, and even the entire family would undergo drastic changes. She couldn't be so selfish. When Lin Hao found that the focus of the appearance was no longer on Lin Hao said to Gooden, Gooden, I think if we can sneak into the Eastern world, we will definitely be able to reach the School of Superpowers. I believe the old scholar should have a spaceship. I want to leave here. This was Lin Hao's initial wish. And this wish has never changed. He wanted to leave. Always wanted to leave. And never thought about what he wanted to do on this planet. At first, he was controlled by Hong Ying. And now Hong Ying has left. But he can no longer be controlled by the appearance. He must leave. This place does not belong to him. No. Lin Hao. You promised to help me. Gooden said. What can I help you with? Gooden. At the beginning we said that we wanted the zombies and humans on this planet to live in peace. But what you are doing now is a little wrong. I don't want to do this. And I don't want to destroy either side. Lin Hao said. I have always done this. If I want humans and zombies to coexist peacefully, there is only one way. That is to destroy one side and make the other side surrender. And then harmony will naturally come. This is my wish and my father's wish. Gooden's voice suddenly became cold. Different from their original appearance. What do you want if you can't see the appearance? Lin Hao asked again. Of course I can see it. I told him to do this. Lin Hao. You have to believe me. Follow me, and I will make you stronger and stronger. There is the force here. When you get to Earth, your ability will be no more powerful. You can't go back. Gooden said. You didn't plan to let me go back from the beginning? Lin Hao asked Gooden in surprise. Gooden was silent for a long time. A long time. And the silence around him made Lin Hao think that Gooden had disappeared from his body. That's right. I didn't plan to let you leave here. Although your talent is not the strongest, you are definitely the most obedient. And you are the only one who can trust me. Gooden said. But you can't control me. I said that I will only follow my own ideas. What I want to find is the idea of letting humans and zombies live in peace. Not to enslave anyone. Lin Hao said. Gooden sneered. But don't you think you are too naive? Humans and zombies are born to conflict with each other. It is impossible for humans and zombies to live in peace. Do you know that this is impossible? Then I will not accompany you to destroy either side. Lin Hao said. You have no choice. Because you can't leave me. Gooden said. Why do you say that? Lin Hao became stubborn. Without me, you are nothing. I said that you have no talent. How do you think you have achieved what you have now? Gooden said something very realistic. I would rather not have such a talent. I just want to leave and go back to my planet. Lin Hao took a deep breath and said to Gooden. Are you serious? Seriously? Then I will leave you. Gooden said. Then please leave. People with different ideals cannot work together. Lin Hao said directly. You will regret it. I believe I won't. Everything was silent. Lin Hao looked around strangely. There were still trees and buildings standing quietly around. His mental power swept around. There was nothing. No laws. No mutant beasts. And even the Thunderbird and Black Tiger were not around. Gooden? Lin Hao tried to call out. But after calling out for a long time, there was no sound around. Damn. He wouldn't really leave. Would he? Lin Hao was a little worried. After all, Gooden had always been in his mind. Even though he didn't trust Gooden at first, Gooden really left. And Lin Hao actually began to worry about the outcome. Didn't this guy say that he couldn't just leave me? Lin Hao was very confused. But no one answered his question. Gooden really left. And he left very thoroughly. Leave if you want to. I should leave too. This is not the place I should be. I should leave too. Lin Hao was very relaxed. This world did not belong to him. He had been here for too long. Now that Hong Ying was gone, no one could control Lin Hao. So Lin Hao was ready to leave. However, how to leave here became Lin Hao's biggest worry. Chapter 823. Gooden must have really left. Lin Hao really couldn't see any trace of Gooden around him, and couldn't even hear Gooden's voice. But didn't Gooden say that he couldn't leave him? Why did he disappear anyway? A partner who had been with him for so long suddenly disappeared one day. Was he confused? Very confused. At a loss? Lin Hao said that he didn't know what to do next. Lin Hao was really a man with no ambition. Even though his level and combat power were getting higher and higher, his ideals were really small. There was only one reason for him to become stronger at the beginning, and that was to protect his friends and family. But what about now? His friends and family have grown up and no longer need his protection. And his level has reached a level that he never dared to imagine before. So what should he do now? Lin Hao wanted to live such a life, which was very simple. That is, to be decadent. Bebe was a superpower, and he was a mutant zombie. They could live together for a very long time. Perhaps love would gradually become less and less after being polished by time. But at least before that, they were together and had love. What a simple ideal. Before the zombie virus invaded the Earth. This was not even an ideal, but a necessary path in everyone's life. Coming to the Ula planet was helpless because Hong Ying was too powerful. Now, no one can threaten him. No one can control him. Although Gooden has become abnormal, it doesn't matter. Lin Hao needs to go back to the Earth. But how to go back to the Earth? Lin Hao's current evolution level is naturally not the same as Hong Ying. He can cross the third universe and the first universe by drawing a circle in the same place. The gap between them is not just one universe, but countless light years. I can only risk entering the Eastern world to find the old scholar. This was Lin Hao's original plan, and it was also his only plan. Now the only person who could send Lin Hao back was the old scholar. But how to enter the Eastern world was another problem. After all, the Eastern world had already quit smoking, and many zombies living in it had been caught. Not to mention the zombies that wanted to enter. But Lin Hao had to go in, because only by going in could he find the old scholar. The next day, when it was dark again, Cui Lian came again. This time, it was not Cui Lian who was looking for Lin Hao, but Lin Hao who was looking for Cui Lian. Cui Lian stood in front of Lin Hao without saying anything or asking anything. She was not used to talking, but she was used to looking at Lin Hao. There was a time when she was talking to Lin Hao, and she kept talking. But since the two of them broke through a certain layer of window paper, although their relationship was still close, it was always a little awkward. I came here to tell you that I want to go back, Lin Hao said. Then will you take me with you? Cui Lian asked with her big eyes blinking. No. You belong here. But I still want to tell you. Be careful of those superpowers. And of course, you can't trust zombies. You will live a very painful life next. I hope you can be mentally prepared. Lin Hao said it very straightforwardly. And Cui Lian was a smart woman. He believed Cui Lian could understand this sentence. Will you come back? Cui Lian asked. I don't even know if I can go back. No matter what. I definitely can't go back from here. I want to leave here. Or leave this area. And find a way to get in from other places in the Eastern world. There are always places that the Eastern world cannot watch over. Lin Hao's words were full of determination. Why don't you ask me for help? Cui Lian had just been appointed as an instructor, so she had some power. If she really wanted to help Lin Hao enter the Eastern world, the chances were very high. I won't do anything stupid. And neither should you. I called you here just to say goodbye to you. And I have no other intentions. Go back and be your instructor well. The longer the better. You can leave after teaching me the last move. Lin Hao said. Don't you have anything else to say to me? Cui Lian said with some sadness. Live well. Ula planet is very big. Much bigger than Earth. But Lin Hao's speed is faster than the fastest driving tool on Earth. It only took a week for Lin Hao to reach the rightmost side of the Eastern world. And this is the premise that Lin Hao did not use wings and speed bonus. At his own speed. It would only take a day if he drove at full speed. But Lin Hao was afraid that someone was watching him and paying attention to him. So he had to slow down. And after slowing down, He used various methods to hide. Now, without Gooden, Lin Hao was left alone. But Lin Hao still achieved his goal, which was that there were no zombies here. Especially the one guarding the city wall was only a third-level force mutant. And next to it was the endless sea. The guys on the city wall were all lying there chatting. They were not afraid of zombies attacking the city at all. Even if there were, they couldn't attack in, because the strongest zombie nearby was only second-level force. Those zombies were not only not strong, but also had no organizational ability, and even no brains. All the zombies with real abilities were transferred to the middle, where they really started fighting. In fact, the main battles were the same everywhere. They were all battles between the first and third levels. No matter where they were all these people fighting. So it didn't matter where they fought. Lin Hao came to the edge, and there was a way to get in from the edge, and then reach the School of Superpowers to find the old scholar. The superpowers on the wall were playing cards out of boredom. This was a special way of entertainment on the Ula planet, different from the Earth. It was pitch black around them, and only they had lights on with crystal core energy there, and other places had simple sensors, which was a defensive measure. In Lin Hao's view, the surrounding defenses were the same as no defenses. Once the wings were opened, the speed bonus was turned on. Like a black lightning, it instantly passed through the simple defenses, and the sensors could not sense it. The sensors here were just simple sensors, and Lin Hao's speed could not be detected at all. So, when no one on the wall noticed, Lin Hao successfully entered the Eastern world. At this point in time, after Lin Hao passed through the wall, he hurriedly lowered his altitude. Now no matter where it is, there are sensors everywhere, except for official spaceships or flying cars. No other flying objects are allowed to fly in the sky. Those sensors were too obvious, and Lin Hao hurriedly gave up flying after seeing the sensors. Chapter 824. Finally, Lin Hao entered the Eastern world again. No matter how tight the place looks, there will always be loopholes. It is easier to find loopholes, especially when you are not the main observation object of the other party. Yes, although Lin Hao's talent needs their focus, the focus should be on his appearance at this moment. This guy is the most powerful, and naturally the most feared. If it weren't for his appearance, Lin Hao wouldn't have entered the Eastern world so smoothly. So he should thank the guy for this. Of course, if Gooden was still there, Lin Hao might be very happy. Did Gooden really leave? Lin Hao really hoped that Gooden was just joking. In fact, he was still in his body, but he just didn't speak. However, Lin Hao always felt as if a piece of his body was missing. It seemed that Gooden really left. It was still the old method. Although the Edge City was fighting, the humans in the Eastern world were still living a normal life. Although they might be more sensitive to such things, they still had to live and eat, so they would not abandon their jobs. The war in the Edge world was limited to the pictures and texts in the media news for them. After all, they had lived in the Eastern world for 100 years. Ordinary people had long forgotten the original battle. Lin Hao relied on his special ability and mental strength to easily get a car to the mill. Along the way, he looked at the scenery of the Eastern world, because this might be the last time he saw the scenery here. He had been here for a long time, and he had gained a lot and lost a lot. Now, he could finally go back, and everything would be fine. The journey was very peaceful. No one came to chase him, and no one saw his identity. So calmly one night, Lin Hao sneaked into the School of Superpowers and found the old scholar. Long time no see. This was the first sentence Lin Hao said after seeing the old scholar. How dare you come to the Eastern world? What if you are discovered? The old scholar did not draw a line with Lin Hao, but asked with great concern. The good thing about the old scholar is that he cherishes the old times. So even at this age, there are still students who come to see him, including very outstanding students like Long Outian. What do you want to see me for? The old scholar did not think that Lin Hao came to see him to reminisce about the past, as he was able to let a zombie risk sneaking from the Western world to the Eastern world to find him. I need a spaceship. I want to leave here and go back to my own planet, Lin Hao said directly. The old scholar shook his head. I'm afraid I can't help you with this, because the spaceships have been controlled and all have been recovered by the authorities. You don't have any spaceships here? Lin Hao was a little surprised. As the most famous and powerful academy in the Eastern world, it didn't even have a spaceship. I can tell you for sure that there is none. Not even one. The old scholar sighed. Lin Hao sat down on the chair beside him dejectedly. Is there really no way out? The old scholar beside him hesitated to speak. And Lin Hao saw the old scholar's expression and asked, "Is there really no way out at all?" "Yes, there is. But you have to face great risks," the old scholar said. Lin Hao seemed to have found hope again. He was afraid that there would be no way out at all. But there was hope if there was a way. No matter how difficult it was, Lin Hao would try it. He wanted to leave here too much. "What's the solution?" Lin Hao said anxiously. "This is Madian, a first-tier city in the Eastern world. So there are military factories. Whether those spaceships are private or official, they will be there, and can be deployed to the front line at any time. If you can fly a spaceship, find a way to get one there, and then cut off contact with the official. And you can leave quickly. As long as you leave the Ula planet, they shouldn't chase you," the old scholar said. Lin Hao was silent for a long time, and then said, "I know the technology of the Eastern world. Even if I really leave the Ula planet, they are sure to destroy my spaceship. My strength is not enough to stay in space for too long. So I will definitely die there. You are very self-aware." The old scholar patted Lin Hao on the shoulder and stuffed a black object into Lin Hao's hand. "Don't ask. Leave here." The old scholar left after saying that, and no one knew where he went. Lin Hao looked at the thing in his hand and began to struggle. Gooden is really gone. So is the old scholar trustworthy? Is the thing he gave useful? The thing in his hand looks like an energy bar. But Lin Hao knows what it is. It is a signal blocker. When the signal reaches a certain intensity, it can even block the signal of a nuclear bomb. But is the old scholar really trustworthy? If Gooden was there, he would definitely know. But Gooden disappeared. Believe it or not, that is the question. If you believe it, Lin Hao will face a new challenge next. To steal a spaceship from the military factory. If you don't believe it, Lin Hao must run to that marginal world. To the West world. And then meet Gooden in the West world somewhere. I must take a gamble, Lin Hao said to himself. He must leave here. After leaving the Mutant Academy, the sky here is still dark. So dark that you can't see your hand in front of you. So you can see lights and clocks anytime and anywhere. So that people can know what to do at what time. It was nighttime. So people were all in their rooms. There were few people on the street. And even no one could be seen. Lin Hao walked on the street, wearing a hat that he had picked up from somewhere. She had already given the long sword to Cui Lian. The sword was originally from the planet Ula. In that case, the sword should be left here. The location of the military factory was not close. After all, such facilities should be at the edge of the city. Places like military factories are very easy to find. You just need to find the tallest building. Then go up to the top floor and look forward. As for the tallest building, Lin Hao looked at the repaired building. Xia Chuichui had punched a hole in the building himself. Now, the hole was gone. The repair was perfect, and the color difference around it could not be seen. The building was still brightly lit. Obviously, there were many ordinary people working hard. Lin Hao walked into the building like an ordinary person, and gradually walked towards the elevator. There was a woman holding a communicator in the elevator. The woman glanced at Lin Hao, and didn't feel anything. She passed by Lin Hao. Lin Hao walked into the elevator. There was no one in the elevator. Lin Hao clicked the highest floor, then leaned against the wall of the elevator, closed his eyes, and began to take a nap. Chapter 825. Ding dong. When the elevator was about to close, it opened again, and the woman who had just met Lin Hao walked into the elevator again. She saw Lin Hao press the top floor, and then looked at Lin Hao strangely. Lin Hao subconsciously covered his face, but thought that not many people seemed to know him. So he relaxed again. With Lin Hao's own ability, he could see that the woman in front of him was just an ordinary person, just like all ordinary people on Earth. But Lin Hao still didn't take off his hat. The reason was very simple. He was different from the people here. His short ears were the strangest thing in the eyes of these people. Once he was strange, Lin Hao would be discovered soon. He put on his hat and said nothing. He watched the woman press the roof of the building to the 50th floor. He was silent. There was nothing to say. He should be silent in such an environment. Lin Hao knew that there was a safe distance in the elevator, so he tried to stay away from the girl, hoping that the girl would not think that he was doing something strange. However, Lin Hao didn't know that at this point in time, going to the top floor had already attracted the woman's suspicion of him. At this moment, the woman was pretending to put on makeup and applying powder on her face. In fact, she was just using the small mirror with better clarity to observe Lin Hao. Lin Hao was wearing a hat, so she couldn't see the man's face clearly. But the man's current state was indeed very strange. Time passed very quickly, and it didn't take long before they arrived at the 50th floor. When the elevator opened, Lin Hao glanced at it. The lights were bright, and there were many people inside. But judging from the state of the people inside, it seems that it is not far from the end of the get-off-work day. Although I don't know why this woman came. These things are none of Lin Hao's business. What Lin Hao has to do is to quickly reach the top floor, and then observe the surrounding environment. The elevator door closed again, shutting off the noisy environment outside. And the surrounding environment became quiet again. Then Lin Hao didn't know that when the woman got off the elevator, she called the floor manager. I saw a strange man. The man went to the top floor, wearing a hat, and looked very mysterious. I don't know what he does. Anyway, I think that guy is very strange. You have time to go and see. The elevator flew upwards again, and the speed was very fast. And the most important thing was that there was no noise. This was the technology of the Eastern world. A lot of things can be seen from small things. Before Lin Hao could rest, he saw that the door in front of him had been opened. This was already the top floor. However, the strange thing was that the top floor was dark and there was no one. After Lin Hao walked into this floor, he looked around and tried to find the stairs. But the emergency exit was at the other end. Fortunately, it was obvious where the stairs were. So Lin Hao reached the rooftop without much effort. The rooftop smelled really bad, and there were some black ashes on the ground. These black ashes were not found anywhere else. For example, the ground downstairs was very clean, and it was obvious that someone should clean it every day. However, this place was not taken care of like the ground. Looking at the deep footprints of his own, he could tell that no one had cleaned it for a long time. Lin Hao stepped on the black ashes under his feet and looked into the distance. As expected, he saw the unique building, the military factory, and the surrounding buildings were so special that Lin Hao could find the building at a glance. After seeing the building, he also saw several spaceships inside. Then Lin Hao began to observe the surrounding places to reach that place. The route was relatively complicated. After all, it was a military factory. When it was first built, confidentiality measures were already considered. However, these confidentiality measures were only for ordinary people, and were of no use to Lin Hao. After finding the route, Lin Hao was ready to leave. But just as he turned around, he saw a few guys holding flashlights and slowly approaching. The gentleman in front. Please stop first. A very sharp voice sounded, and Lin Hao used his mental power to casually scan and saw that the other party was an ordinary person without any crystal core power. Knowing that the other party was an ordinary person, Lin Hao was relieved in an instant. Even if the other party was a superpower, it was nothing to Lin Hao. But Lin Hao was afraid that his identity would be exposed in the Eastern world. A zombie exposing his identity in the Eastern world would be truly dead or alive. Lin Hao stood still, silently watching the approaching beam. Don't move. Sir, why did you come to this place? Don't you know that the top floor of each floor is not allowed to enter? The owner of the beam asked. Lin Hao remained silent. How could he know this rule? He was an Earthling, and he spent most of his time in the West world. No one would tell him so many details about the East world. He really didn't know. But in this situation, he obviously couldn't say that he didn't know. What should he do now? Murder him? No. The other party came up alone, and was so confident that he must have someone behind him. And there are so many people in this building. Kill them all? No. If a building is dead, Lin Hao will really be unable to get away with it. There is only one way. Lin Hao's expression suddenly changed. He said with some sorrow and world weariness, Are you asking me? There are only us here. Who do you think I should ask? The owner of the beam still had a sharp voice. But he obviously felt that Lin Hao looked like a young man, and was not a threatening person. So he softened the beam and exposed himself. The other party was wearing a uniform, and it was obvious that he was the security guard of the building. A real ordinary person with some emotions. I just want to be quiet. I'm in a bad mood. Lin Hao turned his head and looked at the edge of the roof not far away. Sure enough, the uniformed security guard suddenly felt a pang in his heart, and began to say according to Lin Hao's expression, Young man, don't be depressed. There is still a long time in life. If you really end your life now, you may not be able to experience many things. I just can't think it through. I don't want to live anymore. Lin Hao said. and stood at the edge and began to climb over. Sure enough, the security uncle hurriedly jumped over to Lin Hao and grabbed Lin Hao's shoulder. Young man, what's wrong with you? If you can, tell me. This is a simple security uncle. Chapter 826. Lin Hao glanced at the security uncle, said nothing, but smiled faintly in his heart. Although Lin Hao felt a little uneasy about deceiving such a person, if the matter could be resolved peacefully in this way, this method was not impossible. Lin Hao looked up calmly and chatted with the simple security uncle for a long time. Although he didn't know what they talked about for such a long time, the security uncle seemed very excited. Not only was he excited, but he also patted Lin Hao on the shoulder and told him about his life experience. After confirming that Lin Hao was not going to jump off the building, the uncle nodded and said, "That's right. Life should be like this, with ups and downs. When you find yourself at the bottom, don't give up hope. Just climb up slowly. Anyway, it's already the lowest point. Any little hope is progress. But you can't give up. Understand? Maybe one day you will be able to climb out of this hurdle." Under the uncle's respectful teaching, Lin Hao shed tears of repentance. During this process, Lin Hao didn't dare to take off his hat. After all, if his ears were discovered by the other party would definitely guess that Lin Hao was not the same kind as them. In this case, Lin Hao's information might have been widely known by the media, and this risk could not be taken. Lin Hao calmly took the elevator downstairs and listened to the uncle next to him, still teaching him life experience. Gradually, the elevator returned to the first floor, and then Lin Hao gave the uncle a sweet smile of gratitude and left the building. Young people nowadays have a worse mentality. Although they are more depressed recently because of the war, there is no need to seek death over such a thing. Fortunately, I saw it. The uncle returned to his post very happily. It is a very happy thing to be able to help others when they are in danger. Lin Hao began to walk towards his intended target according to the route in his mind. The target was not far away, about 2 kilometers, which was not a particularly long distance even for ordinary people, let alone Lin Hao. Following the route he had just seen on the roof, Lin Hao approached the military factory very easily and freely. A military factory is a military factory. The 2 guards at the gate were directly above level 8 psychics, which made Lin Hao serious. If there were such level 8 psychics at the gate, what about inside the military factory? What level would that be? Fortunately, there is a spaceship launch port not far from the gate, and a spaceship that doesn't look too big is quietly parked on it. This kind of small spaceship is usually used to transport supplies. It seems that there is no supply to transport now, so it is parked here. In fact, supplies can usually be transported by flying cars, but spaceships are faster and stronger, and the space inside is much larger than that of flying cars. So many civilian spaceships have been recalled by the authorities. For this war, according to incomplete statistics, the authorities have recalled nearly 2,000 spaceships. There are more than 2,000 spaceships, which are so scarce. You can imagine how prosperous the technology is on the Ula planet. In short, the real rich people on this planet don't use flying cars to get around, but spaceships, because their trade is not only with people on this planet, but also with people outside the planet. Although Lin Hao has not been exposed to that kind of thing, he has heard about it. More than 2,000 spaceships are parked in military factories. Of course, they are not parked in one military factory. After all, one military factory is not enough for so many spaceships. There are nearly 500 spaceships in this military factory. Naturally, the smaller and less frequently used spaceships are closer to the exit. But this is convenient for Lin Hao. Lin Hao only needs to control the people around him and find a way to get into the spaceship. Then Lin Hao can control the spaceship and meet the flight requirements to leave here. There are only 2 level 8 psychics in front of him, which doesn't look like much, although it is a bit extravagant for a level 8 psychic to guard the door. It is nothing to Lin Hao now. After all, he has reached the 6th level of the force, and the other party is not even at the same level of the force. Therefore, the 2 superpowers were more attractive to Lin Hao. He approached slowly, and his mental power was already surging out of his mind as he approached. His mental power slowly approached the 2 guys. And then, the mental power like a thread immediately drilled into the brains of the 2 people. With this level of mental power, the 2 people didn't even have a trace of resistance or induction, and they were already controlled by Lin Hao. In order to prevent there from being any monitoring equipment here, Lin Hao controlled a person to slowly walk towards him. When this person approached, Lin Hao instantly jumped out and pulled this person to the ground. So fast that there was even a double image. Lin Hao hurriedly took off the guy's clothes and put them on himself. Fortunately, although the pollution on the Ula planet was a bit serious, the people here were well-nourished and everyone was tall and strong. Which was just right for Lin Hao. Wearing the other party's military uniform, his figure was just right. But wearing a military uniform meant that Lin Hao had to expose his ears, which was also unavoidable. They didn't wear hats, and it would be weird if Lin Hao wore a hat. But in this situation, as long as Lin Hao can enter the spaceship, everything is worth it. I don't know if I can start that, big guy. Lin Hao himself is a little uncertain. Can he really start it after entering the spaceship? But at least, when Lin Hao wore this outfit and entered the gate, no one stopped him. Those who walked around in the military factory just glanced at Lin Hao casually after seeing him. Everyone had their own things to do, although the ears were a little different in this kind of weather. Plus, no one paid attention. No one really noticed that Lin Hao's ears had problems. But what happened next caught Lin Hao off guard. He had only taken a few steps when suddenly the alarm bells in the entire military factory began to ring. Lin Hao hurried to the dark place next to him and hid himself first. At the same time, he began to wonder. Although he was not perfect, it would not be discovered immediately in this situation. But soon, Lin Hao knew that he was overthinking. Not far ahead, a large spaceship began to take off. The ringing should be a warning to tell everyone that a spaceship was leaving here. Not that Lin Hao was discovered. Chapter 827. Lin Hao looked at the people coming and going around him with a guilty conscience. Especially the people around the small spaceship. If Lin Hao approached the spaceship now, he would most likely be discovered by others. Especially since there were so many people there. If Lin Hao exposed himself, he would not be able to escape in the military factory. Fortunately, those people were paying attention to the spaceship that was about to fly away. So not many people paid attention to Lin Hao. Lin Hao slowly and quietly approached the small spaceship in the dark. Fortunately, the large spaceship just flew away, while the small spaceship in front of them stayed quietly in place. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, those guys who looked up at the spaceship slowly left. It was just a spaceship. Lin Hao was very curious why these guys were watching the spaceship leave. When Lin Hao gradually approached the spaceship and successfully entered the interior of the spaceship to start, he finally understood why those people looked up at the spaceship. Because the alarm was too loud and spread throughout the military factory. When those guys heard the alarm, they had already formed the inertia of looking up at the spaceship. Some of them knew that the alarm took away that spaceship. So when they looked up and saw that the spaceship that took off was not the spaceship on their report, naturally, trouble came. Lin Hao really didn't forget how to control the spaceship. After entering the spaceship, he started the entire spaceship very neatly. The moment it started, the alarm of the military factory sounded. Then, everyone raised their heads. One person looked at the list in the address book and found that this small spaceship was not in the startup sequence. Naturally, this guy hurriedly informed the entire military factory. Watching the people below pick up their weapons and gradually approach him, Lin Hao was not afraid at all. A group of ordinary people. I am afraid of you. But they still have 2 7th-level power users. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, and when Lin Hao heard it, he laughed. I knew you wouldn't leave. Lin Hao said confidently. How do you know I won't leave? You don't even want to help me with that little bit. Why should I stay with you? Gooden's dissatisfied voice sounded. It's not that I don't want to help you. You know how big my dream is. I really can't help you. Lin Hao sighed. Okay. If you don't want to help, then don't help. If I can't leave you. Gooden snorted as if he was acting like a spoiled child. Are you going to keep silent as long as I'm not in danger? Lin Hao asked with a smile. I'm not Chui Lian. Who can't hold it back? Of course not. I'm going to wait until I'm a little less angry before I speak. Who made you so stupid that you were discovered so quickly? Gooden said. What are you going to do now? Although the situation was urgent, Lin Hao relaxed for some reason. As if with Gooden, everything was not a big problem. We can still prepare. Those 2 guys with the 7th level of force are coming. You should start the spaceship and leave here. Gooden shouted. The 2 of them were so busy chatting that they forgot that they were still in danger. Lin Hao hurriedly controlled the spaceship to prepare for flight. But the spaceship seemed to be remotely controlled by someone else. No matter what Lin Hao did, he couldn't get the spaceship to move. Gooden sighed and said. One of the two guys came up. Luckily he is only at the 7th level of the force. You try to fight him. I will control the spaceship. To be honest, Lin Hao was waiting for this sentence. It would only take a few minutes to hand over this kind of electronic equipment to Gooden. But no matter how fast time goes, there is always time. At this moment, a 7th level mutant of the force has boarded the spaceship. I was wondering where this guy came from who dared to cause trouble in the military factory. It turned out to be a zombie. And his level is not low. How do you know that our lighting equipment needs a crystal core to drive it? The superpower who came up was a big and strong guy. It seemed that such big and strong guys had strong fighting power and good defense. Otherwise they would not always rush to the front. However, Lin Hao must not underestimate this guy. Being able to enter the 7th level of the force is something worthy of praise no matter who it is. The guy in front of him must have his ability. Tell me your name. The other party was a 7th level force. First of all, Lin Hao needed to know what the other party's attributes were. But Gooden was now invading the other party's spacecraft control system. So he couldn't check the other party's attributes. How long will it take you to complete the invasion? Lin Hao asked anxiously. Now you know you're anxious. It's impossible without 30 seconds. You can try to hold this guy back for 30 seconds before fighting him. Gooden said. 30 seconds. Lin Hao looked at the opponent's unreasonable attack and could only sigh. Then he exposed all his strength. First of all, the speed bonus and the movement bonus. The look in the opponent's eyes made Lin Hao very familiar. It was exactly the same as the look in the eyes of those defeated opponents who looked at him before. Contempt? What he wanted was to make the other party despise him. He certainly didn't expect that Lin Hao could burst out with such fighting power in an instant. Maybe he could resolve the battle in the next second? But when the two collided, Lin Hao was disappointed. You know, he had already turned on the speed bonus. But after the guy in front of him collided with Lin Hao, he didn't move at all. In fact, the other side's psychic was also very surprised. He was a power-type zombie with high defense attributes. Because of his rich combat experience, he rarely met an opponent at the same level, let alone this first-level zombie. For the psychic, Lin Hao was a dish. Although he didn't know how this guy got in. It didn't matter. In this guy's eyes, Lin Hao had become his crystal core. But after the collision, he realized that Lin Hao's power was so great. This zombie was the first guy who could keep a tie with him in such a collision. This made the psychic stun for a while. And then he began to get excited. Looking at this guy's body shape, he knew that he was a warrior and had a very high talent. But Bahu had made this guy look at the military factory, which made this guy feel suffocated for a long time. Now that he finally had someone who could fight with him, he naturally became excited. In fact, this guy didn't know that Bahu didn't let him go to the battlefield because of his personality. It's hard to find a super talented psychic, and this guy is one. So Bahu let him hone his temper in such a safe place. Unexpectedly, he met Lin Hao here. Chapter 828. Speaking of Lin Hao in the past, he was also a fighting maniac. Like the song, who has not dreamed of traveling the world with a sword? But fantasy is fantasy after all. But after the zombie virus changed everyone, suddenly some people found that they might really realize their former fantasy. And naturally they were filled with various restless factors, including Lin Hao. He had magical powers, a lot of opponents, and even learned martial arts moves. What will happen next? There is no need to explain. In the past, Lin Hao dared to charge at the zombies with a knife. Under normal circumstances, Lin Hao really wouldn't mind having a hearty fight with the big guy in front of him. Unfortunately, Lin Hao couldn't do that now. He had to leave. However, the more he wanted to get rid of the guy in front of him, the harder he felt to defeat him. Because the other party had a weapon. A laser sword. Although it didn't have any moves, was equally powerful when wielded. If he had to say regrets, the thing he regretted most was probably leaving the long sword to Cui Lian. Stupid. Have you forgotten something again? Suddenly, Gooden spoke again. As soon as Gooden said this, Lin Hao suddenly remembered something as if he had been enlightened. Yes, he has always been a mental zombie. Why should he use strength and speed when fighting? If he wants to maximize his combat power, of course he should use strength, speed and mental power. That is his strongest attack power. Thinking and doing, Lin Hao hurriedly pulled back the mental power that controlled the two level 8 psychics. Although these two mental powers were not much, Lin Hao habitually kept his resources in the most vigorous state when fighting. With his mental power strong, Lin Hao smiled as he watched the guy still rushing forward. Although this guy was one level higher than him. In order to solve the problem quickly, Lin Hao didn't bother to worry about not being able to control the other party. In short, his mental power began to spread wildly, forming various sharp weapons that drilled into the brain of the psychic fiercely. The psychic who was rushing forward suddenly froze for a moment, feeling as if he was drunk, and his surroundings began to double. In just a moment, the psychic woke up again. After all, he was a psychic of the 7th level of the force, and he woke up quickly. Lin Hao pulled back the foot that was about to step out, just when the other psychic was not clear-headed. Lin Hao was about to seize the opportunity to rush out and catch him off guard. But he did not expect that the other party would wake up so quickly and in time. The psychic finally stopped his steps, and the contemptuous look began to slowly change. He asked tentatively, "Are you a mental zombie?" How could Lin Hao answer this question? Answering this question is no different from exposing his trump card. So Lin Hao stood there coolly and did not speak. It was strange that after fighting with the opponent for several rounds, no other superpowers came up, which made Lin Hao a little curious, because Lin Hao didn't know how powerful the superpower in front of him was. So powerful that everyone would suddenly feel relieved when they heard that it was that guy, because they knew that guy would definitely solve the problem. So the superpowers under the spaceship stood under the spaceship and watched, waiting for the superpower to return triumphantly. But they didn't know that the guy they were looking forward to began to worry, because the zombies with spiritual attributes have always been a pain in his heart. That was when he had not yet reached the faraway level, and he encountered a zombie with spiritual attributes in the West world and was tortured to death. If it weren't for a regular mercenary group passing by and seemingly saving him, he might not have been in this military factory. Since then, this guy has had a psychological shadow on zombies with spiritual attributes. So when he learned that Lin Hao was a spiritual zombie, he immediately began to feel uncomfortable, especially since the other party was a spiritual zombie with similar strength and speed attributes to himself, which was a bit abnormal. Fight? This mentality is not suitable for fighting, especially when facing opponents with similar strength. This is what the teachers at the Superpower Academy have taught deeply. Retreat? Looking at so many subordinates outside the spaceship chatting and laughing and waiting for him to go down. It's even more impossible. It seems that fighting is inevitable, even if he bites the bullet. However, before the psychic could figure out whether he wanted to fight or not, Lin Hao suddenly rushed forward. The other party hesitated for such a long time, and Gooden just said that he had hacked into the control system of the spacecraft. And the spacecraft even started to start. If he didn't get this guy out, he might destroy the spacecraft. He didn't know where to cry. So at this moment, Lin Hao burst out all his strength, using his mental power and mental control skills together. With such a huge mental power, Lin Hao didn't care about the cost at all. If this mental power didn't work on the psychic, then Lin Hao would face a terrible backlash and a violent battle from the other party. But Lin Hao didn't let the other party have a chance. He was a zombie with spiritual attributes. When all his spiritual power burst out, the other side's psychic reaction slowed down. He was in a state of dementia. In this state, he didn't even have a chance to defend, although it might only last for a short second. In a battle of their level, 1 second can decide many things. Lin Hao's speed bonus and strength bonus are still there. As long as they are still there, Lin Hao's physical strength will not be much weaker than his spiritual strength. The psychic on the opposite side didn't react, and was kicked hard in the chest by Lin Hao. At this time, the door was closing, but it was still not closed. At that moment, the psychic flew out from the place that was about to close, before the others around the spaceship figured out what happened. The spaceship had already taken off and was in the air, leaving the Eula planet at a very fast speed. After being kicked out, the mutant finally woke up. But there was nothing left for him. Looking at the spaceship flying farther and farther in the sky, the mutant who fell to the ground punched the ground hard. And suddenly a big hole appeared on the ground. A subordinate approached the mutant tremblingly, wanting to ask something. But before he opened his mouth, the mutant shouted loudly, "Can't you see it? The spaceship is leaving. Quickly set up the missiles. The spaceship can be left, and the zombie must die." Chapter 829. When the spaceship took off, Lin Hao finally collapsed on the spaceship, sweating and saying, "Damn it. If that guy is a little more powerful, I will kneel down. Don't complain in a hurry. Put the thing that the old scholar gave you on the operating table," Gooden said. Lin Hao then remembered that the old scholar gave him a signal blocker, But he still had doubts about whether this thing was useful or not. However, Gooden said so. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Lin Hao put this thing on the operating table, and then asked, "Is this thing useful or not?" "It's useful. This thing should be one of the most precious things of the old scholar. It's made of radioactive materials. Ordinary people can't even get close to it. Otherwise they will be irradiated. The old scholar is a superpower, although his level is low. But he can still resist this thing. And you are a zombie. And such a high-level zombie. So you don't have to be afraid," Gooden said. "The reason is that it is made of radioactive materials." "Why is it made of that kind of material?" Lin Hao was surprised. "Because that kind of thing is the only thing that can block all signals on the entire Ula planet. I'm afraid only old scholars are interested in trying to make something of this kind of thing. And you just happen to need it. Otherwise, even if you get this spaceship, you can't fly out of Ula planet. If you don't experience it yourself, you will never know how powerful the radio technology of Ula planet is," Go Dan said. Lin Hao believed that Go Dan was not exaggerating. And Go Dan didn't need to exaggerate. From the moment he appeared in his heart again, Lin Hao knew that they might be inseparable for the rest of their lives. From the initial trust crisis to the sudden absolute trust in Gooden. This is a wonderful feeling that can only be known after a test. Not only Lin Hao has it, but I believe Gooden also has it. However, both of them are the kind of people who are more open-minded. For such things, they understand in their hearts, but are unwilling to say it out. After a while, Lin Hao saw a missile flying into the sky not far away. The missile's initial target must have been his spaceship. But at this moment, for some reason, it flew to the side. When Lin Hao was confused, Gooden would usually answer his questions. This was a tacit understanding between the two, and it was also a familiar feeling to Lin Hao. Gooden said, "That's because the program set in the missile was disordered, and it began to find the target point by itself. I just don't know where in the Eastern world the unlucky one is. If you make a fuss like this, it's possible that the Eastern world is really finished, because those top psychics will definitely come back to check the situation. And once one or two of them leave, then that guy will definitely rush up with a large army, and no one will be able to resist him at that time. I'm so sorry. It was an unintentional mistake." Lin Hao looked at the missile flying farther and farther with some guilt. He didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, but he didn't expect that he would accidentally get involved before leaving. The spaceship flew very fast and immediately broke through the dark clouds of the Eastern world. Then, there was the bright moonlight. It was indeed night now, and the moon was very bright. The moon was the satellite of the Earth. So what did the satellite of the Ula planet look like? Lin Hao didn't know, because the spaceship was not flying towards that place. And Lin Hao couldn't see it. "Have you set up the program for me?" Luckily Gooden is here, because the previous times when the spaceship was used, it was Gooden who set up the program to make the spaceship move along the predetermined orbit. If Lin Hao were to do it himself, he could barely start the spaceship. So how could he set up the program? Gooden said helplessly, "Don't worry. It has been set up long ago. The target is the solar system of the first universe. How long will it take us to arrive?" Lin Hao asked anxiously. "You've been here before. Don't keep asking me. Just go to sleep. I guess when things really develop as I imagined, no one will care about you. After all, dealing with zombies is the most important thing at that time," Gooden said, after leaving Ula planet for nearly half an hour. When Ula planet was getting smaller and smaller in Lin Hao's sight, Lin Hao finally believed that the group of people in the Eastern world would not come to track this small spaceship. After all, this kind of spaceship is not a loss to them at all. It is not even as valuable as the 1-meter thick city wall of the marginal city. You know, 1 square meter of that kind of city wall costs a lot of money. In short, it is more than enough to build a small spaceship. Lin Hao was lying in the spaceship and couldn't help but smile. This time, he was really going to leave Ula planet. From the beginning when he came to Ula planet to now when he really left, Lin Hao had spent more time here than on Earth. Of course, he had gained much more than on Earth. With his current evolutionary level, he would definitely be invincible on Earth. Although being invincible would make him lonely, it would be more satisfying to pretend to be cool. After all, Lin Hao didn't want power or wealth. What he wanted was just a happy life in peace and security. Moreover, in this case, it would be better if he could protect his family from harm. Thinking about it, Lin Hao couldn't help but fall asleep. Of course, this was Lin Hao's initiative. He took the initiative to let Gooden relax his mind. And then he was going to have a good sleep. After all, he hadn't slept for a long time and was really tired. I believe that in the universe, no one should be able to attack him. Of course, things will not be bloody. The universe is very safe. As safe as being in the mother's belly. However, in the depths of the universe, a figure gradually appeared. It was a familiar figure. And that figure made Lin Hao very familiar. Maybe the universe is safe, but someone is looking for trouble. The figure crossed the void and came to Lin Hao's spaceship. The figure didn't move much, but it was able to keep up with the speed of Lin Hao's spaceship. After flying for a while, the figure got into Lin Hao's spaceship. Very abruptly and casually. The spaceship was not damaged at all. And the shadow was like a soul. Boy, wake up. In fact, Lin Hao had already woken up the moment the shadow came in. Because Gooden had told Lin Hao when the figure appeared around the spaceship. Gooden knew who this figure was. And Lin Hao knew it too. Which was why Lin Hao didn't want to wake up at first. He had to wake up only when the figure came to Lin Hao's body and kicked Lin Hao's, but to wake him up. Senior Hongying? When Lin Hao woke up, he pretended to be surprised and asked the figure in front of him in confusion, "Why are you here?" Chapter 830. Senior Hongying. Why are you here? Lin Hao pretended to be very surprised and asked, "Why am I here?" This is a good question. Hongying glanced at Lin Hao and said nothing. Senior Hongying. What's wrong with you? Why don't you say anything? Lin Hao looked at Hongying in front of him. And he didn't know why he always felt guilty. After pondering for a long time, Hongying sighed and said, "Boy, I once asked you so much. But in the end, you still left the Eula planet. I treated you so well." Wait a minute. Senior. I know you are very powerful. And I also know you have great ambitions. But first of all, in fact, apart from barely saving my life, you haven't been very good to me. Also, although I didn't fulfill your wish, there is a person on the Eula planet who is fulfilling your wish. It seems that he has basically succeeded. I am leaving because I am fine. Lin Hao didn't think about it, and just said nonsense. Hongying smiled and shook his head. Obviously, he knew what kind of person Lin Hao was. He was really too lazy to discuss these things with Lin Hao. Okay, I'm not here to blame you today. I want you to do me a favor. You just said that I saved one of your lives. Shouldn't you repay me? Hongying asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao was immediately confused and asked, "Senior, do you expect me to save one of your lives? At my level, how can I deal with your enemies? You should let me go back to Earth." Hongying said, "No. You can save me. And I have no choice. I believe you can see that I can't hurt you at all. Otherwise you wouldn't talk to me like this. In short, you have to come to my world to find me." Find my body? Boy, only you can save me. Even if you find my body. But please find me. Hongying's words were strange. But Lin Hao understood. Are you saying your last words? Bah. Children speak without restraint. Anyway, you must find my body. I don't have a body now. And you will get it soon. After Hongying finished speaking, she disappeared into the spaceship. Lin Hao was really starting to feel strange. Did Hongying come to the spaceship just to say these words? Then what? He should mean that after you reach his level, you should go to his world and find his body. I guess the way of survival in their world is not to use the body. Gooden made a bold guess. What does this mean? Lin Hao asked hurriedly. This is also what I guessed and heard. According to the extremely ancient legend, in addition to the first, second, and third levels of the universe, there is actually a high-dimensional universe. And any planet in the high-dimensional universe is huge, larger than the Earth and the Eula planet. Some planets can even be comparable to a first-level universe, with an area that is ridiculously large. And the high-dimensional universe itself is even more huge and boundless. It can no longer be called a universe, but a star field. The legend also said that the zombie virus had appeared tens of thousands of years ago. But it suddenly disappeared. The zombie virus appeared very strangely. And it suddenly appeared. In that legend, many people changed because of the zombie virus. And finally they disappeared suddenly like Hongying. I speculated for a long time and estimated that they had reached a higher dimensional universe. For example, Hongying must be in a higher dimensional universe now. Gooden's guess was very detailed. But isn't it too early for Hongying to ask me to go and save him now? I can't go to the high-dimensional universe now. Lin Hao asked curiously. I don't know about that. I can only guess their general environment. But I don't know what their specific environment is. You could only know it after you reach the 9th level of the force and reach that place. Gooden said. How does he know that I will definitely reach the 9th level of the force? You know, there is no force on Earth. Even if there is, I don't know how long it will take me to reach the 9th level of the force. If it takes decades, I'm afraid it will be too late. Lin Hao smiled. Gooden didn't say anything. He usually didn't say much about things he wasn't sure about. But he would definitely tell Lin Hao about things that were already confirmed. The only thing I can be sure of is that you won't reach the 9th level of the force even if you stay on Earth for hundreds of years. Gooden said it with certainty. But Lin Hao didn't care at all. Hong Ying disappeared. And never appeared again in the following days. So Lin Hao fell asleep again. This time, Lin Hao slept very soundly. When he opened his eyes again, Gooden's gentle voice called out. You're up? You bastard. Do you hear me? Gooden shouted. All right. All right. The whole cabin is filled with your voice. Is it going to stop? Lin Hao covered his ears, opened his eyes reluctantly, and complained. Okay. Then you go back to sleep. Then Gooden stopped talking and prepared to let Lin Hao sleep by himself. Lin Hao just complained about Gooden's uncivilized behavior. From this situation, he knew that he had arrived at his hometown, Earth. Looking at the blue planet, Lin Hao lost all sleepiness. He just stood there, watching quietly. He hadn't been back for a long time. And now he was back again. Very calm. Really calm. Lin Hao thought he would be very excited after returning to Earth. But it was all false. The inner fluctuations were real. The Earth is small, but very comfortable. Lin Hao returned to his own city at a very fast speed. The survivor base was still there, and it was getting bigger and bigger. The buildings inside were getting more and more modern. Many buildings inside were almost like a normal city. This place has expanded like a small city. Lin Hao said with some sigh. Well, the area is okay. Although it is not the largest, it is probably the best. It has something to do with the many superpowers inside. And they also have zombie friends to help. But even so, the area occupied is only 1/10 of a city. Much smaller than those large survivor bases in a city. City. And even the capital. Moreover, the city itself is a small city. So this speed of development is considered slow. Gooden has mixed opinions about this survivor base that has occupied the entire mountain, and thinks that this base is developing too slowly. But this base has a different meaning for Lin Hao. Even though it looks small, this is where he should be. After returning to the base, the two guys standing guard were actually Jinzi and Schwer. The two guys were getting taller and taller. Jinzi was very handsome, and Schwer was also more beautiful. Lin Hao smiled and walked towards them. Chapter 831. Schwer's eyes were the sharpest. After all, Lin Hao was quite tall. In addition, the place they were guarding was at the foot of the mountain. Not the very narrow survivor base at the top of the mountain. The view here was wider, so she naturally saw Lin Hao at a glance. Schwer said to Jinzi beside her, Jinzi, look ahead to see if there is anyone coming. What nonsense are you talking about? How could anyone come at this time? Jinzi didn't believe it. With the development of time, whether it was the psychics or the zombies, their levels were getting stronger and stronger. Although there were no force level ones, there were already many people at levels 8 and 9. Jean Bebe was already at level 9. And Lin Tian and Jiang Panpan had also both reached level 8. I heard that Luo Chen brought Tang Mingming back from outside some time ago, and they have already reached level 8. In addition to Chu Xiaoxiao, the level 9 zombie who secretly helped. Almost all the strongest combat power is in this small base. So this is one of the reasons why the base is developing better and better. Jinzi and Schwer don't have to be afraid of anything. Lin Ro is not far away. This very talented girl is already level 8 at this moment. This is what they agreed on. There can be 2 ordinary people guarding, but there must be a superpower person with them. If a powerful zombie attacks the city gate, then someone will inevitably be hurt. If there is a superpower person with them, such casualties will be minimized. Although the 2 little guys are already 15 or 16 years old, and Jinzi is even taller than Schwer, they are still not superpowers. They are well protected. No one can be sure that they will become superpowers after being exposed to the zombie virus. So they are still protected. No, that is definitely a person. Should we tell Sister Lin Ro? What if the zombie is a mutant zombie? The distance is a bit far, and Jinzi didn't see it clearly at first. After Schwer's repeated emphasis, Jinzi finally looked carefully and found that it was indeed a figure walking over. I tell Sister Linro. You hide first. You can't go even if it's an ordinary zombie. Understand? Jeanzy said to Schwer seriously. I understand. You go quickly. These two guys have persisted from the very beginning of the virus crisis to now. And they are no longer surprised by zombies. As long as they are not mutant zombies, there is no problem for them. So Schwer didn't take the zombie that was getting closer and closer seriously. But after watching for a while, Schwer felt something was wrong. When the image of the figure began to become clearer and clearer in Schwer's eyes, Schwer found that the other party was wearing very clean clothes, walking very rhythmically, and his posture was exactly the same as that of a normal person, which was completely different from the walking posture of a zombie. Seeing this, if Schwer still didn't understand what was going on, she would have lived for so long in vain. The other party must be a mutant zombie, or an extremely powerful superpower. In short, martial law will be imposed next. Facing each zombie, the people in the base will be very serious. No one knows whether there are level 8 or 9 zombies hidden in the random zombie tide. Some time ago, in order to break through the base, the group of zombies deliberately gathered a few level 8 or 9 zombies to help. But they still failed because there was no unity among the zombies. Unlike the superpowers in the base, everyone worked together and was naturally more powerful than them, because the leaders had set a very good example. These people knew how important unity was. When Jeanzy and Schwer saw Lin Hao, they did not rush forward to see whether Lin Hao was a human or a zombie, but reported the matter to Lin Ro with a sense of crisis. Lin Ro was sitting on a big rock, sharpening her weapon out of boredom. When she heard what Jeanzy said, although Lin Ro did not care, she still went to the gate with Jeanzy. When she saw Schwer squatting and hiding, she asked, "What did you see?" "It's definitely not an ordinary zombie or human." Schwer gave a positive answer. Ordinary people would not walk on the street so casually, as if they were taking a walk. So there are only two possibilities. The other party is either a mutant zombie or a superpower. The mutant zombie came here to seek death, and the superpower came here not necessarily for the safety of the base. It is possible that the other party was sent by other bases to cause trouble. In short, be careful. Lin Ro and the other two stood at the door of the base, quietly waiting for the figure to approach gradually. However, when the figure got closer and closer, the three people felt a little strange, because the figure was too familiar to the three people. First, it was Lin Ro. She was the first to notice something was wrong, so she looked over and over again, hoping that she was seeing things wrong. However, the figure became more and more similar to the one in her memory until they completely merged. Then it was Schwer and Jeanzy. Their eyes were wide open, although they also hoped that it was that person. Their feelings were no longer so strong. Lin Hao and Schwer had only saved her when she was in the most dangerous time, and then took care of her for a while. The rest of the time, Schwer lived with the people in the base. So gradually, the image of the great hero in her heart became less and less. But it did not mean that Lin Hao had no place in her heart. It's really him. Sister Lin Ro, take a closer look. Is it really him? Schwer asked, pulling Lin Ro's arm. Lin Ro didn't say anything, but just quietly walked towards where Lin Hao came from. Lin Hao stopped, looked at Lin Ro, who was getting closer and closer, and raised his head. When Lin Ro saw Lin Hao's face, tears ran down her cheeks, and she rushed towards Lin Hao crying. After staying in the base for half a year last time, Lin Hao left. And after leaving, Lin Hao stayed on the Ula planet for more than a year without coming back. How worried were the people in the base about Lin Hao? Anyway, when they heard that Lin Hao had returned safely, they might have burst into tears for him. Just like Lin Ro. Let's not talk about those who came after him, but those who had been with Lin Hao from the beginning. Lin Hao's figure was really indelible in their hearts, although they were dealing with a level 4 zombie at the time, and Lin Hao was only level 3 at that time. His back figure was indeed the most secure back figure. Then, Lin Hao did everything for the base. And until now, he went to other planets and other universes. He hadn't come back for such a long time, and they couldn't get any news from Lin Hao. What would they think? Especially Jean Bebe. Although she didn't cry, she had never smiled for such a long time. And today, Lin Hao finally came back. I'm back! Lin Hao looked at the base and smiled very happily. Chapter 832. I'm back. Lin Hao looked at Lin Ro, who was shaking in his arms, and patted her head gently. Do you know how worried we were about you? You left suddenly that day. Sister Bebe said you were gone, But we didn't believe it. We knew you would tell us if you were leaving. But you really left. And you've been gone for such a long time. Do you know how worried I was about you? My parents are gone. And I only have you left. Lin Ro couldn't help but start complaining. Lin Hao smiled and didn't say anything. But let Lin Ro complain. He knew that Lin Ro must be very uncomfortable. I'm back. Everything will be fine. Lin Hao said. Lin Hao has decided not to leave this time. Shuer and Jinzi walked towards the base with Lin Hao happily. But Lin Ro couldn't leave because there must be a sentry here. Lin Hao looked at Lin Ro with appreciation. This is what a base should look like. Lin Hao is back. Not many people know Lin Hao. But they are all real senior executives in the base. And Lin Hao's identity is not suitable for others to know. So as long as they have a certain position in the base. Plus Lin Hao's old friends. All came to see Lin Hao. Of course. Jean Bebe threw herself into Lin Hao's arms again. You know what? I miss you so much. Before Jean Bebe could speak, Lin Hao spoke first. One sentence is worth 1,000 words. And everything is implied. The following life was very simple. Although Gooden kept complaining that Lin Hao didn't know how to make progress. He really had no way to continue to improve his strength on Earth. After all, there was no one more powerful than Lin Hao on the entire Earth. And the low-level crystal core had no effect on Lin Hao. So, Lin Hao just guarded this small base and watched it develop slowly. Gradually, the base became bigger and bigger. And gradually, Lin Tian and his children began to grow up. One day, on the streets of City B, this street was the only street that had not been annexed by the base. And the survivor base of City B also became one of the largest bases in China. Holding a pack of cigarettes, Lin Hao, who had not smoked for a long time, was smoking. Beside Lin Hao were Li Yang and Bai Bofen. Since Lin Hao came back, the three villains naturally reunited. And then the three of them often walked around the streets where zombies were rampant. And then they showed off in various ways. Gradually, 2 years passed. Lin Hao smoked. Bai Bofen didn't. And Li Yang was still obsessed with the dagger on his shoulder. Can't you just stop looking at your dagger? It's all rusty. Change it. Lin Hao pulled out the dagger from Li Yang's shoulder. And Li Yang, who was already used to it, suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. Give it to me, or I beat you up. The relationship between the three people has been adjusted again after 2 years. And the solid foundation before. So this little joke is harmless. Lin Hao ignored it, and threw the dagger down from the second floor. They were in a 2-story building, sitting on the edge of the roof, looking at the blue sky. This place was different from the Eula planet, because there was no pollution from heavy industry, no PM 2.5, and no so-called haze. So the scenery here was getting more and more beautiful. Watching his dagger fall from the roof, Li Yang stood on the roof silently, took a break, and then jumped directly down. The two guys had reached the 9th level of evolution at this moment. But because there was no force on the Earth, the two had no way to go any further. But it seemed that it didn't matter whether they went further or not. After all, the most powerful level on Earth was the 9th level of evolution. When Lin Hao came to Earth 2 years ago, he was at Force Level 6. And he is still at Force Level 6 now, without any improvement. Gooden still complains about him whenever he has nothing to do. But Lin Hao has learned to ignore it. After all, he can't argue with this guy. So all he can do is keep silent. How good is silence? Gooden will definitely shut up after talking for a while. How good is that? The Earth is going to end. Suddenly, a voice sounded. This sentence must not be said by Bai Bofen. That guy is very lazy. So lazy that he doesn't even talk much. He is lying on the ground and sleeping at this moment. And Li Yang just jumped down. So there must be only one person who spoke. How could the Earth be destroyed? Lin Hao disagreed with this. The Earth was fine. And there was no master of Hanyang's level. How could it be destroyed? Do you know that things will turn around when they reach their extremes? The Earth has been too quiet for a long time. Long enough for some people to react. Gooden said. What have you deduced? Lin Hao asked in confusion. I don't know. I always feel that the seed you planted on the Eula planet should bear fruit. Gooden said. Lin Hao was confused. All his enemies on the Eula planet didn't know that she was from Earth. Moreover, when he left the Eula planet, there was still a war there. And it was obviously a protracted war. It might not be halfway through in 2 years. How could it harm him? You are worrying about nothing. Lin Hao said unconvinced. I hope so. Bai Bofen was still lying quietly on the ground. Although the ground was covered with dust, This guy didn't care. Anyway, his clothes were not clean at all. Next to him, Liang jumped up from the first floor, and with a cautious look, he moved a little further away from Lin Hao, then raised his head to look at the sun, which was the brightest and most beautiful thing. This scene often happened between the three of them, and they were all used to it. Moreover, Lin Hao felt that this kind of environment was really warm. After all, these two zombies didn't like to talk and didn't have any schemes. Being with them was also the most comfortable time for Lin Hao. If Jean Bebe was the one who accompanied Lin Hao the most after he came back, then these two guys were the second most, since becoming a zombie. Although they had a close relationship with humans, there were too many people in the base, which Lin Hao didn't like. He preferred to sit on a street full of zombies with these two guys in good weather and look at the surrounding scenery. Normally, this would be a pleasant thing, but after Gooden had just finished talking to Lin Hao, for some reason, he felt a faint uneasiness in his heart when he looked at the surrounding scenery. Two level 3 zombies were fighting in front of him, probably wanting each other's crystal core. Not far away, there was a level 4 mutant beast watching this scene silently. It was lurking very deep, and the two mutant zombies, who were fighting fiercely, did not notice it. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell who the ultimate beneficiary of this battle was. It was obviously a very ordinary scene, but for some reason, Lin Hao felt cold all over. What did he forget? What did he forget on the Ula planet? Chapter 833. One day, Lin Hao, Bai Bofan, and Li Yang came to City A. This was where Lin Hao went to college, so he always had a special feeling for this place. It was also here when he first met Jean Bebe and the others. Lin Hao liked to take these two guys around and play everywhere. After the pressure of survival was gone, all the places he had never been to before, and the places he dared not go to before, could be visited this time. Unfortunately, if there was no electricity supply in some places, it was impossible to play at all. Moreover, these basic recreational measures for ordinary people were not exciting enough for Lin Hao and the others. Who among them had not experienced truly exciting things? It's a nice day today. Lin Hao looked at the sky. No one answered. Bai Bofan was too lazy to talk. Li Yang didn't talk casually. Lin Hao just talked to himself. And the weather today was really nice. Blue sky, white clouds, dazzling sun. Lin Hao lowered his head and prepared to walk towards the carousel in front of him. But as he walked, a shadow appeared under his feet for some reason. Lin Hao took a step, and the shadow followed. Gradually, the shadow became bigger and bigger. Bigger than Lin Hao. Bigger than the amusement park. Bigger than... It seemed to cover the entire city. Lin Hao was very surprised. Logically, no zombies in the surrounding cities dared to provoke the three of them. And no zombies were so huge. Lin Hao raised his head in a strange way. And then, he saw a shocking scene. A huge spaceship began to slowly move from somewhere, and then slowly began to block the sun. So there was a shadow under Lin Hao's feet. This was a very big spaceship. So big that Lin Hao had never seen it on the Ula planet. Where did this spaceship come from? Bai Bofan and Li Yang also stopped. Although they didn't know what the spaceship was or where it came from, they knew one thing for sure. It was definitely not a good thing. The one who was in the worst mood was Lin Hao, because the language printed on the spaceship was not from Earth. And most importantly, Lin Hao knew the language on the spaceship, as he had been on that planet for a long time. It had been 2 years since he returned to Earth. But when Lin Hao thought of the things in that world, he felt as if it was just yesterday. In an instant, all his memories gushed out like a tide. Gooden. It's really a battleship from the Ula planet. And it's a spaceship I've never seen before. The spaceship above his head could no longer be called a spaceship. It was almost identical to the aircraft carrier that Lin Hao had seen on TV. It was even more advanced than what Lin Hao had seen. Especially the yellow protective cover, which seemed to be specially designed to prevent the speed from being too fast. After all, many things on this battleship were exposed outside. And Lin Hao could even see the people walking on the battleship. Why did the people from Ula come to Earth? This is only the first universe. But they're in the third universe, which is the most powerful civilization. Even if they want to attack, they should go to other planets in the third universe. And, most importantly, shouldn't those guys from Ula still be at war? Sure enough, my deduction was successful. Wait a minute. Maybe you will see a familiar face. Gooden seemed to be teasing. Tell me quickly. What did you deduce? Why did these guys really come to Earth? I don't think the feud I had on Ula would cause them to come all the way from Ula to Earth to cause trouble for me. Lin Hao was still very self-aware. It seems that you really forgot the guy. The guy you brought from Earth to Ula. After Gooden's reminder, Lin Hao finally understood what he had forgotten. The source. This guy was actually forgotten by Lin Hao. And it was normal for Lin Hao to forget him. After all, when he was brought to Ula, he had not yet reached the force level, and was so weak that he was like throwing a stone into the sea, unable to stir up any waves. Lin Hao thought that even if this guy really entered Ula planet, he would disappear from the Ula planet in a very short time. But it seems that Lin Hao was wrong. He forgot one thing. There was a war on the Ula planet at that time. In this case, if the guy was lucky enough, he might really rely on those crystal cores to survive. What Lin Hao was worried about finally happened. The battleship seemed to be really coming towards Lin Hao, because the target of the landing was himself. The whole Earth is so big. There are so many places to land. Why did they have to land next to him? How is it possible? But what happened next was a little unexpected for Lin Hao. The warship stopped about 500 meters from the ground. And then, the superpowers began to jump out of the warship. With Gooden's query function, he could see that those superpowers were all those with the third and fourth levels of the force. However, following these zombies, there was actually another group of zombies. Also those zombies with the third and fourth levels of the force. Fuck. When did the zombies and mutants from the Ula planet appear together? Lin Hao couldn't help but shout. Gooden was also a little surprised and said, "Oh my god. I really didn't expect this." When the zombies and mutants jumped down, the one in the lead was Yuan. This guy still looked the same as before, but he looked different. He looked at the surrounding environment with some contempt, and then said disdainfully, "I haven't been back for a long time. I didn't expect it to be like this here. You are still like this. You are so weak." Couldn't check his information, Lin Hao said. So, this guy's detailed information has appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao didn't look at the rest, but only saw this guy's force level. Force level 7. Lin Hao himself is only force level 6. Of course, if he continues on the Ula planet, Lin Hao's achievements will definitely be far more than that. But on Earth, without any resources, his level can only stagnate. That war gave too many people opportunities, allowing those mediocre people to rise to the top and ascend to the sky in one step. And there are many such cases. Moreover, in Lin Hao's opinion, Yuan is still a relatively talented person. I didn't expect it to be you. Lin Hao looked at Yuan and shook his head silently. This is your attitude towards the mother planet. At the same time, Lin Hao was also using his mental power to talk to Bai Bofin and Li Yang. Leave here quickly. You are not their opponents. Go to the base and protect it. Their target is me, and they should not attack there. Lin Hao was somewhat fortunate that he came to City A today instead of City B. Chapter 834. Mother Planet? Yuan looked at Lin Hao with sarcasm. Do you know what I have experienced on this planet? Do you know how my parents treated me? You don't know that I have long despaired of this world. And you are still talking to me about the mother planet. Since experiencing despair and betrayal, I have realized that real strength is what we need. Yuan's expression was very ferocious, and his tone was very heavy, as if he was releasing something. So you came back this time just for pure revenge? Lin Hao asked with common sense. What do you think? Yuan smiled evilly. I think you came here not only for the Earth, but also for me. Lin Hao shook his head. To be honest, you are really good at narcissism. I was so embarrassed that I got goosebumps all over my body. Do you know the first time I saw you? At that time, your level was one level higher than mine. When I saw you, I thought I was dead. But I wasn't. I can only say that you were stupid at that time. Not only did you not kill me, but you also took me to that place. Did you think I would disappear from that planet soon? No. I tell you, I am smarter and more resilient than anyone else. Give me a chance and I will give you a surprise. How about it? Are you surprised to see me now? Yuan was very happy. Lin Hao insulted him like that at the beginning, and now he finally has a chance to return the favor. You said you were resilient. I don't object. But you said you were smart. Sorry. I really can't see it. If you are really smart, you shouldn't go against me. No matter what. You can't lose the momentum. Really? Yuan's expression turned cold again. And then he pulled out the laser sword from his waist that Lin Hao had almost forgotten. The boss said, if we catch this zombie, the Earth will be ours. But we have to live, Yuan said to the people behind him. Lin Hao was confused for a moment. What the hell? What the hell is living? Why don't you run? At this time, Gooden hurriedly reminded Lin Hao. He should run. There are too many people on the opposite side. If Lin Hao is stupid to fight them, Li Yong and Bai Bofan are still around. These two guys are too low level. There is no way they can be opponents. You two idiots. Why don't you run? If you don't run, I run. Lin Hao turned around and pushed the two guys. But Lin Hao was worried about Bai Bofan. This guy was too slow. It was impossible for him to outrun those force-level masters. Although Li Yong was a speed-type zombie, his attributes were not the opponent of those force-level masters. Run separately. Remember what I said to you. Don't follow me. You will be a burden if you follow me. Lin Hao said it seriously. And he was telling the truth. Obviously, Li Yong and Bai Bofan were not the kind of pedantic people. After hearing what Lin Hao said, they hurriedly ran in another direction. Lin Hao deliberately jogged a few steps and waited until the group of guys behind him were almost chasing him before he started to speed up. Although he was not familiar with the entire A city, it was where Lin Hao had lived for several years. He definitely had an advantage over the other party in terms of terrain. But this advantage was somewhat dwarfed in terms of absolute speed. After all, a city was too small, and the earth was too small. However, Lin Hao's speed was not vegetarian. The opponent's most powerful source did not chase Lin Hao. Although the source was now at the 7th level of the original force, the source was not a speed-type zombie. This also brought Lin Hao an opportunity. His speed attribute was not bad. As for the others, although they had speed attributes, none of them were stronger than Lin Hao. The most powerful one was only at the same level as Lin Hao. But among the same level, Lin Hao had never been afraid of anyone. Many people who came to track Lin Hao didn't know how powerful Lin Hao was. After all, 2 years had passed, and it had been a long time since Lin Hao had stirred up trouble on the Ula planet. In addition, these people were probably new faces, so they didn't know that Lin Hao was invincible among his peers. Sure enough, a speed-type zombie caught up with Lin Hao in a very short time. He felt that Lin Hao was at the same level as him, and even if he was not his opponent, he could at least delay him. That's what he thought. When Lin Hao saw him, he was not surprised but happy, because Lin Hao lacked weapons. The metal on Earth is too low grade, and weapons of this level can no longer cause damage to opponents at the force level. No matter how powerful Lin Hao's Jinjiao Ba Dao is, it is impossible to use a wooden stick to cause damage to a zombie or a superpower at the force level. The speed-type zombie in front, waving a laser sword, rushed towards Lin Hao. The superiors had already given orders to kill Lin Hao alive, so he did not kill him. But no matter what, Lin Hao could not help but kill him. When the speed bonus and strength bonus were turned on, Lin Hao's mental power had already rushed up. Suddenly, the opponent felt that his body had stopped. Although the time was short, the speed between them was very fast. In just a moment, Lin Hao rushed up and took down the opponent's laser sword, and then chopped off the opponent's head with a very neat backhand knife. Of course, now that time is tight. Lin Hao did not collect the opponent's crystal core. Otherwise, in this case, Lin Hao might be able to take this opportunity to upgrade to the 7th level of the original force, and then kill the source guy. When the laser sword entered Lin Hao's hand, the familiar feeling reappeared. In the past 2 years, Lin Hao rarely used the Jin family's sword. Although it was not unfamiliar, it was still a little different from when he used it frequently. The zombie just now gave Lin Hao a chance to test the sword. When this speed-type zombie of the same level as Lin Hao was instantly killed by Lin Hao's sword, the zombies around who were about to catch up with Lin Hao hurriedly stopped. The zombie who blocked Lin Hao at the beginning was unfortunate, but also lucky. Unfortunately, he was the first to stand out. Fortunately, he was a zombie and only lost his head, which was not fatal. The chase continued, but unfortunately Yuan was not fast enough to catch up with Lin Hao. The zombies that could follow Lin Hao did not dare to rush up to stop Lin Hao. Yuan was not far behind Lin Hao, but gradually, he found that Lin Hao seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him. This would not work. He had to stop Lin Hao. Suddenly, Yuan seemed to remember something, so he stopped and rushed in another direction. Lin Hao did not know that he had many weaknesses on this planet, and Yuan was a person who knew Lin Hao better. After all, they had actually had contact for a long time. Yuan also knew that Lin Hao had a pair of zombie friends, with whom he had a very good relationship, and a group of human friends. The group of human friends were not here, but the pair of zombie friends seemed to be not far away. Chapter 835. Lin Hao was still running, hoping to get out of City A, and get farther and farther away from City B. However, sometimes things don't go as planned, especially when your enemy knows you very well. Yuan didn't know when he ran to Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao wanted to avoid him. After all, Yuan's evolution level was higher than his. In this case, if he got entangled with him, the people he brought would immediately surround him like bees. The levels of those people were not much different from Lin Hao. If they really gathered together, Lin Hao would be very embarrassed. Therefore, when Lin Hao saw Yuan, he kept his distance. When he wanted to leave, he still stopped. He had calculated everything, but he still didn't expect that the fat guy by Bofen would be so slow. Run. Keep running. If you move one step, I will dig out the crystal core of this zombie and swallow it into my mouth, Yuan said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao stopped, and the group of zombies behind him also stopped. Although they didn't dare to approach Lin Hao, they gradually surrounded Lin Hao when they saw Yuan was here, and there were many people, and they were bold. You fat guy. Can't you lose some weight? Lin Hao couldn't help but cover his forehead. Come with us. I've said it before. We don't want your life. We want you, Yuan said. Really? Then can you tell me what you want me to do? Lin Hao looked into Yuan's eyes, hoping to see something. But there was nothing in Yuan's eyes except hatred for him. Yuan casually threw Bai Bofen to Lin Hao's side, not afraid that Lin Hao could save Bai Bofen and leave. Their people had already surrounded Lin Hao, and Yuan's evolution level was higher than Lin Hao. So Lin Hao couldn't leave at all. So it didn't matter whether Bai Bofen wanted to leave or not. But Lin Hao is very powerful. If he is really irritated, Yuan really can't do anything. After all, the superiors have said that Lin Hao should be brought to the Eula planet. But he must be alive. In this case, the fat guy must also be alive. Haha. You still have to return to the Eula planet in the end. Gooden gloated in Lin Hao's mind. So you are very happy? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Gooden didn't say anything. And Lin Hao then asked Yuan, tell me why. Otherwise, even if I die, I will not leave with you. After finally returning to Earth and gathering with his family and friends, this feeling is really good. Lin Hao doesn't want to leave. And he doesn't want to leave. Our leader wants to see you. Yuan seemed to be very respectful when he mentioned the leader, respecting him in a very strange way. Your leader? Who is it? Lin Hao asked again. I can't tell you this. Just tell me whether you want to go with us or not. If you don't leave, I will kill this fat guy immediately. Yuan did what he said, and had already opened the laser sword. Lin Hao looked at Bai Bofen. In Bai Bofen's shadow, there was a small black shadow. Lin Hao knew that Li Yang must be hiding somewhere. He wanted to inform Lin Hao to leave. But no matter what Lin Hao said, Li Yang just didn't leave and clung to Bai Bofen's shadow. Lin Hao sighed, not knowing what to say. Finally, a zombie led the way and took Lin Hao to the warship. And Yuan fell behind Lin Hao. He knew that Lin Hao would never escape. After all, his friend was here. But Yuan still didn't dare to let down his guard. He knew how powerful Lin Hao was. And he didn't know what Lin Hao's character was like. When he first caught this zombie, Yuan just tried it out of common sense. After all, anyone might give up their friends for their own safety. Especially this friend was just a zombie. Finally, Yuan found that he had underestimated Lin Hao. He had no idea that Lin Hao was so stupid that he stopped his escape for a zombie. Fatty, how did you get caught by him? Lin Hao spoke in Earth language, so the other zombies around him certainly couldn't understand. Yuan could understand. But what could he do even if he did? Bai Bofen said a little aggrievedly, I ran. But what can I do if I can't outrun them? Lin Hao shook his head. After Li Yang turned into a black shadow, he was still waiting in Bai Bofen's shadow. What are you waiting for? Do you know where we will go next? Lin Hao said to Li Yang with his mental power. Li Yang did not speak, but followed him stubbornly. Lin Hao was really helpless about this. He could not expose Li Yang's existence. However, Lin Hao also saw how amazing Li Yang's skills were. There were more than a dozen zombies or psychics around. All of them were at the 3rd or 4th level of the force. And many were even at the 5th or 6th level. There was also a 7th level source leading the team. But these people did not even recognize a 9th level mutant zombie. Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised by the result. At least, he could see Li Yang's potential for development. However, in this situation, Li Yang was really useless. He could not jump out from the opponent's shadow and stab the opponent like before. Not to mention whether he had that kind of attack power. The rusty knife on his shoulder could not break the opponent's defense at all. Seeing that the opponent's warship was getting closer and closer to him, Lin Hao still did not give up, and was still thinking about how to escape. But no matter what method he used, it seemed that he could not break the situation in front of him. If he was still alone, if there were no Bai Bofan and Li Yang, or if they were as strong as him, would the outcome be completely different? After all, with the tacit understanding of the three of them, they might not be unable to fight in this situation. If it is always an if. When his absolute strength and his weakness are caught by the opponent, Lin Hao can't think of any solution even if he is all-powerful. Is the war on the Ula planet still going on? Lin Hao asked Yuan. Yuan just glanced at him and didn't want to talk. But after thinking for a while, he said, the war is over. It can't be said to be over. But it has been suspended. Why is it suspended? Lin Hao asked in surprise. After all, that guy doesn't look like someone who can stay idle. He has ambitions and desires. And he shows it nakedly. Everyone can see it. And Lin Hao can see it too. Seeing that the Eastern world has already shown a decline. How could it be suspended? We will go back in a while. And you will know when we go back, Yuan said. Obviously, Yuan didn't want to reveal too much information in this regard. Many things still need Lin Hao to discover when he arrives. Chapter 836. There was a spaceship ahead, and Lin Hao only needed to walk a few dozen meters forward to get close to the blue light. And then Lin Hao, Bai Bofan and Li Yang would board the spaceship and enter Ula again. Is that really what Lin Hao wanted? Lin Hao naturally didn't want it. But that was what Guden wanted. Lin Hao's mental power had been wandering around, hoping to find something or something that could help him out. Until a group of people finally appeared in front of him. It was Jean Bebe who appeared not far away with people. And Lin Hao was immediately confused. Why did Jean Bebe and the others approach here? Then Lin Hao remembered that the spaceship was too big and too conspicuous. Although it was so far away from a city, Jean Bebe still saw it. Such a big spaceship flew from outer space. As the leader of the largest survivor base in City B, how could she not bring people to take a look? But how could Lin Hao let Jean Bebe and his group fall into danger? Go. Go faster. Go to the spaceship. Lin Hao's speed suddenly increased. Yuan thought Lin Hao was going to break through. But he saw Lin Hao actually walking towards the spaceship. What's going on? Yuan didn't know what Lin Hao was thinking. In fact, he just didn't want to involve Jean Bebe. Those people were too weak. Even a random zombie or a superpowered person could wipe them out. Yuan saw Lin Hao's cooperation and naturally increased his speed. He also had to increase his speed to follow Lin Hao. He knew how powerful this guy was. He didn't want Lin Hao to have any accident to his hands. There was a blue circle in front of them. Lin Hao and Bai Bofan stepped into it. And then they felt dizzy. Before Bai Bofan could react, they were already inside the spaceship. Hurry up and start the spaceship. Hurry up, Lin Hao urged. The pilot of the spaceship was embarrassed. He looked at Lin Hao and then at Yuan. After all, Yuan was the real leader. Yuan smiled bitterly. Although he didn't want to kill Lin Hao this time, he also wanted to take revenge. It would be great if he could see Lin Hao's ugly appearance. But what about Lin Hao now? What the hell is this eager look to leave quickly? Although he felt that Lin Hao's behavior was a bit strange, he finally completed the mission. To be honest, Yuan felt that it didn't matter. As long as he could bring this guy back alive and fulfill the boss's request, it would be better than anything else. The spaceship began to start up gradually leaving the Earth and leaving the atmosphere. When Jean Bebe and his men arrived, the spaceship had disappeared. You all saw the spaceship here, right? How could it suddenly disappear? Jean Bebe asked Jiang Panpan beside him in a somewhat strange way. Jiang Panpan nodded. So many of us saw it. It can't be wrong. But why is it gone? Yes. Why is it gone? I don't know where that bastard Lin Hao ran off to. If he was there, he would definitely be faster than us. So he might be able to see the spaceship. Did you bring a camera? Jean Bebe asked the people behind him. The camera can still be used in mode. After all, it doesn't need the internet. Several people shook their heads. And Jiang Panpan said with a smile, there are a group of guys who like taking pictures in the base. They must have photos. We can just ask them for them when we go back. Okay. Since there are none. Forget it. Let's go back and look at the photos. Jean Bebe muttered and prepared to go back. But where did Lin Hao go? He has been out for so long. So he should go back. Jean Bebe said. Jiang Panpan said with a smile. Why? Are you still afraid that he will be in danger? Now everyone on the earth should be afraid of him. It's okay. I'm just a little worried. The spaceship must have existed. But it disappeared again. No one knows what the spaceship's appearance here means. I'm just a little worried. She always feels more at ease when Lin Hao is by her side. But she didn't say this. Jean Bebe finally returned to the base. After all, that was their real base camp. And they would feel truly safe there. There were their weapons, food, and even a normal ecosystem. Under this situation, it might not take long for barter to appear. Of course, currency is unlikely to appear. After all, that kind of thing needs official promotion. Unfortunately, in this situation, the official is already busy with their own affairs. So how can they manage the currency issuance of a base? One part of the base is the test field, and the other part is the power plant. Although the power plant will cause some pollution, because the plant is too small, the pollution is actually limited. It will be decomposed by nature in a short time, and will not affect the test field at the other end. There are many things in the test field. All kinds of seasonal food, and some out-of-season food. After all, there are greenhouses now. So even if the weather is cold, we can barely cope with it. This is the place Jean Bebe really wants to protect. Although he also wants Lin Hao to take him to establish a small family, and then live in a very large base. He can't give up here. Moreover, this base carries too much of her hard work. How can she suddenly give it up? Recently, she may have neglected Lin Hao a little. Jean Bebe herself has also discovered this matter. But when she wants to make up for it, Lin Hao is always not there. He is either out with Bai Bofan and Li Yang, or out with Yu Xiaoxiao. Going out with Bai Bofan and Li Yang was fine. But what Jean Bebe couldn't stand was why he went out with Yu Xiaoxiao. But Jean Bebe was stubborn. Although such a question arose, he was able to keep his composure and not ask. Since she didn't ask, Lin Hao didn't say anything. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Hao didn't say anything on purpose, but that Lin Hao didn't think about it at all. After all, he had been with the zombies for a long time, so his head was a little hard and straight, and he didn't think about things in so many twists and turns. Originally, Jean Bebe planned not to see Lin Hao for a while to let him know how to be afraid. But for some reason, Lin Hao disappeared for almost half a day, and Jean Bebe felt vaguely uneasy. But she could only hide her uneasiness about Lin Hao. As the leader, she was used to keeping any worries in her heart. After arriving at the base, she found a group of people who liked taking photos. In order to find some hobbies to enrich their spare time, there are many things like hobby clubs in the base, where everyone gathers together and plays this hobby together. Among them, this group of friends who like taking photos is one of them. There are not many of them, and they are definitely not as many as Uncle Lee's Knife Skills Association. This has something to do with the current environment and people's mentality. Those who love photography may really like photography. They are willing to risk their lives for it. For a camera, these people may even risk their names. After all, things like developing film do not require the internet. Although electricity is still in limited supply, it is enough to supply some cameras. When Jean Bebe came to these people, they were really surprised. Jean Bebe is a really busy person. He rarely interacts with ordinary people like them. After all, the safety of ordinary people depends on him. Therefore, everyone in the base respects this woman. Even though this woman looks so young and so beautiful, no one dares to speak rudely to him. Jean Jia, what do you want to talk to us about? The woman in front of her was already in her 30s, and she was accompanied by a man in his 20s. But they called Jean Bebe Jean Jia, although Jean Bebe repeatedly asked them to call her by her name. After all, the other party was not her subordinate. But no matter how she tried to correct them, she couldn't correct them. So she simply gave up on the matter. I want to know if you took any photos just now of that huge spaceship. Jean Bebe asked anxiously. Why did this spaceship come to Earth? Why did it come to City A? These are all questions. After all, they are too close to City B, and Jean Bebe can't help but be nervous. Are you talking about the thing that suddenly appeared in the sky like an aircraft carrier? Of course I took a picture. Now my mobile phone is not working anymore. So I can only use the camera to record some incredible things. Do you want photos? The man asked. Jean Bebe nodded. Can you call me after the photos are developed? I want to come and see them. The man said readily. Okay. Then Sister Jean. If you have nothing to do, just wait a while. The photos will be developed very quickly. In fact, developing photos is a delicate job. But if you concentrate on developing a photo, it actually takes a very short time. Jean Bebe didn't wait for long before she saw the developed photos. The size was a little small, but very clear. This was related to the quality of the camera. After all, cameras are free now. The second thing is the skills of the photographers. These people are really passionate about photography. So their photography skills are naturally very reliable. So, the photo in front of her was a little too clear. Jean Bebe saw every scene in the photo clearly. So the thumb and index finger that were pinching the photo began to turn white, and a murderous look appeared between her eyebrows. Chapter 837. The photo in front of him was very clear, capturing the entire outline of the spacecraft. Not only that, because there were many people taking photos. The spacecraft was also photographed when it emitted that strange blue light. And then Jean Bebe saw such a photo. The spacecraft was not far away, clearly above City A. But City B could be seen clearly, and it felt like it was not far away. The spacecraft was emitting blue light, which was fluctuating at the time. But the blue light in the photo was frozen. And then, it froze some different things, such as some figures in the blue light. In this photo, you can clearly see several figures in the blue light. Others can't see it clearly, but Jean Bebe can clearly see by Boffin's figure. After all, his figure is so eye-catching. Then there is Lin Hao. The person who knows Lin Hao best in the world may be Jean Bebe. After all, the two have been together for a long time, and they have been living together closely for the next 2 years. Naturally, they know each other better. Don't say that this photo is very small. Even if it is smaller, Jean Bebe can see at a glance that the figure is Lin Hao. So, Jean Bebe was very angry. Why did Lin Hao leave without saying a word again? Where was he going? Would that place be more important than here? Every time Lin Hao went out, it was for the base, to protect them from harm. But hadn't the matter on the planet over there been dealt with? Why did he leave the Earth? This was what Jean Bebe didn't understand the most. But even if she didn't understand, Lin Hao had already left. The spaceship did exist, and now it disappeared. So Jean Bebe was very angry. But after the anger, she calmed down. The last time Lin Hao left, he told her in person. Although he didn't tell anyone else, he told her. This made Jean Bebe wonder why Lin Hao didn't tell her immediately this time. Was he afraid that she would worry? Or maybe he didn't want to leave this time at all. Jean Bebe began to get anxious. No, she couldn't be so passive anymore. She had to do something. Notify everyone. I need to have a meeting, Jean Bebe said to the people below with a gloomy face. Jean Bebe is usually very friendly, but when she glooms her face, it means that something must have reached an extremely serious level. The person below suddenly became silent and hurried down to call for a meeting. On the spaceship, Lin Hao was sitting on the back of the chair board. Bai Bofen was sitting next to Lin Hao, and Li Yang still didn't come out. Lin Hao remembered that Li Yang's skills used to have a time limit, which seemed to be about 5 minutes. But now half an hour has almost passed, and that guy is still staying in Bai Bofen's shadow. It seems that this guy has not only improved his level during this period, but it's good this way. If he can hold on for a while longer, he may be able to be more unexpected. Then, Lin Hao watched the time pass. Watched the warship begin to transfer space. Watched himself leave the Milky Way and arrive at the Ula planet. But Li Yang still didn't come out. If it weren't for his mental power that he was observing, Lin Hao would have thought that the black shadow was Bai Bofen's shadow. When the warship arrived at the Ula planet, the warship slowly sailed towards the north of the Western world and the Eastern world, which made Lin Hao very strange. Of course, this organization itself is very strange. There is no organization where zombies and superpowers gather together. They not only gather together, but also talk together, chat together, and even drink together. Aren't zombies and humans natural enemies? Yes, they are natural enemies. When passing between the Eastern world and the Western world, there were still small-scale battles between humans and zombies. When Lin Hao entered the Ula planet, his whole body suddenly became like a giant beast that had been hungry for who knows how many years. and began to devour madly. Fortunately, the force is invisible when not in use. Otherwise this movement would definitely be discovered by others. Although the surge of the force around was invisible to the naked eye, Yuan still felt some movement. But Lin Hao and Bai Bofin were sitting there well. Although they didn't know where the movement came from. Since they were fine. Everything was fine. Yuan also pretended not to feel it, and continued to control his spaceship. After driving for some time, the technology of the Eula planet has improved to a certain extent. The speed of the warship is very fast. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. Yuan stood up and came to Lin Hao's side. I'm sorry to pull you back from Earth. But this is what our leader said. You must come back alive. Otherwise, you will be killed. Fuck. Is your leader schizophrenic? What do you mean by letting me come back alive, and killing me if I don't come back? Lin Hao asked in surprise. What is the difference between this, and the command of run and walk? Are you running or walking? No. You should separate the meaning of this sentence into two layers. Bringing you back alive is our boss's intention. And letting you die is my intention. Yuan gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Oh! You? Lin Hao would never be timid when he should be domineering. He said that he wanted to live. So they would definitely not take his life. Nor Bai Bofin's life. So why should he be arrogant? What if the other party regrets it? Don't be so arrogant. The two of them were talking in Earth language. So other people couldn't understand. But other people could see that Lin Hao and Yuan definitely had a conflict. What do you want? Lin Hao said arrogantly again. If you have the guts, come and see our leader. And talk to our leader. Yuan's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. Which was a manifestation of excessive anger. But Yuan's excessive anger was Lin Hao's happiness. It was really refreshing to see his opponent wanting to kill him, but being helpless. But in the end, Lin Hao didn't fiddle with the place too much. After all, if he really pushed the other party into a corner, it would not be good for him. Okay. Let's go. Take me to see your leader. Lin Hao took Bai Bofin down from the battleship first. And then Bai Bofin and Li Yang followed. Then, Lin Hao saw a good thing. There was a flying car parked not far away. And the key was hanging in the flying car. Lin Hao saw that the key of the flying car was actually very small. But Lin Hao was familiar with this guy. If he could get into the flying car, maybe they could jump out. But after looking at Bai Bofin's reminder, Lin Hao gave up. If it was him, he would definitely be able to jump out. This is nonsense. If it was really him, he would not be caught. Chapter 838. We're all here. Why don't you tell me who your leader is? Lin Hao couldn't help asking beside Yuan. During the journey, Lin Hao asked all kinds of questions. And Yuan even wanted to strangle the guy in front of him. But he didn't do it in the end. Because their leader had to be alive. And their leader was the one who had the final say. Oh my god. You can actually survive in such a cold place. You are all superpowers and mutant zombies. You can survive in such a place even without clothes. So where are your heads? Is he wearing clothes? Lin Hao couldn't help asking again. This time, Yuan looked at Lin Hao strangely. Do you really want to know if our heads wear clothes? Why? Your heads can't be human? Is this question strange? Lin Hao said. You will know when you see our heads in a while. Yuan didn't say much. He didn't want to talk so much with Lin Hao. Bai Bofin was still walking quietly beside Lin Hao. But his eyes were not quiet. Bai Bofin just didn't want to talk. He was the same as you and me. With a normal mind. And even smarter than normal people. After all, it is extremely rare for normal people to reach the 9th level of evolution after becoming mutant zombies. But Bai Bofin successfully reached it. Bai Bofin, who was silent, knew what situation he was in now. And because of this, he was even more silent. In Bai Bofin's shadow, Li Yang was still clinging to it. Which surprised Lin Hao. How long can Li Yang's skill last? Soon, a building appeared in front of him. A very normal civilian building. It was a small round house. A bungalow. 1 story. And looked like a particularly poor house in the countryside. In short, let alone the Eula planet. There are very few such buildings even on Earth. Lin Hao lowered his head and walked into the yard silently. The yard was open to the sky. He looked up and could see the sun. 2 days had passed. But the pollution on the Eula planet was getting worse. This was already a very northern place. With the sea not far away. Not to mention the existence of living people. Moreover, living people would not pollute the air. The only thing that polluted the air was always production. But the sky here was still black. In the depths of the Western world before, at least there was a normal sky. But here, it was unclear. No one knew whether there would be a normal sky as they went north. I don't know when. The snowflakes began to fall slowly. Fortunately, this kind of snowflakes looked pure white. The sky was dark because there were too many large particles. And the large particles were too heavy to attach to the snowflakes, which allowed the snowflakes to escape. Looking at the white snowflakes, Lin Hao's heart was slightly touched. He had been on the Ula planet for such a long time. And he had never seen Schwer. He had never come to this place before. So Lin Hao didn't even know that there were snowflakes falling on the Ula planet. Why? I feel so surprised. I feel that there are snowflakes falling on the Ula planet. A girl voice appeared in Lin Hao's ear. Lin Hao thought it was Gooden who said it. But after reacting, he found that the voice seemed to be much colder. When the voice appeared, the source around him became honest. And some lower-level mutant zombies and superpowers began to tremble. Lin Hao turned around in surprise, and then saw her. She seemed to be thinner, but the whole person was more cold and amazing. Cui Lian? Lin Hao asked in surprise. Yuan, who was standing next to him, heard it and immediately scolded, "Don't call our leader by his name." In fact, Yuan was also confused at this time. Why Lin Hao knew his leader's name? Yuan remembered that day. Not long after he joined this person's army, he experienced battles with superpowers and mutant zombies. Gradually, because of this person's strength, they were able to gain a foothold and establish a base here. The fundamental reason why this person was able to establish a base was because she stole something very precious in the Eastern world. A battleship. A universe-level battleship. Because there was a super weapon on this battleship. So since then, no zombies or humans have come to harass them. After that, this person issued a mission, requiring them to take a warship to Earth to find a person named Lin Hao. When Yuan heard about this mission, he immediately felt very strange. He knew Lin Hao, and it was Lin Hao who brought him in. But this person in front of him, who was so powerful and so inviolable, actually knew that kind of rogue? At that time, Yuan had already reached the 7th level of the force. He thought he would definitely surpass Lin Hao. But after meeting Lin Hao, he found that he really surpassed this guy. Then, Yuanju as Lin Hao looked more like a gangster. But would his boss know such a guy? His boss knew him. And he also knew his boss. What was the relationship between them? It's me. I thought you were a busy man and forgot my name. Cui Lian looked at Lin Hao coldly and said coldly. Cui Lian had a knife on her back. And the knife was so familiar. It was given to him by Lin Hao himself. What's wrong with you? When Lin Hao found that Cui Lian was not in the right state, he knew that something must have happened to this girl to make him react so strongly. So Lin Hao couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with me?" "Humph. You killed my parents? And you still ask me what's wrong? Do you know what I looked like when I saw my father's body when I returned home? Why did you go to steal the spaceship? If you want to steal, why do you have to come back to my city to steal? You killed my parents? But you still ask me what's wrong?" Cui Lian's voice was somewhat grief-stricken. But more of it was hatred. This was the first time that Lin Hao felt Cui Lian's hatred. So strong. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his visit to the Madian would cause such a big disturbance. For 2 years, Lin Hao hadn't thought of this level. Yes, he was so close to the Nyugulu family. When the war started, they were of course the easiest place to be monitored. As a result, he stole a spaceship in their city. If I were an official, I would also catch them. In this special period, whether this kind of thing is true or false is not so important. It is really good to make the higher-ups feel at ease. Cui Lian had not finished teaching the Jin family sword when she found out that her parents had died in the hands of the administrators of the Eastern world. Cui Lian and Lin Hao had the same personality. Although their personalities were different, they were both indifferent. For them, it was not a big deal. What they cared about was the most important. If the people they cared about could survive, even if they were betraying the country, so what? So when she learned the cause of her parents' death, Cui Lian left the Eastern world. Quietly. Just like that. Chapter 839. Lin Hao didn't say a word. He just looked at Cui Lian with some guilt. He didn't say anything because he didn't know what to say. Please don't look at me like that. It's useless. Your eyes are no longer useful to me. Cui Lian's voice was a little distorted. Obviously, She had some reaction to Lin Hao's eyes. Lin Hao quickly turned his eyes away. He really didn't want Cui Lian to have any thoughts. However, he had just heard his parents. It was estimated that Cui Lian would not have any thoughts about Lin Hao. Cui Lian's subordinates were standing nearby, not understanding. But their eyes were scanning Lin Hao, and by both and carefully. Yuan was already sweating coldly at this moment. He didn't expect that Lin Hao really had a relationship with his boss. And the relationship was so deep. If he really did something to Lin Hao, what would happen to him? Yuan didn't dare to think about it. But it was estimated that it would not be very good. I'm sorry. I really didn't know that this would happen. The snow was beautiful. But the two of them couldn't just stay embarrassed like this. Lin Hao could only speak. Even if the words sounded so meaningless. Stop it. Saying sorry is useless. Cui Lian exposed this meaningless remark. Then how do you want me to compensate you? Lin Hao's voice was a little hoarse. After all, the other party would definitely not want compensation. He killed the other party's parents. So what else could he do to compensate the other party? Unexpectedly, Cui Lian smiled mysteriously. This girl rarely smiled before. And even couldn't smile. She would only smile when she was with Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, one day, Cui Lian could also smile like this. But she still smiled at Lin Hao. That's what you said, Cui Lian said. Lin Hao looked at Cui Lian in surprise. You really want me to compensate you? You've already said it. You can't go back on it. Cui Lian's voice became cold again. And she returned to the feeling of an ice queen. Yes, that's right. I said it. Tell me how I should compensate you. Lin Hao said, as if he accepted his fate. After all, he killed the other party's parents. As long as the other party didn't want his crystal core, Lin Hao felt that it should be fine no matter what. But what Lin Hao didn't expect was that Cui Lian's first request caught Lin Hao off guard. Be my boyfriend. Cui Lian said it seriously and firmly. But Lin Hao felt it was so harsh. Sorry. This is not possible. Without even thinking, Lin Hao rejected this request. Why? Didn't you say you would compensate me? You killed my parents. What else can you compensate me for besides your life? Cui Lian was right. It seemed that there was really nothing she could compensate for except her own life. Then I give you my crystal core. Lin Hao raised his head, looked into Cui Lian's eyes, and said word by word. The two looked at each other for a long time. Cui Lian nodded and said to Lin Hao painfully, You are still so cruel. Source. Stop the mission target and let Lin Hao complete it alone. After Cui Lian said this, she was about to turn around and leave. But she faced Lin Hao again, looked at him seriously, and then said, You said you would compensate me. So complete the task I gave you. Remember? Don't die. The compensation for death will not count. When Cui Lian left the yard, the snow stopped. And Cui Lian's information was spinning in Lin Hao's mind. Gooden sighed and said, If you hadn't left the Ula planet, would Cui Lian be your opponent? The snow just now was so beautiful. I knew there was something wrong. The pollution on the Ula planet is so serious. How could there be such white snow? Sure enough, it was Cui Lian who created it with her skills. Has she really reached that level? Lin Hao still asked uncertainly. What do you think? Look, the attributes can't be faked. He alone occupies a piece of the earth on the Ula planet. It can't be faked. Look around. No one from the Western world or the Eastern world came to attack here. These can't be fake either. Gooden said a lot. But what he wanted to express in the end was that it was best to stay on the Ula planet. And only here could he become stronger. It's a pity that Lin Hao's dream never became stronger. He just wanted to be happier. If I accomplish this goal, will it be considered as compensation for you? Lin Hao shouted at Cui Lian's back as she left. Cui Lian did not speak and continued to walk away slowly. After walking a short distance, he looked back in the direction of Lin Hao. Because of the barrier, he could not see Lin Hao. And Lin Hao could not see him. Cui Lian's mouth curled up slightly. You think you can use this to compensate me? Impossible. Cui Lian left. And Yuan coughed and said to Lin Hao, Lin Hao, let me first tell you about our plan. Wait a minute. Can you tell me what this place is like? Lin Hao asked. What do you want to hear? Various situations. How it was formed. What's its name? When it was formed. Why it was formed. And so on. Lin Hao said. It's okay to tell you. After all, it's not a secret. Our territory is called Beishan, which was formed 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Our leader was a swordsmanship coach in the Eastern world. And the swordsmanship he practiced was yours. In the end, because of you, our leader's parents died. And the old man wanted to catch our leader. Fortunately, our leader was lucky and managed to escape. Then our leader took a little zombie and a superpower he saved and began to penetrate the first small force in Beishan. In this place, Beishan is getting bigger and bigger, and the leader is getting more and more powerful. Fortunately, I am also getting stronger and stronger. Yuan seemed to speak with confidence. Where are the superpower and zombies that Cui Lian saved? Lin Hao asked. The superpower has been dead for a long time. Yuan seemed to be reminiscing about the past. But it wasn't that long. What about the zombies? Lin Hao asked again. Zombies? That's me. Yuan laughed. And it was unknown what he was thinking. But seeing Yuan's laughter, Lin Hao seemed to suddenly realize something. Gooden, I feel a little strange. The force seems to be gushing more and more. Lin Hao felt the condition of his body, and couldn't help asking Gooden. Gooden said directly, It's okay. Hold it in. When our leader saved me, I felt like an angel came to this world. I told those people that I was not a zombie from the West world. I was just passing by. But they still wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for the leader, I might have died. Yuan was still reminiscing. Chapter 840. Okay. Stop reminiscing, and tell me what your plan is. Lin Hao saw Yuan's eager look, and felt a little unhappy for some reason. So he couldn't help but yell. Yuan looked at Lin Hao with some dissatisfaction. After all, there was still hatred between the two of them. And it was definitely impossible to reach a friendly attitude in an instant. Do you know the suicide plan? Yuan looked at Lin Hao and asked. I know nothing. Lin Hao said helplessly. The suicide plan was thought up by our leader. Some time ago, both the Eastern world and the Western world attacked us collectively, wanting to eliminate us. But in the end, they all fell silent. Do you know why? Yuan asked again. As if Lin Hao couldn't answer such a question. It meant that Lin Hao was inferior to him. Lin Hao still didn't speak. Just looked at Yuan with his eyes. Yuan coughed and then said to Lin Hao, Our leader is a very lonely person. He has gathered many zombies or superpowers of the 8th level of the force under his command. These zombies and superpowers of the 8th level of the force are all because they can't stand the current state of the Eastern world and the Western world. So they are angry with our leader, and are ready to rebel against the entire world, and the people of the entire planet. The suicide plan is actually very simple. It is to have them sneak into any scientific research station or military factory in the Eastern world, completely disrupt their logistics plan, and destroy their material ships. In this case, they will definitely not be able to escape. So it is called a suicide plan. Generally, those who participate in this plan are force level 5 or above, including the force level 8 I just mentioned. So this suicide plan is still a very glorious plan in your organization. Why are you not here? Lin Hao asked with a smile. When he said this, Yuan's face turned bitter. The boss knew that I was from Earth. So he asked me to learn how to use this battleship. It took me half a year to learn this battleship. And I explored it countless times. Can you understand the difficulty? I am really sorry that you wasted half a year to catch me. Lin Hao looked at Yuan with disdain. Yuan gritted his teeth. I don't understand why all the suicide plans were stopped because of you. Anyway, I have already told you what the suicide plan is specifically about. There are no other requirements. Not even time requirements. The only requirement is that you must destroy the military factory in Madian. Since you left, the military factory in Madian has completely become a thorn in our boss's eyes. And it has always been a thorn in our boss's eyes. Unfortunately, we have never been able to break through the strong defense there. So this glorious task is handed over to you. I have said everything I want to say. Remember, if we have different positions when we meet next time, I will definitely kill you. Wait, what does the phrase different standpoints mean? Lin Hao caught this strange sentence. Some people surrendered to the enemy after being captured, such as the superpowers returning to the Eastern world, and the zombies returning to the Western world. Yuan was probably ashamed when he said these words. So his voice was very low. You can rest assured about this. I have no place to surrender to the enemy. Then Lin Hao remembered that if he went to Madian to destroy the military factory, he would most likely die there. So he definitely couldn't go there. But where else could he go if not there? As for Mo Xiang, with the relationship between Gooden and Mo Xiang, he should not hurt himself no matter what. As for Cui Lian's matter, to be honest, Lin Hao is really sorry. But this matter itself is an accident. Lin Hao can't help him destroy the military factory in the Eastern world just for an accident. That will kill many people and make more people displaced. That's not what he should do. Lin Hao always knows what he should do. Yuan left. The others left. Everyone left. And only Lin Hao was left. Lin Hao was a little confused. Wasn't he afraid that he would run away? Everyone left. Leaving only Lin Hao and Bai Bofen. Fuck. What does this mean? Do you think I can't escape? Or do you think I won't escape because of guilt? Cui Lian. You underestimate me too much. Lin Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself. They came all the way to Ula planet. And then, they just ignored me after they caught me. What kind of logic is this? What kind of logic is this? Since everyone has left, someone should show up. Turning into a pile of shadows. Hiding until now. Li Yang. Why are you hiding in there? Lin Hao asked, picking his nose. Bai Bofen also looked at his own shadow. And then he saw that Bai Bofen's shadow began to change. The entire black shadow began to materialize. And then slowly grew taller. The color also gradually changed from the purest black to the color of a normal person. Li Yang finally appeared in front of Lin Hao. You kid really didn't even say a word to me in Bai Bofen's shadow. Lin Hao couldn't help complaining. It's not that I don't want to talk to you. But I can't talk. My skills can fit into other people's shadows without limit. And other people can only find me when I want them to find me. If I don't want them to find me, you can't even find me. Li Yang said. Is it that powerful? Lin Hao was surprised. Where is this place? Li Yang didn't brag about how powerful he was. He was different from Lin Hao. He was a low-key person. This is the Ula planet. I didn't expect that one day I would bring you to this planet by mistake. Lin Hao sighed. Is this the reason why you are stronger than us? I just saw Yuan. He is stronger than you. Li Yang asked. Yes. There is another level above our evolution level, called the force level. Our planet is developing too slowly. And we don't know when the force will appear. But here it has been developed for more than 100 years. And the force can be everywhere. Only here can we have the force. And relying on the force, we can enter the force level. Lin Hao said. Okay. Then let's get stronger before we leave. Li Yang said. How can we get stronger? This time it was Bai Bofen who spoke. Seeing his two friends asking him so excitedly, Lin Hao touched his chin and thought for a while before saying, there are two ways. One is to devour the crystal core. For me, it is very simple to find 2 crystal cores of the first level of the force. It can allow you to quickly reach the first level of the force. Of course, this will also limit your potential. The second is to evolve through your own communication with the force. In this way, you have unlimited potential. There are 2 methods. Which one do you choose? Chapter 841. Forget it. Let's not think about these things. Let's leave here first. The snowflakes in the sky disappeared completely after Cui Lian left. It seems that what Gooden said was true. Cui Lian can really make the sky snow. This skill that can affect the weather. It seems that Cui Lian has really reached the peak. Lin Hao still remembers the attribute that Lin Hao saw when Cui Lian appeared in front of him. Name, Cui Lian. Level, Force Level 9. Title, King. Skills, Elements. Gene Family Hegemony Sword. Strength, 350. Spirit, 400. Speed, 300. Stamina, 300. Evaluation, no evaluation for humans. This is Cui Lian's attribute. When Lin Hao saw this attribute, he was stunned. When he left, Cui Lian was still a girl who had not even reached the force. As a result, after only 2 years of not seeing her, she had reached this level. Go Dan. Is Cui Lian's talent really that strong? Lin Hao couldn't help asking again. What do you think? Go Dan asked Lin Hao this question directly. Lin Hao said nothing silently, and walked out of the room with Bai Bofen and Li Yang. Everything around was white, and there was still snow on the ground. The temperature here was very low. So when Cui Lian put the snow on the ground, the snow was preserved. There was a creaking sound when stepping on the snow, which was very strange. After Lin Hao walked out with Li Yang and Bai Bofen, he looked around. Was there really no one watching him? Did Cui Lian really let him go? But why did she bother to catch him? This really made Lin Hao very confused. But since Cui Lian had let him go, it didn't make sense for him to stay here. Just as he walked out of the yard, Li Yang suddenly knelt on the ground, covering his neck, looking like he was about to die. What's wrong with you? Hey, Li Yang. Don't scare me. Lin Hao immediately subdued Li Yang, and then used his mental power to check his whole body. The first choice was Li Yang's brain. Then, Lin Hao really found something. There was a shadow inside Li Yang's brain. It was a very powerful residual mental power. It was so strong that Lin Hao had no way to deal with it. Do you really think I will let you leave casually? You must compensate for the compensation you promised. Cui Lian appeared beside Lin Hao again without knowing when. Lin Hao stood up suddenly and looked at Cui Lian with anger, the woman who had confessed to him, and shouted, "Then why don't you leave this thing in my brain? Why do you leave it in his brain?" Cui Lian stared into Lin Hao's eyes without any ripples, and said quietly, "I know what kind of person you are. Even if I threaten you with your own life, you will not be willing to do something you don't want to do. And I can't bear it." Cui Lian said these words quietly and prepared to leave. Lin Hao shouted again, "Who said I don't care about my life? Change it now. I definitely care about my life." Cui Lian left with a smile on her face, ignoring Lin Hao. "Don't go." Lin Hao wanted to catch up, but there was no way, because he couldn't catch up with Cui Lian. As the wind and snow stirred, Cui Lian completely disappeared. Lin Hao clenched his fists. It turned out that it was not that no one had discovered Li Yang. Cui Lian had discovered it a long time ago. Not only did she discover it, but she also left such a thing in Li Yang's brain. So she was fearless. She knew what kind of person she was. For Lin Hao, friends were more important than his own life. He couldn't ignore Li Yang. Li Yang was no longer in pain. He stood up and said with some guilt, "I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble." "What nonsense are you talking about? We are brothers. The worst that can happen is that we can accomplish her goal. Don't forget. We are the three villains. And we are the same here." Lin Hao patted Li Yang's shoulder. But Lin Hao knew one thing. That is, Cui Lian could no longer be his friend. Lin Hao left. And left very decisively, taking Li Yang and Bai Bofen with him. Cui Lian watched the scene not far away, when she saw Lin Hao turn around and leave so decisively. For some reason, Cui Lian felt a little pain in her heart. Earth. Looking at the sturdy armored vehicle in front of him, Jean Bebe nodded. "Is there enough fuel?" Jean Bebe asked. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Absolutely enough." "Do you have to go?" "I must go. I must go." The survivor base in the capital is said to have been occupied by another group of people. But that group has developed the base very well. Not only that, they are also vigorously developing technology. It is said that there is a spaceship plan. I don't know if they are immigrating or what they want to do, but I think this is an opportunity. I want to find Lin Hao. Jean Bebe said firmly. "Why don't you let us go with you?" Jiang Panpan asked beside him. "Our base still needs you. And we don't know what's going on over there. It's not safe to take you there. I'm enough. Don't forget that we are all the top superpowers on Earth. Even if we can't beat them, no one can outrun me." Jean Bebe said confidently. He is a speed-type superpower. After running, there is really no creature on Earth that can catch up with him. Although Lin Tian and Jiang Panpan also wanted to go, Jean Bebe refused verbally. Besides, Jiang Panpan and Lin Tian had a child, so they had to stay here because of the child. "Be careful along the way," Lin Tian said to Jean Bebe. "Don't worry. I will be careful. If a battle happens, the base will depend on you. If you need to use your brain, just find Wang Zai. He is smarter than me." Wang Zai laughed and said, "You finally admit that you are dumber than me? Go to hell. I will always be smarter than you. But besides me, you are the smartest. You must protect our base," Jean Bebe said. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, there won't be any problems at the base," Wang Zai said. Jean Bebe got on the armored vehicle and took a look at the base. She didn't know if this was the last look, so she looked very seriously. Jean Bebe had already decided that she must go find Lin Hao and not let him disappear in such an unclear way. The armored vehicle was very fast. It was a modified armored vehicle with full horsepower, and was not afraid of any zombie tide. Even if there was a zombie tide now, it would not be able to do anything to Jean Bebe. But this car could ensure that when encountering such a situation, it would reduce the waste of time. The car drove out of the base and rushed to the north. It rushed so fast that the wall of the base collapsed a little. Wang Zai said with contempt, "I think it is a wrong decision to let this woman go out alone." Jiang Panpan nodded. "That's right. He shouldn't be allowed to leave like this. especially when facing Lin Hao's matter. Chapter 842. Jean Bebe just left like that. Although the news was blocked in this era, as long as someone was interested, they could still get a lot of news. But for Lin Hao, this woman could do anything. Everyone knew where the survivor base in the capital was. They only knew a direction. But this direction was not necessarily correct. After all, a slight mistake can lead to a huge difference. But Jean Bebe had already reached the point where she didn't care. The entire armored vehicle drove recklessly towards the north, not caring about the zombie tide or the super mutant zombies, because they were not as powerful as her anyway. However, no matter how fast the armored vehicle was, with the current technology on Earth, it would not be as fast as her own speed, which made Jean Bebe very distressed. Should she abandon the car and move on her own, or drive the car and sit comfortably in it? Finally, Jean Bebe made a choice. She resolutely left the car and ran quickly in that direction. Jean Bebe didn't know that this saved her almost half of the time. The armored vehicle was ruthlessly abandoned by her. If the armored vehicle could talk, it would definitely complain. Why ride it when it was going to run from the beginning? The zombies around surrounded the armored vehicle as it moved. But after surrounding it, they found that there was nothing inside. These were the zombies on Earth. They had not yet developed to a certain scale, so these zombies were so low level. If it was on Eula planet, there would definitely be no zombies surrounding it in this situation, because the zombies there had long passed this ignorant stage. But it was good this way. At least, they wouldn't cause any trouble to Jean Bebe. Although Jean Bebe was very fast, she didn't know the exact location. When she arrived at the capital, she started running around the capital, hoping to find the so-called large survivor base. Fortunately, although the capital was large, the survivor base was also large, and there was no need to look for it specifically. Jean Bebe found the location when she went around the third circle. In fact, as long as Jean Bebe continued to walk forward along the path she had taken at the beginning, she would have been able to find it. But sometimes, this woman was just a little bit stubborn. Anyway, Jean Bebe finally found this huge survivor base. And the next step was negotiation. When she thought of Lin Hao, Jean Bebe felt that her rationality had disappeared. Apart from the initial goal, she didn't think about anything else and rushed into the survivor base in the capital. When Wang Lanlan was inspecting the base today, she suddenly felt her left eyelid twitching violently, as if something might happen. But now she is one of the top combat forces on Earth. What else can make her feel uneasy? Looking at the survivors he had taken down, there were very powerful technological weapons inside. No matter what creature it was, the base could not withstand such a blow. However, according to the report of his own detection soldiers, a very huge spaceship seemed to have been discovered in Province H. That spaceship was even bigger than his own. To be honest, no one knew that such a huge and luxurious spaceship could be dug out in a place like the capital where every inch of land is valuable. But it was dug out just like that. And it was dug out in such a situation where it was caught off guard. No one knows where this spaceship came from. They only know that the technology inside does not seem to be the technology that the Earth should have. But what is surprising is that this spaceship can actually start. However, up to now, those people have not mastered the technology of this spaceship. And no one knows who leaked this news, so that many survivors' bases know about this matter. Since then, Wang Lanlan felt uncomfortable and nauseous in her heart. But it was not easy to tell her subordinates about this situation. She could only hide it in her heart and silently wait for what seemed to be about to happen. Then, there was a loud noise at the door. Obviously, the so-called wait came. Wang Lanlan rushed to the gate of the base the moment she heard the noise. At the gate, the two superpowers guarding the gate were lying on the ground with ferocious faces. What happened? Wang Lanlan asked loudly. The two people lying on the ground seemed to be unable to speak. They could only hold their stomachs and look at Wang Lanlan without saying a word, as if they were telling something with their eyes. Well, looking at the two of them, you can know what happened, because not far away, a woman is gradually approaching. Wang Lanlan did not attack the other party immediately. After all, she didn't know what was going on. It was unwise to waste her fighting power. Who are you and where are you from? What are you going to do? Wang Lanlan asked questions that no one in the world could answer. Wang Lanlan was stunned for a moment after asking these three questions. Similarly, Jean Bebe was also stunned for a moment, as if thinking about how to answer this question. The two women were dozens of meters away from each other. They could see each other clearly, hear each other's voices, and even smell each other's smell. But these 3 questions. Jean Bebe scratched his head. How should he answer? It's fine if you can't answer. But you should tell me what you do? Why did you hurt my people? Wang Lanlan pressed her temple. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause trouble. But these 2 guys stopped me from entering. So I did it. Jean Bebe said calmly. The 2 people who were kicked were immediately unwilling. And one of them struggled to get up and asked, What nonsense are you talking about? It was clearly us who asked you to wait, and we went back to report. But you kicked us in without saying a word. The person who was kicked was obviously very resentful. But if Wang Lanlan was not here, they would definitely not dare to talk like this. After all, Jean Bebe's strength is much stronger than theirs. And they can also feel it. Jean Bebe smiled awkwardly and said, I'm really sorry. I'm really anxious to find the leader of your base. That woman. Right? Both of them are people who have reached the evolution level. And the moment they see each other, they know that the other party is very powerful. In this case, Jean Bebe feels that the other party may be the person he wants to find. But this is the capital survivor base after all. And no one knows how many masters there are in it. So Jean Bebe still asked in advance. Yes, this base is mine. I don't know what you are going to do. Wang Lanlan asked directly. I definitely have no ill intentions. But I have something to discuss with you. Jean Bebe said. Chapter 843. Tell me. What do you want to talk to me about? In a conference room, Wang Lanlan looked at Jean Bebe across from her and asked. I know you have a spaceship. And I want to join your plan. Jean Bebe asked straight to the point. As expected. You all know. Yes, we have such a plan. But the spaceship has not been repaired yet. Even if it is repaired, we don't know where to go. Wang Lanlan shook her head and said helplessly. I don't care. I need to participate. You won't mind having another level 9 expert. I have the confidence. He said aggressively. Wang Lanlan is no longer the 16-year-old girl she used to be. She has seen and understood a lot in this cruel world. Although Jean Bebe is a little strong. What Jean Bebe said makes sense. For such an expert, it is natural to win him over. Do you really want to participate? Wang Lanlan asked again. Yes, I want to participate. I must participate. Jean Bebe said firmly. Okay, you can stay in our base. When the spaceship is repaired, I will send someone to tell you. You can see that our base is very large and there are many empty rooms. You can live wherever you want. But there is one thing. I hope you will not be our enemy. You will not be my opponent in my base. Wang Lanlan stared at Jean Bebe with a half-threatening and half-warning look. Jean Bebe did not speak. Since her goal had been achieved, she would wait quietly and believe that she would definitely be able to find Lin Hao through this spaceship. For some reason, Jean Bebe thought so. How is the repair work on the spacecraft going? Wang Lanlan came to the repair base of the spacecraft. To repair this spacecraft, a large base must be placed. After all, this spacecraft is very large. It was placed outside in the open air for a while. But for some reason, it must be hidden. So it was hidden. We have almost finished the repair. In fact, many equipments can be used. The main thing is that we are studying the technology inside this spacecraft. The technology inside is definitely not the technology of our planet. It is at least many years ahead of us. A maintenance worker reported to Wang Lanlan. Can it be started? This is what Wang Lanlan is most worried about. If this thing can really be started, it can at least prove that alien civilizations may really exist. So how are those alien creatures now? This is what Wang Lanlan is most curious about. She really wants to know what is on the planet outside. Moreover, she has been in this level of evolution for a long time. She clearly feels that she can improve. But she always feels that she lacks some opportunity and cannot improve. Perhaps we can only know what is outside if we go outside. Wang Lanlan said silently. By the way, we also found an automatic driving program inside. The program is quite complicated and we can't crack it for the time being. But I have found a way to use it. According to the correct method, this spacecraft may perform a so-called space jump and reach a place we have never been to. The maintenance personnel continued. Is there a way to come back later? Wang Lanlan asked. I don't know. The maintenance staff said very honestly. In short, this is a very dangerous time and space journey. If you really want to test drive outside the universe, you need to learn how to use their automatic driving program. Because this program is two-way and can jump to that unknown point and can also jump back from that point. I have to go. The Earth no longer has what I need. I need to go outside to see what is there, Wang Lanlan said firmly. It is impossible for an excellent psychic to see that there is a level that can be reached above, but still stagnate. They will try any way to cross the barrier, which is why the strong become stronger. Not long after, Jean Bebe had learned the news. When she was brought to this place, she was dumbfounded when she saw the spaceship. Although this spaceship is somewhat different from the one that I glimpsed, at least there is no change in appearance. We have almost repaired the spaceship, and it will be ready for use soon. You still have the right to regret. Do you really want to go with me? Wang Lanlan asked again. Jean Bebe did not speak, but her eyes had revealed her thoughts. Okay. I want to tell you that this trip was originally just me, but now with you, there are two of us. So do you know why I am so happy to let you join? Wang Lanlan smiled. No one else? Jean Bebe asked curiously. The risk is too great. I don't want others to take risks. I am the most powerful person in this base, so I have to try it myself first. After all, if something unexpected happens, I am the one with the greatest chance of escaping. Wang Lanlan said. Your base is so big, and you are the only one who has upgraded to the 9th level of evolution? Jean Bebe asked incredulously. Why? There are so many 9th level people in your base? This time it was Wang Lanlan's turn to be surprised. Yes, quite a lot, Jean Bebe said, as if it was a matter of course. Are you from the survivor base in Province B? Wang Lanlan asked again. Sure enough. I think you should know our base, Jean Bebe said. At this time, Wang Lanlan couldn't help but take a closer look at Jean Bebe. Sure enough, the more she looked, the more familiar she looked. Wang Lanlan remembered that she had stayed in the base in City B, Province B for a period of time, and the leader of that base seemed to be the woman in front of her. But she was not yet an adult at that time, and this woman had not changed much. Wang Lanlan found it hard to believe that she didn't recognize her at first. Have you ever thought that maybe we know each other? Wang Lanlan asked tentatively. Did we know each other before? Jean Bebe asked in confusion. Since you have forgotten, forget it. Wang Lanlan smiled mysteriously. Jean Bebe couldn't help but look at the mysterious woman in front of him a few more times, searching frantically in his memory. But he really didn't find anything. The woman in front of him had never appeared in his memory before they met a few days ago. Of course, Jean Bebe knew that she had lost her memory. She was wondering if she really knew this woman before. But she had forgotten it. Of course, now is obviously not the time to think about these things. The spaceship in front of them started to start. Now it is a trial start. As long as this start is normal. Then next, the two women will really board the spaceship in front of them and head to the mysterious universe. Chapter 844. The timeline returned to the Ula planet again. Lin Hao looked at Li Yang helplessly. Although Li Yang looked fine now, Lin Hao himself was a zombie with spiritual attributes. So he understood how terrible this spiritual imprint was. No matter how far away, the other party could always easily control the imprinted person, if he wanted to remove this imprint. Unless Lin Hao's spiritual power was stronger than Cui Lian's, he would let Cui Lian remove it on her own initiative. The few people walked out of this so-called Cui Lian base. They still couldn't see anyone along the way, just like they couldn't see ordinary people in the Eastern world. This was really strange. It was not the case in the Western world, where zombies and people could be seen anytime and anywhere. The three of them were excited and curious at the beginning, but fell silent at the end. The three of them never lacked joy when they were together, but when they really fell silent, they found that it was not as awkward as they had imagined. After all, they were already so familiar with each other. So what should we do next? Bai Bofin asked. The fat guy finally spoke. He had not spoken much since he got off the spaceship. Now that he saw that Li Yang's problem seemed to be very serious, he asked with some concern. It's okay. There must be a way. Don't worry about Li Yang. He won't dare to do anything to you, Lin Hao said. Why? You're not as good as her, Bai Bofin asked with a broken heart. Lin Hao covered his conscience. It doesn't matter. I will become such a strong person sooner or later. Do we really have to complete the task assigned to us by that woman? Although Bai Bofin didn't know how difficult this task was, at least he was sure that he and Li Yang would never be able to complete it with Lin Hao. When the two were just between the group of superpowers and zombies, they could only feel terror. So terror that they couldn't even speak. Otherwise Bai Bofin wouldn't have dared to speak after those people left. It was a fear from the depths of his soul. although by both and wanted to fight back. He really couldn't speak. It's okay. You guys improve your strength first. Anyway, that girl didn't set a time limit for me. Lin Hao's heart was in a mess. No matter what. There was a time bomb in Li Yang's body now, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Don't worry about me. Do whatever you want. Li Yang is still so cool. No matter how big the opponent is. He is stubborn. If he can't beat him, he will die. This kind of person will die the fastest. But if he is allowed to live, he will be the most terrifying killer. Lin Hao looked at this guy apologetically and clenched his fist in his heart. I will never let anything happen to you. Since you came to this place because of me, I will never let anything happen to you. Lin Hao said silently in his heart. In the Eastern world, in a marginal city, there are no 8 top-level superpowers in the marginal city now. After all, the war has slowly stabilized and returned to the previous situation. If Cui Lian is still the same Cui Lian, she must be the happiest, because life has returned to the past. Unfortunately, Cui Lian is not the same Cui Lian, and Lin Hao is not the same Lin Hao. Today, Qianli is in the marginal city. It seems that Qianli likes staying in the marginal city very much. Especially likes to watch the Western world from the highest place. He has done all the work of the Sentinel. After all, this guy is not only fast, but also has good eyesight. After being tortured by masters of that level, they regard the work of the Sentinel as very important. There are not only Sentinels underground, but also Sentinels in the sky. All kinds of artificial, technological, and even spy-shaped ones. For example, for technological satellites, they must not step out of this line. Once they step in, the zombies with strong mental power will completely destroy the satellite. So until now, all the sentries are here. But it is still useless. They just can't break through the defense line of Westworld. You know, the group of zombies in Westworld are actually not scary at all. The important thing is the guy called Mo Xiang. As long as he is eliminated, we will be at peace. And the zombies will definitely be completely wiped out from our planet. Qianli, who had nothing to do, boasted to an ordinary psychic. Although this psychic was also a very powerful one. What else could he do besides being humble and flattering in front of a top psychic? They didn't know that not far away, Lin Hao looked at this guy with a mocking look, and slowly got on a flying car and left with a smile. They just came here by hitchhiking, and happened to see this acquaintance. Lin Hao just glanced at Qianli, and then left quickly. After all, the other party was a top psychic, and the other party knew him. After all, the memory of those psychics was so strong that as long as they met, the other party could remember it for 20 years. Not to mention 2 years. So Lin Hao must not risk being discovered by this guy. But even though Lin Hao had already started the flying car and left, Qianli couldn't help but look back at the car. He always felt that the car was a little strange. In fact, according to Qianli's speed, he could catch up to see what was going on. But that situation was too mysterious. For Qianli, the most important thing now was the Western world in front of him. That was the most important thing. After Lin Hao left, Qianli was still bragging about his views on the present. And the poor superpower was still flattering him. Even though he wanted to leave very much. In the center of Westworld, Yang was waiting for something. He looked at the 5 top mutant zombies next to him, and said with disdain, "It's been so long. And you still haven't fully integrated the power in your body. How can you fight against the other side in this situation? Last time, the 5 of you couldn't beat the 4 of them. Now we have 6. But the other side is 8. I can only count on the 5 of you. I hope you can be faster. I hope to start a super large war again." Kuai Long asked with some guilt, "But what about the person in the north? That woman cannot be an enemy. We are not afraid of her. Whether it is the Eastern world or that guy, we are not afraid. But we can't provoke him. Once provoked, that guy may form an alliance with the Eastern world, which will be disadvantageous to us. Similarly, if that woman forms an alliance with us, then we will have a greater chance of winning. The Eastern world does not want this to happen, which is why neither of us is fighting that woman." Kuai Long asked wittily, "If we unite with her, can this battle be fought?" Look smiled, "Smart. Especially when this woman has a grudge against the Eastern world." Chapter 845. In fact, how could the Eastern world not have thought of this idea? No matter which camp Cui Lian joins, it will greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of a camp. After all, she is a powerful master who relies on her own ability to reach the 9th level of the force. However, The Eastern world will never get in touch with Cui Lian. Those people in the Eastern world killed Cui Lian's parents with their own hands. Although not in person, Cui Lian was working diligently for the Eastern world at that time. In this case, she killed the other party's parents. How could the other party turn around and ally with the Eastern world? This news was not sealed, so it didn't take long for them to know about it. They had already started to implement this plan, but it hadn't worked out so far. Cui Lian wasn't stupid. No matter who she formed an alliance with, she wouldn't benefit from it, because no one knew if one of the two sides would destroy the bridge after winning. So Kuai Long brought up the old matter again. Mo Xiang knew it was a good idea. But what Mo Xiang wanted was a way to implement this good idea. Obviously, Kuai Long couldn't provide it. So the face of the man was a little distorted. A good method could not be implemented, and everyone would be depressed. In the end, the group of people were still sent away by the man, and they were asked to quickly integrate the energy in their bodies. But what they didn't know was that they probably wouldn't be able to integrate all the original force in their lifetime. The reason was very simple. Because that was the limit of their physical potential. Lin Hao drove his own flying car leisurely towards the mill, and couldn't help asking on the way, "Gooden, are you sure we won't be discovered?" First, the war has entered the buffer zone again. Their investigation cannot be so strict. Secondly, please believe in my ability. As long as I want. There is no technological force that can verify your identity. Seeing Gooden's confidence, Lin Hao no longer questioned it. It was simple. Trust. Just like Bai Bofen and Li Yong absolutely trusted Lin Hao. On the way, Lin Hao kept asking the two guys to feel the force, hoping to understand something. But unfortunately, neither of them felt anything. Don't worry. This kind of thing is not so easy to handle. Remember, just use a normal mind to comprehend it. Lin Hao said. This kind of thing can only rely on themselves. As long as they can comprehend the force without relying on the crystal core to advance, their potential can be greatly improved. What Lin Hao can do is to release his own force and let the two of them comprehend it. The speed of the car is not fast, but they don't need a fast speed. What they need is time, especially by Bofen and Li Yong. The more time they have, the more opportunities they have to comprehend. After 2 days, Lin Hao still did not speed up. He was like a real driver the whole time. He stopped at the traffic light and waited until he could drive. In this way, 2 days passed, and then they arrived at Madian. Lin Hao still had a deep impression of the military factory in Madian. After all, he relied on the spaceship in this military factory when he returned to Earth. He wondered if the guy inside still recognized him, thinking that the psychic of the same level as himself could be so powerful. Lin Hao also smiled knowingly. He wondered if that guy was still there. If so, what level of force should he be now? These were not issues that Lin Hao should consider. Although it was dark now, it was still daytime. Everyone was still working, and there were still many people. Fortunately, because it was dark, the people here liked to build various clock-related buildings. So Lin Hao could easily see the time there, and knew what time it was now. So Lin Hao stopped the car. Now, all we have to do is wait. Lin Hao looked at Li Yong and Bai Bofen and said. Li Yong nodded and habitually touched his shoulder. But he touched nothing. His dagger was no longer there. Where is my dagger? Li Yong asked curiously. Guess? Lin Hao smiled. Bai Bofen stretched and lay down in the back seat very naturally. When they sat, they would feel the so-called original force. And when they didn't feel it, they would sit on their own things. For example, Li Yong likes to touch his shoulders. But he seems to have forgotten that his dagger was lost on Earth. In that battle, this guy subconsciously pulled out his dagger. But that kind of dagger can't hurt those zombies and superpowers at all. So naturally, Li Yong threw it away. Unfortunately, this guy seems to have forgotten this matter. Where is my dagger? Li Yong asked again. Yes. Lin Hao replied weakly. I need a sharper one. Li Yong said. Well, let's look for it when the time comes. There are all kinds of things in the military factory. Maybe there is a weapon you need. Lin Hao said. I want one too. Bai Bofen shouted in the seat behind him. You want a ball. As a defensive zombie, he really doesn't need any weapons. After all, the attack power is there. I like hammers. Let's see if there are hammers or something like that. I also want a weapon. Bai Bofen said. I don't know if there is a hammer. But there is a small hammer. Lin Hao hinted. Small hammer. What small hammer? Bai Bofin asked innocently. It's okay. The small hammer is gone anyway, Lin Hao said. I don't want the small one. I see if there is a big one. I must have a big one, Bai Bofin said. Lin Hao smiled and said nothing, just looking at the building in front of him. This is the most basic building in Modian. Although it doesn't look high, this building is definitely full of secrets. Because under the building is a school. This school is called the School of Superpowers. Lin Hao really had an impulse to go in and see if the old scholar was still there. After all, that guy was the one who helped him the most besides Cui Lian. If it weren't for this guy, he might not have been able to return to Earth. But thinking of his plan and his face, although he was not famous, he was also a person who had appeared in newspapers and media on the Ula planet. What if someone accidentally recognized him? Lin Hao didn't dare to take this risk, mainly because of Cui Lian. Lin Hao was really famous in the School of Superpowers. Just like this, relying on a box of cigarettes. Time slowly came to people after get off work, after dinner, and after going to bed. Chapter 846. It's almost time. Get ready. Lin Hao looked at the time on the building outside and said, After all, you can't tell anything from the sky on the Ula planet. What should we do? Li Yang and Bai Bofin couldn't help asking. You just watch the car at the door, and I will run out immediately after I finish the action, Lin Hao said. We won't help at all? Bai Bofin said. I also hope you can help. But your strength is not enough. And you will only cause trouble for me if you go. Lin Hao's words were cruel, but they were also true. Bai Bofin and Li Yang's strength would only cause trouble if they went there, and they would not be able to help at all. Okay. Then we wait for you here. And you should hurry up, Bai Bofin said worriedly. Don't worry. Don't you know me? Even if I can't beat you, I can run away. Lin Hao was still very confident in his speed. If it weren't for Li Yang and Bai Bofin when he was at Cui Lian's place, Lin Hao might have run away long ago. After getting off the car, Lin Hao walked in that direction with familiarity. Although he had only been there once, Lin Hao still had a very deep impression of him, especially the security uncle who had advised him. But now Lin Hao can't say that he is familiar with it. At least he is familiar with it. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the military factory. There are still many superpowers around the military factory, but those superpowers seem to be much stronger, and the guards of these people are very strict. Almost every step they take must be carefully checked. Seeing this posture, Lin Hao couldn't help laughing, especially since everyone was equipped with so much technology. It is estimated that there must be something to identify their identity. After all, Lin Hao used that method to successfully sneak in. It would be strange if they were not prepared. Lin Hao didn't come here to destroy the military factory directly this time. Let's not talk about whether he has the strength to do so. After all, the military factory is so big that it was discovered before he could destroy several places. This time, he mainly wanted to find out the location of the military factory, and then find a way. The best way to find out is of course to sneak in. But now it looks like this. I'm afraid there is no way to sneak in. Lin Hao circled the military factory several times before he found that there was no chance to sneak in. The war had obviously entered a period of easing. But this place was more severe than usual. There is no absolute space around. It's not easy to get in, and it's even harder to get out. Gooden asked Lin Hao directly. Is there no loophole? Lin Hao said. Yes, but it's too dangerous, Gooden said. What loophole? In the air. Can't you fly? This is the simplest method. But there is one thing. If the opponent can also fly, they may keep you. Once you are kept. This is a military factory, and you will not be able to escape, Gooden said very seriously. Really? These two words were complete nonsense. No matter whether it was true or not. As long as Gooden said so, Lin Hao would never risk his life. After all, there was really no need to risk his life at this time. Not long after, Lin Hao returned to the flying car, knocked on the door, and Bai Bofin's ugly face appeared. Stay in the car for a while. I'm going to go somewhere. Lin Hao looked at the Superpower Academy not far away and said to the two. Bai Bofin and Li Yang nodded. They were unfamiliar with this place, and all the people here were human. Fortunately, they no longer had the most basic zombie desires. Otherwise these two guys would never be so honest. Remember what I said? Ordinary humans on this planet have weapons that can destroy you, because the technology here is too advanced. Don't run around. Don't expose your identity. Lin Hao shouted again and again. Fortunately, these two guys are reliable. They should not run around. After giving instructions, Lin Hao left and walked towards the School of Superpowers. The old scholar still went into the laboratory at dawn as usual. And then the day passed. He just put down the work in his hands, and found that it seemed that he should go to bed. Although the old scholar was very old. Fortunately, he was also a very high-level supernatural person. Although his combat talent was not high, he had a good brain and was able to research. So he was also a respected person in this academy. The old scholar, who was ready to go to bed, just sat on the bed and felt that his right eyelid was twitching. So he immediately felt an ominous premonition. When I had this feeling before, it was Lin Hao who came. And trouble followed. Who will come this time? Before the old scholar could think about this question, his window was knocked. Lin Hao was waving his wings outside his window, showing his white teeth and smiling very happily. The old scholar was a superpower after all. Although his level was not high, his body was very good. But the moment he saw Lin Hao, he felt that his heart seemed to stop suddenly. And it took a long time to recover slowly. It was Lin Hao again. Should I open the window? It seemed that he had no way to stop this guy. After all, if he didn't open the window, he would have 100 ways to get in. The old scholar sighed and opened his window. Didn't you return to your own planet? Why are you back again? Cui Lian is no longer here. The old scholar was going to talk about Cui Lian first. Lin Hao waved his hand. There's no need to talk about her. She caught me. Why did she arrest you? The old scholar asked doubtfully. Lin Hao sighed helplessly. She probably hates me. Didn't I leave on the military factory's spaceship when I left? So the military factory targeted Cui Lian's family. His parents were killed by those people. So she hated me, while splitting from the Eastern world. It seems that you know everything. In fact, it's my fault. If I hadn't given you the idea, these things wouldn't have happened. The old scholar felt that he was also responsible. It has nothing to do with you. I didn't think it through. I came here to ask you for help this time, Lin Hao said shyly. No matter who it was, as long as he could ask them for help. Lin Hao had never been shy. But the old scholar really helped Lin Hao too many times. So much that Lin Hao was embarrassed to ask him for help. But it seemed that no one else could help him except the old scholar. What can you help me with? Although the old scholar was very reluctant. Their relationship was already like this. And the old scholar had no way to refuse. So he had to ask. Chapter 847. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you again? The old scholar said this. Lin Hao was absolutely not qualified to refute. He could only smile and said awkwardly, I want to ask. Do you have any powerful weapons here? The old scholar can certainly make weapons. And he made a lot of them. So the old scholar asked, what kind of weapons do you want? In fact, the weapons here may not be as useful as yours. After all, you are a zombie of the force level. And you are not afraid of any weapons. Some things are not good for me or others to deal with. The only thing that can be dealt with is weapons. So I want to ask if you have any powerful weapons that can cause more destructive power than mine. Lin Hao asked again. The old scholar was upset. More destructive power than you. You can't blow up a military factory. This sentence itself was a joke after the old scholar was surprised. Who knew that Lin Hao looked at the old scholar and said seriously, I really want to blow up a military factory. Suddenly, the old scholar didn't know what to say. The two faced each other and were silent for a long time. Lin Hao asked again, do you have such a weapon? At the same time, Lin Hao began to explore his mental power. Of course, it was not to control the old scholar, but to see if the old scholar was lying. The old scholar shook his head hesitantly and said, no, I don't have such a weapon. Sure enough, the old scholar had such a weapon. Lin Hao could use his mental power to keenly find that this guy was lying, but sometimes seeing through but not saying it. Still good friends. For the sake of the plastic friendship between the two, Lin Hao took the method of not saying it. Just shook his head with some regret. Since you don't have it, forget it. You have a good rest. I'm leaving. After opening the window, Lin Hao left the old scholar's room, walked around, and decisively sneaked into the old scholar's laboratory. The old scholar lay on the bed again, and lay very relaxed. The annoying guy left. Of course he felt relieved. But he didn't know that the annoying guy didn't leave completely, but was rummaging around in his laboratory. Good, and where do you think the old scholar's weapon is? Lin Hao asked. Lin Hao had absolutely no idea about the old scholar. especially the powerful weapon. He didn't even know what it looked like. Originally, Lin Hao was going to use the thunder gun to destroy the military factory. But the power of the thunder gun had an upper limit, and that upper limit was obviously not enough to destroy the military factory. And it couldn't even deal with an ordinary spaceship. You look first. And I'm here. If I see it, I will definitely tell you, Gooden said. So Lin Hao really started looking here. The old scholar's laboratory was here, and the area was only this big. But Lin Hao looked around for a long time and found nothing. Is he not in the lab at all? Lin Hao began to feel strange. That shouldn't be the case. According to my information, the old scholar has been living in the school since he stayed there. He has no relatives and regards these research projects as his own precious treasures. He rarely leaves this building. This place not only contains his experiments, but also his daily life. He will teach students when he has classes, but most of the time, he has no classes. Gooden said. Wow. Where did you get the information about the old scholar? Lin Hao asked. It's just hacking into the college's database. It's a very simple thing, Gooden said. In this regard, Lin Hao could only say in silence that it was awesome. This kind of thing was indeed the simplest for Gooden. After all, he was the top intelligence. Wait, I think you don't need to look for it. Gooden suddenly stopped Lin Hao. What's wrong? Lin Hao was a little confused. When I was browsing the college system just now, I saw another database. But this database was encrypted. It seemed that the confidentiality level was still very high. I was curious and went in to take a look. And then I saw the ownership of the weapon studied by the old scholar. In fact, we thought wrong at the beginning. Since it is a weapon, it must be dangerous. Especially the weapons developed using the technology of the Ula planet, which are even more dangerous. How could the developers put such a dangerous weapon in the place where they eat? Where? Live and travel? And by chance? After I clicked on the top secret information, I confirmed this matter. The old scholar did develop several very powerful weapons. Although it was not enough to destroy the entire military factory at once, it was still very easy to destroy 1/3 of it. Moreover, those weapons were all stored in the military factory, and the storage location was even recorded on it. Gooden said. How is it possible? This is just an academy. Why would it record these things? Lin Hao couldn't believe it. You must have forgotten something. This school for superpowers is officially opened by the Ula planet. It's not surprising that it can record these things, Gooden said disdainfully. It's not clear whether he disdains Lin Hao's intelligence or the protection of the information. So, as long as I find the storage place of those weapons, I can destroy the military factory? Lin Hao asked again. The old scholar is really studying a powerful weapon. He actually compressed the quantum. When the quantum is compressed to a certain extent, and then put those quantum in a small place, the power of the explosion at that moment is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Unfortunately, these quantum bombs are experimental and not very powerful. But if you can activate all those quantum bombs, I guess even if you can't destroy the entire military factory, you can get half of it, Gooden said. Then how do I activate those quantum bombs? Lin Hao said. Although he had some knowledge of physics, the knowledge of the Ula planet was really beyond the scope, and it was much more advanced. In short, Lin Hao could not understand it at all, and could only rely on Gooden to explain it slowly. The control systems of those quantum bombs are all independent, and I can't directly control them remotely. Otherwise you don't have to take the risk. But I guess those independent operating systems should be not far from the storage place. You just need to find the room where the independent operating systems are stored, and I can control those bombs and make them explode, Gooden said proudly. Is it really that simple? Lin Hao asked uncertainly. Do you really think the defense measures of the military factory are for nothing? Gooden has always been pessimistic about this, and he doesn't know why. Of course I'm pessimistic. You haven't made any progress in 2 years, but other people are not for nothing. What can you do? Gooden said with a sense of regret. Let's go to the military factory to find out where that place is. Lin Hao stood up hurriedly and left the laboratory, as if he could leave Gooden by doing this repeatedly. Chapter 848. Lin Hao, waving his black wings, did not return to the flying car. Li Yong and Bai Bothan were bored waiting for Lin Hao in the flying car. They did not know that Lin Hao was flying over their heads at this moment. Lin Hao did not dare to go down to greet them. Otherwise it would make them worry. He did not waste much time when he went to find the old scholar just now. It was just right that he could destroy the military factory in the next time. At this time, Gooden transmitted a map to Lin Hao. It was a map of the military factory. The red mark in it was where the quantum bomb was located. There was a blue mark next to the red mark. The blue mark was the room that controlled the quantum bomb. The independent system was stored in it. As long as Lin Hao found a way to enter that room, all the quantum bombs could be activated, and most of the military factory would be destroyed. As long as the destroyed area reaches 50%, the military factory will definitely be paralyzed. Lin Hao has definitely completed Cui Lian's mission. Next, he will let Cui Lian take out the things in Li Yang's mind. This feeling of having his brother's life controlled by others is really unpleasant. Lin Hao dislikes this feeling the most. Cui Lian, you have changed. You are no longer the air Guzi I am familiar with. Lin Hao complained about Cui Lian while flying. Okay, you are the Alaska I used to know. Although you didn't kill her parents directly, you killed them indirectly. Isn't it right for them to be angry? Go Dan couldn't help but speak for Cui Lian. She can hit me directly. I can't fight back. But she shouldn't hit them both, Lin Hao said. Do you think she's willing to do that? Go Dan smiled. Anyway, she's changed, Lin Hao said stubbornly. Come on. Who won't change after experiencing some major issues? Don't think too much. I don't think she will really hit you. Gooden guessed. This kind of thing is really hard to tell. Anyway, let's just go along with her. Lin Hao sighed. The military factory didn't take long to fly. For some reason, Lin Hao felt that it didn't matter whether he exposed his identity or not. Now he had the advantage. So how to play his advantage next? The first thing was to fly in openly. The people in the military factory were quite conceited. They thought this was one of the most tightly guarded places in the entire Eastern world. No one dared to invade openly. Of course, under normal circumstances Lin Hao would not attack openly. But now he knows the specific location, knows what he is going to do, knows the risks of this matter, and also knows the consequences he will face next. In this case, there is no need for Lin Hao to be sneaky. The opponent is so tight that he might be discovered. It is better to attack as quickly as possible and catch the opponent off guard. In this way, the opponent may not even react before Lin Hao has completely targeted him. What a simple and crude method. Similarly, this is also a method that Lin Hao highly recommends. Although Gooden sneered at this method, Gooden did not object. Perhaps this method is a little simple and crude, but it is also a good method at a certain time. Lin Hao waved his wings and came to the right height, then dived down instantly. While diving, he also turned on the speed bonus and strength bonus. He was ready to do it quickly. No matter whether he could get it done or not, he would leave after it was done. After all, this is also someone else's military factory. How powerful it is inside. Lin Hao has seen it once. And that was when the other party underestimated the enemy. And he escaped by luck. If the other party had dealt with him with all their strength at that time, he might not even have a chance to escape. Now, 2 years have passed. I am still the same person, but they have become better. So can I succeed? Lin Hao, who was diving, couldn't help thinking about these questions. And then, getting closer and closer to the ground. When he reached a certain height, the defense alarm measures of the military factory were already activated. Everyone was a little bit incredible. Someone actually came to attack the military factory. But they were all very qualified and well-trained people. This group of people immediately began to prepare for war. But after searching everywhere, no one found where the so-called attacker was. So, Lin Hao was about to fly to his destination from a high altitude. And finally someone discovered this person with wings. However, the first soldier who discovered Lin Hao did not react immediately, but looked at Lin Hao in a daze, as if he could not believe why such a person existed. Lin Hao saw this person, and then blinked at him. And this guy reacted. But when he reacted, Lin Hao had disappeared. Oh my god! I haven't seen these people for 2 years. Why have they become even more stupid? Lin Hao asked in surprise. It's normal. This is human laziness. There hasn't been a major war in 2 years. The work in the military factory must not be tiring. If there is no fatigue, there will be laziness, Gooden said, regardless of whether these people are lazy or stupid. At this moment Lin Hao is finally approaching the room with a separate operating system. As long as he enters that room, everything will be fine. With Gooden's technology, he can handle these things that are just a matter of seconds. But Lin Hao finally underestimated the people in the military factory. Just when Lin Hao thought he was about to succeed, A person blocked his way dramatically. Because it was the only way to go. Lin Hao could not fly over, and could only stop and look at the person blocking him. Long time no see. The man slowly turned his head. And his whole body was as strong as if made of gold and iron. His deep eyes were the same as 2 years ago. That day, he was so disdainful of the thin man. So he failed. Now, he has reached the 8th level of the force. Seeing this thin man, he is still at the same level. But he is not ready to be disdainful. It's been 2 years. When you defeated me, I thought you were a very talented person. But after 2 years, I have reached the 8th level of the force. But you are still the 6th level. However, you are the 6th level of the force. And you dare to come here? Are you provoking me? The man in front of him was the guy who Lin Hao defeated when he boarded the spaceship. Lin Hao still remembered that he seemed to have seen the attributes of this guy. But what was the name of life? Gooden. Please adjust the attributes for me to see. I forgot his name. Lin Hao said to Gooden in his heart. Even if the guy in front of him was an expert of the 8th level of the force. For Lin Hao, he should be despised. Chapter 849. Name, Wuming. Level, Force Level 9. Title, King. Skills, Thunderbolt. Strength, 300. Spirit, 330. Speed, 260. Stamina, 260. Evaluation. Congratulations on reaching the top. MMP. I was wondering why I didn't know this guy's name. I didn't expect that he was really called Wuming. Lin Hao couldn't help but complain. Looking at the guy's big and strong body, Lin Hao thought that his attribute should be strength type. Unexpectedly, this guy's attribute was balanced. And the spiritual system was the highest. This made Lin Hao a little upset. Sure enough, zombies or psychics, who can grow to this stage basically have very powerful attributes. Although the highest attribute of the spiritual system is only 330. The strength attribute is 300. Which is something Lin Hao did not expect. The opponent's 2 attributes are a bit too balanced. And the spiritual attribute and the strength attribute are only 30. Boy. Today I will let you know how powerful I, Wuming, am. Since Lin Hao left Wuming last time, he has never left the head of the military factory. Although there are still people who believe that he did not deliberately let go of the zombie. There are more people who want to pull him down from that position. So Wuming has not lived happily in the past 2 years. Similarly, what makes Wuming desperate is that his reputation is completely rotten. Now, although he saw Lin Hao again, for some reason, Wuming was not as happy as he thought. The reason was simple. Lin Hao was still at the 6th level of the force. But he was already an 8th level psychic. At this level, it seemed that it was easy for him to deal with the 6th level Lin Hao. Is it because it was so easy that even if he dealt with Lin Hao this time, his reputation can be restored? Obviously, this is impossible. No one would praise an adult for beating up a primary school student. Although the principle is the same. Even though Lin Hao saw Wuming's attributes, he still rushed forward fearlessly. As if he didn't care what level this guy was. This confused Wuming. Wuming was originally thinking about these things. And now, Lin Hao's sudden attack made Wuming a little unresponsive. When he saw Lin Hao rushing over, he subconsciously dodged. So Lin Hao successfully flew past Wuming. Wuming didn't think about why Lin Hao was still running forward. In Wuming's view, the front was just the location of some quantum bombs. Those bombs were not gunpowder. If he wanted to detonate them, he had to know a separate operating procedure. It was impossible to ignite them by ordinary means. And quantum bombs that could not be activated were no different from waste. So when Lin Hao flew in that direction, Wuming really didn't feel anything. Since the kid ran away, I just chased him and caught him. It was as simple as that. So, Wuming chased him. Although the speed attributes of the two were different, Wuming found that he could not catch up with Lin Hao no matter how hard he tried. This was very strange. Of course, he didn't know that Lin Hao had a skill called speed bonus. Lin Hao's speed bonus still had a long time left. How could he be caught by Wuming casually? In front of him was the independent control system. Lin Hao sped up and wanted to drill directly from the outside of the wall. As a result, he found that the wall seemed too hard and he couldn't get through it at once. Lin Hao stopped, gathered all his strength, and punched it hard again. Finally, the seemingly very solid wall in front of him was finally broken open. And Lin Hao drilled in it the first time. When Lin Hao got in, Wuming followed him. The two started fighting without any prelude. When the guy in front of him swung his fist, Lin Hao seemed to see countless electric currents flowing. Every time he punched this guy, his strength was not only great, but he also felt numb after punching him. Every time this feeling appeared, Lin Hao felt powerless and very uncomfortable. The two of them only punched 3 times, and Lin Hao turned around again and ran desperately. He couldn't fight the opponent in the air, and he was still no match for him on the ground. So he had to run away. Anyway, in terms of speed, theoretically, no one could catch up with Lin Hao unless he was a zombie of the 9th level of the force. But time is a problem. Although the opponent can't catch up with Lin Hao in an instant, he can always adjust behind Lin Hao and then quietly wait for Lin Hao's speed bonus to expire. Lin Hao has been on the Ula planet for such a long time and has fought so many times. Lin Hao himself doesn't believe that no one has studied Lin Hao. Those people have not only studied Lin Hao, but also studied how to deal with Lin Hao. As long as it is a 5th level zombie, they have studied it. After all, T-virus carriers above the 5th level of the force are already very rare. After being defeated by Lin Hao and being maliciously mocked by countless people, Wuming found a video about Lin Hao from the research department. At that time, he realized how powerful Lin Hao was. He had almost no defeats among the same level. But in that battle, Wuming clearly felt that he could defeat the opponent. But why was he defeated by the opponent in the end? This has always been a puzzle. The research department's report on Lin Hao said that Lin Hao might be a mutant zombie with double bonuses in speed and strength. After all, not everyone is a dog egg who can easily detect the most detailed attributes of the opponent. Those people in the research department studied it based on Lin Hao's fighting method. Wuming, who had fought with Lin Hao, also thought that this information should not be wrong. He had completely forgotten that he seemed to be in a trance for a second. In a fierce battle, a second is very long. Long enough for both sides to do many things. But sometimes, a second is also very short. After a short battle, you can't remember what happened in that second. They have always been wrong. They don't know that Lin Hao is a spiritual zombie. This time, when Wuming felt a little pain in his head, his speed began to decrease, and even his desire to attack decreased. He finally reacted. The zombie in front of him was not a speed-type zombie, nor a strength-type zombie, but a spiritual zombie. Are you a spiritual zombie? However, Wuming is no longer the same Wuming as before. With Wuming's physical resistance now, Lin Hao can only reduce the opponent's resistance. But there is no other effect. Yes. How could Lin Hao tell him the truth? Only an idiot would say such a thing casually. Chapter 850. In fact, it doesn't matter whether this kind of thing is said or not. After all, that guy is not a fool. He can see what Lin Hao's true attributes are at a glance. But the next thing is more difficult. Because Wuming can't catch up with Lin Hao before Lin Hao's speed bonus ends. If he can't catch up with Lin Hao, he doesn't know why Lin Hao came to the military factory again. Although the military factory has now realized that someone has invaded. It is not realistic for those people to react and look for Lin Hao. Only when he is on the way. Wuming knows how fast the battle rhythm between the two is. And those people can't keep up at all. The most powerful person in this military factory is Wuming. There are only 8 people in the Eastern world who are more powerful than Wuming. Originally, there were 9 people. The 9th one was a real genius. He suddenly appeared and shocked the world. Unfortunately, the 9th person split off and became a separate force. Therefore, he became the 9th most powerful person in the Eastern world. Lin Hao didn't know that his opponent was the 9th most powerful person in the Eastern world. Anyway, he couldn't beat him whether he knew it or not. Now all Lin Hao had to do was run. But as the speed bonus time became shorter and shorter, Lin Hao became more and more anxious. Couldn't. Have you managed it? Lin Hao shouted anxiously. Hold on a little longer. I didn't expect their operating system to be so complicated. I need to slow down for a while. Don't worry, Gooden said. How can I not be anxious? My speed bonus is almost gone. The guy behind me is about to catch up with me. I think I might die here. Lin Hao complained loudly. No. Hold on a little longer. Believe me, it won't happen, Gooden said confidently. 20 seconds later, the speed bonus distance disappeared with only 1 second left. Although there was no time to dodge in front of Lin Hao. As a user, it was still very easy to know that the time had arrived. When Lin Hao learned that there was only 1 second left before his time had arrived, he suddenly stopped and stopped running completely. Lin Hao stopped. Wuming also stopped. Lin Hao turned around, and the two began to look at each other. and then began to greet each other clichédly. If Lin Hao stopped running after the speed bonus, then Lin Hao's body would have a very obvious acceleration and fatigue effect, and Wu Ming behind him would also see it clearly. In this case, as a master, he would definitely seize the opportunity and attack Lin Hao. At this time, Lin Hao could only be forced to accept that kind of inhumane attack. But if he stopped 1 second earlier, it would be different. At this time, Lin Hao's physical condition was still at its peak. He stopped and looked back instantly, which made him look more impressive. At the same time, he would not expose his weaknesses. His spirit and energy were at their best. The guys chasing him naturally did not dare to continue chasing him. Instead, they stopped not far away, silently observing and waiting for an opportunity to move. After the two of them were in a stalemate for almost 2 minutes, Wu Ming asked, "Do you think you can still be my opponent now?" "How can I know if I don't fight?" Lin Hao's expression was simply impeccable, and he had even entered a mysterious state, pretending that he had a big move. Although Wu Ming was not frightened by Lin Hao, he did not rush forward. Instead, he looked at Lin Hao with a disdainful look and said, "After 2 years of no progress, I already know your potential. I was unlucky and was defeated by you. I admit it. Today, I will let you know how powerful I am." Although his eyes were full of disdain, Wu Ming took this battle very seriously. Seriously beyond words. He did not want to be defeated by Lin Hao again. "Couldn't. That's enough. It's been more than 2 minutes. And you haven't finished it yet?" Lin Hao couldn't help but groan and roar. All right. It's done. I've hacked into this system. Get out of here quickly. It will explode in 10 seconds. Gooden said hurriedly. "Oh my god. You're a little too fast. 10 seconds. 10 seconds is enough for me to do anything. Brother." Obviously, it was too late to say these things now. Lin Hao suddenly spread his wings, and the whole person was actually different. The Wu Ming opposite Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. He knew that Lin Hao must have a backup plan. Otherwise, he would not be so confident to stop and wait for him. Wu Ming watched Lin Hao jump up and rush to the top of the building. Wu Ming did not move, and he remained unchanged in the face of all changes. He believed that no matter how fancy Lin Hao's moves were, he would still attack him in the end. He only needed to wait. As an 8th level power user, he was confident that he could take Lin Hao's attack at will. However, Lin Hao's next move made Wu Ming, who was already prepared, a little confused. In the end, Lin Hao did not rush to the highest point and then rush down to attack him, but directly attacked the ceiling on the top of the building. Then, the ceiling was smashed open, and Lin Hao shouted loudly in the air, "Stupid! If you don't run, I will blow you to death." Then Lin Hao went out without looking back. Wu Ming was stunned for 5 seconds before he took off and flew towards the cave entrance. It took him more than 4 seconds to look around in the air for Lin Hao after leaving the cave entrance. When the time came, Wu Ming felt that his heart was not right. It was an extremely dangerous feeling. The degree of danger rose sharply, and it rose to a feeling as if he was going to have a cardiac arrest. Wu Ming rarely had this feeling. Every time it appeared, he was facing a life-and-death crisis. But how could there be a life-and-death crisis in the base now? But as an excellent superpower who is about to reach the top level, Wu Ming is ready to follow his inner thoughts. So he hurriedly rises rapidly. Sure enough, the higher he is, the weaker the feeling is. So, in the process of rising, Wu Ming saw the scene he least wanted to see in his life. At the beginning, when he was guarding here, he personally told the old man that as long as he was there, nothing would happen to the base. But 2 years ago, the base lost a spaceship. Even though the spaceship was small and the loss was low, it was very fatal to Wu Ming's reputation. Then, just now, those powerful quantum bombs that were prepared to deal with zombies exploded in front of him. The range of the explosion was large, and the affected area was wide. Because Wu Ming was flying very high, he could see it very clearly. He saw with his own eyes that the base he was guarding was swallowed by the flames of those quantum bombs in his hands. Tonight, the casualties and losses of the military factory are incalculable. Chapter 851. Wu Ming stood there stupidly watching this scene, feeling a little sad at first, and even forgot what he was going to do at the beginning. For example, Lin Hao was quietly leaving the military factory at this moment. When Wu Ming reacted, Lin Hao had already arrived next to the flying car, and squeezed into the complex traffic at the time when everyone just got up to go to work. Wu Ming shouted in grief and anger, "Zombie! I will definitely make you pay the price. No matter what. Wuming is also the head of the military factory. When he found that his military factory had suffered losses, the next thing to do was very simple. Stop the loss. Only after the loss was stopped could we think about what to do next. And there was no need to think about what to do next, because Wuming had already announced what to do next. The next thing to do was to gather his men, his trusted men, and start a thorough investigation to find out where Lin Hao had fled to. In this regard, when Lin Hao drove the flying car and looked at the traffic police checking the post, he suddenly felt weak in his heart. But he had to go over. And this low-level psychic was not a threat to Lin Hao at all. Thinking of this, Lin Hao relaxed again. This traffic policeman was really too low-level. Lin Hao didn't feel anything at all. He just used his mental power to attack the other party's mind. He didn't even have control. He glanced at the traffic policeman and then drove away. The traffic policeman patted his head in confusion, then shook his head and went to check the next vehicle. So, the method used by Wuming was stupid and even useless. But it was the only method that could be used at this stage. Wuming was embarrassed to ask for a more professional team. After all, those more professional teams were not there to catch a Force Level 6 zombie. So, he could only search for a zombie in this cold city by himself. And the information he gave to those people below was that it was a zombie. So when those people saw 3 people sitting in Lin Hao's car, they basically relaxed their vigilance and let Lin Hao and the others pass. In addition, Lin Hao could control the other party with mental power anytime and anywhere. So it was basically impossible for anyone to suspect Lin Hao. Just like that. Slowly, Lin Hao came to the northernmost edge city of the eastern world. Regardless of how long it took. At least, he completed the task given by Cui Lian. Since he completed the task given by Cui Lian, Lin Hao had to find Cui Lian and get rid of the things in Li Yang's head. Quietly passing through the edge city, Lin Hao came to the northernmost part of the eastern world and the western world. Of course, this is not the real northernmost part. The area of the north is very large. Although it cannot be compared with the east and west. It is also a very large area. Otherwise Cui Lian would not have created her own territory here. Let's see what that woman says this time. If she still doesn't want to get rid of the things in Li Yang's mind, then don't blame me for taking action. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said. Gooden ruthlessly pointed out, Okay. Wait until you are the opponent of the other party before you talk. If you are not the opponent of the other party, then it depends on your words. Didn't you say that the other party was reluctant to take action against me? If I am willing to take action against the other party, she may not hit me. Lin Hao asked hesitantly. Oh my god. If you do it, the other party will completely let go of the insecurity and guilt in your hands. And then you may die miserably. Gooden said with a smile. Really? Lin Hao asked. I know you have low IQ and EQ. But I'm sorry, I didn't expect your IQ and EQ to be so low. Can't you see such a simple thing? Gooden asked. This kind of thing? Is it easy to see? Lin Hao asked. I think you are almost finished. I think you should go find her. Maybe she is in a good mood now, and is willing to get what's in Li Yang's mind. Gooden said. After leaving the eastern world, the 3 of them moved much faster. After all, there were no restrictions outside, and they didn't have to worry about being caught up by the superpowers. Just as Lin Hao was about to continue heading north, Bai Bofan suddenly stopped. After Bai Bofan stopped, Li Yang also stopped. Both of them closed their eyes and fell to the ground. This situation really scared Lin Hao. He hurriedly released his mental power to see what happened to the 2. As a result, after his mental power entered, he found that the other party's pores were absorbing the original force. Oh my god! These 2 people have realized the force. Lin Hao was surprised. Gooden was also surprised and said, Yes. It seems so. I didn't expect that the guys from your Earth are all talented. They can actually realize the force with their own abilities. In this case, their original ceiling will be much higher. You always say ceiling. Ceiling? What exactly is the ceiling? Lin Hao asked. Superficial. The ceiling is a metaphor. For example, your talent can be seen at a glance. From the first sight of you, you can know what your future will be like. This is called the ceiling. I can see your ceiling at a glance. You can only grow to that level in the future. It's really uneducated and terrible. Illiterate. Gooden, of course, was very rude and looked down upon Lin Hao. Of course, Lin Hao was in a better mood now, so he didn't get upset with Gooden. But isn't this place too conspicuous? Moreover, at this time, although it was dark, everyone's biological clock was bright. Someone would definitely appear here alive as a zombie in a while. It would be terrible if they appeared at that time. Fortunately, after the two broke through, Lin Hao was by their side. He held one with one hand, and then found a hidden cave and threw the two into it. I thought that Lin Hao had realized it in a cave at the beginning, but I didn't expect that these two people were even more powerful and realized it in the flying car. I really don't know how the two realized it. It's hard for them. Before on Earth, they saw that although you were powerful, they could not go further, so they were naturally more desperate about this kind of thing. But after coming to the Ula planet, they felt the same as Yuan. Since there was a chance, they naturally worked harder. They didn't necessarily hope to surpass you, but at least they could fight side by side with you. Otherwise, what kind of brothers would you be? Gooden said somewhat sentimentally. I know that they have been holding their breath in their hearts. Originally, we were all at the same starting line, but gradually, I accidentally surpassed them by so much. They were holding their breath in their hearts. I have always known that. Since this is the case, I will help them. I will definitely. Lin Hao said silently. Chapter 852. It stands to reason that this kind of guarding would take a long time. Lin Hao himself didn't know how much time he had wasted. Anyway, when he came out, Cui Lian was ready to marry Xiao Cui. Fortunately, he arrived in time and prevented a tragedy. But these two guys are also lying on the ground in this way at the moment, which is quite sad. Lin Hao has no idea when they will wake up. Fortunately, Cui Lian didn't give them a time. Otherwise Lin Hao would really be worried about leaving them alone in the cave. If they were discovered by zombies that have not reached the force level, they would be in trouble. They have no defense ability and will definitely die there. However, with Lin Hao's current ability, he is not afraid of any guy who dares to covet by Bofen and Li Yang. After all, coveting these two guys proves that they are relatively weak. For Lin Hao, dealing with such weak people must be a very happy thing. However, Lin Hao's thoughts are a bit beautiful, because sometimes the enemies who come may not be targeting the two zombies who are about to enter the first level of the force, but may be targeting himself, such as Wuming. If Lin Hao is really an abnormal person in the Eastern world, then Wuming really doesn't want to find him. After all, the best way to hide is to hide in the crowd. Only in this way can you not be found casually. But when Lin Hao left the Eastern world and entered the Western world, the exclusive satellite in the sky that Wuming prevented had already found Lin Hao. The technology of the Ula planet is so overbearing that each powerful person is equipped with a satellite. The satellite is very powerful and can be used in any way. It depends entirely on the satellite owner. Wuming used this satellite to lock Lin Hao. Wuming did not expect that Lin Hao, who he had been looking for a long time, would appear in front of him. He thought he would have to look for a long time. Forget about my flying car. I will fly over by myself. In this way, Wuming left the military factory and flew towards Lin Hao alone. When the speed of an 8th level power user is increased to the top, it does not take long to fly from the center of the Eastern world to the edge. In short, before the guy left the edge city, Gooden's reminder came. Wuming is here again. Be careful, Gooden warned. Oh my god. Why is this guy here again? Lin Hao looked at the cave where the two buddies were lying behind him, and hurriedly used a big stone to block it. The big stone blocked it here. At least it didn't look like a cave. I believe the guy wouldn't be so stupid as to use mental power to scan a cave while facing him. Wuming came to Lin Hao. He was not as stupid as Lin Hao thought. Naturally, he was not as smart as Lin Hao thought. But this guy's talent and fighting skills were not boasted. When he saw Lin Hao again, Wuming was already furious. Let's discuss it. Everyone is so angry. There is nothing that can't be solved by a barbecue. How about I treat you to a barbecue? Lin Hao said in a soft tone. Food? I don't know how many years I haven't eaten food. You still expect to buy me off with food? I tell you, this is impossible. Today, I must let you know how powerful I am. Even so, Wuming still couldn't forget his mouth cannon. Do you always talk nonsense every time you fight? I get it. No wonder you can't beat me. Because you don't talk as much nonsense as I do. You know? Lin Hao teased. Now Lin Hao can only think of ways to irritate the other party. The angrier the better. So that Lin Hao can attract this guy to Cui Lian and let Cui Lian deal with this guy. In short, Lin Hao can't deal with Wu Ming. But before dealing with this guy, Lin Hao must trust that the other party will not find Bai Bofan and Li Yong. As a superpower among humans, seeing two zombies about to enter the force level without relying on crystal cores, what would you do? In short, taking this guy away from this place is what Lin Hao should do most. Sure enough, Wu Ming was very angry. He wanted to regain his previous face in front of Lin Hao. But he didn't expect it to be even more embarrassing. What he didn't expect was that Lin Hao actually destroyed his military factory in front of him. This is what puzzled Wu Ming. How do you control those quantum bombs? Wu Ming was not as angry as he thought. He still questioned Lin Hao very calmly. Lin Hao knew that the guy in front of him was a difficult one when he saw Wu Ming's expression. Those who learned to be calm were difficult to deal with. It seemed that Wu Ming was very calm when he fought with Lin Hao for the first time. Unfortunately, he was too excited after seeing Lin Hao. So Lin Hao thought that his mind was just like that. But what he didn't expect was that Wu Ming adjusted himself. This was a bit difficult. Looking at Wu Ming's facial expression, the anger at the beginning began to dissipate gradually, and the whole person's wisdom and stability returned to his face again. This is the quality required by a true leader. After all, he is the highest person in charge of the military factory. How could he not be an immature person? You want to know? Lin Hao laughed. Yes, I want to know. Those quantum bombs obviously have independent operating systems. Why can you control them? Wu Ming asked again. Do you think I might tell you? Lin Hao laughed disdainfully. No. You will tell me after I catch you. You destroyed my military factory. I can't let you die so easily. Wu Ming's mouth showed a cruel arc. He said that he would not let Lin Hao die easily. So Lin Hao would not die easily. In fact, such words are not scary at all for zombies. Because zombies have no sense of pain. These humans habitually say what they are most afraid of. And they think that zombies will also be afraid. But unfortunately zombies have not found words to scare them so far. Wu Ming attacked. And his movements were very fast. Just like in the military factory this morning. Lin Hao's speed bonus and strength bonus had disappeared at this moment. Which means that he could not stop Wu Ming's attack at all. Lin Hao hurriedly changed his position. Because behind him were Bai Bofan and Li Yong. And that place must not be revealed. So Lin Hao could only change his direction and take Wu Ming's punch. The paralysis and powerful force of lightning spread throughout Lin Hao's body. And Lin Hao felt that he was flying out. Fortunately, the physical fitness of this level was very good. And Lin Hao's body did not have any problems. But the problem of internal organs was serious. Lin Hao did not fall to the ground after flying out, but stood up with some staggering. After standing, Lin Hao could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. And the blood was mixed with black blood clots. Chapter 853. Lin Hao vomited mouthful after mouthful with great difficulty. Is this the feeling of vomiting out internal organs? This is not the first time that Lin Hao has felt this way. To be honest, except for the lack of pain, the physique of zombies is somewhat similar to that of humans. For example, Lin Hao clearly felt that his body was beginning to weaken. Yes, he had no sense of pain, but he still had negative feelings after being injured. Trash. Waste. You haven't improved at all in 2 years. Even if I kill you. Even if I defeat you. What's the use? I can't get back the humiliation I suffered 2 years ago. Wu Ming looked at Lin Hao. His fierce eyes kept wandering. In Wu Ming's opinion, the most important thing was that his reputation was lost. Lin Hao's life or death. The loss of the military factory. None of his business. Everyone has a bad side. Lin Hao is one. Wu Ming has one too. He is a person who likes his reputation. So for 2 days, he has been looking for Lin Hao all the time. But unfortunately because of his job, he can't rush out of the Ula planet to look for him. But he didn't expect that one day Lin Hao came back again. But this kind of Lin Hao was not what Wu Ming wanted. What he wanted was a Lin Hao who was as talented and as powerful as himself. Why? Why haven't you made any progress in the past 2 years? What have you been doing in the past 2 years? What corrupted you? Wu Ming asked Lin Hao. Do you have to be so literary and immature? Lin Hao sneered and looked up at Wu Ming without any care. Okay. If that's the case, then go and die. I won't keep your crystal core for you anymore. I will throw it on the ground casually like garbage. Wu Ming waved his hand, as if to wave away bad luck. He knew that Lin Hao couldn't possibly escape. The punch just now must have seriously injured Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao didn't feel any pain, His physical condition had already begun to decline, and his speed couldn't be increased at all. Lin Hao wiped the corner of his mouth, looked at Wu Ming approaching him, and began to run behind him. He was betting that Cui Lian wouldn't watch him being beaten to death. What if Cui Lian still didn't show up? Good Nast. If you don't show up, then don't show up. If you don't show up, it proves that I made a wrong bet. Lin Hao said bitterly. The price of a wrong bet is your own life. Gooden said. Do I have any other options now? Lin Hao said dejectedly. The current situation is that Lin Hao is being hunted down and has nowhere to go. He bets that Cui Lian is not really ruthless to Lin Hao. In this way, maybe he still has a chance to survive. Although this seems a bit shameless. Lin Hao has to do this in order to survive. As I said, if Lin Hao was alone, he would not do this even if he died. But Bai Bofan and Li Yang are not far away. If he is really killed by this guy, with his spiritual attributes, it will take only a few minutes to find Bai Bofan and Li Yang. Those two guys have no ability to fight back at all. Lin Hao must not expose them. How can you still run away? Wu Ming, who was not far away, said to Lin Hao as if he was mocking him. Humph. I don't need to tell you how I run away. Lin Hao shouted without turning his head. Anyway, for him, he may not win the fight, but he must not lose the argument. The last zombie who said this to me was chopped into pieces by me. The last superpower who said this to me was also chopped into pieces by me. Lin Hao said with a smile. Just keep your mouth shut. I will let you know what horror is. It feels like you've been saying my lines. As soon as Lin Hao finished this sentence, Wu Ming suddenly came in front of Lin Hao, holding up his fist, with sparks flying all over his fist. Wu Ming raised his fist to the sky, and then the dark clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Do you know? I will only use my skills against opponents who are stronger than me. You are the only zombie who is weaker than me, and I still use my skills against you. You should feel honored, and it can be regarded as a period of humiliation for me 2 years ago. Wu Ming looked at Lin Hao. Each of them seemed like an ice cube. Extremely cold. Ha ha. Ha ha. Lin Hao was not afraid, but laughed. Wu Ming looked at Lin Hao with some doubts. He wanted to know what Lin Hao was laughing at. Lin Hao laughed very happily, even a little twitching, then slowly raised his head and said to Wu Ming, Cui Lian is so many levels lower than you. Do you know why he was able to reach the top level in 2 years, while you could only go from the 6th level of the force to the 8th level of the force? Lin Hao's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Wu Ming's head, chilling him from head to toe. Why? As a superpower. And a superpower with such strength and talent. He also wanted to leave the military factory one day, become a top superpower, enter the marginal city, and fight with Ba Hu and others. But for some reason, since he reached the 8th level of the force, he has never reached the 9th level of the force. The reason is very simple. Because you have been obsessed with the fact that I defeated you. And if a superpower wants to truly improve his strength, he can only improve by fighting continuously and feeling the force in the battle. What about you? You said that I have not made any progress. So what progress have you made? You stay in a military factory every day, and dare not do anything every day. What have you done besides absorbing the force? If we are still at the same level, will you be my opponent? Lin Hao said sarcastically. Wu Ming put down his fist, and the overflowing electric current slowly dissipated. Is that so? Wu Ming murmured to himself. Is that so? Wu Ming raised his head and looked at Lin Hao. So that's the case? Then you can die. So? Wu Ming raised his fist again, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly became darker, and only the electric current that sprang out from time to time told the world what light looked like. Thank you. You deserve me to release my skills for you. Next, you should die well. No matter what. We must have an end. Wu Ming shouted loudly, and then punched Lin Hao fiercely. Wu Ming didn't even move at all. There were dozens of meters between them. But when Lin Hao saw the high-voltage current released from the other's fist rushing towards him, he had already thought of his own fate. The current hit his body, and there was no possibility of survival except turning him into ashes. Sure enough, Cui Lian is really desperate for me. I actually counted on her to save me. Lin Hao laughed at himself, and didn't even have time to close his eyes, watching the current hit him fiercely. Chapter 854. At that time, the lightning was only 0.01 millimeter away from Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao really thought he might die in this place. But it happened just like that. And Lin Hao himself didn't notice it. I don't know when a thin piece of ice began to rise from under his feet, and then slowly expanded. It seemed so slow, but it was within this 0.01 millimeter that it resisted the strong lightning. And Lin Hao survived. No one except Cui Lian could create this thin ice barrier in front of him. So Cui Lian was soft-hearted and saved him. This girl. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly, looking at Cui Lian in front of him, who was wearing tight clothes. It's you? Wu Ming naturally knew Cui Lian. Anyone who had experienced that incident knew Cui Lian. At this moment, Cui Lian's fame surpassed her previous fame. The entire Eastern world, and even the Western world knew her. The reason was very simple. She fought against all the masters of the Eastern and Western worlds alone, and was still able to stand firm until now. Just relying on this, it was enough for everyone to know her. So it was not surprising that Wu Ming recognized Cui Lian. But what Wu Ming could not believe was that Cui Lian would actually save such a loser. I thought we might meet in a more romantic way in the future. But I didn't expect to meet in this way. Just because of such a loser. Wu Ming looked at Cui Lian very calmly and said, "He is my man, so naturally I have to save him. Senior, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You are very powerful. Thank you for protecting me at the beginning. But you can't do anything to this zombie." Cui Lian's voice was still very cold. Why? Wu Ming was very puzzled. He is just a zombie. Cui Lian did not speak, but just looked at Wu Ming quietly, alert all over. It was obvious that a war might be imminent. You are not my opponent, Cui Lian reminded. Then I will kill him too. Wu Ming suddenly moved. Lin Hao could not help but cover his head. How much hatred did this guy have for him, that he still wanted to kill him in this situation? Wu Ming moved, and his target was still Lin Hao. But Cui Lian was standing in front of Lin Hao, which meant that if Wu Ming wanted to attack Lin Hao, he had to attack Cui Lian first. Cui Lian did not move except her arms. She just stretched out her hands, and then a large ice barrier appeared in front of her. Wu Ming's lightning bombarded these ice barriers crazily. But unfortunately, there was no effect. You must protect him? You have to understand that he is the murderer of your parents. Wu Ming shouted loudly. I know whether he is the real one or not. What I want him to do is my business. You don't need the Eastern world to intervene. Cui Lian seemed a little angry. Whenever she talked about her parents, Cui Lian would always be very angry. So, Cui Lian raised one hand again, and a blue beam of light rushed up and hit Wu Ming's abdomen. Then, Wu Ming knelt on the ground, holding his stomach like a misfired pistol. Senior, considering our old acquaintance, I won't kill you this time. But I hope you won't appear in front of me next time. Because I don't like the Eastern world. Cui Lian didn't know when. Maybe just took a step. But she had come to Wu Ming's side and spoke to him quietly. Wu Ming just knelt on the ground, his eyes wide open, as if he was enduring an unbearable pain. A group of superpowers came to Wu Ming's side and dragged him away. Those superpowers who dragged Wu Ming were also trembling with fear. How could they not know Wu Ming's fierce reputation? They were afraid that this guy would suddenly jump up and punch them one by one, and they would probably die. But this was Cui Lian's request for them to do so. So they could only bite the bullet and drag Wu Ming away. So, there were only two people left at the scene again. Lin Hao and Cui Lian. Are you okay? Cui Lian turned her inner worries into a few cold words, her eyes still cold. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly didn't know how to face this woman. This woman finally showed up and saved him without hesitation. Although saving him was just a matter of convenience for her, Lin Hao survived because of her. Thank you. Lin Hao thanked sincerely. Don't thank me. You are my person. This is what I should do. Still extremely cold. Okay. Then I won't thank you. I have already done what you asked me to do. I hope you can remove the mental imprint in my brother's mind. Lin Hao became serious again. This time, he really spoke to Cui Lian in a serious tone. Cui Lian stood in front of Lin Hao. Although she was not tall, she was full of momentum. Everyone who stood in front of her would find that they seemed to be shorter than this woman. But for some reason, when Lin Hao stood in front of Cui Lian never felt the sense of submission. Why? Why are you always so confident? Cui Lian murmured. What? Lin Hao didn't hear what this guy said clearly. Nothing. I will remove the mental imprint when he wakes up. Congratulations. You are free. Cui Lian left after saying that. She left. Really left? Looking at the empty space in front of him, Lin Hao couldn't help asking. Yes. He did leave. Why? Don't you want him to leave? Gooden teased with a smile. No. I just find it strange. He kidnapped me from Earth thousands of miles away, and then asked me to help blow up a military factory and let me go. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly didn't know what to say, and what this woman was thinking. Actually, I am also a woman. I probably know a little about what she is thinking. Gooden said again. Really? Then tell me, what is Cui Lian thinking in her heart? And why did she pull me from Earth? Lin Hao asked. It's very simple. Her biggest revenge on you so far is actually to put a mental imprint in Li Yang's mind. However, that mental imprint has been safe and sound in his mind until now. Her purpose of pulling you here is actually very simple. I guess she missed you and wanted to see you. So she pulled you here, Gooden said. Lin Hao almost vomited blood when he heard these words. Then why did he want me to carry out such a dangerous mission? Lin Hao knew how dangerous this mission was. Although it was completed quickly, if he made a mistake, he might be beaten to death by Wu Ming. Actually, there is one thing I have never told you, Gooden said. Oh my god. You are hiding something from me. What is it? Lin Hao trusted Gooden the most, and he didn't want Gooden to hide anything from him. Actually, from the moment you started the mission, Cui Lian has been following you in your identity, Gooden said. Chapter 855. Are you serious? Lin Hao asked. Do you think I would lie to you? Gooden snorted. Why didn't you tell me before? Lin Hao said. You didn't ask me before. And it's hard to say about this kind of thing. I'm not really smart, but I'm a normal person with emotional intelligence. Okay? Gooden would complain about himself. Lin Hao couldn't help but shook his head, and then came to the entrance of the cave. He was a little upset because he was seriously injured. He didn't know if it was because of his own injury, Cui Lian, or maybe the two guys in the cave. The Eastern world never contacted Cui Lian. After all, no matter how they contacted, Cui Lian would not respond to them. The Western world contacted them many times, but unfortunately Cui Lian was not interested in cooperating with them. So, no matter what, the Eastern and Western worlds could not fight. They did not dare to fight. Once they both suffered losses, Cui Lian would become the only winner. And this only winner would even get the entire Ula planet. The appearance did not want this. And the domineering did not want this either. Therefore, except for some minor frictions, both sides were basically safe. In the Edge City, Kuai Long led his men to the Eastern world to attack their Edge City as usual. And Qianli was sitting in the city. They all knew that this was just a routine test, and there was no possibility of fighting. The two top superpowers and zombies did not take it seriously. The zombies rushed up in a swarm. But this time, the Eastern world did not retreat. Under normal circumstances, in order to reduce casualties, Qianli would let everyone retreat into the city, attack with hot weapons in reality, and then quietly wait for them to rush to the city wall and fight with hand-to-hand weapons. The Jin family's tyrant sword that Cui Lian shouted at the beginning was not taught in vain. Although it was not taught completely, just a few moves and styles greatly improved their combat effectiveness. So even Qianli was jealous of this move. After learning a few moves openly, Qianli found that it was far from enough. There must be more moves that were not taught. He once secretly went to Suilian, but was beaten out by Suilian. Qianli also got a piece of news that made him sad. He was not Suilian's opponent. Qianli had been in the 9th level of the force for decades. He thought that he was not a match for the first 7 people. After all, he was the 8th to enter the 9th level of the force. But he did not expect that a young man who had just entered the 9th level of the force not long ago was actually stronger than himself. This made Qianli very depressed. The old man in Tang Su told Qianli that Suilian was a rare fighting genius in a century. Qianli was not his opponent. Even if he fought Suilian alone, he might not be able to defeat him in a short time. If Suilian was allowed to grow up, she would definitely be Hongying again. This sentence made several guys feel guilty. You know, Suilian had a grudge against the Eastern world. They didn't want Suilian to become the next Hongying. Hongying had already left. One of them was already annoying enough. At that time, there would be more Suilian. The comfort of Suilian was that she was a superpower, not a zombie. Otherwise the consequences would be completely different. The old man in Tang Su told Qianli that if the enemy launched such a tentative attack again, he should just pull everyone out and fight actively. Only soldiers who have experienced battles are real warriors. Staying in the city every day will only increase everyone's laziness. Sometimes reducing casualties is not necessarily a good thing. Only by letting the soldiers experience blood and death can they become truly strong. So, when Kuai Long appeared again with his small army, Qianli threw these new recruits, who had not experienced much war, into the battle without thinking, and let them experience death and cruelty. This is the lesson they should learn. After all, the population of the Eastern world is still large. With a large population base, there are many soldiers. Every day, many people dream of coming here to be a soldier. The premise is that they must be a qualified superpower. If they want to become stronger, they can only go through battle. So these people come here with self-righteous ideas. Next, they have to face the cruelest thing they have ever seen in their lives, and grow up in an instant. This is reality. No one can escape. They can only face the difficulties. Those who overcome them will become winners in life, and those who cannot overcome them will lie underground and be buried by dry bones. The war was fierce. Qianli and Kuai Long were watching from a distance. There was no sign of them taking action. They could not take action. If they did, it would not be a simple test. When the top superpowers or zombies took action, it would immediately turn into a real huge war. However, they could not fight such a huge war now. The battle began. Cruelty and bloodiness occurred in every corner of the war. The two top superpowers and zombies just watched quietly without saying anything, and even their expressions did not change. At this pace, the battle will last for half an hour before both sides call off the battle. This is enough training. But accidents always happen. When the war is still going on, a spaceship appears in the sky, and it descends at an extremely fast speed. So fast that it is abnormal. Then with a loud bang, it hits the center of the battlefield. The spaceship is not big. For the Eastern world, this size can only be regarded as the smallest spaceship, and its function is just to transport supplies. Qianli usually disdains this kind of spaceship. But no matter how small the spaceship is, it is still a spaceship. It has weight and speed. Moreover, the soldiers on the battlefield are all rookies, and many soldiers do not even have the force level. If they are suddenly hit by this spaceship, their fate is self-evident. Kuai Long and Qianli's nerves were tense. What did this sudden appearance mean? Neither of them knew. They only knew that this thing might have been made by the other party. Whether it was made by the other party or not, the sudden and continuous spaceships put their nerves on the highest alert, because they didn't know what this spaceship was used for. And they didn't know whether this spaceship was a technological weapon with extremely powerful power. Kuai Long's first thought was that the Eastern world wanted to annex all his people with technological weapons, and didn't want to abide by this invisible trial agreement. Coincidentally, Qianli also thought so. So, the first two groups of people to move were Qianli and Kuai Long. They were both the highest commanders present, and they had to be responsible for their subordinates. Chapter 856. Oh my god. It turns out that the universe is like this. Jean Bebe looked at the scenery outside the glass window with some surprise. And Wang Lanlan, who was next to Jean Bebe, also looked at everything around with a look of surprise. But unlike Jean Bebe, he kept all the surprises in his heart. Where do you think we might go? Jean Bebe asked Wang Lanlan. After all, Jean Bebe really didn't know where the spacecraft would eventually fly to. Wang Lanlan shook her head and said, "Sorry, I don't know this either. What we know is that this spacecraft has set up a return program, which means that this spacecraft will take us to its home planet. The home planet of a spacecraft that can build this must be a technologically advanced planet. The only thing we can pray for is that the people on its home planet are gentle enough to treat us peacefully." Then why do you still want to go there? Jean Bebe asked curiously. I feel like I have reached the peak. Not only me. I believe you have this feeling too. This feeling is really strange. It forces me to find something that can bring me to the peak of intelligence. It's like I'm missing a key. And as long as I find that key, I can open the secrets of us. Wang Lanlan said tentatively, as if she was describing this feeling for the first time. Jean Bebe is also a level 9 psychic. He knows the feeling that Wang Lanlan is talking about. And Jean Bebe even knows what level is above level 9. Because Lin Hao is already there. And Jean Bebe even knows what the so-called key is. The Force. Jean Bebe spat out 2 words. What? Wang Lanlan asked curiously. The key you mentioned should be the Force. As long as we have the Force in our bodies, we can be promoted to the first level of the Force and evolve to a higher level. Jean Bebe said firmly. How did you know? Wang Lanlan asked in surprise. Wang Lanlan felt that she was already a pioneer. She couldn't remember the day, but she remembered clearly that the zombie appeared in the base, looked at her, And then all she felt was fear. At that moment, Wang Lanlan knew that the zombie must have broken through that level. But how did the zombie break through? After Wang Lanlan had her own power, she started to look for the zombie. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find a zombie. Of course, unless Lin Hao wanted to, Wang Lanlan would never find him in her life. After all, the technology on Earth was far inferior to that on Ula. If the people on Ula couldn't find him, how could Lin Hao let Wang Lanlan find him? Of course, Jean Bebe didn't want to tell others about Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao was a zombie, and it was embarrassing to talk about such things. Jean Bebe shook her head and said, "There are some things I can't say, but the key you mentioned should refer to the Force. You believe me?" "Of course I believe you. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Why do you have to leave the Earth?" Wang Lanlan asked. "Looking for someone. That guy was taken away. I came to find him," Jean Bebe said. "Are you talking about the spaceship that appeared in City B?" Wang Lanlan asked. "You also know that spaceship?" Jean Bebe looked at Wang Lanlan anxiously. "I may not know as much as you do. After all, I am at the survivor base in the capital. The instruments there are the most advanced. I once tested the spacecraft, but unfortunately it only locked onto it for a few seconds before it disappeared. I guess they discovered our locking signal and blocked it. But at least we got the news. It's a pity that the satellites outside the atmosphere can't be used. Otherwise we would have been able to take a few photos," Wang Lanlan said with some regret. Without thinking, Jean Bebe took out a stack of photos from his backpack and threw them to Wang Lanlan. "Here, take a look. This is what the spaceship looks like." Wang Lanlan took the photos and said in surprise, "How could you have these photos? Since you are the leader of the capital survivor base, you should know my identity. Since you know my identity, you must know that I am from that survivor base. My base is now the most livable base in the world. Is it strange that someone in it has a camera?" Jean Bebe asked back. "Yeah. I almost forgot that you have solved the most basic food and clothing problem. And safety is barely guaranteed. So it seems normal for people in your area to start developing their own hobbies," Wang Lanlan said. "What do you mean by barely guaranteed safety? Do you know how many top-level mutants we have? I'm not afraid to tell you that we have a friendly relationship with zombies. And many of the top-level mutant zombies are around our base. You know, those top-level mutant zombies have gotten rid of their initial appetite. They don't need to eat. And they don't even need to replenish energy. After reaching the top level, they don't even have the desire for crystal cores. For my sake, they help me guard that base. My base is the safest in the world. You know?" Jean Bebe shouted loudly that every place in her own base was good, and no one was allowed to insult it. "Really? Then do you know that I have 10,000 ways to destroy your base?" Wang Lanlan's eyes condensed, and she looked at Jean Bebe with a weird smile. "You dare!" Jean Bebe was immediately filled with murderous intent. The two of them were going to fight a life-and-death battle if they didn't agree. "Just kidding. But there is really a place in your base that needs to be strengthened. And that place is very important." Wang Lanlan put down her weird smile and said to Jean Bebe with a sincere look. As a generous woman, she knew what Jean Bebe said was true. So she asked, "Tell me, what needs to be strengthened?" "Technology." Wang Lanlan went straight to the point. "Technology? Why do we need to strengthen this aspect?" Jean Bebe really didn't understand this. Wang Lanlan shook her head and said, "Of course we need to strengthen this aspect. Because next, the Earth will enter another era. Especially when there are more and more top-level superpowers. Then the safety performance of the bases in each place will increase greatly. Then, at this time everyone will develop internally. First of all, food will become the most important thing for everyone. But food is not something that modern people need to worry about at all. After all, it is really easy to grow food now. The zombie virus has been raging on Earth for nearly 6 years. In the first and second years, everyone was not prepared. In the third and fourth years, everyone was groping. In the fifth and sixth years, everyone was preparing. And every base would not lack food. So what's next? Everyone really needs technological weapons. After all, no one is willing to hand over everything to the superpowers. Only when the technological weapons are powerful, this base will be truly powerful. For example, as long as I want, I don't need to send manpower and material resources. I just need to set a target on my satellite missile. Even if I can't kill you, your base is almost finished. After listening to what Wan Lanlan said, Jean Bebe really started to think. Yes, technology is the king of development. Otherwise, compared with other bases in the future, I can only passively take the beating. Jean Bebe said to herself silently. Wan Lanlan sighed, then looked out the window. The scenery outside began to enter a stage of unchanging. Then, the next time gradually became longer and longer. The two girls gradually forgot the scenery outside, and even got bored. They didn't even know whether it was day or night when they woke up. The spaceship was flying, and they were in a trance. Suddenly, the outside of the spaceship began to catch fire. It was because the speed was too fast, and the burning occurred after entering the atmosphere. Wan Lanlan was a little surprised, and pulled Jean Bebe, and said, "We seem to have reached our destination." Chapter 857. As the descent speed increased, the two women in the spaceship watched the big fireball begin to burn. And then, the surrounding scenery became very psychedelic. This was the first time they saw such a scene. After all, when descending from the outside, this kind of scenery was very beautiful. As Earthlings for so many years, this was also their first time riding a spaceship. And naturally it was the first time they saw such scenery. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful when descending. But this planet doesn't seem to have anything to see. It's all black. Jean Bebe couldn't help but complain. Maybe it's midnight now, Wan Lanlan said. But there's a sun not far away. Jean Bebe couldn't help but complain. Wan Lanlan looked to the other side, because the spaceship was surrounded by the burning light caused by the rapid flight. Wan Lanlan didn't notice that there was a sun on the right. They were still hitting the atmosphere. It was a pity that the two girls in the spaceship didn't know how the spaceship worked. Otherwise they probably wouldn't be so nervous. After breaking through the atmosphere, the speed of the spaceship began to decrease, and the friction and burning places around it began to slowly extinguish. Then, they saw another beautiful scene. There were white clouds and blue sky all around. Not far away was the deep blue sky that looked like the sea. Deep in the sky was black. There were twinkling stars in the black, as if they were greeting Jean Bebe. When they left the Earth, it was pitch black. So they had not seen these beautiful views. Now, although the white clouds on the planet Ula were all black, at least they had seen such a beautiful view. And the trip was worthwhile. Although I don't know why it's dark under the clouds. I hope this planet is a kind one. Wan Lanlan prayed. Jean Bebe didn't feel anything. He didn't know that this planet was the one where Lin Hao came. He was ready the moment he left the Earth with the spaceship. He searched the entire universe to find Lin Hao. This Ula planet was just his first stop. I hope that bastard is interested in this, so I don't have to go to the next planet to look for him. Jean Bebe said. You may not be able to go. Let's not talk about the fuel issue. Just talk about the operation of this spaceship. Do you know how to do it? Wan Lanlan asked Jean Bebe very realistically. Damn. Fuel is available. Or it's aviation fuel. What's so difficult about these things? Jean Bebe said casually. Not really. Combustion is a substance that we don't have on Earth. Wan Lanlan said. Then how did you start this broken spaceship? Jean Bebe asked in surprise. There was still half of the fuel inside the spacecraft at the beginning. But after flying for who knows how long, the fuel has run out. Fortunately, it looks like we are about to land. Otherwise it will be a very troublesome thing. Wan Lanlan said. Forget it. I hope the technology of this planet is advanced enough to send us a spacecraft. Jean Bebe said resignedly. Wan Lanlan shook her head and said nothing. Jean Bebe was a little careless when he spoke, but it was still very comfortable to get along with such a true person. As long as you don't take what he said too seriously, it's still very good. The spacecraft was still gliding, but something was wrong. Wan Lanlan hurried to the control panel, looked at the screen on the control panel, and said anxiously, Oh my God, there is no fuel. Are you serious? Jean Bebe also looked at Wan Lanlan with disbelief. Really? The spacecraft is about to lose power. But according to the test, we are still more than 30,000 meters away from the ground. Wan Lanlan said a bad news. What should we do now? Jean Bebe was a little panicked. After all, the spacecraft was too unknown to him. It was not easy to force himself to calm down. Fortunately, Wan Lanlan was familiar with everything in the spacecraft before the space flight. She didn't need to know how to operate everything, but at least she had to know what each place was for. Fortunately, there was a group of dedicated scientists in Wan Lanlan's base, and they had successfully studied the spacecraft. Follow me, Wan Lanlan said directly. Jean Bebe followed behind Wang Lanlan. Who should be ashamed? In this spaceship for nearly a month. Jean Bebe didn't even know what places other than the cockpit were for. They were all superpowered people. As long as they wanted, they could go without food for a long time. So they had few physiological needs. Fewer physiological needs indirectly reduced their need for idleness. Naturally, apart from the cockpit and the toilet, Jean Bebe really didn't go anywhere else. Following Wang Lanlan, they ran left and right. Fortunately, they were both level 9 superpowers. Although the spaceship began to fall straight down, they were still able to control their bodies well. Wang Lanlan opened a door, and Jean Bebe hurriedly followed in. After entering, Jean Bebe found that this was an empty room, and the surrounding walls were very soft. On the wall, there were two things like seat belts, which were also soft, but they felt that the material should be very tough. In short, the moment he saw these two facilities, Jean Bebe understood Wang Lanlan's intention. Without Wang Lanlan's reminder, Jean Bebe hurriedly sat on it, then buckled the seat belt, and then waited. The two did not close their eyes. After all, the surroundings were sealed, and they could not see the situation outside clearly. Jean Bebe even had time to chat with Wang Lanlan. Where do you think we will hit this time? Jean Bebe asked worriedly. I hope we can hit the wilderness. If we hit the city center, or even accidentally kill someone, then our trip may be over. Wang Lanlan said with a wry smile. Jean Bebe asked again, do you feel any strange changes in your body? Wang Lanlan asked in confusion, strange changes? I don't feel anything. I feel a little bit. Then do you know what this feeling is? Jean Bebe looked at Wang Lanlan with a smile. And at the same time, she began to be sure of one thing in her heart. This is the feeling of a key. The secret of the body has been opened. Wang Lanlan was surprised. They really came to the right place. This place really has a key. The key to open the door to physical evolution. Wang Lanlan even felt that the barrier where she had stayed for a long time at level 9 was slowly being broken. Before the two of them could say anything in surprise, suddenly, a huge recoil came, and the spaceship fell. Chapter 858. The huge air waves stirred up by the spaceship made Kuai Long and Qianli a little confused. They didn't know whether this was a deliberate trick by the other party. The two top T-virus carriers looked at each other with vigilance and anger in their eyes. They both thought that the other party was deliberately making trouble. But now, looking at the huge spaceship in front of them, their attention began to be distracted from their own gazes. The spaceship stagnated for a long time, and then the hatch began to slowly open, and two little girls appeared inside. When Kuai Long saw that the two were actually superpowers, he immediately roared, Qianli, you really want to make trouble. Kuai Long flew up and slapped Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan fiercely. As a top mutant zombie, he could tell at a glance that the two women had not even reached the force level, and a simple palm could easily kill them. But Qianli, who was not far away, was unhappy when he saw this scene. Although the two women did not know where they came from, they were superpowers and human beings. They must not be killed by the other party casually. Many people were watching here, and it was time to create their own glorious moment. As the weakest among the 8 people, Qianli actually has no image. Even in the eyes of ordinary people in the Eastern world, Qianli is the least visible among the 8. So when Qianli sees an opportunity, he is definitely willing to rush up and do something. Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan were also confused when they saw the scene in front of them. The smell of blood rushed into their noses first. This was a little different from the friendly planet they imagined. But fortunately, they were also experienced in the battlefield. Although the scene in front of them was a little uncomfortable, it didn't make them too disgusted. But before they could do anything, a huge sense of crisis suddenly appeared in their hearts. When they looked up, they saw a dwarf flying high and slapping them. The source of that feeling was the dwarf slapping his teammate. Before the two began to fear the power of that slap, a man suddenly appeared in front of them. He was a man dressed very casually. However, when this man stood in front of them, a very safe feeling appeared in their hearts. As if when this man stood in front of them, they were absolutely safe. Jean Bebe didn't feel anything yet. After all, she was a strong woman and hated relying on men. In her life, there was only one man who gave her the most reliable sense of security, and that was Lin Hao. But Wang Lanlan was different. When she was on Earth, she was the strongest, and no one could give her such a threatening feeling. But the first second she arrived on this planet, Wang Lanlan met two invincible people. Fortunately, One of them was helping them. Qianli, did you prepare this spaceship? What's inside the spaceship? Kuai-Long asked directly. He was able to become a top-level psychic. But he was not stupid enough to think that two psychics, who had not even reached the level of the Force, could pose any threat to them. That meant that the thing that could threaten them must be in the spaceship. Are you stupid, or am I stupid? If I really had that kind of thing, would I use such a large spaceship to carry it? Qianli immediately asked back, unconvinced. Then what's the situation with this spaceship? Kuai-Long asked. I also want to ask you. What's the situation with this spaceship? Is it done by you zombies? Qianli asked in a bad tone. Of course. Their tone was not kind. After all, they were natural enemies. You are talking nonsense. I will not do such a thing. Kuai-Long immediately denied it. Then do you think I would do such a thing? Qianli asked back. Who knows? After all, you guys have a lot of twists and turns in your heads. Who knows if you made this spaceship on purpose? Kuai-Long said stubbornly. At this point, both sides have almost figured it out. It is estimated that this spaceship is a misunderstanding, and no one knows how it appeared here. Qianli looked back at the two women and signaled them with his eyes to retreat to the city wall behind them. Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe were very smart people. They understood immediately after seeing Qianli's eyes. The two retreated, and Kuai-Long didn't think there was anything wrong. They were just two superpowers who had not even reached the level of the Force. What was wrong? However, what neither party could have imagined was that the two women reached a terrifying state in a very short time. Unfortunately, this was all a story for later. The current situation was that this war could no longer continue. If it continued, the two sides would really start fighting with real swords and guns. But if they didn't fight, it would seem like a joke. After all, this was a war. But in the end, Kuai-Long still retreated. He was a smart man. Although he didn't seem so smart sometimes. That was what smart people did on purpose. The spaceship in front of them was an unknown thing to them anyway. Since it was unknown, it always made people panic. Now the spaceship was in Qianli's hands. If there was something in the spaceship, Kuai-Long couldn't afford to gamble. If there was any accident in this war, it was estimated that the appearance would directly wipe him out. Although losing a top mutant zombie was really a big deal for them. The Eastern world didn't dare to attack the Western world casually now. After all, Cui Lian was involved. So losing a top mutant zombie was really nothing for them. The zombies all retreated. And Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan also breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Qianli flying over with some surprise. Jean Bebe immediately reacted and estimated that the person in front of him must be a master of the Force level. After all, Lin Hao could also fly. You too. Come in with me, Qianli said to the two coldly. The door in front of them opened, and the soldiers fighting outside began to return to the city gradually. But each of them looked at Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan very unkindly. After all, the spaceship just now killed some of their companions. Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe had seen it when they got off the spaceship. So they knew why these people looked unfriendly to them. In this case, they should be more low-key. They hurriedly followed Qianli. Now only Qianli could protect them. However, the two women could not absolutely trust Qianli. After all, they had just met. Where was this place? What kind of people were they? And why was it so dark here? If it weren't for the very developed searchlights in the marginal city, they might not be able to see anything. Chapter 859. Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan followed Qianli. At least Qianli had saved them. Although they didn't want to follow Qianli, they were completely ignorant of the situation, and didn't even know where they were. They had no place to escape, and could only follow Qianli for the time being. But Jean Bebe didn't relax her vigilance. She was still watching the surroundings, ready to respond to any emergency. Unfortunately, Jean Bebe didn't know that even if Qianli asked them to run for 10 minutes, they couldn't escape. Qianli led the two of them directly into a relatively secret room. When the room was closed, Jean Bebe subconsciously put her hands behind her back. There was a folding long knife there. This knife was a weapon from Earth. Jean Bebe got it by chance. No one knew who made it. But it was made very beautifully, and the knife was very sharp. However, even if the knife was used on Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan, it would not necessarily cause harm to them. The subconscious touch of the knife was just a stress response. Although they knew that the knife in their hands was useless, it was still a comfort to hold it in their hands. Wang Lanlan was more direct. Why do you want to close the door? What is he saying? Jean Bebe couldn't help asking Wang Lanlan. Wang Lanlan shook her head. In fact, they didn't understand what Qianli said to them from the first sentence. But they could still understand the gestures Qianli made to them. When they followed Qianli in, Qianli chattered a lot, and finally made Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan confused. But gradually, it seemed that another dormant memory in their minds began to awaken. And then, they began to understand what the man in front of them said, which was a very mysterious feeling. If you are not a criminal, who is? You drove a spaceship and crushed my soldiers to death. But I don't know where you are from. The only thing I know is that you must be from other planets. Look at your ears. They are so strange. How can you make me believe that you are normal humans? If you are not human, I will not even save you, Qianli said. Oh my god. How do you understand? Jean Bebe asked Wang Lanlan again. Wang Lanlan was also confused. They didn't know that when they were in the spaceship, there was a special person who had been subtly instilling the language knowledge of the Ula planet into their minds. Can you two speak human language? Qianli looked at the two women strangely. From the beginning, the two women spoke something they couldn't understand. Do you know the language of the Ula planet? Qianli then forgot that the two women were from an alien planet. Do you think we should talk to him? When Wang Lanlan found that she could actually match Qianli's words in her heart, she couldn't help but ask Jean Bebe. I don't know how we can speak the language of this planet. Who cares? Let's see what he says first and ignore him, Jean Bebe said. So, the two women stopped talking, and Qianli just stared at the two pairs of eyes. After staring for a long time, Qianli scratched his hair and left. He seems to be gone, Wang Lanlan said. Then what? Jean Bebe looked at Qianli's back and felt a little uneasy. Who knows what Qianli will do to them after he leaves? They don't know what this planet is like. What if he tortures them? They don't think they can run away from this place. They heard Qianli's words just now. These two people have different physical characteristics from the people on this planet. That is, their ears. They still remembered Qianli's pointed ears. After they went out, they only needed to look at their ears to see the two of them. They were too big and too obvious. In fact, what they didn't know was that only those with a higher level of force could tell that they were aliens. After all, there were too many technologies and mutations on the planet Ula, and many people's bodies had undergone mutations. It was no longer strange on this planet. Let's find a way to slip out. Jean Bebe is always the one who can't sit still. How to get out? Wang Lanlan wanted to know what those people wanted to do to them. No matter what. We can't just sit there and wait for death. If they really attack us, we won't even have a chance to fight back. I feel uncomfortable with the changes in my body. I must find a secret place to accept this change. It's definitely not possible here. Jean Bebe knew that this should be the feeling of the force level evolution that Lin Hao said. In fact, it's not just Jean Bebe who feels this way. Wang Lanlan feels the same way. They know that this is not a bad thing for them. But if they advance in such a place now, there will be too many dangers and uncertainties. Okay, let's find a way to leave, Wang Lanlan said. They didn't know that Qianli had not paid attention to this place since he left. For Qianli, his goal had been achieved, which was to get the attention of others. Although these two women were very suspicious, they were just a superpower who had not even reached the level of the Force. They could not escape from this place. It was because Qianli thought so that the people in the entire defense measure thought so. After all, the war had just ended, and there were many places that needed people. Those people really didn't need to pay attention to two superpowers, who didn't even have the level of the Force. So, Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe really succeeded in leaving the room. Looking at the people everywhere, they couldn't help but put on the hats on their clothes. As Earthlings, they still like clothes with hats. Once the hats were put on, their ears were immediately covered. The two didn't know which direction to go. Anyway, the right thing to do was to leave quickly. So they randomly chose a direction in the city. Outside the city were zombies. And they were all zombies above the Force level. It was not a place to escape. So they could only choose to run towards the city. They didn't know what the city was like. But they had to find a way to leave this place, and find a secret place to solve their physical condition. In the north of the eastern world, the heavy snow stopped again. Lin Hao's hair turned white. Looking at Cui Lian who was leaving, he couldn't help but sigh. How long have I been standing here? Lin Hao asked. It's estimated that I have been standing here for about 10 hours. They are about to wake up. Let's go and take a look, Gooden said. Lin Hao walked towards the cave entrance with some melancholy. The stone at the cave entrance was still blocking it. But Lin Hao couldn't let go of that problem. He was ready to break up with Cui Lian. But in the end, Lin Hao found that he still couldn't let go of this friendship. Yes, it has always been friendship and has never deteriorated. Chapter 860. When Lin Hao came to the cave, he was about to turn the stone over. But the stone started to move by itself. Then, Bai Bothan's sturdy body appeared in front of Lin Hao. Suddenly, Bai Bothan's momentum and temperament changed. Lin Hao hurriedly pulled this guy out. And Li Yan behind him also appeared. The momentum and temperament of these two guys are completely different. Although Lin Hao has never felt that the two of them have that kind of dangerous feeling. After all, there is still a big gap between Lin Hao and him. But the two are much stronger than before. Good, and I want to see the current attributes of these two people. Lin Hao looked at the two with a smile and said to Gooden in his heart. Level, Force Level 1. Title, Corpse King. Skills, Solidity. Strength, 95. Spirit, 80. Speed, 85. Stamina, 125. Evaluation. This fat guy is getting more and more powerful. This fat guy's attributes are really good. I knew that this guy's talent is not worse than those on the Eula planet. After his stamina entered the force, it actually broke through 120. Lin Hao couldn't help but admire that when he was level 9. He probably hadn't broken through 120. But when Li Yang stood in front of Lin Hao only felt that he was standing in front of a sharp sword. As if he looked down on everyone in the world. If possible, he could give the enemy a fatal blow anytime and anywhere. This is the advantage of Li Yang. A speed-type zombie. Turn out the attributes of this kid Li Yang for me. Lin Hao said speechlessly. I said I wanted the fat guy. Can I tune out the attributes of this kid? Name, Li Yang. Level, Force Level 1. Title, Corpse King. Skill, Shadow Escape. Strength, 95. Spirit, 90. Speed, 115. Stamina, 80. Evaluation, a man like the wind. After seeing Li Yang's evaluation, Lin Hao was truly relieved. This proved that his two friends had amazing talents. What they lacked was their growth conditions. However, their force was advanced by themselves, which meant that the foundation for their future growth conditions had been laid. Even if they used crystal cores to advance, they could reach the so-called Force Level 9. As long as they reached the Force Level 9, they would have the possibility to sprint to the next level. You two, how do you feel now? Lin Hao asked the two. Bai Bothan moved his neck, then clenched his fists, and said with a simple smile, Actually, I don't think I've changed much. Li Yang didn't say anything, but habitually touched his right shoulder, only to find that there was nothing on his right shoulder. His eyes were a little dim, and Lin Hao smiled and said, Okay. Don't be upset. That knife is useless here. Let's find a better weapon here. Really? When talking about weapons, Li Yang raised his head and looked at Lin Hao. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Lin Hao laughed. Looking at Kuai Long, he asked seriously, Are you sure the guy did it this way? Yes. Hundreds of zombie brothers were watching. During the fight, a spaceship fell from the sky and crushed many zombies below the 5th level of the force. This was clearly a direct foul by Qianli. It was obvious that this situation was a test. But the guy was actually ready to attack with all his strength. It was so shameless. Kuai Long was upset by Qianli, and felt that he should talk to Moz about this matter no matter what. As for how to talk, it depends on what he thinks. We still haven't reached an agreement with Cui Lian, so we can't attack the Eastern world with all our strength. Logically, the Eastern world shouldn't play this trick with me. Moz glanced at Kuai Long. Kuai Long could definitely be said to have a clear conscience. There was indeed an accident in today's war, and it was an absolutely serious accident. Kuai Long knew that Moz would not pay attention to a tentative war, so he dared to add some things when he told the facts. The truth and falsehood are the most difficult to distinguish. Although Mo Xiang knew that what Kuai Long said might not be true, both the Eastern world and the Western world were large countries that wanted to save face. As the head of a country, he could not remain indifferent when seeing his country being humiliated. It was impossible to really start a big war. But that did not mean that Mo Xiang could not do it himself. Qianli. Right? I believe that Guy should still be in the marginal city. Although as long as Mo Xiang moved, Bahu would definitely get the news. But Mo Xiang felt that as long as he moved quickly, he would definitely be able to deal with Qianli before Ba, who and his men arrived, and teach him a lesson. I dare not say to kill him. After all, they are all masters of the 9th level of the force. And Qianli is not a pushover. But Qianli is the weakest among the few people. If Muzi exerts all his strength, who knows how badly the other party will be injured. And Muzi did not intend to kill the guy. Killing him would mean that the war would be launched in full swing. But if the other party was seriously injured, not only would the war not be launched in full swing, but Muzi would also return the lost face. This is the way of a mature person. So, Muzi left. And Kuai Long smiled after watching Muzi leave. And smiled happily. In the Edge City, when Qianli returned to the small dark room, he found that the 2 women inside had disappeared. Although Qianli could ignore these 2 people, they could indeed, and they were already recorded in the files. Although they were only at the 9th level of evolution, they were also superpowers. And they were the pinnacle among civilian superpowers. They could evolve into superpowers of the 1st level of the force at any time and place. And they also had a certain threat level. Where are the people? Why did you lose someone when I asked you to look at him? Qianli had no reason not to be angry. They were just 2 psychics, who were not at the level of the force. They could miss both of them. Senior, we saw that the battlefield was short of people. So we went to help. We accidentally missed those 2 people. But it doesn't matter. Those 2 guys are not from our planet. They are easy to identify. They should not be fast. They must still be in this city. I will publish a wanted order immediately. The man left in fear. Although Qianli did not have any position here, everyone here listened to their discipline. It was very simple. Strength was his position. When a person's strength was stronger than a country, then this person was above the country. The wanted order of the Eula planet was very scary. Basically, they could catch people in a short time. The main reason was that the technology here was too advanced. And there was no shortage of real tracking masters. Because of the strong mental power of the psychics. It would take less than 10 seconds to track a person. Chapter 861. Qianli didn't know that when he issued the wanted order, not far away, Moz was watching him quietly. It was really quiet, without any movement. If Moz didn't want others to find him, as long as he didn't make a move, they wouldn't be able to find him. So it was easy for Moz to sneak in. After entering, Moz began to explore inside, and then accidentally saw Qianli. Qianli was at least a guy of the 9th level of the force. So Moz didn't dare to show up. But what Qianli said to them was heard clearly by Moz. Those people wanted to capture 2 people. 2 women. Who were those 2 women? What do you do? The photos in the wanted order immediately appeared in Yang's mind. His mental power entered the internal network of these people. And then he saw the photos of Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe. As for how the photos of the 2 came from, that's too simple. There are cameras everywhere in the city. The 2 have been in the picture for a long time. In addition, the cameras here are all high definition. Every photo is clear enough to even see the pores on the face. This is the technology of the Eula planet, which is very cruel. The moment he saw the 2 people, Yangxiang disappeared. Because when he saw the photos of the 2 people, he had already found the 2 people. In a secret alley in the city, the 2 people were unconscious inside. So Yangxiang disappeared on the spot, and appeared in the alley a few seconds later, looking at the 2 unconscious girls on the ground. Yangxiang naturally saw that they were about to advance to the 1st level of the force. But this level was too far away from Yangxiang, and he didn't care about it. What he cared about was why Qianli wanted to capture these 2 women. Could they have some secrets that the Eastern world needed? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Yangzi's mouth. He picked up the 2 women in one hand, and was about to leave. Several winged 5th level psychics of the force saw Yangzi from high above, including the 2 women. We found the 2 women. And there is also a zombie Yangzi. Be alert. Several 5th level psychics of the force flew high immediately, and opened their own defense barriers. Yangzi shook his head. He had been exposed. Of course, Yangzi could kill people in a short time. But as long as he took action, the top psychics in the Eastern world would know it immediately. But if he didn't take action, he would be known. Taking action would waste time. He didn't know when those guys would arrive, since he would be discovered whether he took action or not. Why would he waste time? So Yangzi didn't think twice, and took the 2 women, cut open the white space, stepped in, and disappeared. If Lin Hao was here to watch over this white space, he would definitely criticize that this space is not as big as Hongying's, not as long as Hongying's, and not as beautiful as Hongying's. Of course, these are all true. Not only that, This passage is not as far as Hongying's. In short, when the first foot of the appearance just went in, the whole city sounded a red alarm. Hearing these alarms, Hongying sneered. So he stepped in with the other foot. When he looked back, he had already seen Qianli. And he knew that this guy always arrived the fastest. Especially this time he was the closest. There was no reason why he would not be the first to arrive. However, it was all in vain. The passage disappeared faster than Qianli. When Qianli arrived, there was only a space and a group of confused people. Why did Yangzi come? Why did he catch those two women? After a brief moment of confusion, Qianli only had this thought in his mind. Yangzi's arrival completely frightened Qianli. He didn't understand why Yangzi dared to come to the Eastern world at such a sensitive time. No matter what, this matter should be told to Babu. Soon, the old man in Tang suit told Qianli's news. And then a few minutes later, 8 people gathered in the conference room again. Originally, there could be 9 people here. The old man in Tang suit sighed. So, Qianli lowered his head. He had a hot temper. He had given the order himself. Qianli was very scared, afraid that Cui Lian would come to him for trouble. So until now, Qianli did not dare to leave here, because he was scared. He thought that after Cui Lian became a 9th level master of the force, he was not the weakest. But in the end, he found that he was still the weakest. Baba just mentioned this matter casually. So he continued, okay. This time we called everyone here because there are a few other things. Qianli, tell me. The old man in Tang Su directly handed the matter over to Qianli to narrate. After all, Qianli was the person involved. Qianli cleared his throat and then said, this matter is actually quite complicated. There was a war today. But at first, I thought it was a very simple exploratory war. As a result, halfway through the war, a spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky. At first, I thought those zombies wanted to make some trouble. But in the end, I found that Kuai Long attacked the 2 superpowers who came out of the spaceship. When I found out that the 2 people were superpowers, I rushed over without thinking and rescued the 2 superpowers. But later I found out that the 2 superpowers were not from the Ula planet and did not know our language. Later, the 2 escaped. I thought they were travelers from other planets. Just now, 2 soldiers found the 2 women. They were discovered at the same time as the 2 women. And they looked like he took the 2 women away. At this point, Qianli paused for a moment. And he had described everything he knew clearly. Next, he wanted to tell his own guess. In the end, I think that the 2 women are still related to Westworld. Otherwise, why would a master of Yangzi's level take such a big risk to save 2 level 9 psychics? Moreover, those 2 psychics were not from the planet Ula, which is very questionable. I even think that Kuai Long must have done it on purpose. He thought I would definitely save those 2 people. I should have guessed it when I saw Kuai Long simply throwing a force palm. Now the question is, what are those 2 psychics doing? Why did Yangzi save him? And what did those 2 psychics take away from us? The old man in Tang suit quietly watched Qianli's narration, then nodded. It seemed that he didn't need to worry that these people would become a mess after he left. It turned out that a real crisis would make people grow up. The most unreliable Qianli was able to make his speculations coherent through some things. He made great progress. But the question was, why did Yanong save 2 level 9 zombies? Chapter 862. Have those 2 women awakened? Yangzi asked Kuai Long. Yes, but those 2 women seem to want to fight. Kuai Long said nonchalantly. They have broken through to the 1st level of the force. Yangzi said. Yes, they have reached the 1st level of the force. Even Kuai Long found this strange. The 1st level of the force. Such a weak level. Why did Yangzi take it so seriously? Although Kuai Long did not ask the question, Yangzi saw it. Are you wondering why I captured 2 women of the 1st level of the force? Kuai Long hesitated for a while and nodded. Actually, I don't know either. I only know that these 2 women are what Qianli wants to capture. Which means that these 2 women must be very important to them. Have the people in the Edge City gathered? Ma Xiong said. Kuai Long nodded and said, yes. There are still many spies in the Edge City. And it is impossible to conceal that the 8 of them are gathered together. So, look at that group of people. They actually gathered together for 2 alien women of the 1st level of the force. Do you think these 2 women are useful? Mo Xiong smiled slightly. I understand. Although I don't know what these 2 women are for. They must be very useful. Kuai Long said smartly. Mo Xiong nodded. What else can bring all 8 of them together except a real war? But they gathered together for 2 women of the first level of the force. I need to meet them. When Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan woke up, the first thing they discovered was not the change in their physical condition, but the gloomy environment here. The Eastern world is bright everywhere, with few dark places. It is because there is no sunlight that they care so much about light. However, it is not the case in the Western world. The Western world is full of zombies. They do not need sunlight and even hate it. So there is no light here. When the 2 women woke up, 2 5th-level mutant zombies were looking at them viciously. These 2 zombies brought unimaginable pressure to the 2 women. Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan even felt this pressure for the first time. Although Lin Hao is very strong, he will not put such pressure on Jean Bebe. So this is the first time that Jean Bebe has felt such pressure since his progress so far. A pressure that is so strong that it cannot be overstated. What should we do? Wang Lanlan asked Jean Bebe in a low voice. Let's wait and see. These 2 zombies are very strong. So strong that we are no match for any one of them. But they did not attack us. Maybe there is still room for things to turn around. Jean Bebe said calmly. Sure enough, after waiting for a short time, the appearance appeared here. And the appearance did not have that kind of terrifying pressure on the appearance. And when the appearance appeared, the 2 zombies left, which made Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan feel relieved. But at the same time, they became more nervous. When the 2 powerful zombies saw the appearance, they subconsciously calmed down the pressure on their bodies. They were very afraid of the man in front of them, who looked very gentle. Although the surroundings were dark, the 5 senses of the superpowers were very strong. So they could still barely see. They knew what the appearance looked like, and even knew that the appearance was approaching slowly with a smile. The more such a smiling person, the more dangerous he is. The man in front of Jean Bebe reminded him of Qianli. That guy was also so harmless. But this zombie looked more frightening than Qianli, and was so gloomy that it was frightening. Can you understand what I'm saying? Asked Yang Mao. While asking, Yang Mao was also observing the 2 women carefully. And then he found something very familiar. The 2 women's ears looked very much like one person. And that person was Lin Hao. Thinking of this, Yang Mao smiled and asked again, Do you know Lin Hao? Sure enough, when the 2 words Lin Hao appeared in Jean Bebe's ears, she subconsciously asked in the language of the Ula planet, Do you know Lin Hao? As soon as he said this, Jean Bebe knew that he was in trouble. But it was too late. Sure enough, you know the language of the planet Ula. The spaceship you are on is made by the planet Ula. There is a hypnosis system in that spaceship. Of course, the so-called hypnosis system is not to make you sleep, but to make you learn the language of the planet Ula unconsciously. Therefore, our planet is the most powerful one in the surrounding universe, because our questions are the easiest to learn. Others can fully master our language without even trying hard. This is our advantage. It's a pity that Qianli, the fool, doesn't know the full effect of the spaceship. After all, the spaceship was a product of more than 100 years ago. There are not many people in the entire Eastern world who can make people, and I am the only one who knows it in the Western world, Yangzi said. Since it was completely exposed, Jean Bebe didn't care. The language of the Ula planet was like her mother tongue. Then why did you capture us here? Also, do you know Lin Hao? Yangzi didn't answer Jean Bebe's words, but continued, It's a pity that the person who designed this spaceship died in the hands of a few ordinary people. To be honest, I am really disappointed with humans. But not long ago. What I mean by not long ago should be more than 2 years. Like you. It was a round-eared zombie. He found me and ignited my inner desire. Unfortunately, the zombie disappeared afterwards. And I don't know where he went. You don't know where Lin Hao went? But he was on this planet before. Jean Bebe was disappointed and began to feel lucky. At least she didn't stray from the path. This was where she should be. I answered your question. Now, you need to answer one of mine. That is why Qianli wanted to capture you. What did you know that brought those 8 people together for a meeting again? This was what Yang Xiang was most curious about. And it was also what Yang Xiang cared about the most. Jean Bebe and Wan Lanlan looked at each other and said in confusion, What did you say? Those superpowers caught us because we ran away. So they caught us? We came to this planet just to find people. And we don't know anything. Yangzi squinted at the 2 women. He was a 9th level zombie of the Force. And he could tell at a glance whether the 2 people were lying. It was obvious that they were not lying. But those 8 superpowers would never gather together casually. There must be something wrong with these 2 women. But maybe they themselves didn't know what their problems were. What Yangzi didn't know was that his blind guess coincided with the blind guesses of the 8 people. Chapter 863. In short, what are the uses of these 2 women? I don't know. Judging from the looks of these 2 women, they themselves don't know. They must not let these 2 women go. Otherwise it may cause big trouble. In the Eastern world, people began to wonder why they wanted to capture 2 women with level 9 superpowers. Babu suddenly stood up and said seriously, "No. We can't let them capture superpowers among us humans. Even if those 2 people are not from our planet. This is related to the reputation and security of our planet. We can't let other planets laugh at us." This sentence sounded so false. But the people present did not say it clearly. Bahu was still worried that the 2 women had some secrets, which would be used by Ma Xiang, which would be extremely disadvantageous to the Eastern world. So, how could Bahu rescue the 2 superpowers? But the war must not be launched. Once the war is launched, the balance will be immediately broken. Once the balance is broken, Cui Lian in the north will have a chance. They will not give Cui Lian a chance. Cui Lian is the speculator. She will not pay anything. So she is not in a hurry. Ma Xiang and Bahu will make stupid moves for 2 superpowers who seem to be useless. It is because they are anxious. Because of their anxiety. They are not calm. After all, the balance between the East and the West has been maintained for hundreds of years. If it was still the East and the West, Baba would never be anxious. But now there is Suilian. And Suilian will never join forces with the Eastern world, which makes him anxious. When people are anxious, they are prone to lose their calm. And when they lose their calm, they may make stupid moves. Find an opportunity to see if we can catch those 2 back, Baba said. This news spread quickly between the top superpowers and zombies. Both sides have spies in each other's relationship. So how could Suilian not plant spies there? Lin Hao is studying with his 2 brothers on how to develop their most powerful combat power. After all, these 2 guys have just entered the force level and are unfamiliar with this level and curious. The first thing Lin Hao told them was that the use of the force is the most important means of the force level, and even the foundation. As long as there is the force, skills can be used at will. Unfortunately, except for the Jin family's Overlord sword. 2 of Lin Hao's skills have time limits, and 1 uses mental power, which seems to have nothing to do with the force. This is definitely a pity for Lin Hao. But Fatty and Li Yang are different. These 2 guys really rely on the force to use their skills. When the 3 of them were getting close to each other, Cui Lian appeared again. "I need your help with something again." "Of course. You can choose not to help," Cui Lian said in a cold voice. Lin Hao knew that he couldn't refuse. After all, Cui Lian had saved his life before. Lin Hao looked at Cui Lian with some complexity. No help. One of Lin Hao's favorite things to do is to be stubborn. Although he said he wouldn't help. How could he not help? Cui Lian also knew what kind of person Lin Hao was. So he said directly, "It may be the right thing for me to ask you for help this time. The East and West are fighting for 2 female superpowers. But no one knows why they are fighting for these 2 female superpowers. These 2 superpowers are from outer space. And no one knows where they come from. The spaceship is still listening on the battlefield in the Edge City. But these 2 people have round ears like you. This information is the only relatively unique one." So Cui Lian remembered it. Not only did she remember it, she also remembered that Lin Hao actually had this kind of ears. Sure enough, when Lin Hao heard the news, he became concerned. A superpower like himself, who has not yet reached the force. This shouldn't be the case. There shouldn't be a spaceship on Earth that can last so long. But Lin Hao's heart began to beat. "Okay, I can help you check it out," Lin Hao said. "I just need to know why they want to capture these 2 female superpowers. It's not difficult for you to find out the news. If there is any danger, just get out of it." Cui Lian was ready to leave after she finished speaking. "Wait a minute. My 2 brothers must come with me. But they are still at the first level of the force. Too weak." Lin Hao was ready to be shameless for once. "Then what level do you want them to reach?" Cui Lian asked with a sneer. "The same as me," Lin Hao said. Li Yang and Bai Bofan looked at Lin Hao with surprised eyes. Bai Bofan went up and pulled Lin Hao, signaling him not to go too far. But Lin Hao seemed not to see it, and just stared at Cui Lian. Cui Lian turned around and disappeared. But she left 2 crystal cores at the original place. When Lin Hao saw the 2 crystal cores, he began to panic. They were 2 crystal cores of the 8th level of the force. Where did this woman get such high-level crystal cores? Although he knew that Cui Lian might be very strong, he did not expect that Cui Lian was already so strong. To be so strong, she must have experienced countless battles. Cui Lian herself did not know how many dozens of 8th level zombies of the force she had killed. When she was free, she would collect their crystal cores. In the future, when she gathered her subordinates, there would definitely be so-called zombie subordinates. And then these crystal cores would come in handy. So it was not a big deal to give Lin Hao 2 at random. You too. Eat the crystal cores, Lin Hao said with a smile. No. This is what you fought for us. These are 2 8th level force cores. You will be stronger after eating them. Bai Bofin waved his hand directly. I say, you fat man. Are you stupid? You two have reached my level. Do you know how strong the combat power of the 3 of us combined is? If it's just me, these 2 8th level crystal cores can only improve me by 1 level at most. What's the use of going from 6th to 7th level? How much can the combat power be improved by dragging you two down? How can you not settle the account? Lin Hao was telling the truth. Bai Bofin was a bit stupid and was still calculating the account in his mind. But Li Yong swallowed the crystal core without any hesitation. Fatty, why are you still hesitating? Lin Hao rushed up and opened Bai Bofin's mouth without thinking. Bai Bofin could not resist Lin Hao now. He could only watch the crystal core being swallowed into his throat and then into his body. I don't know how much you can improve. It depends on your luck. Lin Hao looked at the two and said with a smile. Sure enough, not long after the crystal core entered, the 2 guys fainted again. Although they would not faint after reaching the 5th level of the force. They were not at the 5th level of the force yet. So they would definitely faint. At the same time, Lin Hao was a little worried that this would be a bit of a hasty move. Chapter 864. Don't worry. They are the same as you. Maybe they will have troubles in their promotion path in the future. But that is very far away. So far that you can't imagine. They are invincible in the force level just like you. Because few zombies can upgrade to the force by themselves instead of crystal cores. Good and comforted. How long will it take for them to wake up? Lin Hao asked again. It is estimated that they will wake up within a day. A day is not very long. Just wait. Gooden said. On the Eula planet, the most vague concept is probably the concept of time. There is no sun or moon in the sky here. No one knows what time it is today. And no one knows where the sun is now. Lin Hao is too lazy to know. So he just waits here, picking fingers and chatting with Gooden. Time passed slowly. Finally, in the next moment, Lin Hao felt 2 auras that were exactly the same as his own coming out of the cave in front. When Lin Hao felt these 2 auras, he knew that the 2 guys had awakened. Really awakened. Lin Hao stood up in a hurry and watched Bai Bofin and Li Yong come out of the cave at the same time. They were actually at the 6th level of the force. If they were ordinary 1st level zombies, they would have reached the 5th level of the force at most if they used the 8th level crystal core to level up. This was something Lin Hao had seen in person. After all, their talents were just like that. No matter how hard they tried, they probably wouldn't be able to reach too high. But these 2 guys were amazing. They actually reached the 6th level. Gooden. Attributes. Attributes. Quickly adjust their attributes for me to see. I can't wait any longer. Lin Hao said anxiously. I know you can't wait. See for yourself. The attributes are out. Level, Force level 6. Title, Corpse King. Skills, Solidity. Strength, 200. Spirit, 190. Speed, 180. Stamina, 220. Evaluation. This fat guy is getting stronger and stronger. When Lin Hao saw Bai Bofin's attributes, he realized that Bai Bofin's talent was still a step behind his own. Lin Hao really hoped that this fat guy could be a little better than himself, so that he could have an extra very powerful meat shield. Unfortunately, this fat guy was not up to the task. His highest attribute point was 220, while his was 225, according to the height ratio. Although their attributes are not much different now. As their levels get higher and higher, the gap will become larger and larger. However, for the time being, the result is gratifying. After all, this highest attribute has completely defeated many Force level 6 zombies, especially Bai Bofin, who is still a zombie at the physical level. Li Yong surprised Lin Hao. His attributes are like this. Name, Li Yong. Level, Force level 6. Title, Corpse King. Skill, Shadow Escape. Strength, 210. Spirit, 190. Speed, 210. Stamina, 180. Evaluation, man like the wind. The moment he saw Li Yang's attributes, Lin Hao knew that this guy's talent had increased. Definitely increased. And it was a very powerful attribute point addition mode. If you want to say what kind of zombie Lin Hao is most afraid of now, it is definitely Li Yang's dual attributes. Although Li Yang's highest attribute point is the lowest among the three people, his highest attribute point has 2 attributes, which is very terrifying. This means that Li Yang's combat effectiveness has increased a lot. This kind of strength attribute and speed attribute, if superimposed, even if Bai Bofin uses the solid skill, it may not be useful. But these 2 guys are right in front of him now, so they can definitely perform for him. Fatty, turn on your skills, and then Li Yang, use your strongest attack to attack Fatty, Lin Hao said hurriedly. Li Yang and Bai Bofin looked at Lin Hao in confusion, but they all obeyed Lin Hao subconsciously. Although they were very obedient, Lin Hao always treated them as brothers, which was why the 2 of them had submitted to Lin Hao until now. Lin Hao would not harm them. Li Yang disappeared here in an instant. I believe that at this time. Even Cui Lian would not be able to find Li Yang if she didn't try hard. If Lin Hao hadn't locked Li Yang with his mental power, he might not be able to find Li Yang even if he knew of his existence. Ula planet is a planet suitable for Li Yang. It is all dark here, and the eastern world is full of shadows. Lin Hao guessed that in the near future, Li Yang will definitely be famous on this planet. When Bai Bofin activated his skills, Lin Hao immediately saw the difference. He still remembered that this fat guy had used his skills in front of Lin Hao before, and his whole body turned yellow, like a piece of soil. But now, it is still yellow, different from the yellow of soul. It is a kind of metallic yellow, and the muscles all over his body exude the so-called metallic luster, as if it is a long-lost skill, an indestructible body. There was a crisp clang sound, and in just a moment, Li Yang took action. He suddenly appeared in front of Li Yang and stabbed Li Yang's arm with a finger. Li Yang was afraid that his power was too great and might cause discomfort to Bai Bofin by hitting the vital parts. So he stabbed at the arm. Although he had no weapon, Li Yang's fingers were no worse than any weapon at this moment. After such a fierce stab, Bai Bofin did not let out a heart-wrenching scream. The fat man usually likes to do this when he plays such a joke. But this time, Li Yang was fine. Except for the white mark on his arm. Li Yang stopped. His face brightened, and said to Lin Hao, "Give me a weapon that suits me. I will definitely pierce this fat man's arm." Bai Bofin was immediately unhappy. Wait. I provoked you. You must give me a blow? Looking at my strong defense, you are not convinced. What? At this moment, the natural atmosphere between the 3 people appeared again. Before, because the 2 were too weak, Lin Hao needed a lot of care, and he was always doing serious work. The 3 of them didn't even dare to joke around, for fear of any accidents. But at this moment, when the powerful force appeared on the 2, their cautious feeling finally disappeared. Lin Hao looked at this scene, and was very satisfied. Very good. You have finally reached my level. It's really good. I can become so strong. In fact, I have to thank you. If you have not been giving me the crystal core, I would not be so far ahead of you. Now, we have agreed that if we encounter a crystal core, the 3 of us will share it together, Lin Hao said. Bai Bofin and Li Yang shouted, "Okay. From today on, the 3 of us are reunited," Lin Hao said loudly. "Didn't we form a group a long time ago?" Bai Bofin was surprised. "It doesn't count on Earth, where we are all invincible and boring. But it's different here. Believe me, we are definitely much happier than on Earth." Lin Hao's eyes were shining. A light that had not been seen for a long time. That light appeared in the eyes of Li Yang and Bai Bofin at the same time. Zombies are actually a natural fighting nation. They will never forget to fight. Chapter 865. Although he was absolutely familiar with it, Lin Hao was really familiar with most of the places on the Ula planet. Being hunted here and hunting others was already normal. So he was definitely right about the general direction of the West world. The 2 female superpowers Cui Lian mentioned were the same as himself, which made Lin Hao very worried. Although he repeatedly told himself that this was an impossible thing. After all, there was no way for the Earth to reach the Ula planet. The spaceship that captured him flew away in front of him, and Jean Bebe had no chance to get on it. And the time point was not right. In short, Lin Hao's heart was full of emptiness. Although he knew it was impossible, this matter was like a seed, slowly growing in Lin Hao's heart. As it grew, Lin Hao felt more and more uncomfortable. Looking at the direction, they had been running westward for nearly 3 days. Looking at the buildings in front, Lin Hao knew that he should have come to the westernmost part of the Western world. It's almost here. Everyone be careful, Lin Hao said to the other 2 friends. You know what? This place carries too many memories of mine. Lin Hao laughed. And at the same time, the sense of connection in his heart reappeared. So the feeling became stronger and stronger. After waiting for a few minutes, a black figure rushed over from not far away. Li Yang subconsciously launched Shadow Escape and entered the battle preparation for the end of the world. Bai Bofen seemed to be inertia and blocked in front of Lin Hao. This was the most common way to fight before. Lin Hao patted Bai Bofen on the shoulder, indicating that it was okay, and then said, Li Yang, come out. This is not an enemy. Li Yang came out and looked at the other party's aggressive momentum. He was a little confused. How could such a person not be an enemy? But he felt that the other party's level seemed to be lower than his own. So Li Yang didn't care too much. Now, no matter who of the 3 people present, they were 100% sure to subdue the Black Shadow. The guy ran very fast and suddenly rushed in front of Lin Hao, and then rushed towards Lin Hao. At this time, Lin Hao was walking forward. Bai Bofen and Li Yang were behind Lin Hao. They naturally knew that the Black Shadow was not Lin Hao's opponent. Seeing the Black Shadow rushing towards Lin Hao's expression was normal. So the 2 didn't care much. Sure enough, just as Lin Hao said, Lin Hao really recognized this black figure. When the black figure began to stop, Li Yang and Bai Bofen realized what the black figure was. They never thought that the black figure was actually a black tiger. Little guy, I knew you would come to me. Lin Hao smiled and touched the black tiger's head. The black tiger himself was also very excited. Since he followed Lin Hao, his upgrade path has never been interrupted. Moreover, Lin Hao is really very good to the black tiger. Not to mention that the 2 have that kind of relationship. So when the black tiger felt Lin Hao coming, he naturally rushed over excitedly. Unfortunately, I didn't see the Thunderbird. I guess it was next to Cui Lian. Unfortunately, Lin Hao didn't have that kind of connection with the Thunderbird, so he didn't see it when he was there. But the Thunderbird is following Cui Lian now. And I believe Cui Lian will not treat the guy badly. On the contrary, the black tiger in front of him has reached the 3rd level Force Mutant Beast after 2 years of not seeing it. However, the black tiger's improvement speed is relatively normal. There are still few perverts like Lin Hao, especially since he also has a plug-in like Gooden. What a pity. It would be better if Cui Lian could be by my side. This way their combination would be more perfect. But Cui Lian might not be with Lin Hao anymore. Let's go. We need to go deeper, Lin Hao said. But Lin Hao didn't know that in the 2 years since he left, the Westworld that belonged to the zombies no longer belonged to the zombies. Now the Westworld belongs to only one person. That is, Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang was more decisive than Hong Ying, and directly led the Westworld together. Although there are no city walls here, the positions of the troops led by each other have been determined. In front of them is the territory of a Force Level 7 zombie. Force Level 7 is already considered a small leader. When this Force Level 7 zombie saw Lin Hao, and the other 3 Force Level 6 zombies, and a Force Level 3 mutant beast, he walked towards the 3 people with a very serious face. In fact, it is too much of a stretch to call it a territory. The zombies are still wandering around this generation in boredom. But they will no longer kill each other. When Lin Hao saw this scene, he thought he came to the human survivor base. If the Force Level 7 zombie had not walked towards him with a ferocious look on his face, Lin Hao would have thought he had come to the wrong place. The 7th level zombie spoke very aggressively and asked Lin Hao directly in Ula language, "Which unit are you 3 from? Who allowed you to run around?" This question made Lin Hao a little confused. After all, Lin Hao was not from anywhere. He said honestly, "I am not from anywhere. I came here to find someone." When the 7th level zombie heard this, he immediately got angry. Nonsense. All the zombies in the entire Westworld have been recorded. And you told me that you are not from any unit? I think you are a deserter. Lin Hao was too lazy to talk to him with such an IQ. But now except for this zombie, it seems that no other zombie can talk. I told you that I am here to find someone. Can I go over to find someone? The zombie is definitely not in this place. But now the entire area in front is occupied by this zombie. and it is probably impossible to go around. This means that other places are probably occupied by zombies. The most likely place for the zombie is the center. So Lin Hao needs these zombies to make way. The 7th level zombie narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for a look." "How dare you? You can't call the leader's name. I think you are looking for death," the 7th level zombie said as he punched Lin Hao. Lin Hao turned his head away with disdain. Bai Bofen had already rushed forward, although they hadn't fought for a long time. The tacit understanding between the three of them was still there. This punch hit Bai Bofen's face. There was still some strength. Bai Bofen staggered after being hit, but nothing happened. The next second, Li Yang disappeared. Lin Hao looked at the 1,000 zombies, scratched his head, and said helplessly, "Can't you just give us a wait peacefully?" The 7th level zombies were obviously used to being arrogant, and there were 3 6th level zombies. Even if the 7th level zombies couldn't be killed, they didn't think they couldn't be defeated. After all, ordinary zombies all thought so. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he had met 3 terrifying guys. Chapter 866. After the fist went in, the level 7 zombie found that the result was not what he imagined. But he didn't care too much. He pulled out the laser sword behind him and prepared to chop off the limbs of the 3 zombies in front of him, so that they would be obedient. But this zombie didn't know that Lin Hao also had this idea. As long as he cut off the limbs of the zombie in front of him, everything would be simple. He would definitely answer whatever he asked. But the difficulty of this matter was that he actually had to deal with not only this zombie, but the thousands of zombies behind him. When thousands of zombies rushed over, to be honest, Lin Hao refused. Lin Hao had fought several such battles where he was surrounded, and he escaped death every time. Many times, Lin Hao was alone, even if the 3 of them were angry. It was not easy to break out of the siege. If he had known that he would take the knife back when he saw Cui Lian. Lin Hao remembered giving the knife to Cui Lian, but he didn't know where Cui Lian put it, and he forgot to ask Cui Lian for it. A zombie rushed over in front of him, and Lin Hao punched this guy on the head. So this guy's head turned into flying dust. Lin Hao didn't leave any defense at all, and didn't even keep the opponent's crystal core. So after a punch, the crystal core that looked soft, but was actually the strongest, disappeared. Of course, the crystal cores may not be smashed into dust by Lin Hao. It is also possible that the crystal cores were blown away by the powerful force, so they disappeared. The 7th level zombie of the 4 saw that Lin Hao's punch was so fierce, and suddenly began to be afraid. Although Lin Hao's level was lower than him, the feeling of guilt always existed. So the 7th level zombie of the 4 subconsciously began to retreat. And behind this zombie was the army of 1,000 zombies. Fortunately, there were very few zombies of the force level among the 1,000 zombies, which indirectly solved Lin Hao's biggest worry. If there were really 1,000 zombies of the force level, Lin Hao felt that he didn't need to stand here, and he could just pull the 2 funny guys and run. 1,000 force level zombies. It was said that even if they were top-level mutant zombies or superpowers, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to kill them all and beat them all. However, looking around, this guy with the 7th level force did not seem to be a very good leader. Not only were there no particularly powerful zombies among the 1,000 zombies, but even the 8th and 9th level ones were rare. Otherwise, Lin Hao would not have killed a zombie with just 1 punch. If these 1,000 zombies were really this kind of stuff, then Lin Hao and his team would focus on this 7th level force zombie. After all, other zombies could not even break their defense. Li Yang and Lin Hao did not know, but these guys would definitely not be able to destroy Bai Bofen's defense. There was also Black Tiger. This time, it seemed to be Black Tiger's battlefield. Black Tiger jumped up and down, killing countless zombies, and then swallowed their crystal cores. The crystal cores of these zombies were no longer useful to Lin Hao and the other 2. The only useful ones were the few remaining zombies of the force level, and the 7th level zombie in front of them, which were truly useful to them, although they had no weapons. Zombies were natural warriors, and their weapons were themselves. Lin Hao was not unaccustomed to fighting with bare hands. On the contrary, Lin Hao had actually tried to fight with bare hands many times, especially after entering the Ula planet, because his weapons were outdated once and discarded once. Lin Hao had long been accustomed to what it felt like to fight with both hands. But if there is a weapon, Lin Hao definitely doesn't mind using it. For example, the zombie who just rushed over and was shot in the head left his laser sword here, And the laser sword is also the first weapon Lin used after entering the Ula planet. This weapon is easy to carry and has great power. Even against the top T virus carriers, it can be barely used. Not to mention the zombies in front of him. This 7th level zombie of the Force is still resisting stubbornly. Of course, in Lin Hao's eyes, he is resisting stubbornly. In his own eyes, he still believes that even if he can't beat him, the other party will never kill him. After all, he is a level higher than Lin Hao and the other two. But until now, he had forgotten one thing. There were only 2 people fighting him. Lin Hao was just thinking about something and didn't make a move. In fact, from the beginning, only Bai Bofin was fighting this 7th level zombie. Although Bai Bofin seemed to be at a disadvantage. In fact, only Bai Bofin himself knew that he was not unable to fight back. He was trying to see how powerful his skills were. Now, the result of the test came out. His skills were very powerful. Fatty, don't play with him. Li Yang, get ready to fight. After Lin Hao turned on the laser sword, he spoke directly to the 2 of them. Bai Bofin and Li Yang could not defeat this 7th level zombie in a one-on-one fight. But they were not alone. When Li Yang suddenly appeared from behind the zombie, it was too late for him to react, because Li Yang was holding him from behind. And Lin Hao rushed over with a laser sword. And there were people behind him. Which side should he estimate? Before he could think it over, the zombie felt that his body was hugged from behind, and his 2 arms could no longer move. And Bai Bofin lay on the ground and hugged his legs. The zombie was very confused. Why did they treat him like this? But before he could figure it out, Lin Hao's knife had already rushed up, and actually chopped off the guy's legs, and then chopped off the guy's 2 arms. Zombies have the ability to heal themselves, and they are very scary. It is impossible for them to grow back in a short period of time, unless they have specific skills. Obviously, this zombie does not have them. When this zombie found that he could not move and his limbs were cut off, he finally began to be afraid. How could this happen? How could this happen? No, this should not happen. He has not yet exerted his strength and used his skills. How could he suddenly be subdued by the opponent? When did the 6th level zombies of the Force become so powerful? Or did he become weaker? The zombie thought about these philosophical questions. And then Lin Hao didn't want to give him the opportunity to think. He put the laser sword directly on the zombie neck and asked, "Now, where is the appearance?" Although Lin Hao's question at the beginning was not this. In the final analysis, it was the zombie who asked for death. If he had given way when he was asked to give way at the beginning, Lin Hao would not have done it. Lin Hao only had a rough idea of where the appearance was, but he didn't know the exact location. So he asked another question in vain. The zombie became tough. "Don't tell me. I will die if you tell me." Chapter 867. Lin Hao couldn't help but look up and exchanged glances with Bai Bofin and Li Yang. Then said helplessly, "Do you think you can survive if you don't say it? Are you going to kill me too?" The zombie seemed a little surprised. Lin Hao was even more surprised. "Why don't I kill you and keep you alive?" The zombie expression was a little strange. "Let's talk. There are so many zombies around. I think you better not kill me. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to escape," the 7th level zombie said. Lin Hao looked up and saw that there were indeed many zombies surrounding them. Before they could rush up, their boss was trapped. This made these zombies very embarrassed. They didn't know whether they should rush up or wait and see. "It doesn't matter. Your men are all rubbish. They can't beat the 3 of us," Lin Hao said to the 7th level zombie very sincerely. The 7th level zombie was confused and said, "Are you serious?" "I'm serious. What I said is true. I think you should tell me the exact location of Xiangzi. In fact, I will find him even if you don't tell me." "Why bother? Lin Hao is not stupid enough to deliberately look for Xiangzi. He wants to sneak up to Xiangzi and investigate the matter. The key is to see who the 2 so-called aliens, who look like him, are." The 7th level zombie coughed and said, "Well, the zombies in the west are now scattered and concentrated. They gather in a circle. The outermost circle is led by zombies of the 6th and 7th levels of our force. The middle layer is the 8th level of the force, or the 7th level zombies with stronger combat power. The middle is the group of the 9th level of the force. The high-level zombies, who don't lead the troops, are also there, including Xiangzi." "Are you telling the truth?" Lin Hao looked into the eyes of the 7th level zombie and asked. "For my life, I promise that what I said is true." The 7th level zombie had no arms. Otherwise, he would have raised his arms to swear. Are you still going to kill him? Bai Bofin asked. Bai Bofin said the language of the earth. So the 7th level zombie did not understand. Because he did not understand, he did not show a very panicked look. Whether to kill or not, Lin Hao began to struggle. If he killed this guy, then Lin Hao would need to kill all the zombies in this unit. Otherwise the news of his presence here would be exposed. However, killing a unit of zombies would take too much time. If there was really a unit missing in this place, how could he not find it? But if we don't kill this guy, he won't report the news? The 7th level zombie looked at Lin Hao's flickering eyes, and suddenly became smart. He immediately said, "Don't worry, brother. I won't tell the higher-ups about your affairs. After all, we zombies are different from humans. We are united, but there is no particularly serious hierarchy between us. We still retain the idea of each doing our own thing. As long as you think you won't come here to harm our small team, I won't tell this matter to anyone. You can leave without worry." Really? Lin Hao looked at the 7th level zombie expressionlessly and asked again. Really? I swear. There is no arm. Otherwise this guy will raise his arm again. Lin Hao said to Bai Bofin and Li Yang, "Don't kill him. Let's leave here first." Following the direction of the West Center, Lin Hao rode on the Black Panther and hurriedly left with Bai Bofin and Li Yang. The 7th level zombie watched the 3 guys leave. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. And then cursed loudly, "You bastards. Why don't you come over? Quickly install the arms and legs for me." The 7th level zombie thought he was fine. But he forgot that among his subordinates, there were several 3rd level zombies of the force who were watching this scene silently. The 3rd level zombies looked at each other. And suddenly, the battle was about to break out. The other zombies immediately made way. They were not as strong as these 3 3rd level zombies of the force, so they naturally did not dare to stay by the side. It would be no fun if innocent people were affected. The 7th level zombie was also a little confused after seeing this scene. After a short period of confusion, he immediately understood something and couldn't help but cursed. Then hurriedly twisted his neck, the only part he could twist, hoping to move his body closer to his broken limbs. As long as he got closer and let those broken limbs grow again, he would be able to restore his fighting power. Fortunately, with the desperate efforts of the 7th level zombie, it was not too difficult to use the neck to move the upper body without arms. Fortunately, Lin Hao did not chop off only the head. At that time, this guy could only watch his men fight. His arm was in front of him. The 7th level zombie was about to put his arm to the place where it was broken. Suddenly, a kick from somewhere kicked the arm away. The 7th level zombie looked up in surprise, because he was lying on the ground for the time being. It was a bit inconvenient. He raised his head for a long time before he finally saw the face of the man. It was a 1st level force zombie who was closest to him. "What are you doing?" the 7th level zombie asked grimly. "You know?" The zombie expression was a little timid, even with fear. But there was always a voice in his heart telling him that he had to do this. After doing this, he would be able to rise to prominence. This was an opportunity. If he didn't do it, he would never achieve much in his life. This was a zombie who had just been promoted to the 1st level of the force. He knew what he wanted and had ambitions. So although he was afraid, he still did it. The laser sword in his hand easily chopped the neck of the 7th level zombie. Suddenly, the 7th level zombie was really left with only a head. At this moment, the 7th level zombie knew that he was finished. He had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. Those people did not covet his crystal core, but were coveted by his own people. The 3 3rd level zombies were still fighting fiercely. But before they could see, a 1st level zombie came to the side of the 7th level zombie, chopped off the 7th level zombie head, pierced his head with a laser sword, dug out the crystal core, and then left silently. There were only a few zombies at the force level in the entire army, and the others could only watch from a distance. Some even dared not to look at it, fearing that they would be killed. The 1st level zombie took the crystal core and ran away at his fastest speed. When the 3 3rd level zombies found it, they could no longer find where the 1st level zombie had run to. However, Lin Hao encountered trouble again, because the 3 of them were too fast. After running out of that army, they came to an army under the jurisdiction of the 7th level zombies. Then the question came, should they go around it or fight it? Chapter 868. We can't fight directly. If we fight directly, we will be too conspicuous. I might as well fly over and tell you that I am coming to find you. Lin Hao shook his head. This action is only good once. If it doesn't work again, it will really alarm the real high-level zombies. But when Lin Hao led his people to the side, he found that there was no gap between the zombies. Their troops were even integrated with each other. There was no so-called boundary at all. And these zombies were not soldiers. They were idle, and even chatted with each other. There was no rules at all. At this moment, Lin Hao and his friends were in a building. The building was not very high, but because it was right next to the zombies didn't pay much attention to it, causing Lin Hao and his 2 men and the beast to be in the dark. You two can't control your breath. Forget it. I go by myself. This way, there will be less noise. Anyway, when I encounter danger, this black tiger will rush out. And then you can join me. Before that, don't go anywhere. Wait for me here, Lin Hao said to the 2. Because Lin Hao suddenly found out that he was a zombie. If he wanted to get through these idle people, he just needed to hide his breath and pretend to be a small zombie. But Bai Bofan and Li Yang didn't have this skill. Not to mention Black Tiger. So they could only stay here. Lin Hao was also ready. If he really encountered some zombies that he couldn't deal with, then Black Tiger would take Bai Bofan and Li Yang out instantly. Now with Bai Bofan and Li Yang, it is estimated that few zombies can stop them. Bai Bofan and Li Yang looked at Lin Hao worriedly. But now it seemed that this was the only method that could be used. So after looking at Lin Hao worriedly, they sat down on the ground. Li Yang was afraid of being recognized. After all, although there was no sunlight around, the zombies had very good eyesight. Bai Bofan was just lazy. Looking at them like this, it was estimated that they had returned to the past. The novelty of the 6th level of the force had passed, and they had returned to their nature. Lin Hao jumped directly from the window. The moment he jumped, he used the force to lift his weight, causing Lin Hao to land lightly. Every zombie in the distance noticed that when Lin Hao gradually approached them, because he suppressed his breath, Lin Hao now looked similar to them. Although they looked at Lin Hao with hostility, they didn't go up to talk to him because they didn't know which camp Lin Hao was in. In this way, Lin Hao passed these troops safely and headed west. To be honest, the zombie world is a world of soldiers. After all the zombies here are capable of fighting. However, the troops here are not randomly summoned. The outer circle must be above the 7th level of evolution. And the inner circle is even more terrifying. In short, if Lin Hao's purpose is discovered by these people, it is estimated that he will have a hard time escaping. Therefore, Lin Hao dare not expose his identity casually, especially his target. He just doesn't know if the appearance will not attack him for the sake of his previous face after discovering him. Gooden spoke at this time. I don't think so. What he hates most is betrayal. When you left, he was fighting. He knew you were not dead, so he would kill you after seeing you. What? Lin Hao asked Gooden in surprise. Heal your life. Gooden said again. You are the dog. Don't forget your name is Gooden, Lin Hao said. Well, if you don't believe it, then you just wait for him to find you. It's not easy for him, a 9th level zombie, to find you, Gooden said. That's when you pay attention to someone. You pay attention to him. So he can't escape anywhere. But he doesn't know that I'm in his territory. How could he pay attention to me? Lin Hao said in disbelief. Then you have to keep a low profile. Can you keep a low profile? Gooden asked. Okay. I can keep a low profile as long as I don't do anything. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Hao released all his speed. The area of the venue was large. But for a zombie of Lin Hao's level, it was not a problem at all. So naturally, he got closer and closer to the center circle. And then, he saw an acquaintance. Gooden's crow mouth was really smart. Lin Hao was thinking why he had such a system. He simply didn't call it the Zombie King system. It would definitely be more appropriate to call it the crow mouth system. When Lin Hao saw this familiar man, he simply stopped. There was no way to stop. He was definitely not a match for this guy in front of him. If the other party remembered that he had saved him, he might not attack him. Long time no see. Lin Hao tried to greet him, but did not try to defeat him. After all, Lin Hao was not stupid. He knew that the other party was a 9th level zombie of the force. Although this 9th level of the force was a little discounted, it was not something he could deal with. Yeah, it's been a long time since we last met. More than 2 years. I really want to know where you went. Kuai Long seemed to be in trouble just now. But the moment he saw Lin Hao, he seemed to be fine again. Instead, He asked Lin Hao like an old friend. If I say I don't know, do you believe me? Lin Hao asked. What do you think? So you want to do it now? Lin Hao asked again tentatively. I don't have time. Although I don't know what you are going to do. I owe you a life. I remember that the appearance should have been on you at that time. So you were able to save me. But thank you for saving me anyway. Kuai Long thanked him. Oh, it's great that you don't have time. Then you can go, Lin Hao said. I'm leaving. I don't know if those two human women want to eat. I have to find a way to find them food, Kuai Long said. Wait, where are those two human women you mentioned? Lin Hao asked anxiously. You saved my life. I will pretend that I have never seen you. But I hope you don't push your luck. Kuai Long narrowed his eyes again, which meant that he was about to become dangerous. I believe you can see my level. My level does not pose any threat to you. I just heard that two aliens came from outer space and wanted to see what they look like. Lin Hao asked with a shameless face. Kuai Long looked at Lin Hao for a long time. Why did Kuai Long not have any hostility towards Lin Hao? Not only because Lin Hao saved him, but also because Kuai Long knew that Lin Hao had a special relationship with Yang Xiang. And Lin Hao was a zombie, a member of their group. Of course, that was in the past. But Kuai Long did not know. And Yang Xiang would not tell Kuai Long about this. Even if Lin Hao disappeared for 2 days, Kuai Long still thought Lin Hao was one of his own. Go find it yourself. Just a few rooms ahead. Kuai Long left impatiently. Chapter 869. Kuai Long left. As if he really had something urgent to do. Lin Hao couldn't understand what kind of urgent matter a zombie could have. Isn't the most urgent matter now to deal with the appearance, so that he can suffer less? Although he didn't know what happened here after he left. Lin Hao still knew what the appearance had become. With such a leader, he had to serve him carefully at all times. Otherwise he might leave this planet if something bad happened. As a top mutant zombie, Kuai Long would not expect such a thing to happen. But Lin Hao was not like that. As for Lin Hao's level, Gooden also said that Xiangzi would report any flaws. If he was really discovered by Xiangzi, Lin Hao would be finished. Fortunately, Kuai Long had not run far yet. Lin Hao hurriedly chased him and asked again, Is Xiangzi here? At first, when he heard Lin Hao calling Xiangzi's name directly, Kuai Long refused. But thinking that Lin Hao and Xiangzi seemed to have a close relationship, he swallowed back those scolding words and said, He is not here. He must be busy with his own things. Mosey is now in the Eastern world. Because those guys from Bubu want to take Jean Bebe and the others back. So Mosey naturally can't go back. But the current situation on the Ula planet doesn't allow the East and West to go to war. So the so-called negotiations are inevitable. Yes, Mosey went to negotiate. And the main reason is because of Cui Lian. If it weren't for Cui Lian, it's estimated that the two sides would have fought again at some point. Although a large-scale war is unlikely to happen, it is estimated that several top-level superpowers and mutant zombies will probably fight. But it's unknown if Mosey can deal with them alone. Because he had seen Hong Ying. Lin Hao knew how great and powerful Hong Ying was. With the current strength of Xiangzi. In fact, neither of them might be Hong Ying's opponent. But now Hong Ying is gone. So Xiangzi came out of the sea. Do you think Xiangzi would come out if we were not there? Lin Hao couldn't help asking Gooden. Gooden didn't answer. No one knew that Xiangzi, who had said so low-key at the beginning, had reached this level now. Kuai Long left. Lin Hao didn't know where he went. But Kuai Long had already left the information to Lin Hao. It seemed that it would depend on whether Lin Hao could find those two guys. I hope it's not you. Lin Hao really hoped that. He didn't want those two women to be people he knew. Otherwise, Lin Hao really couldn't imagine how they came here from Earth, which was thousands of miles away. He also didn't know how they survived to this day, with an evolutionary level that was not even at the force level. This was the planet Ula. Their level was top level on Earth. But here they were just graduates. Lin Hao could believe what kind of dangers they had encountered. It was precisely because he could believe it that Lin Hao felt so blocked in his heart. Are you sure there are no Ula spaceships on Earth? Lin Hao couldn't help asking. I really don't know. Because before and after the outbreak of the zombie virus, in order to control and find a solution to the virus, my father and many scientists in the Eastern world frantically studied various spaceships for launch, and then placed the coordinates in various corners of the three-layer universe. Some of the spaceships I don't even know if they exist. Hearing Gooden say this, Lin Hao felt even more uneasy. Fortunately, there were only a few buildings ahead, and he could already find the location of the two alien women with a mental scan. When he saw the appearance of the two people in his mental power, Lin Hao couldn't help but cover his forehead. It was really them. Although he didn't know how Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe got together, it was really them. They really came here from Earth. How did they do it? Although Lin Hao was very curious about this question, it was obviously not the time to think about it. There were two 5th level zombies of the Force next to the two women. The two 5th level zombies of the Force were very serious in guarding the two women in front of them, without any distraction. But fortunately, these were only two 5th level zombies of the Force, and there was no threat. Lin Hao had already revealed his claws. He activated his speed bonus and strength bonus and came to this place in an instant, before one of the 5th level Force zombies could react. Lin Hao had already hit his head with a punch. He also took out the crystal core and killed a zombie instantly. The other 5th level Force zombie did react. But what was the use of reacting? They could not be Lin Hao's opponents. So he punched again, and Lin Hao solved the other zombie. Both zombies were solved. Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe were chatting in Earth language. Suddenly, there were two muffled sounds, and the two zombies guarding them fell in front of them. Another figure appeared in front of them. Wang Lanlan hurriedly said, "Jean Bebe, there's another one. It's a zombie. Be careful. I don't know if it's here to catch us or to kill us." After hearing the other party's Earth language, Lin Hao was a little amused. You guys just say it so bluntly to outsiders. Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan were both in a state of nervousness at the moment. They didn't think that the person in front of them might be here to save them. They thought that the other party was either going to capture them or kill them. After all, the guy with the super boss was not there, and it was just the right time to capture them. Wang Lanlan was going to speak to Jean Bebe in Earth language, because she was afraid that the other party would understand. Unexpectedly, the figure actually replied in Earth language. The moment she heard the voice, Jean Bebe reacted, "Lin Hao? You came to save us? I knew that no matter where I was, you would definitely come to save me. Yes, no matter where you are, I will definitely appear there," Lin Hao said with a smile. The two of them were not restrained by anything. After all, their strength was too weak. It was impossible for them to escape by themselves. Naturally, there was no need to do anything unnecessary. Unfortunately, no one thought that someone would appear here to save them. Jean Bebe didn't think about anything and rushed directly to Lin Hao. The two hugged each other tenderly without speaking. Jean Bebe also became stronger. After all, she had been in the doomsday for such a long time. The sentimental period had passed, and the period of always wanting to cry had also passed. The two of them were so silent. No one spoke, enjoying the tranquility. After about 2 minutes, Wang Lanlan couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed and said, "It seems that this guy is the one you are looking for. But now is not the time to be bored. Hero, can you rescue us first?" Wang Lanlan, "You are different from before," Lin Hao said with a smile. "What? How do you know me?" Wang Lanlan looked surprised. Chapter 870. Not only Wang Lanlan was surprised, Jean Bebe was also surprised. They all looked at Lin Hao strangely. Why did Lin Hao know Wang Lanlan? "Do you think it's a good time to chat now? Let's leave first." "Okay." Lin Hao directly took off the coats of the two zombies, let Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan wrap them around their heads, and walked out as if no one was around. Are we really that cruel? Jean Bebe felt that Lin Hao underestimated the IQ of those zombies. "I'm telling you, you're overestimating their intelligence. They won't be able to see it. Believe me," Lin Hao said. Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe were both very guilty. How could they believe it? Aren't those people's intelligence the same as normal people? Are you sure they can't see anything unusual? But Lin Hao said so. And Lin Hao opened the building, so they could only hurry up and catch up. "Jean Bebe, are you sure your boyfriend is okay? Does he think those zombies are idiots?" Wang Lanlan asked helplessly. "Don't worry. It won't happen. I believe him. As long as Lin Hao is by her side, she will basically give up her own brain and listen to Lin Hao. It's so simple." Wang Lanlan felt that Lin Hao was completely unreliable. What's the difference between holding his head like this and covering his ears and stealing the bell? But seeing that Jean Bebe and Lin Hao had already rushed out, it was useless for him to stay here alone. So he could only rush out with them. Then, Wang Lanlan saw an incredible thing. There were many zombies walking around outside, and there were some very powerful ones. But when they followed Lin Hao out calmly, The zombies did see them, but they only took a look, and then left. Is that true? Are these zombies really so brainless? Wang Lanlan muttered. Lin Hao naturally heard Wang Lanlan's muttering. She couldn't hide her voice, and Lin Hao was a zombie, so it was normal for him to hear it. But Lin Hao didn't have time to deal with him now. After all, Lin Hao was also nervous. But Gooden said that he could help these two guys hide their auras. The three of them had no auras, and they came from the place where the Mo Xiang was. Even if the group of zombies outside were curious about why there were 3 more people, they would not ask casually. As soon as they entered the West World, a guy told Lin Hao that these zombies had no sense of belonging at all. They were under the command of Mo Xiang because they had no choice. After all, Mo Xiang was the strongest. Almost everyone was assigned different tasks, so they were willing to do their own things, even if other things happened around them. They would not bother to care as long as it was not an emergency. With this mentality, Lin Hao successfully led the 2 women behind him away from the center circle. Unfortunately, the 2 women were too slow. Lin Hao had already started to summon the Black Tiger and asked them to come quickly. The Black Tiger's speed was estimated to leave here in minutes. Not to mention Lin Hao's leaving here. I just don't know if they can run in smoothly. Kuai Long just said that he went to find food for Jean Bebe and the others. He probably won't be back in a short time, because there are few things in the Western world that can feed humans. It will take him a long time to find it. And no zombies will enter that room casually. So the bodies of the 2 5th-level zombies in that room should be discovered very late. What Lin Hao has to do next is to keep calm and slowly lead these 2 guys out of the zombie circle. Black Tiger appeared. The 3rd-level Black Tiger had 2 6th-level guys on him. Fortunately, this place is close to the center circle. Those 6th-level zombies are everywhere, and there are many mutant beasts, so the 3 of them were not so conspicuous. Fatty, Li Yang, you 2 are here too, Jean Bebe said with some surprise. When Bai Bofan and Li Yang saw Jean Bebe, they were actually wondering and wanted to talk. But Lin Hao drove the 2 guys off the Black Tiger's back. Okay. Stop talking like that. Let's get out of here first. Bebe. Wang Lanlan. Hurry up. We're leaving. Just like that. The 2 women sat on the back of the Black Tiger, and the Black Tiger started to rush out at full speed. Li Yang and Lin Hao easily caught up, but Bai Bofan had a hard time. But fortunately, he didn't fall behind. Finally, after spending 2 hours, they dodged and dodged many low-level areas, and finally arrived at the place where they came from at the beginning. However, after arriving at this place, Lin Hao found a problem. The heads of the 7th-level zombies, who should have been alive after he left, were thrown not far away, and the crystal core in his head had disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao knew what happened here. It must be that the people here saw a 7th-level zombie with no resistance and started an internal fight. In other words, the situation here must be concealed. It won't take long before those senior people will know the news. So this place will become another very dangerous place. Leave quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Hao became even more anxious. If those guys who were impossible to deal with came, not only would Lin Hao die here, but everyone would die here. Of course, Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan might not die. After all, their identities had not yet been figured out whether they were useful or not. Lin Hao ran northward for nearly half a day, and was about to run to Cui Lian's territory before he finally stopped. There was a small house next to it, and in the small house there was an 8th-level zombie. 8th-level zombies were already very powerful on Earth, at least when Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan saw such a zombie. Their hearts would subconsciously tighten, even though they knew that this zombie would definitely not be their opponent. But in Lin Hao's eyes, this was just a piece of trash. He didn't even need to do anything. Black Tiger rushed out and soon killed the zombie. He entered the room and sat on the furniture that had been there for decades. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Jean Bebe asked curiously, "Why is it safe here? Aren't you very fast? This distance won't take long at all." "It doesn't matter. This is another person's territory. At least we are safe for the time being. By the way, how did you come to the Eula planet?" Lin Hao was really confused about this question. "Wait, you haven't answered our question yet. How did you know Wang Lanlan?" Jean Bebe looked into Lin Hao's eyes and asked word by word. Lin Hao looked at Wang Lanlan helplessly. "You really can't remember me?" Lin Hao remembered that he met Wang Lanlan when he just returned to Earth. At that time, Wang Lanlan had just taken over the capital survivor base. Wang Lanlan also shook her head helplessly and said, I really forgot. Master, you should tell me. Chapter 871. I have met you twice. But you forgot me? Lin Hao said with a smile. Haha. I am such a person. How could Wang Lanlan forget Lin Hao? When Lin Hao met Wang Lanlan for the second time, the threat he'd brought to her was still fresh in Wang Lanlan's memory. However, Wang Lanlan was a cunning girl, and there were some things she didn't want to say. But when Lin Hao said that he had met her twice, Wang Lanlan began to wonder. Twice? I have only seen him once. Why did he say it twice? Is he deliberately lying to me? Wang Lanlan remained silent, looking at Lin Hao with expectant eyes, waiting for Lin Hao to continue. So Lin Hao told her about that incident, when Wang Lanlan was 16 years old. If Wang Lanlan didn't remember me that time, Lin Hao believed it. But it was impossible for Wang Lanlan to not remember me the second time. However, there was nothing for Lin Hao to expose about this matter. Since she said so, Lin Hao just went ahead. I didn't expect you to meet so early? Jean Bebe looked at Lin Hao in surprise, and her eyes were a little strange. Don't look at me like that. When Wang Lanlan and I met, we were already lovers. Lin Hao hurriedly explained, and he was only 16 years old at that time. He hadn't grown up yet. Nothing good to look at. This sentence was said to Jean Bebe in a low voice. Wang Lanlan didn't pay attention, so naturally she didn't hear what they said clearly. But Jean Bebe couldn't help laughing. Okay, now tell me why you are here. Lin Hao looked at the two girls and asked in confusion. Wang Lanlan said, the reason why I came here is very simple. Because on Earth, we can't improve. Don't you find that we have broken through to the so-called force level? After Wang Lanlan's reminder, Lin Hao hurriedly looked at the levels of the two. Although Gooden didn't adjust the attributes, it was still easy to see their approximate levels with Lin Hao's current mental power. When Lin Hao found that the two girls had actually entered the first level of force, he almost couldn't help but flip the sofa over. Is it true that we Earthlings are more talented and have entered the first level of the force so quickly after arriving on the Eula planet? Lin Hao asked Gooden in surprise. Not to mention Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan. There are also Li Yang and Bai Bofen, who are also zombies. These two guys also felt the force within a few days of entering the Eula planet, and then entered the first level of the force with their own abilities. Gooden was silent for a while before saying, first of all, your body structure is different from that of the people on the Eula planet. But the Creator is fair. There is no species in this universe that can quickly enter the first level of the force. They can enter at such a fast speed. There is only one reason. That is, they may have stayed at the 9th level of evolution for too long. And their bodies can't wait. When their bodies feel the energy that can increase their upper limit, it is naturally easy for them to feel it themselves. Gooden's explanation was quite pertinent. But Lin Hao still sighed. If the talents of the Earthlings were really so terrible, then one day, when the force appeared on the Earth, would the development speed of the Earth be accelerated? Why is the technology of the Eula planet so powerful? It is because they discovered that crystal core energy can be used. But sooner or later, scientists on Earth will also discover this situation. When that time comes, the technology of the Earth will definitely develop rapidly. But how long will it take? The spacecraft of the Eula planet can already reach the Earth, so other civilizations in the universe can also find the Earth. It won't be long before the Earth is no longer safe. I can't stay on the Earth forever, and my companions are definitely the same. So the Earth needs to protect itself. Every time I think of this kind of thing, Lin Hao is very anxious. But there is no use in being anxious about some things. What about you? Lin Hao hugged Jean Bebe and asked softly. Jean Bebe took out a photo from his trouser pocket and threw it to Lin Hao. In the photo, a huge spaceship was emitting blue light. And in the blue light, there was a figure that Lin Hao was very familiar with. Was that him? I could see myself at a glance. So Jean Bebe could also see it at a glance. I came here, of course, to find you. You couldn't have left without telling me every time. But you didn't tell me this time. I guess that you must have been held hostage by something. So I came out to find you. Jean Bebe sighed and said weakly. Lin Hao couldn't help but hug Jean Bebe tighter. There were separations between the two of them, and there were quarrels and conflicts. But this relationship has not changed for so many years. Love has faded, and family affection has become stronger. Thank you. Thank you for caring about me so much. Lin Hao could imagine how worried Jean Bebe was about him when he was gone. This gratitude was serious, Very serious. Silly. What kind of thanks do we have to say to each other? Jean Bebe raised her head, which was resting on Lin Hao's shoulder, and punched Lin Hao with her fist. Yeah. There's no need to thank each other. Lin Hao tightened his softness again. Hey. The three of us are just 3 dogs. Let's go out first. Obviously. Wang Lanlan couldn't stand it. Bai Bofen grinned. Li Yan was the kind of person who had no sense of humor. Bai Bofen laughed so happily. But he didn't feel anything. On the first day of entering the Ula world, Li Yan was in a bad mood because there was no sun here. I want to remind you that some people seem to be chasing us. Suddenly, Gooden said this to Lin Hao. Gooden rarely reminds Lin Hao formally that there are high-level zombies approaching. After all, he and Gooden have experienced quarrels, and even separations and reunions. The relationship between the two is not even inferior to that between him and Jean Bebe. Fortunately, one person and the other is the system. So there will be no conflict between them. Who is it? Lin Hao asked, and then subconsciously tightened his grip on Jean Bebe. Lin Hao knew that the person must be here to capture Jean Bebe. Boy, I know you're in there. A familiar voice outside appeared in Lin Hao's ears. Gooden didn't need to tell him who it was. He could tell who it was just by the voice. Lin Hao opened the door, looked at Kuai Long's angry face, and said with a smile, "What's wrong with you? Why are you here? Boy, I should ask you this. Why did you take those 2 aliens away?" Kuai Long asked. "Why can't I take them away? They are my friends." Lin Hao felt that some things needed to be said. Your friends? Whether they are your friends or not, they must be with us now. Send them back, and I will pretend that nothing happened. Kuai Long's eyes narrowed again. Chapter 872. What if I don't? Lin Hao picked his nose, and said with disdain. From the fear and trepidation just now to the disdain and contempt now. Lin Hao's transformation was very fast, and very natural. From this, we can see how thick-skinned and shameless he is. This level of face change is nothing to Lin Hao. No matter what, it is impossible to hand over the person. After all, it is so dangerous there. And Lin Hao himself does not know why both sides attach so much importance to 2 psychics, who have not even reached the force level at the beginning. Have you thought it through? You know, Lord Yangzi wanted to capture them. But you stole them away. Aren't you afraid of death? At your level, you have good talent, and are rising so fast. Although I don't know why you are still at the 6th level of the force for such a long time. As long as you want, you will definitely increase your level very quickly. If you provoke an opponent of Lord Yangzi's level at this time, do you know what the consequences will be? Kuai Long threatened directly. It doesn't matter. I dared to offend Hong Ying. Not to mention her appearance. Lin Hao smiled contemptuously again. Obviously, Kuai Long's face changed. After all, Hong Ying had left a deep impression on these zombies and humans. Even though she had been gone for 2 years, she was still impressive. Moreover, whether it was zombies or superpowers, they were all groups with very strong memories, and it was impossible for them to forget Hong Ying. It was for this reason that Lin Hao deliberately brought up Hong Ying. Seeing the guy's expression, Lin Hao knew that he was right this time. However, even if he was right, it seemed that there was nothing to be proud of. After all, no matter how Kuai Long wanted to deal with Lin Hao, he would never stop just because of Lin Hao's words. So you are ready to fight me? You saved my life? And I am not someone who doesn't know how to repay a favor. But you have touched my bottom line. There is still a chance. Hand over those 2 women, and I will pretend that this thing never happened. Kuai Long said gloomily. I still say the same thing. Fight if you want. Don't waste your energy. As long as I'm here, you will never be able to take the 2 of them away. Lin Hao said it with such finality. Just relying on you. A 6th level zombie of the force? Kuai Long really felt that Lin Hao was too arrogant. Wrong. It's not just me. It's 3. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, Bai Bofen jumped out from nowhere. Do you think I'm blind? These are obviously 2 people. When Bai Bofen jumped out, Kuai Long was frightened. After all, such a big figure suddenly jumped out. And anyone would be frightened. Really? We know after the fight. Lin Hao said nothing. Took the laser sword that he had picked up from somewhere, and slashed out with the first move of the Jin family's tyrant sword very smoothly. This was something Kuai Long had never thought of. He didn't expect Lin Hao to actually dare to attack him. High-level zombies naturally have a sense of oppression towards low-level zombies. This sense of oppression is natural and cannot be avoided. But this sense of oppression is useless to Lin Hao. Not only is it useless to Lin Hao, but also to Bai Bofan and Li Yang. Unless the difference is more than 5 levels, they will not dare to attack. The battle was about to start. Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe were leaning against the window and watching the battle on the battlefield. After all, it was a high-level battle, and they might learn something from it. But they were also a little worried about Lin Hao. Although they had 3 people, the opponent was a top-level mutant zombie of the 9th level of the force. How could he be his opponent? Lin Hao knew that the 3 of them were no match for the opponent. But since Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan could not be handed over, this battle was inevitable. Even though he knew that he could not be the opponent. You must be crazy. Kuai Long looked at Lin Hao with a look of disbelief. Lin Hao was an aggressive zombie anyway. So when he saw a knife, Kuai Long couldn't help but take it. He slapped Lin Hao's sword away with a slap. And then slapped Lin Hao's shoulder again. Lin Hao flew out immediately. And the laser sword in his hand also flew out. The moment he flew out, Lin Hao knew that his shoulder must be broken. This was a zombie of the 9th level of the force. And he had no ability to fight back at all. Kuai Long was about to chase him. But Bai Bofan blocked Kuai Long's way. After this guy opened his skills, his defense was very strong. Kuai Long didn't slap him away with one palm. Just as Kuai Long was about to slap the second palm, a gust of wind came from behind. Li Yang finally found Kuai Long's gap and prepared to attack. Unfortunately, Kuai Long did not even feel uneasy about this attack, which means that Li Yang's attack would not cause any harm to Kuai Long. Kuai Long did not dodge or evade, allowing Li Yang's claws to stab his neck. When Li Yang's fingers touched Kuai Long's neck, Kuai Long felt something was wrong. It was too hard, just like an egg hitting a stone. However, Li Yang's attack never retreated, and his speed was too fast. He did not expect Kuai Long's neck to be so hard, so he collided with Kuai Long's neck. Crack, crack, crack. That was the sound of broken bones. Kuai Long watched his fingers bend and break. Kuai Long smiled calmly, turned around, kicked Li Yang, and said, "Where is the third one? It turns out that he is so good at hiding. I almost got fooled." At this time, Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan also rushed out and supported Lin Hao. Lin Hao had already used the speed bonus and strength bonus, but it was useless. After the level was increased, Lin Hao found that the thickness of the increase was not half. After all, adding half of the attribute is too scary for anyone, especially when the level is getting higher and higher. For example, Lin Hao's current strength attribute points are 200, and doubling is 400. But the mutant zombies of the 9th level of the original force are only more than 400. If it goes on like this, won't Lin Hao be able to fight the 9th level zombies in the 6th level state? That's impossible. It's impossible to create such a perverted skill. As Lin Hao's level increases, the 2 added skills will become less and less, until one day, the amplification effect disappears. Kuai Long walked towards Lin Hao step by step. He glanced at the 2 women, then smiled and said to Lin Hao, "You have worn out my patience. Even if they are willing to follow me, I will kill you." Jean Bebe directly and decisively blocked Lin Hao. "Kill me first before killing him." Chapter 873. Looking at Jean Bebe, who was blocking Lin Hao. To be honest, when he saw Jean Bebe blocking Lin Hao, Kuai Long didn't even have the interest to look at him. He just glanced at him lightly, and then turned his head away. When he turned his eyes away, Jean Bebe had already fallen to the ground. To deal with this kind of first-level power user, for a 9th-level power master, it is just a glance. When that glance arrives, the mental power has already arrived. How powerful is the mental power of a 9th-level zombie? Just one blow had knocked Jean Bebe unconscious, and she didn't even have time to resist. Lin Hao, who was lying on the ground, naturally saw this scene. Seeing Jean Bebe lying next to him, Jean Bebe felt that her mentality exploded instantly. An endless anger suddenly surged in her heart. The anger was burning, as if it could be forced out directly from Lin Hao's eyes. And the force in her body began to surge with the anger, without Lin Hao realizing it. He had already broken through the 7th level of force. Couldn't didn't remind Lin Hao at this time. Just watching what Lin Hao would do next. Although he still couldn't fight at the 9th level of the force, Lin Hao had already entered the 7th level of the force. So maybe he wouldn't have any problem protecting himself. After all, Kuai Long, a 9th level mutant zombie, looked different from Hong Ying. Kuai Long, who was forced to rise, naturally couldn't fully exert the power of the 9th level of the force. So maybe Lin Hao still had a chance. Lin Hao didn't move, and the laser sword on the ground suddenly flew up. This was a skill that Lin Hao had developed before. He still remembered that when he was at the 3rd level, Lin Hao used his mental power to barely lift up the can in front of him. But at that time, Lin Hao's mental strength was too weak, and he could only barely lift a can. Naturally, Lin Hao gradually forgot about this little skill that had no combat power. But now Lin Hao's arm was broken, and he could not use the Jin family sword. Seeing the laser sword in front of him, Lin Hao wanted to pick it up and then chop it hard on Kuai Long's head. Under the provocation of this strong desire, the laser sword in front of him actually flew up. Lin Hao felt as if he had an extra arm, and the sword in front of him was his right hand, which he could swing and chop at will according to his will. When Lin Hao realized this, without thinking, the laser sword had already rushed towards Kuai Long. As a spiritual zombie, this kind of control was very easy for Lin Hao, especially when Lin Hao was furious. At this moment, his spiritual power was inexplicably more solid, and solid spiritual power was naturally the most powerful. Seeing the laser sword flying towards him, inexplicably, Kuai Long felt his heart tighten, and a sense of threat came to his heart. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. It was a feeling that could only appear when facing top-level psychics. Now it actually appeared on a zombie of the 6th level of the force, etc. Soon, Kuai Long knew what he felt. Lin Hao's temperament was different. Force level 6 and force level 7 are a hurdle. This hurdle is not high, but it is definitely not low. Once this hurdle is crossed, this zombie will definitely be able to upgrade to force level 8, as long as there is a chance. But this is a prerequisite. Most zombies are upgraded through other people's crystal cores. But this zombie in front of him actually upgraded in front of him. At this moment, a terrifying idea merged in Kuai Long's mind. Lin Hao actually upgraded by absorbing the force himself, not relying on other people's crystal cores? In an instant, Kuai Long thought of Hong Ying and those powerful superpowers. After all, they were all at level 9. This was the reason why superpowers could definitely defeat mutant zombies. They improved their strength through themselves, so their perception was deeper, and their combat power was stronger. It was because she knew why superpowers were so powerful that Hong Ying planned to improve the force by herself, which led to the legend of Hong Ying. That's right. At this moment, Kuai Long thought of Hong Ying. For some reason, after seeing Lin Hao's level increase, he would think of Hong Ying. As long as he thought of Hong Ying, Kuai Long would subconsciously want to avoid it. So he avoided it. The laser sword passed by his head, and he began to retreat. Lin Hao also used his own method to finally repel the mutant zombie of level 9 in front of him. Bebe, how are you? Are you okay? Lin Hao asked anxiously. No, I'm fine. After all, she was someone who needed to be treated. So Kuai Long didn't dare to do anything to her. After shaking her twice, Jean Bebe woke up. What's wrong? What happened? Jean Bebe asked in confusion. No. You go in with Wang Lanlan first. Wang Lanlan had been watching the fight between Kuai Long and Lin Hao, and she watched it very carefully. But she didn't participate. She was a calm woman who knew that there were some things that she couldn't participate in. For example, now, at his level, if he went up and fell to the ground like Jean Bebe, it would be better for him to stand by and not cause trouble. No, I want to go with you, Jean Bebe said weakly. Wang Lanlan, pull him in and control him, Lin Hao suddenly said to Wang Lanlan calmly. Wang Lanlan nodded seriously and said, don't worry. I will definitely control him. Wang Lanlan knew which side she was on, who she should listen to, and what she should do. In fact, it was enough. Lin Hao admired this kind of people the most. They might not be of any use in the battle, but they would definitely not cause trouble. Lin Hao covered his right arm and stood up with some difficulty. Although he didn't feel any pain, his right arm was indeed his usual arm. Suddenly he couldn't use it, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Why? Do you really think you can fight me just because you have upgraded one level? Obviously, Kuai Long felt that Lin Hao's level had increased, but Lin Hao himself didn't feel it. And now Lin Hao was in a furious state. In this state, Lin Hao couldn't hear anything the enemy said. He had only one thought. That is, to kill the bastard in front of him. The angrier Lin Hao got, the calmer he looked, especially during the battle, when he found that his arms could no longer move. He immediately changed his attack method. Since he couldn't use his arms, he used his mental power. He was originally a mental zombie, so this was what he should do. Lin Hao thought silently in his heart. And then his condensed mental power grabbed the laser sword. Chapter 874. Lin Hao's spiritual power turned into a big hand. And that big hand grabbed the laser sword. When the sword entered his hand, Lin Hao felt that his spiritual power seemed to be freer than his hand. Because the hand transformed by spiritual power could be infinitely extended, and could go wherever he wanted, with a faster speed and naturally greater potential energy. Maybe spiritual power is more powerful than his right hand. When Jin Jia Ba Dao used the hand transformed by spiritual power, Lin Hao only felt a flash of light, which was the light of the laser sword. But when the sword chopped down, Lin Hao's naked eyes could not see the trajectory clearly. But it doesn't matter. Lin Hao's mental power can clearly feel where the sword is, where the enemy is, and how he should attack. The laser sword will not make the sound of metal intersecting, because the laser sword is a beam formed by high temperature. No matter where it hits, there is only high temperature, such as now. However, the laser sword is so high in temperature. Plus Lin Hao used the power bonus of the Jin family's tyrant sword. The attack on Kuai Long's arm only produced a little smoke. Boy, you underestimate me. Do you think a laser sword can break my defense? Kuai Long's head popped out from the arm that was blocking. Although Lin Hao's speed was fast enough, the reaction ability of the 9th level zombie of the force had reached a high level. Even at this speed, he still stretched out his arm to block Lin Hao's attack. Really? If one blow doesn't work, I give you a few more blows. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said angrily. Just after Lin Hao finished speaking, suddenly, the laser sword that chopped on Kuai Long's arm moved again. And the second move of the Jin family's tyrant sword also chopped out again. Kuai Long thought that Lin Hao's first blow did not cause any harm to him, so the second blow would not cause any harm to him. But he didn't know that Lin Hao's moves could actually increase strength. The second move of the Jin family tyrant sword was obviously more powerful than the first one. But Kuai Long did not take it seriously. Then Lin Hao used the third, fourth, and fifth moves as a matter of course. When the Jin family tyrant sword reached the seventh move, Kuai Long felt something was wrong. That feeling reappeared. The feeling of uneasiness in his heart. But Kuai Long wanted to dodge. But he could not dodge. After the first move of the Jin family tyrant sword hit the enemy, the second and third moves would naturally follow. The enemy could not dodge, and could only passively defend. Kuai Long was like this now. He could only defend himself. The seventh style of Jin's tyrant sword finally broke through Kuai Long's defense. Kuai Long was shocked. It was not that he had never been injured before. After all, after so many battles, everyone would be injured. What surprised him was that he was actually injured by a zombie with the 7th level of force. While Kuai Long was still surprised, the laser sword moved again, this time with faster speed and greater power. And the uneasiness in Kuai Long's heart was like a dam bursting. This uneasiness prompted Kuai Long to raise his arm again, because this time, the attack was on Kuai Long's neck. However, Kuai Long's quick reaction allowed him to escape, and Lin Hao almost became the first zombie to defeat a 9th level force master. The 8th move of the Jin family's tyrant sword slashed fiercely on Kuai Long's left hand. From Lin Hao's perspective, he could clearly see that the laser sword had cut into at least half of his arm, and almost all the bones were broken. Kuai Long lowered his head and quickly grabbed the laser sword with his other hand. So Lin Hao's mental power began to compete with Kuai Long's strength. But after a while, Lin Hao decisively gave up the laser sword. Very good, kid. You can really do it. I finally understand why Boss Hong Ying thought so highly of you. You are very talented. If you really grow up, you will definitely be the next Hong Ying. Kuai Long pulled out the laser sword from his arm, turned it off, threw it under his feet, and stepped on it hard. The laser sword that he had played with immediately fell apart. But do you know how low-key Hong Ying was before he became the most powerful zombie? Many people who are so low-key don't even know his existence. And you are just the other extreme of him. Look, who in the entire zombie world and superpowers doesn't know him? The big-eared zombie. I didn't care before, because you saved my life, and I didn't have any feelings for you. But now you've broken my bottom line, and I already know your talent, so you will never leave here alive. Kuai Long said to Lin Hao word by word. Okay, then kill me, and see if you have the ability. Lin Hao also laughed. No matter how powerful the enemy is, No matter how desperate the scene is, Lin Hao can laugh. The worst result is death. Since he is not afraid of death, why can't he laugh? Just you alone? Kuai Long said. You're wrong again. I told you from the beginning that there are 3 of us. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, the black shadow behind him appeared again, and Bai Bofan rushed towards Kuai Long at an extremely fast speed. It was really easy for Kuai Long to dodge. At least Bai Bofan's speed looked fast. But in his eyes, it was really not fast. And Kuai Long was not afraid of being hit by a 6th level zombie. But in the next moment, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the black shadow under his feet. Kuai Long's attention was on Lin Hao and Bai Bofan. The appearance of these hands was too weird, causing Kuai Long to be knocked over by those hands before he could react. When Kuai Long was unable to use his powerful strength, he was hit by Bai Bofan. At this moment, they were not competing in strength. No matter how they competed in strength, Bai Bofan could not be a match for a 9th level zombie. At this moment, they were simply competing in quality. Because Kuai Long was lighter than Bai Bofan, he was knocked away by Bai Bofan. Kuai Long was in the air, and the next one to take action was Lin Hao. The cooperation between the 3 of them was always so tacit. The mental power turned into various weapons and rushed towards Kuai Long in an instant. However, this time, Lin Hao did not aim at Kuai Long's head, but at his body. Lin Hao was ready to use mental power to launch a physical attack. After all, Lin Hao didn't dare to use his mental power to directly attack a 9th level zombie. This was no different from sending himself up without any resistance. Unfortunately, even though Kuai Long was flying in the air, the attacks of the 3 people also hit him, but still did not cause any damage to Kuai Long. With a bang, Kuai Long fell to the ground fiercely, stirring up a storm. Lin Hao and the other 2 did not rush forward to attack. In this situation, they did not dare to rush forward to attack, even though Kuai Long lay motionless on the ground. After more than 10 seconds, this guy finally slowly supported his body and stood up. Chapter 875. Kuai Long stood up and patted the dust off his body, and straightened his clothes. In the final analysis, Kuai Long still did not take the 3 of them seriously. Otherwise, he would not have made such a move. Indeed, Lin Hao's attack brought a certain sense of threat to Kuai Long. If Kuai Long did not defend or dodge, and let Lin Hao attack like this, I believe Lin Hao would have the ability to endanger his life. However, the 9th level of the force is still the 9th level of the force. Lin Hao cannot defeat him. To be honest, I didn't expect you 3 would make me so embarrassed. Even injured. Looking at the wound that was no longer bleeding, Kuai Long said in a heavy tone. He couldn't help but feel heavy. Even if Lin Hao and the other 2 fought hard, they were still not his opponents. But he was really afraid of Lin Hao's existence. Because Lin Hao's existence meant that it wouldn't be long before there would be another Honging on the Eula planet, which Kuai Long would not allow. Perhaps, when he was under Hong Ying's hands, Kuai Long was quite happy, but more depressed, because Hong Ying didn't allow them to do anything, let alone kill each other. During that period, let alone upgrading the level, the zombies almost didn't treat each other with respect when they met, even though it was very painful under Zizhuang's hands. And even if Zizhuang was unhappy, Kuai Long might die. But they returned to this free state, which was what Kuai Long wanted most. When he became a level 9 zombie, he thought that he might lead this group of zombies to rise up. But unfortunately, he was chased and beaten by that group of psychics in the end. Now with Zizhuang supporting him and Cui Lian as a time bomb, no matter how much those people in the Eastern world want to attack the Western world, they will not attack. And Kuai Long has the greatest freedom. This state is really good. So Lin Hao can't grow up. The grown-up Lin Hao will definitely attack the appearance. And then everything will return to the Honging period. It is not allowed. Kuai Long will never allow this to happen. What's more, there is a feud between Kuai Long and Lin Hao. Judging from Lin Hao's posture, he definitely wants to kill him. So Kuai Long will not allow Lin Hao to survive. Your fighting talent is very strong. But if you can continue to grow, you will definitely be 3 more terrifying existences. But I will not let you live. Kuai Long said it very bluntly. This is the West world. This is the zombies. All so brutal and blunt. Haha. You think I'm afraid of you. Lin Hao and the other 2 stood together. Li Yang did not use shadow escape to hide, because Kuai Long's attack was quite serious, which made Li Yang a little weak. Bai Bofan's defensive skills had been broken by Kuai Long once, and he would definitely not be able to use skills in a short time. But fortunately, they all still have fighting power, including Lin Hao. Although his skills can't be used, he still has fighting power. As long as he has fighting power, Lin Hao will never give up easily. You three are really naive. Kuai Long couldn't help laughing. When he first met Lin Hao, he admired Lin Hao very much. Of course, he still admired Lin Hao now. But Lin Hao had to die. Lin Hao had seen Kuai Long's attributes a long time ago. And with his memory, the attribute panel was already in his mind. He knew that Kuai Long's skills had not been released until now. If Kuai Long also entered the force level through perception, then he might also be a person comparable to Hong Ying. After all, people with elemental skills are basically very powerful guys. This is what Kuai Long is like now. His skill is lightning from the elements. There are only a few people with elemental skills, but there seems to be a lot of lightning elements among these people. The senior Cui Lian who was chasing Lin Hao seemed to be lightning. And now Kuai Long is also lightning. Lin Hao thought that Kuai Long's skills might be similar to that senior. But when Kuai Long used them, Lin Hao found that there was a huge difference. Especially when he saw Kuai Long's whole body glowing. The senior's lightning borrowed the ions in the sky and gathered all the electricity on his body. He himself has the function of storing electricity, so he can attach lightning to his hands and attack with his fists. But Kuai Long was completely different. If the senior was using thunder and lightning, then Kuai Long was a generator, and he didn't store electricity. For no reason. Kuai Long's body had already gathered a lot of electricity, and then the whole person began to glow, and the electricity became larger and larger. So the current that was originally flowing in the body began to rush out, and gradually, the current that rushed out became larger and thicker, and the light became colder and colder. Kuai Long seemed to have turned into a sun. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. This sentence is a wise saying. Kuai Long is now extremely dangerous. Lin Hao feels that there is a breath of destruction if he gets a little closer. It may be that Kuai Long's body's endurance has reached a certain point. He howled in pain, obviously venting his pain. After the howl, Kuai Long suddenly looked towards Lin Hao, his whole body stomping on the ground, carrying such a huge amount of electricity, like a fast-moving nuclear power plant, coming back to Lin Hao. And at that speed, Lin Hao could not even see the afterimage. Kuai Long disappeared, without blinking, and came in front of the three people. This is Kuai Long's skill, which is definitely a very terrifying skill. When seeing Kuai Long appear beside Lin Hao and the other two wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Kuai Long stretched out his palm, and the lightning thicker than his arm was launched from his palm and rushed towards Lin Hao and the other two. Although the speed of lightning was not faster than the speed of light, Lin Hao and the other two could not avoid it at all. The lightning was full of the breath of destruction. Obviously, as long as they were slightly touched, 3 handfuls of ash would immediately appear on the white ground under their feet. Lin Hao could not avoid it. Not only Lin Hao could not avoid it, but Li Yang and Bai Bofan could not avoid it. In the last time, they could only watch the lightning getting closer and closer to them, and then rushing straight towards them. There was no time to think in their minds. The speed was so fast that the three of them had not reacted yet and thought they were about to die. Suddenly, the temperature around them dropped. Lin Hao's eyes were still wide open with fear, and the lightning was gone. It just disappeared around Lin Hao, disappearing without a trace. I am not dead? Lin Hao was a little surprised, but also a little relieved. If he was not dead, then Li Yang and Biao Bofan were not dead either. Brick looked at the other two people, and they were indeed wide open-eyed, a little confused about the current situation. Chapter 876. We are not dead. We are still alive? Sure enough, this kind of thing not only surprised himself, but also his friends. Yes, we are not dead. Lin Hao slowly straightened up, and just now, he subconsciously bent his waist down. Not because of fear, but because facing the feeling of destruction was too stressful. Kuai Long also stood there, a little confused. His skills can only be used once at a time, and the next time will take a little time. Of course, this time interval will not be too long, but the preparation time is a bit long. If the enemy of similar strength sees him use this move, he will definitely not think twice. Either attack from a distance, or turn around and run. After all, the damage of this move is indeed a bit high. So high that many zombies of the 9th level of the force cannot bear it. However, there was a person who had endured it just now. In order to completely kill Lin Hao, Kuai Long did not hold back at all, and used all his strength. But he still endured it. Kuai Long knew who it was. After all, there were only a few perverts on this planet who could easily take his power attack. One of them was Xiao Xiaoyu and Babu among the superpowers, and the other was the newly promoted Lord of the North, Cui Lian, who was extremely talented. This is the North, so it must be Cui Lian. Moreover, Kuai Long had seen Cui Lian when he was still very weak. The reason for seeing Cui Lian was very simple. At that time, Lin Hao was with him. Now, Cui Lian appeared here to save Lin Hao, which seemed to be very telling. Since you are here, show up. Kuai Long retreated first, and then quickly retreated. After a certain distance, he shouted in the direction of Lin Hao. In fact, Kuai Long has always been very dissatisfied with Cui Lian's reputation. He must be dissatisfied. How come Cui Lian has the title of the 3 great masters of the Eula planet as soon as he became a master of the 9th level of the original force? And he, Kuai Long, can't even beat Xinli, the weakest one on the side of the superpowers. Why? But because of psychological problems and cowardice. Kuai Long never fought with Cui Lian. He wanted to see how powerful Cui Lian was. Now, he knew that at least the other party could defend against his full-strength attack. However, Kuai Long didn't know how many layers of strength the other party used to defend. Kuai Long felt that now was an opportunity. If he could successfully break Cui Lian's myth, not only would he expose a big lie, but he might also succeed in getting promoted. After all, who doesn't want fame? Cui Lian appeared. As if suddenly, Lin Hao's eyes flashed, and a figure appeared in front of him. This person was Cui Lian. The 2 women who were making a fuss in the room suddenly stopped making a fuss, mainly because both women were very beautiful. But another woman appeared on the scene. This woman was as beautiful as them, and she also had strong strength and a cold temperament. The most important thing was that this woman seemed to be here to help them. Their attention was attracted, and they couldn't make a fuss. You are a superpower. Why do you help zombies? Although Kuai Long knew that asking this question was the same as not asking it, he still asked it. Cui Lian didn't say anything. Cui Lian herself didn't like to talk, especially when it was a zombie she didn't know. Get out of the way. This is a personal grudge between Lin Hao and me. Kuai Long still adhered to the concept of not fighting if he could, no matter whether he was the opponent of the woman in front of him or not. Fighting would always take time, and Kuai Long didn't like to waste time. Perhaps it was Kuai Long's quietness that made Cui Lian unhappy. So Cui Lian finally spoke. Leave here now. I won't kill you. Kuai Long was obviously stunned for a moment, and then a fire suddenly burned in his heart. As an old man who had followed Hong Ying for more than 10 years, he had been in the 8th level of the force for a long time, and finally had the opportunity to enter the 9th level of the force. Let's not talk about how this 9th level of the force compares with other top-level psychics and zombies. At least, he is an old figure who is much older than Cui Lian. However, Cui Lian just became a top-level psychic and instantly broke the pattern of the Eula planet. Even one person can threaten 2 worlds. How could Kuai Long not have any thoughts? Of course not. He has always been jealous of Cui Lian. Jealous to the point of madness. He feels that if he fights with himself, it is not certain who will win or lose. This is because there is no comparison. So there is no clear self-awareness. If he knew that Cui Lian could actually fight Xiao Xiaoyu to a draw, or even fight Babu, he would definitely not think so. Unfortunately, Kuai Long does not know these things. He only knows that Cui Lian shattered his pitiful self-esteem. Everyone says that you are one of the 3 masters of the Eula planet, but I don't believe it. Why do you have this honor? Kuai Long's face became ferocious, and lightning flashed again. Come on. Let's see how powerful you, the so-called top-level psychic, are. When Kuai Long's speed increased, the space where he was seen to begin to shatter. Shattered by Kuai Long's speed and the force. This is the true strength of the 9th level of the force. Lin Hao watched this scene from the side, a little shocked, and a little worried. In his impression, Cui Lian has always been the little girl who follows him. Can he really withstand this level of attack? Lin Hao obviously thought too much. Cui Lian was still so calm. She stretched out a hand, and an ice barrier appeared in front of her. Lin Hao once told her that her strength lies in her skills. Now seeing Cui Lian being able to use her skills so skillfully, Lin Hao still feels quite accomplished. After all, Cui Lian is half his apprentice. Kuai Long brought his own thunder and lightning power to fiercely bombard Cui Lian's ice barrier. Then, Something happened that made Kuai Long desperate. The ice barrier did not break at all. And there was not even a trace. You have to know that this was Kuai Long's full-strength attack. At this time, Kuai Long finally knew what the gap was between him and Cui Lian. Even if Cui Lian had no other means of attack, Kuai Long could not get close to her with just a barrier. But how could Cui Lian not have other means? When the barrier melted, an ice spike rushed out from Cui Lian's palm. A white afterimage flashed by. And nothing happened. The white afterimage seemed to disappear. Cui Lian retracted her hand, glanced at Kuai Long indifferently, then turned around and questioned Lin Hao. Why do you want to fight to the death? Didn't you say you would run away if you couldn't win? Lin Hao opened his mouth wide and looked at Kuai Long now. Kuai Long's body was still the same as before, maintaining the posture of swinging a fist. But Kuai Long's head was missing half, except for the mouth and chin. The whole head was empty, as if an ordinary person was shot in the head by a Remington shotgun. Chapter 877. Lin Hao. I'm asking you a question? This Cui Lian no longer had the cold temperament she had just when facing Kuai Long. Now, she was like she was facing an old friend with whom she had a very good relationship. Or even a close friend. Lin Hao said for a long time without knowing what to say. Why didn't I see that you were the kind of person who would show off your strength before? When Cui Lian was facing Lin Hao, she couldn't help but suddenly say so many words, which was already very difficult. Lin Hao felt that if he didn't stop her, Cui Lian might evolve into his mother's form next. So Lin Hao hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop Cui Lian from continuing to speak. I have a reason to fight, Lin Hao said. Reason? What reason? Cui Lian looked at Li Yang and Bai Bofen, and felt that she had guessed something. But when the two women in the room came out, Cui Lian felt that she might have guessed wrong. And that cold expression instantly appeared again. Oh my god. Aren't you tired of getting cold so quickly? In the entire Ula planet, perhaps only Lin Hao dared to talk to Cui Lian like this. He had originally thought about breaking up with this woman. But in the end, this woman couldn't help but help him for the sake of their past. She saved him twice in a row, so that Lin Hao couldn't hate him no matter what. After all, Li Yan was fine now. Lin Hao. Who is he? Jean Bebe heard everything. And not only heard it, but also thought of it. He is my friend. Lin Hao looked at Cui Lian and said, Who is she? This time it was not Jean Bebe who asked, but Cui Lian. In fact, the moment he saw Jean Bebe, he already knew who Jean Bebe was. After all, the language Jean Bebe spoke was exactly the same as Lin Hao's. And the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Hao was also very naked, which was a strong possessive desire. Now that she understood, Cui Lian wanted to leave. But for some reason she felt uncomfortable in her heart. So she wanted to ask. She is my girlfriend. As I told you before. Lin Hao said it confidently. Because there was nothing between him and Cui Lian. To Lin Hao, the relationship between Cui Lian and himself was pure. And he did not want to mix anything else in it. This is your girlfriend. Cui Lian looked at Jean Bebe and said condescendingly. As a 9th level power user. Even though Cui Lian was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Shorter than Jean Bebe and Wan Lan Lan. When she spoke, she was still above others. This was strength and confidence. Welcome to the Ula planet. Cui Lian said this to Jean Bebe and Wan Lan Lan. And then disappeared again. The crisis was resolved. Kuai Long was dead. And everyone was safe. Wan Lan Lan covered her chest and said, Is this the most powerful level of pressure? They had already encountered the 9th level of the force. But Qianli's was similar to Kuai Long's. And although he looked very powerful, he did not release that kind of pressure when facing them. Only Cui Lian was powerful. And she also released her own pressure. When the pressure appeared, the two girls felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Anyway, we survived. Jean Bebe looked at Lin Hao with an uncomfortable expression. I can explain this kind of thing. Lin Hao knew why Jean Bebe was uncomfortable. So he hurriedly said it. Really? Then explain it to me, Jean Bebe said. I have nothing with Cui Lian. We are just ordinary friends. Lin Hao said. Ordinary friend? Who is she? Why would a master of the 9th level of the force become an ordinary friend with you? And he suddenly appeared to save you when your life was in danger? Can you tell me why? There was no big fight as rumored. Jean Bebe just said to Lin Hao quietly. Let's go in first and sit down and talk. Just now Jean Bebe was unconscious on the ground. Lin Hao's arm was not healed. Bai Bofan and Li Yang were also injured. Jean Bebe is not a person who can't distinguish right from wrong. Of course he won't mess around at this time. After all, he has experienced so much in the doomsday. He has matured a long time ago, and is no longer the ignorant girl before. Lin Hao spent half an hour, exhausted all his strength, and almost ran outside to kneel down and beg Cui Lian to come again. Finally, Jean Bebe reluctantly believed Lin Hao, and believed that there might really be nothing between him and Cui Lian. Maybe? What do you mean by maybe? There really is nothing between Cui Lian and me. Lin Hao shouted helplessly. Cui Lian was on a mountain not far away, staring at the small room where Lin Hao and his friends were. Cui Lian also heard what Lin Hao said. He seemed to have a question in his mind. Should he save Lin Hao? Should he draw a clear line with Lin Hao? After all, Lin Hao brought his girlfriend with him. Cui Lian suddenly figured it out after thinking about it for a long time. Isn't this what makes Lin Hao so fascinating? Although he seems so unreliable at ordinary times, he is actually a person who values feelings, and will definitely do what he promises to others. He is also humorous, and knows how to judge the situation. When Cui Lian pursued Lin Hao from the beginning, Lin Hao did not agree because he had a girlfriend. Cui Lian actually didn't believe it for a while. She thought Lin Hao was making an excuse to stop her from pursuing him. Later, she believed it because Lin Hao's longing eyes told her that she liked this kind of Lin Hao. Right? The road ahead is long. Lin Hao is a zombie with excellent talent. Cui Lian can roughly guess what height he can reach, and she can also guess what height she can reach. But what about the so-called girlfriend of Lin Hao? At least Cui Lian did not see what kind of talent the so-called girlfriend has. Cui Lian only knows that she has plenty of time to wait. Since becoming the 9th level of the force, her vision has become higher and higher. As her vision becomes higher and higher, there is no so-called opposite sex that can attract her. The only opposite sex is Lin Hao, even if Lin Hao is a zombie. 24 hours later, Cui Lian received a message that Ba Hu invited him to a meeting at the South China Sea. The most powerful people on the Ula planet would appear there. And of course, their appearance. Cui Lian didn't know whether she should go or not. After all, what if the people from the East and West wanted to unite to deal with her? But in the end, Cui Lian decided to go because the information sent by the other party contained information about the alien woman and Lin Hao. Chapter 878. So you really want to attend? Lin Hao looked at Cui Lian and asked anxiously. Yes, I must go and see what's going on with your affairs. Cui Lian said firmly. I go with you. Lin Hao said. Do you think I'm still the same person I used to be? I take you with me. If I can't protect you, I might even come back to protect you. Cui Lian looked at Lin Hao with some amusement. A smile without any malice. Lin Hao blushed a little and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything because Cui Lian said the truth. Indeed, Lin Hao seemed to be unable to help except to make trouble. So I want to know why people on both sides want to arrest them. Cui Lian looked at Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe is a very honest person, which is related to her temper. So she is not suitable to be a leader. Wang Zai is basically in charge of the affairs of the base. For example, now, she hates Cui Lian because she hates Cui Lian. She doesn't even know why she hates Cui Lian, but she just hates her. In this case, Jean Bebe will never give Cui Lian a good face. Of course, when a person's strength reaches a certain level, he actually looks down on other people's attitudes. Cui Lian looked at Jean Bebe, just smiled faintly, and then looked at Lin Hao. In fact, Lin Hao was also very confused about this. He turned his head and looked at the two women. You two. Tell me. Why? In fact, Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe were also confused about this. Jean Bebe didn't want to talk. So naturally Wang Lanlan started to talk. After we entered this planet, we were first captured by people, then by zombies. And then, they seemed to have a misunderstanding about us. As a normal person, Wang Lanlan barely saw the strangeness in it, and even said it out. You mean? It's all a misunderstanding. And you don't know why they want to arrest you? Lin Hao asked. Wang Lanlan nodded hesitantly and said, Maybe. This is the only possibility. I think you need to take me there. Lin Hao said to Cui Lian firmly. Why? Cui Lian asked. Because we are the only ones who know about this matter. They may not believe what you say, but it will be different if I go. Lin Hao said. Cui Lian said speechlessly. Who do you think you are? They will believe it if you go. I don't know if those superpowers will believe it, but they will certainly believe it. Lin Hao has this confidence. Okay. I take you there one day. At least let this matter settle down first. And then I try to find a way to get a spaceship and talk them back. Cui Lian said. Wait. What do you mean by sending us back? Lin Hao will go back with us too. Besides, who agreed to let Lin Hao go with you? There are top superpowers and mutant zombies over there. What does he have? Are you looking for death? Jean Bebe suddenly exploded. And no one knew why. Even Cui Lian was startled by Jean Bebe's surprise. She squinted her eyes and looked at Jean Bebe. Lin Hao is a very talented mutant zombie. If he returns to Earth, he will be the same as in the 2 years on Earth. His level will not improve at all. And then, he will be easily captured from Earth. Do you want Lin Hao to be such a person? Come on. Don't think I don't know. It was you who captured Lin Hao. Jean Bebe didn't give in at all. And didn't even care about Cui Lian's level of pressure. And started fighting with Cui Lian at the top of her voice. Lin Hao was really scared. You know, Cui Lian is a 9th level supernatural being. If she can't control herself and does this to Jean Bebe will definitely die here. So Lin Hao was walking on thin ice and blocking the two women, so that they could only move their mouths but not their hands. Bebe, stop arguing. Don't worry about the others. Your problems must be solved. Their problems do need to be solved. After all, as long as this matter is still going on, Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan will face the pursuit of the two most powerful forces on the Ula planet. Lin Hao can't solve it even if he faces one casually, let alone so many. Do you know why? Do you know why I brought Lin Hao here? He is the most talented zombie I have ever seen. No one else. And he is also my favorite person. I don't want him to be depressed in that small place on Earth. He should be in a bigger place. He should become stronger. He should be a great hero. That's the life he should live. Instead of letting him become a mediocre person because of your selfishness. The Earth is also a civilized planet. Sooner or later, your technology will develop. And sooner or later, technology will crush it. Tell those people with technological weapons that Lin Hao does not hurt or kill people. Lin Hao is a friend of mankind. And those humans will listen to you and not kill him. For some reason, Cui Lian suddenly felt like she had to get something off her chest. And couldn't help yelling at Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe was stunned by the yelling. And she shouted, have you ever asked Lin Hao what kind of life he wants? Aren't you selfish? Facing the counter question, Cui Lian sneered. Then have you ever asked? Shut up. All of you. Lin Hao also exploded. Facing the argument between the two women. It was like facing countless flies buzzing in front of him. Lin Hao couldn't help but yelled loudly. Finally, everything was quiet. Cui Lian turned her head to the side and stopped talking. Jean Bebe also walked to Wang Lanlan and looked out the window. She also didn't say anything. But she looked like she was crying. Lin Hao felt a little distressed. But now was not the time to indulge them. At such a critical moment, discussing the love between men and women. Were you afraid that the matter was not urgent enough? Everyone is quiet. Then it's my turn to talk. To be honest, Lin Hao felt a little guilty. He really felt guilty. Let's not talk about Cui Lian. Lin Hao didn't yell at Jean Bebe. He didn't have time to take care of her. He didn't yell at Cui Lian either. Cui Lian basically didn't talk before. She did whatever he asked her to do. There was nothing to yell at. But now, Jean Bebe was his girlfriend. And Cui Lian was a top superpower boss. Lin Hao ran out of confidence after yelling. Cui Lian, I go with you. No need to argue. Just come find me whenever you want to leave. Lin Hao said. Then I leave first. Cui Lian was still the same as before. Her mood did not change at all. And she even wanted to laugh a little. As soon as Cui Lian left, Lin Hao came to Jean Bebe. I'm sorry. I was too loud just now. Lin Hao comforted Jean Bebe, touching her head. No. It's my fault. I shouldn't get angry easily. Jean Bebe said aggrievedly. Jean Bebe is such a person. If it's her fault, she will admit it. If it's not her fault, she will not admit it even if she is killed. But you are the only one I have. You can only be mine, not someone else's. Jean Bebe cried, hugging Lin Hao's shoulders and crying very sadly. Chapter 879. The next day, Lin Hao left with Cui Lian. Before leaving, Lin Hao comforted Jean Bebe for a long time before calming her down. What about their safety? What if they use this as a cover and send someone to capture Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan after we leave? Or they come here to capture them themselves? Lin Hao asked Cui Lian. No. They don't have that possibility. Cui Lian was very confident. Lin Hao believed it. Just like Cui Lian trusted him at the beginning. He also chose to believe Cui Lian. The place where they held the meeting was the southern coast, which was the farthest from the north, but quite close to the east and west. So at first, this memory was not fair to Cui Lian. But Cui Lian had to go there. If she went there, she was afraid that she would be besieged by both sides. If she didn't go there, what if both sides discussed how to besiege her? So no matter what, Cui Lian had to go there. Although she knew that this time she might be in danger, Cui Lian still brought Lin Hao with her. Cui Lian felt that those superpowers would not be so despicable. If they were really just discussing the matter of Wang Lanlan and Jean Bebe, then the matter would be simple, because the two of them were of no use at all. They were just aliens from other planets looking for people. If something really happened, Lin Hao, can you leave first? Cui Lian was a head shorter than Lin Hao, so she raised her head when she spoke, and her attitude when she spoke was soft and gentle, making it impossible to refuse. But Lin Hao refused. No, Lin Hao said directly. Why? Cui Lian asked. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Lin Hao looked at Cui Lian seriously. But your strength. Cui Lian didn't say the rest of the words to give face to the other party. But she obviously underestimated the shamelessness of people like Lin Hao. Since I'm relatively weak, it will only cause trouble for you if I leave. If I leave, you won't have any worries. Right? Lin Hao asked with a smile. Cui Lian didn't say anything. Nor did she look at Lin Hao, which basically agreed with Lin Hao's words. In fact, I used to say this to other people. I didn't expect that one day someone else would say this to me. In fact, if someone else said it, it would be fine. But why did you say it? I can only apologize. I will definitely reject your words. Lin Hao spread his wings and flew south first. Cui Lian shook his head. He knew that Lin Hao would definitely not agree with such words. But if a fight really broke out, Lin Hao would definitely not be able to get away with it. He was just a 7th level zombie of the Force. Although he had entered Eula planet a few days ago and broke through his own evolutionary level, his level was still not good enough. This only represented his talent, not his combat effectiveness. Are you as fast as me? I take you. Cui Lian arrived in front of Lin Hao without knowing when, and said to Lin Hao, no need. They invited us to the meeting. Not us. So we must be late. Otherwise it will be embarrassing. Lin Hao said. Why is your logic always so strong? Maybe it has something to do with my handsomeness. Lin Hao smiled. In the marginal city, the 8 people gathered together again, and they held a small meeting in advance before the real meeting. This time, we want to catch them all in one fell swoop. What do you think of this idea? Xiao Xiaoyu said to everyone present with a gloomy face. Kelly shook her head. I think we need humanitarianism. This time not only will the appearance come back, but Cui Lian will also come. And Cui Lian is also a very powerful superpower. Yes, she betrayed our Eastern world, but she did not betray us humans. I think maybe Cui Lian can really help us. After all, Cui Lian left the Eastern world because of her parents. But she did not vent her anger on the plants and trees in the Eastern world because of this matter. What if we can re-establish friendship with Cui Lian? Does that mean that this group of zombies is completely finished? So I think we should still recall this time in a gentle way. Phantom said, this time. I agree with Xiao Yuyu's method. We have dragged it on for long enough. Think about how long we have dragged it on. It's so long that our memories are almost blurred. This war on our planet should end sooner. Hong Ying left. Although he looks very powerful now, Senior Babua is not afraid of him. Can the remaining level 9 zombies be called level 9? Let's not talk about how weak they are. Even if they are very powerful, we can beat them in pure strength. The only problem now is Cui Lian. Who could she help? Although Qinli has the weakest presence, he still expressed his opinion. If a fight breaks out, what if Cui Lian doesn't help us? Xiao Xiaoyu just glared at Mei Ying because he didn't like people calling him Xiao Yuyu. And then turned around and shouted to Qinli, won't we know who she is helping after a fight? Also, find a scapegoat. And then tell that girl that her parents were killed by that group of people. Then put that scapegoat in front of her and tell her that even if she doesn't want to help, she shouldn't do anything. That's it. She's a neutral person. Why do you care about her? Ba Hu listened to the argument quietly and didn't say anything. It's not that he didn't say anything. In fact, Ba Hu himself didn't think about how to hold this meeting. Obviously, the three parties couldn't think that this was just an ordinary meeting, and the requirements of the meeting were put forward by the Eastern world. In this case, the Eastern world was the most likely to be attacked. Therefore, the dilemma for Ba Hu now is whether this meeting is a conciliatory policy, taking things slowly in the future, or a real fight. If they want to fight, they can only really fight and succeed completely. Otherwise, the Eastern world will be completely finished. The risk is huge, and it is precisely because of the huge risk that Ba Hu is so hesitant. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. I think if we want to completely open up this situation, we need a breakthrough. We can't delay it any longer while Cui Lian has not fully grown up, and while Ma Xiang has not become the next Hong Ying. If we really delay it, things may become more complicated. After all, the talent of zombies is to grow very fast. I suggest that we vote to decide. Khan also stood up and said. So, everyone looked at Ba Hu. After all, Ba Hu was the real leader. Ba Hu sighed and said, okay. Let's do as Khan said and vote to decide. But because of my special identity, I will not participate in this vote to avoid the same number of votes and not being able to abstain. Let's start. Chapter 880. The votes are out. 3-4. Very good. It seems that everyone is really ready for a fight. When Ba Hu saw this result, he actually had a premonition. Because what Ba Hu told himself in his heart was also a fight. This is really a very good opportunity. If Cui Lian hadn't appeared. To be honest, Ba Hu is now very scared. Cui Lian is like a genius who fell from the sky and suddenly appeared on this planet. Her fighting power is very strong. Ba Hu is not particularly confident that he can defeat her. Cui Lian is almost different every day, getting stronger day by day. Now, how strong is Cui Lian? Only Cui Lian knows. But Ba Hu knows that if Cui Lian continues to grow like this, something terrible will happen. That is, the Ula planet will enter the Rainbow Shadow era again. Perhaps. The good news is that Cui Lian is a superpower and will not do anything to the humans in the Eastern world. But it is different for them. At that time, the interests of those top superpowers and a high-level person will be hit. Say that Ba Hu doesn't care about these interests? Don't care about the reputation he has worked hard for so many years? Impossible. Baba cares more about fame than anyone else. So he has to think more. For example, find a way to strangle Cui Lian and prevent her from getting stronger. As for now, who cares about Jean Bebe and Wang Lanlan? Lin Hao still doesn't know that his role has disappeared. In this case, we must shift all our war reserve materials. The South China Sea is a completely uninhabited area, and those real nuclear weapons and the legendary quantum weapons can be used. Bob said. Are you serious? Those quantum weapons? Kelly was the one who advocated gentleness. When he heard that Bobo was going to take out quantum weapons, he was a little surprised. Quantum weapons are different from quantum bombs. Quantum bombs are a kind of technological weapons, while quantum weapons are a general term. In fact, quantum weapons cannot be called technological weapons. The greatest invention of the Ula planet is the ability to use crystal cores. Among them, there is a weapon called the Thunder Gun, which can only use crystal cores to emit powerful energy ratios. Quantum weapons are also the prototype of Shellfish Strong, but he does not use the Force Crystal Core, but the legendary Quantum Crystal Core. Are you really going to use that weapon? And the target is not Mo Xiang, but Cui Lian? Kelly was shocked. Baba glanced at her silently, then nodded. At this moment, Baba was completely unfamiliar to Kelly. His eyes were no longer kind, calm, and gentle as before. Now, Baba's eyes were full of madness, jealousy, and a protective look. What on earth was he trying to protect that would cause such a look? Such a mad and jealous look? What Ba Hu wanted to protect was his own name. He knew that his talent and ceiling might have reached their peak, and he could not break through any further. Although he could still live for many years, it was impossible for the arrogant Ba Hu. The last time he was promoted was when he fought with Hong Ying. Ba Hu surpassed himself, so he was promoted. However, he had fought with Yangzi more than a dozen times, experienced many hardships, and had many near-death experiences. But he no longer felt the sense of promotion. Ba Hu knew that his talent had reached its limit. But why can Cui Lian do it? It took him a short time to become a top-level psychic, and his combat power even soared to be almost the same as his own. But it took him so many years? Why? Babua can't accept a life of being bossed around by Cui Lian. And he can't accept being forced to accept orders from a girl who is so much younger than him. Therefore, before this girl becomes a real top-level psychic, Babua must destroy her. Qianli, go tell the president to disarm his quantum weapon system. As soon as Bahu said this, everyone looked at him with surprise again. No one expected that such an important weapon and the unlocking system were actually in the hands of an ordinary person. And that person was the person they looked down upon the most. Thinking of this, those who were not very kind to the president broke out in a cold sweat. They all knew the horror of that kind of weapon. Even top-level psychics like them could not resist it. And they didn't even have the ability to resist it. But the most terrifying thing was that even an ordinary person could use that kind of weapon casually. You can imagine that if a top-level superpower bullied the president, an ordinary person, too much, it would be unimaginable if the other party suddenly had a brain injury and took out that kind of weapon and fired it at that top-level superpower. And that kind of power and speed is still unavoidable. The point is that in addition to the huge power, quantum weapons also have a strong side effect. That is, pollution. The power is huge, and the range is also huge. This may be why the president can tolerate it. Because if that shot goes down, 1/3 of the Ula planet may be gone. This is why Babu wants to go to the southernmost part. Because there is an ocean there and no people. Which is one of the most suitable places to use that kind of weapon. Will the president give it to me? Qianli and the president have a mediocre relationship. And Qianli has never done anything excessive to the president. So he is not afraid. Just say I asked you to take it. And he will give it to you. No one would say this casually. Because the technology of the Ula planet is advanced. And the communication system is even more advanced. No matter what method is used, the president can quickly contact Bahu. Qianli left. And Bahu stood up and said to everyone, okay. Now it's almost time. Let's go too. The 7 people stood up collectively, used the force to directly ascend into the air, and then flew southward. As for Yangzi and the others, Yangzi had already brought people to wait there. Yangzi brought 4 top-level mutant zombies, and left Kuai Long to guard the lair. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Kuai Long had died in the north. A 9th-level zombie beside Yangzi couldn't help but said anxiously, we have been here for 2 days. When will those people come? What's the hurry? Isn't the agreed time not here yet? Yangzi looked calm and composed. Why did we come so early? The 9th-level zombie asked. How do you know if they have set up an ambush here? We came early, saw early, and prepared early, Yangzi said. The 9th-level zombie nodded and walked to the back to chat with others. It was really boring. The sea was surging in the distance, and the wind was getting stronger. Yangzi suddenly raised his head. He knew that those people had arrived, although he didn't know why they had to hold such a meeting. Since they were gathered around a big cake, he had to meet with others if he wanted to eat it all by himself. Chapter 881. Long time no see. Yangzi. Bahu led the other 6 people to a flat area on the top of the mountain. This is where they are going to start the meeting. It is this place that will determine the future of the Ula planet. Don't say long time no see. Actually, we see each other every day. As a mutant beast, Yangzi is really disgusted by the flattery and courtesy of humans. You know, whether it is Yangzi or Bahu, what they have to do every day is to stare at each other, fearing that the other party will suddenly disappear, or suddenly appear in a place where they shouldn't appear. Saying that they see each other every day is considered polite. If they are a couple, they must be in love to a certain extent and pay attention to each other almost every minute and every second. Why? Aren't there 8 of you? How come there are only 7? Yangzi saw that although the other party was missing one person, the one missing was Qianli, who had the least presence. So Yangzi didn't find it strange. If he had so many top partners, he would definitely keep one to look after his hometown. Obviously, Babu didn't want to say where Qianli went. But it didn't matter. Yangzi didn't bother to ask. Are we starting like this? Yangzi asked. Of course not. We still have to wait for someone. Babua laughed. Kelly, who was behind Babua, was unhappy because Babua's plan was different from what she thought. Kelly had always been a soft-touch person. She wanted peace. So she became stronger. Only by becoming stronger could she change the world. But when Kelly really became one of the most powerful people, She found that the world was completely different from what she thought. There would always be darkness. And sometimes she couldn't stop it. For the sake of all mankind. I shouldn't stop it. Kelly felt uncomfortable lying to herself. But she had to tell herself this even when she felt uncomfortable. It doesn't matter whether they come or not. There's only one little girl in the north anyway. I wonder why you invited her, she asked with a puzzled look. Of course there is a reason. You know, that little girl is not just a little girl. She is also a very powerful top-level psychic. I believe it won't take long for her to reach my level, Bahu said. For this seemingly self-flattering move, Ma Xiang did not say anything. He knew what Bahu was like. So he naturally knew that Bahu was qualified to say such things. Ma Xiang felt that this old guy was more and more sinister and vicious. The two of them had fought many times. But it was almost a draw every time. Although Ma Xiang seemed to be a little stronger every time. He just couldn't break through any point. In addition, Bahu had the advantage in numbers. So Ma Xiang couldn't kill this old man no matter what. Yangzi was also thinking about how to kill Suilian this time. As long as Suilian was killed, the situation would return to the previous situation. He would rather have two heroes fighting for supremacy than divide the world into 3 parts. This was Yangzi's idea. In fact, Baha had the same idea. Otherwise, he would not have asked Qianli to get quantum weapons. With quantum weapons, Suilian must die this time. As for Yangzi, Bahu didn't care at all. As long as he could maintain the balance. It didn't matter if he could keep him alive. But Suilian was different. She would grow up. And the speed of growth was very fast. It wouldn't take long before Bahu and Yangzi together might not be his opponent. This was why Suilian had to be called. They didn't like the feeling of being out of control. In other words, the real protagonist of this meeting is Cui Lian. When Cui Lian hadn't come yet, the appearance and domineering could only stand aside and chat, which looked very awkward. Today was the agreed time. And Cui Lian didn't seem to be the kind of person who didn't care about time. So these people were very curious why Cui Lian hadn't come yet. Except for Kelly, everyone was a little anxious. They were afraid that Cui Lian had discovered something. Or what if Cui Lian didn't come? Lin Hao sat on the back of the Thunderbird, flying above the clouds, looking at the sun not far away, and asked curiously, why are you not in a hurry at all? It's time. Why are you in a hurry? Although I don't know what their meeting is about. I can be sure that it will be disadvantageous to me. Since I know it's disadvantageous to me, why am I so anxious? Cui Lian lay comfortably beside Lin Hao, also looking at the sun not far away. You should come back to Earth with me to see that the environment where I am is very beautiful, Lin Hao said with a smile. Really? But I think my planet will become very clean and beautiful sooner or later, Cui Lian said. The last capable person has disappeared on the Ula planet. What if you disappear too? Then I will hurry up and change it to what I want before leaving this planet. Have you ever thought that maybe the planet we are on now is not the center of the universe at all? Lin Hao suddenly asked. Why do you say that? We are in the 3rd universe. According to the ranking, the 3rd universe is the center of the universe. The outer circle is the 2nd universe. And the Earth where you are is the edge of the 1st universe. There is nothing else in the universe. This is the knowledge Cui Lian learned from childhood to university. So she said it casually. Have you already traveled through all the universes? Lin Hao asked curiously. That's not the case. We once let a spaceship fly along a straight line at a very fast speed. It took nearly 5 years for it to fly back from the other side of the universe. From that time on, we knew that the universe is also a circle. And we seem to be bound by the attraction of various ordinary planets. Cui Lian seemed to be uninterested in this. But because she knew about it, she said it out. Do you mean any angle? Lin Hao asked again. Yes, we have tried any angle of the universe. But every time we fly in one direction, and then fly back from the opposite direction, there is nothing above the universe, Cui Lian said. Then do you think it is possible that someone is not letting you break through? Perhaps. Outside the universe, there is actually a bigger world. And the technology and civilization of that world are more powerful than the current Ula planet. Lin Hao asked again. Cui Lian said indifferently, if there is, then there is. As long as it does not affect our lives, and does not harm my friends and relatives. Let them exist. What I have to do is to keep getting stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone. Isn't that enough? Cui Lian turned her head, and looked at Lin Hao. Her smile, under the sun, was very beautiful. Chapter 882. Jean Bebe watched Lin Hao and Cui Lian leave at the door. And she clenched her fists. Her father had told her since she was a child that she had to fight for her own things. As long as she worked hard and had no regrets, she would not regret it. So Jean Bebe liked to fight for everything, whether it was academic, martial arts attainments, or boyfriends. Before on Earth, she was not afraid of anyone fighting for her. After all, her boyfriend was a zombie. It seemed that such a heavy thing would definitely not be fought for by other women. But it seemed that it was not the case on the Ula planet. Lin Hao told her many things about this planet, such as the Eastern world hiding many zombies, who still regarded themselves as human beings. They survived in the human world, got married, and even had children, and had their own happy family. So when Cui Lian appeared, Jean Bebe was actually nervous. He and Lin Hao had been in love for more than 2 years. The shelf life of love had passed. Some people had a relationship like family affection. This kind of relationship seemed more unbreakable. But it had to be built on the good management between the two. Now, someone who destroyed the relationship appeared. Jean Bebe knew that if he wanted to maintain this relationship, he had to catch up with Lin Hao. He didn't ask to be stronger than Lin Hao, but at least he was qualified to stand beside Lin Hao when he was fighting. That was enough. Wang Lanan. I'm leaving. Jean Bebe walked out with a laser sword. Outside, the battle between zombies continued for a long time. Those low-level zombies, or high-level zombies, also needed to fight each other. Both sides wanted the crystal core in the other's head, so they wanted to see who was stronger. Whoever was stronger would take the other's crystal core. When Li Yang and Bai Bofen heard this, they hurried forward and grabbed Jean Bebe. What are you doing? It's so dangerous outside. Why are you going out? To improve strength. Fighting is the fastest way to level up, Jean Bebe said firmly. They all knew that Jean Bebe must have been stimulated. But the Ula planet was so dangerous. They said they would not let Jean Bebe go out. This was not Earth. They had top strength, so they were not afraid of danger at all. But the Ula planet was different. Although Li Yang and Bai Bofen had reached the 6th level of the Force, this level was still dangerous. Sometimes I hate why I am not a zombie. If I were a zombie, I could upgrade quickly like you, Jean Bebe said in annoyance. Anyway, I won't let you go, Bai Bofen said firmly at the door. Why? Jean Bebe looked at Bai Bofen with anger, as if they could spit out flames. If something happens to you, how can we explain to Lin Hao? Bai Bofen said. Then I will continue like this forever? Something will happen? If something happens, it happened to me when I was on Earth. But I didn't get into trouble after struggling on Earth for so long. I was promoted from a first-level superpower. And so were you. Didn't we get into trouble at that time? Now that the environment has changed and the level has been raised, should I be a coward? Fatty, am I the one who is a coward or are you? Jean Bebe looked at Bai Bofen and said word by word. At this moment, Jean Bebe's aura of a big sister was undoubtedly revealed. This was another side of Jean Bebe. This was how Jean Bebe should be without Lin Hao. Jean Bebe walked out of the small room by bypassing Bai Bofen. But Bai Bofen did not dare to stop her. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Why don't you chase after him and watch him? Li Yang kicked Bai Bofen. This guy's belly was so big that even a skinny man like Li Yang could hardly get through it. Bai Bofen finally reacted and hurriedly chased after Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe's idea was very simple. There was only one way to quickly increase the level. For a superpower, only fighting could help him quickly increase his strength. This was the method Jean Bebe wanted to use. To find a zombie with similar strength and then fight. Lin Hao didn't know what Jean Bebe looked like at the moment. Because looking at the location, they were getting closer and closer to the meeting place. And the closer they were, the more nervous Lin Hao's heart was. Imagine, when a group of top-level psychics and mutant zombies huddle together, what kind of pressure will they emit? Cui Lian doesn't know. But Lin Hao knows. He is a zombie of the 7th level of the Force. When he felt the pressure from so many top-level psychics and zombies, his strong heart kept beating. Especially the appearance and the domineering. These two people usually don't release their pressure casually. But at this moment, when they saw Cui Lian appear, both of them collectively released their pressure. Follow me. Cui Lian's voice appeared in Lin Hao's mind. As a man, he was quite chauvinistic. Although he didn't want to follow Cui Lian, the feeling was really uncomfortable. As a last resort, Lin Hao stood slightly behind Cui Lian. Suddenly, the sense of urgency disappeared by more than half. The Thunderbird began to descend halfway through its flight. Its level was lower than Lin Hao's. If it weren't for Suilian, the Thunderbird might have stopped flying. Okay. I know you tried your best. Just land here. Cui Lian touched the Thunderbird's head lovingly, and instantly despised Lin Hao. The two of them went down and walked towards the cliff. Below the cliff was the endless sea. The pollution here might be relatively small, so there was a faint light shining from above the clouds, which also allowed the two of them to see clearly here, including how many people they had come. There was one less person on the side of the Moxiang. Lin Hao knew how many people there were on the side of the Moxiang. Now one person died in the north, so there must be one less person. What was strange was that there was also one less person on the side of the superpower. I just don't know if the superpower didn't come or was preparing something. Heh. You little girl are so proud that you made us wait for you. Looking at Cui Lian, he said sarcastically. Sorry. I brought a friend with me. He's slower, so I'm trying to accommodate him. Cui Lian said indifferently. When Cui Lian said she brought a friend, everyone looked at Lin Hao. It's you? Everyone on both sides said these two words subconsciously. Cui Lian also knew that this group of people must have seen Lin Hao, but she didn't expect their reaction to be so big. Of course, the main reaction was that of Ba Hu. When Ba Hu and Xiao Xiaoyu saw Lin Hao appear, they immediately thought of Hong Ying and were shocked. But after seeing Lin Hao's level, the feeling in their hearts gradually subsided. Chapter 883. You kid. I knew you were not dead. So, where have you been for the past year? Yangzi looked at Lin Hao and asked with gritted teeth, disappearing for 2 years without his consent. In his opinion, was no different from betraying him? Yangzi could see that Lin Hao's level was only the 7th level of the force. But he didn't know Lin Hao's talent. There were many people who could improve one level every 2 years. Some people might not even improve one level every 2 years. And it was estimated that they would be like this for the rest of their lives. Zombies were like this. Without a crystal core, they would never improve. With a crystal core, there were also people like Kuai Long who could instantly improve from the 8th level to the 9th level. Lin Hao stepped forward. Was he going to say hello himself? Or was it better to say nothing? Don't say anything. Judging from Yangxiang's personality, you are probably a dying person in his heart. If that's the case, why bother to be so servile? Gooden said in Lin Hao's heart. Are you so sure? Lin Hao asked. Of course I am sure. I know what kind of beast Yangxiang is. Unless he is my father, he will not trust others easily, Gooden said. After hearing what Gooden said, Lin Hao's mouth, which was about to crack, suddenly collapsed. He looked at Yangzi and said righteously, Why should I tell you where I'm going? I'm not your subordinate. Yangzi was stunned when he heard this, because he found that he couldn't refute it. Yes, Lin Hao didn't agree to be his subordinate from the beginning. But there is an unspoken rule in the zombie world. That is, the strong is the king. Yangzi is the most powerful, so he is naturally the boss of their zombie world. But he forgot that he and Lin Hao had a cooperative relationship at the beginning. Okay. Stop talking about family matters. Remember the reason why we are here. Now that everyone is here, let's start discussing the fate of the 2 alien women, Ba Hu said to Yangzi with a smile. At the same time, Yangzi found that Ba Hu winked at him obscurely, and then glanced at Suilian. The two did not communicate with each other through mental power. After all, Suilian would be discovered if they communicated with mental power. These two shrewd guys had already understood each other's attitude towards this matter through each other's eyes. In this case, Yangzi certainly didn't care. Yitzi, those 2 aliens are not from our planet, but they are human. So I ask you to send them back. This request is not too much. Right? Bao looked at Yitzi calmly and said word by word. Yitzi laughed. Okay. We catch so many people with special abilities and kill so many people with special abilities every year. And I never saw you complain. Why are you fighting with me for these 2 aliens this time? What is there for them to fight for? Shouldn't I ask you about this kind of thing? Babua narrowed his eyes and looked at Yangzi. Ask me. I know nothing. Yangzi uttered a dirty word. At this moment, Suilian spoke. She said in a cold tone, The 2 superpowers are now where I am. Yangzi's eyes suddenly changed, and asked strangely, Why are they with you? In fact, Yangzi and Suilian have met before. After all, Suilian left the marginal city so openly to find Lin Hao. And they were not blind. It was natural to see Lin Hao and Suilian together, because I asked Lin Hao to rescue them. Cui Lian would not lie, and she was too lazy to lie. It didn't matter whether she lied or not. It was easy for them to know the truth. Just because of him. Mao Mao looked at Lin Hao and asked uncertainly. Yes. Just because of him. Cui Lian said. What was Kuai Long for? Mao Mao asked in confusion. Kuai Long was not here. He went to find food for my two companions. I took that opportunity to rescue them. Lin Hao hurriedly spoke up for Cui Lian. He knew that Cui Lian was a straightforward person who didn't know how to adapt. If she really exposed the fact that Kuai Long was dead, they would probably be finished today. Cui Lian saw that Lin Hao had spoken, so she stopped talking. That kid hasn't sent me any messages until now. I don't believe he didn't notice that the two women disappeared. His eyebrows knitted together. But it was not easy to ask now. Then Miss Nirgulu, can you return those two humans to the Eastern world? Babu turned around and asked Suilian. Suilian sneered and said 3 words. Why? Babu felt his beard flying with anger. It was the first time. The first time someone asked him. Why? Because they are human beings. They belong to the Eastern world. Not your zombie world where all human beings can go. Look at where you are. All of them are scum eliminated by our 2 worlds. Miss Nirgulu, I advise you to give up that place and return to the Eastern world. There is a place for you among our top superpowers. If you are still so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude later. Bahu actually threatened directly. So you are holding a meeting here for other reasons. In fact, you are here for me. Suilian looked at Bahu, and then looked at Yang Zhuang. Yang Zhuang didn't say anything. And Bahu didn't say anything either. The two looked at each other, and then looked at Suilian again. Lin Hao, leave here quickly. I can still contain them before they attack. But if they start fighting, I won't be able to watch them. Suilian said directly to Lin Hao. What are you talking about? Do you think I will leave? Lin Hao smiled. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you here this time. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you come or not. Their initial target is me. But it's okay this way. Let me tear off their masks directly, so I don't have to defend against their hidden arrows in the future. As soon as Cui Lian finished speaking, suddenly, a building similar to an arched door appeared in front of her. Lin Hao had seen this building before. Hong Ying used this thing to send herself back to Earth. And Yang Xiang had also used it before. Naturally, as one of the top superpowers, Cui Lian could also use it. They had probably mastered the level above the force. I'm talking to you, girl. Before Lin Hao finished speaking, Cui Lian slapped him in the face. Cui Lian shook her head. Her spatial teleportation technique was not very good, and the teleportation distance was not very far. She just hoped that the battle could be over before Lin Hao arrived. That's right. Cui Lian's initial idea was to fight against all of them alone. Theoretically, Cui Lian could not be their opponent at all. But Cui Lian had such a talent. One of the reasons why she was promoted to the 9th level of the force so quickly was because of Lin Hao. Lin Hao once told him that since he had chosen this path, he should move forward courageously. On the road to upgrading, only fearlessness can make progress. And only fighting hard can survive. No matter how strong the opponent is, he must have the courage to fight and the bloodiness to kill. I listened to you, so I became stronger. But I don't know if I can continue to become stronger this time. Cui Lian muttered in a low voice. And then she drew her hand again, and space appeared. But this time, the space was much smaller than the time when she pushed Lin Hao. Cui Lian reached her hand in and pulled it out. And an ancient long sword suddenly appeared in Cui Lian's hand. Chapter 884. Fuck. Where is this? Lin Hao felt his eyes flash before he left the dangerous South China Sea. According to the terrain and satellite map, you should be between the east and west parts now. Gooden said lazily. Nonsense. I also know I am between the east and west parts. But where exactly am I now? Lin Hao was a little impatient. Don't be impatient. Just follow the man's path. At your speed. If you turn on the speed bonus, you will arrive in about an hour. Gooden said lazily again. 1 hour. The daylily is cold. I'm going to hack you. The higher the level, the faster Lin Hao knows the fight between masters. Their attack power has reached the peak. When fighting, they are looking for each other's weaknesses. Once they find them, they can kill with 1 blow. 1 hour is enough for Cui Lian to fight with them dozens of times. So Lin Hao must be fast. But now he can't be fast at all. No matter what. Run first. Lin Hao activated the double bonus of speed and strength, spread his wings and flew madly towards the south, hoping that he could fly faster and that Chui Lian could hold on longer. How fast can I get there at this speed? Lin Hao asked Gooden anxiously. The time I gave you at the beginning is your fastest speed. And your fastest speed is 1 hour. Gooden said. Lin Hao suddenly lost his composure. And just when he was about to fight desperately, Gooden hurriedly said, there is someone approaching rapidly. It is the superpower Qianli. Try to hide first. Qianli? The superpower who hasn't arrived yet? Lin Hao quickly lowered his wings and hid in the building below. Qianli didn't know there were people below him, so he couldn't pay attention to the area below. If he didn't pay attention, theoretically speaking, even if Lin Hao was very close to him, he wouldn't be discovered. Do you know what the level above the force hierarchy is called? Go Dan suddenly asked Lin Hao. Oh my god. How would I know? Lin Hao was speechless. He didn't know what Gooden meant by asking this question. Then do you want to rush over to rescue Chui Lian right away? Gooden asked again. Tell me. What do you have in mind? Seeing Gooden asking this, if Lin Hao didn't know what it meant, he would have no time to mess around. There is a crystal core on Qianli's body. That crystal core is a crystal core that transcends the force level. As long as you get that crystal core and swallow it, I guess you can immediately reach the 9th level of the force. After reaching the 9th level of the force, are you still afraid that you can't make it? Gooden's voice was full of instigation. The crystal core above the force? Lin Hao asked in surprise. Yes. It's in the thing that looks like a thunder gun in Qianli's pocket. As long as you get the thunder gun, take out the crystal core inside and swallow it into your stomach, you can immediately become a top mutant zombie of the 9th level of the force. Gooden said. Where is he? Lin Hao's voice was full of madness. Qianli's speed is not fast. Although he is a speed-type mutant and can reach the destination quickly, how can he reach the destination so quickly? He was always the one being ignored. As a top-level psychic, Qianli was naturally unwilling to accept it. After getting this legendary weapon, Qianli did not pay much attention to it and put it in his pocket. Anyway, the thing was in the box. As long as the box was not lost, there was nothing to be afraid of. When he first got the weapon, Qianli thought that the president had deliberately taken out a fake one. It was a palm-sized box, and inside the box was a thing that was half the size of his palm and looked like a thunder gun. Qianli believed it was a toy gun, but looking at the president's expression, he would not lie casually. After all, he swore to leave it to Qianli when he talked to Babu. According to Qianli's idea, even if they really fought with Suilian would definitely not be a match for so many people. But it was unknown who the zombies would help, so he would not attack casually. Then when he appeared in the scene, he would definitely be the most eye-catching one. Thinking that he would appear there and everyone's eyes would be on him, Qianli could not help but feel happy secretly. So he slowed down even more. Although the speed was slow for Qianli, when Lin Hao saw Qianli flying from a distance, he was still a little surprised, because Qianli's speed was too fast. And Qianli was also a 9th level superpower. What Lin Hao had to do now was to attack a 9th level superpower. Can I succeed? Lin Hao asked Gooden uncertainly. You have no reason not to succeed, Gooden said. That's right. Lin Hao couldn't fail, because failure would mean Chui Lian would completely disappear from this world. He didn't want Chui Lian to disappear, and he didn't want Chui Lian to die like this. So he couldn't fail. The wings behind him spread out again, and the whole wing arched into a bow shape, with black feathers standing upright, showing no sign of using too much force. Lin Hao's wings were always tense, and his eyes were fixed on Qianli, who seemed to be moving very fast, but was actually careless. Qianli himself might not have thought that there was a force level 7 zombie attacking him right now. After all, in the past, when seeing a force level 7 zombie, which one of them would not take a detour when seeing him? How could they attack him? So, when Qianli saw the black shadow below him, he was alert at first, and then relaxed, because he saw that the other party was just a force level 7 zombie. After relaxing, he began to think about what the other party was doing. So, Qianli stopped, and when he saw that the person coming was a familiar face, he was a little confused. Yes, Qianli's speed was very fast, but when he stopped, Lin Hao's speed was also very fast. Before Qianli's head turned around, Lin Hao had already rushed up and collided with Qianli fiercely. Qianli didn't even recover when he was hit. What was this? Being attacked by a 7th level zombie? Why did he attack him? Did he want to die? The material of Qianli's clothes was very good, but no matter how good the clothes were, when Lin Hao tore them with all his strength. They could not last for 0.1 second. So when Qianli found that his lower body was getting cooler, he reacted instantly and hurriedly used the force to shake Lin Hao away. After shaking Lin Hao away, Qianli saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. He saw Lin Hao quickly take out the small box and then open the small box. When Lin Hao saw the thing that looked like a toy gun, he actually doubted it in his heart. But Gooden's instructions made him quickly give up that idea. Qianli had already reacted and rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao knew that he didn't have time to open the pistol and take out the crystal core and swallow it. So he was ruthless and stuffed the pistol-like thing into his mouth. Qianli looked at this scene and shouted, "No!" Chapter 885. Lin Hao only felt a pain in his throat. The gun was indeed too big for his throat, and he couldn't swallow it. Moreover, Lin Hao himself didn't know how many years he hadn't eaten and had long forgotten the feeling of swallowing. So this feeling was very uncomfortable. When Qianli reacted, he immediately rushed towards Lin Hao and punched Lin Hao's stomach hard. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt a recoil force from his body. The recoil force wanted to shake the gun out of his mouth. So Lin Hao closed his mouth tightly and covered it with his hands. The recoil of the gun broke many of Lin Hao's teeth. Even if this kind of thing entered Lin Hao's stomach, it was unknown how long it would take to digest it. Qianli hugged Lin Hao and used his other hand to forcefully pry open Lin Hao's mouth. With the power of the 9th level of the force, Lin Hao managed to hold on for several seconds before his mouth began to loosen. At this time, there was already a lot of saliva in Lin Hao's mouth, and the saliva naturally soaked into the gun. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt that there was a sweet and fishy taste in his mouth. This taste was very familiar to Lin Hao, which was the taste of the crystal core entering the mouth and turning into a warm current. Qianli suddenly let go of Lin Hao and used 2 hands to pry open Lin Hao's forehead with one hand and Lin Hao's jaw with the other. With a force, Lin Hao felt that his jaw was broken and his mouth was completely open to the sky. But the saliva went down his throat into his body, as well as the warm current in the saliva. "Spit out my gun!" Qianli put his right hand into Lin Hao's mouth and forcibly pulled out the gun that was as small as a palm from Lin Hao's mouth. After pulling it out, he kicked Lin Hao to the ground. There was a bang. It was a 50-story building. When Lin Hao fell from Lin Hao, he went directly from the top of the building to the ground on the first floor of the building. Qianli's kick directly made Lin Hao pierce a building. Lin Hao lay on the ground, motionless, with his whole face down. It was unknown whether he was dead or not. Qianli didn't care whether Lin Hao lived or died. He hurriedly took the gun in his hand and checked it carefully. There was no damage or any signs of damage. It was estimated that it could still be used, because Qianli himself didn't know how to use this kind of thing. He had never opened the gun to check the crystal core inside. If he had checked it, at least he would know that the crystal core was golden. Putting the gun back into his pocket, because the safety was not on, there was no need to worry about the gun running by mistake. Qianli came to the roof of the building, looked at the hole that spread all the way to the first floor, and then jumped down. "Boy, are you very brave?" Qianli looked at Lin Hao, who was lying still at the moment, and couldn't help kicking him. Although Qianli rarely got angry, and even seldom swore because he had to maintain his demeanor, he really couldn't help it this time. You have to know how important the gun in his hand was to Qianli. If this gun was really lost, then what Qianli lost was not an ordinary gun, but a weapon that could deal with a top-level superpower or mutant zombie anytime and anywhere. Especially if this weapon was taken away by Lin Hao, the consequences would be even more serious, because they themselves didn't know when a top-level superpower would suddenly die on their side. After all, Lin Hao was a zombie. I've seen you many times, and I always wanted to kill you with my own hands. I didn't expect that I can realize my wish now. Qianli didn't care about the length of time at all. After all, the situation over there must have been stabilized. When Bahe saw Suelian draw out the knife, he was shocked. He didn't expect that this woman was more decisive than he thought. The knife was drawn, but now was not the time to deal with him, because Qianli hadn't come yet. Without the weapon in mind, Bahe didn't dare to act casually. Although he and Yang Zhuang had made eye contact, they were both cunning people. When he saw Suelian's hand, Bahe obviously looked down on Yang Zhuang and took 2 steps back. Meeting such a shameless partner, Bahe could only smile bitterly. He and Yangzi didn't completely trust each other, and they believed that they thought so too. In this case, when the weapon comes, this battle should be avoided as much as possible. "Girl, don't be like this. We are all your predecessors. Your opponents should not be us. Bahu hurriedly justified what he said before. No need to say more. You definitely don't have anyone. But if you want to fight, I can accompany you. Cui Lian said it very decisively. They must have been ready to fight with the way they looked just now. Although she didn't know why they suddenly put back their swords after seeing her draw them. It was definitely not because of her. Cui Lian hated this kind of twists and turns the most in her life. If you want to fight, just fight hard and don't have those bad thoughts. Miao Xiang played the good guy on the side. I said, we came here for a meeting. Not to fight. You are a girl with weak strength. Who can you fight? If you ask me, you should join our Westworld. Join our Westworld. We will definitely protect you. Don't forget. Those people are the murderers of your parents. Don't talk nonsense. The Nugilu family is a family of superpowers anyway. Cui Lian, I have already caught the person who killed your parents. As long as you return to the Eastern world, I will immediately give the murderer to you. We don't ask how you deal with him. Babwa said immediately. It was Babwa who wanted to hit him just now. And it was also Babwa who changed his face now. Seeing Babwa's old face changing so naturally, Cui Lian couldn't help but want to laugh. Since she was with Lin Hao, she learned to smile. But she was not used to laughing. So the arc of her smile was very subtle. But this subtle arc was still discovered by Bahu, who asked tentatively, why? Are you willing? Give me your head, and I will be willing. Cui Lian said this directly to death. Seeing Cui Lian like this, Bahu couldn't help but sigh. You are pushing yourself to death. You are pretending to be so hypocritical. You just wanted to fight. Although I don't know why you stopped. Please don't pretend that I didn't see it. I will participate in this meeting and I will stand here. But I will not speak. If you want to fight, do it. If you don't want to fight, you can talk about your own things. Cui Lian finished speaking, put her knife aside, jumped onto a branch nearby, and simply sat there. When will Qianli arrive? Cui Lian asked Kelly, who was standing by. Because Kelly was familiar with Qianli. Bahu asked Kelly to contact Qianli. They both had Ula Planet contact bracelets on their wrists. And they could contact each other by pressing numbers directly. Qianli, where are you? Senior Bahu is unhappy. Come quickly. Kelly used her mental power to speak to Qianli through the bracelet. If you encounter some flies, wait for me for a while. I'll be there soon. After Qianli finished speaking, he set his sights on Lin Hao again. Chapter 886. Lin Hao. Qianli put down his wrist and looked at Lin Hao lying on the ground motionless again, and laughed angrily. Okay. Don't pretend to be dead. I think it's better for you to really die here. I don't have time to play with you. I'm leaving. Qianli kicked Lin Hao's head hard, and Lin Hao's head suddenly became broken into pieces. When a zombie head is broken into pieces like this, the crystal core cannot exist. So Lin Hao is dead. After killing such a small fly, Qianli felt good about himself and tidied his clothes. But his lower body was only a pair of large shorts. But seeing that there was no time to go back and change into a new pair, he could only shake his head helplessly and fly quickly to the south. When Qianli left, Lin Hao, who was sitting beside him, looked at him and nodded with a smile. As for the corpse that had been crushed by Qianli, it became a dreamlike thing and did not exist at all. Is this the 9th level of the Force? What level is the crystal core I just ate? This is what Lin Hao cares about the most. According to the level of the Force, the crystal core you just ate should be the 1st level of quantum. Gooden said. 1st level of quantum. What a high-end name. Lin Hao said with some longing. Don't long for it. It won't take long for you to reach that level. Don't forget. Your physique is different from others. Gooden said. Can you use the Force to advance? Lin Hao said with surprise. Of course not. But there are already quantum in your body. So when you store enough Force at the 9th level, you will naturally become the 1st level of quantum. I don't know about other situations. When you become the 1st level of quantum, you will leave the sub-universe. Gooden said. Sub-universe. What do you mean? Lin Hao asked. Some things are useless for you to know now. Aren't you going to save Cui Lian? Hurry up and don't forget that you are now at the 9th level of the Force. Gooden urged. In fact, the picture Qianli saw just now was an illusion. After Lin Hao became the 9th level, the mental power on the skill column suddenly changed. As the master of those mental powers, Lin Hao immediately understood what changes these mental powers brought. Although there was no record on the skill column, Lin Hao knew that he had the skill of illusion. In other words, Lin Hao may have one more innate skill than others. Lin Hao can copy skills by strengthening the road. Now he has one more skill. It can only be said that he is abnormal. Can Lin Hao at this level reach the state of Honging? You can fight Honging to a draw. Gooden said. I know. I take action. When Lin Hao spread his wings again, he found that his wings seemed to be bigger, and the feathers became sharper, and some of them could even see the edge like a blade. Actually, Lin Hao wanted to use Qianli to fight just now to see what his current strength was like. But because he was too obsessed with looking at his own attributes, Qianli had the opportunity to leave. Otherwise Qianli might be dead now. At this moment, in Lin Hao's mind, the light blue attribute panel still exists. Host, Lin Hao. Level, Force Level 9, 1/10, Title, Corpse King. Skills, Mind Control, 8000/12500. Gene Family Domination Sword. Speed Bonus. Strength Bonus. Manipulation of Items. Feathering. Strength, 300. Spirit, 400. Speed, 300. Stamina, 320. Evaluation. Congratulations on taking the first step towards becoming powerful. Road to Strengthening, 8000/1000000. How long do you think it will take me to reach the legendary Quantum Level 1? Lin Hao asked with some longing. I think you should hurry up and rescue Cui Lian. If you go too late, Cui Lian might really be finished. Gooden reminded. Thinking of Cui Lian, Lin Hao flapped his thick wings and soared into the sky. The speed was completely different from a minute ago. All the surrounding scenery was rapidly shrinking, and even disappeared. On the coast of the South China Sea, the two sides hesitated for a long time. Finally, Qianli arrived with a small gun in his hand. At this time, Baho was too lazy to change his face with Cui Lian, and said directly to Cui Lian, do you want to hand over the person? If you don't, I will really do it. This sentence was very abrupt. He and Miao were obviously talking about another thing a second ago, and suddenly talked about herself again in the next second. Cui Lian couldn't help but look at Bahu's face again. He really wanted to know how thick this old man's face was. He could not blush, and his heart was not beating. When Bahu said these words, Qianli just arrived. Qianli had a mysterious object in his hand. Could it be because of that mysterious object? Cui Lian simply jumped down from the tree, the knife still in her hand, without saying a word, just looking at Bahu. You don't want to hand it over? Bahu looked at Cui Lian again. Cui Lian just didn't say anything, and the long knife in her hand began to turn at her wrist. Qianli, do it. Let this human traitor see the most powerful weapon in our eastern world. Bahu looked compassionate, but unfortunately at this moment, he could not hide his big-tail wolf. Behind Bahu, Kelly felt that her most respected predecessor had become a stranger. When Qianli arrived, everyone really focused their attention on him. He felt that his life was worth it. After all, so many people were looking at him. What a style. But Qianli didn't expect that Baba would give him the right to shoot. Holding the small gun in his hand, Qianli felt that he held the whole world. Qianli, who was originally smiling, suddenly became serious. He raised the gun and his aura became sharp. He aimed the gun at Cui Lian. Cui Lian subconsciously wanted to dodge. But Qianli was also a 9th level psychic with the original force. His reaction speed was completely in line with Cui Lian. After dodging a few times, Cui Lian simply stopped dodging. He wanted to see what kind of damage this toy-like small pistol in front of him could bring to him. The same thing happened to Yangmu not far away. He looked at Qianli with some curiosity, and at the same time, he was also glad that these superpowers really had secret weapons in their hands. It was just that how powerful these secret weapons were, that was unknown. But it didn't matter. It seemed that we would be able to see how powerful they were in a while. At the same time, Yangmu also knew what kind of person Baba was. He didn't use powerful weapons to deal with his enemy zombies first, but instead pointed the guns at his own kind who could threaten his status. Sure enough, humans were sometimes more hateful than zombies. Chapter 887. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it! Baha looked at Qianli, who had waited for such a long time, but didn't shoot, and shouted in confusion. Senior, I did it, but my thing didn't react. Is it a fake one given by the president? Qianli touched his head and asked in confusion. Cui Lian, holding a knife, looked at this scene speechlessly, as if she saw a few black lines on her forehead, and the same black lines appeared on the face of Bahu and the others. Did I think that these humans are bluffing? Yao thought to himself, but how could Bahu, who is so shrewd, be bluffing? Forget it. Let's wait and see. When Bahu heard Qianli say this, he hurried forward, took the gun from Bahu's hand, and opened it to see that it was indeed empty. Where is the crystal core inside? Where is the yellow crystal core? Bahu looked at Qianli with bloodshot eyes. Qianli stepped back in fear and shook his head. I don't know. I really don't know. Qianli thought of Lin Hao. The disappearance of the crystal core inside must be related to Lin Hao. But Lin Hao was already dead. Did anything happen on your way here? Bahu asked. Qianli didn't want to say it at first. After all, being attacked by a 7th level zombie of the force, and the attack was successful, was not a glorious thing. But Bahu asked, and Qianli didn't dare to lie. So he could only say, I was attacked by a 7th level zombie of the force when I came. We all know that zombie. The little zombie with Neogulu. He wanted to swallow the gun, but I took it out later. The gun was fine. Where's the zombie? Bahu's tone suddenly became dangerous. For some reason, he always felt that Qianli was so disgusted with this guy that he even wanted to kill him. Qianli naturally saw what Bahu's eyes meant, and hurriedly distanced himself from the matter, saying, the gun is really fine. I beat the zombie up and then killed it. I stomped its head and it must have died. After hearing that the zombie was dead, Bahu was relieved. He knew what was in the gun. If the crystal core was swallowed by a 7th level zombie, who knows what the zombie would become? After hearing that the zombie was dead, Bahu was naturally relieved. In other words, the crystal core might have just entered the zombie's stomach and did not work. After you kill that woman, bring me the body, Bahu said to Qianli. Qianli did not dare to speak. Bahu turned around and looked at Cui Lian. At this moment, Cui Lian's eyes widened, and she held the long knife tightly in her hand. Her eyes seemed to emit a dead light. She stared at Qianli and asked, tell me, what did you do to Lin Hao? Qianli did not need to face Cui Lian at all. After all, he was behind Bahu now. I said I killed him. And I also stepped on her head. So what? Suddenly, the air around them became cold, and the scenery in front of them flashed. Cui Lian had disappeared. When Cui Lian appeared again, she had already swung the long knife in her hand fiercely, and it was towards Qianli. Qianli was the same as Kuai Long, because he had never fought with Cui Lian. He had never been convinced by Cui Lian. He even wanted to compete with Cui Lian. But just 0.001 seconds after Cui Lian disappeared, Qianli understood Cui Lian's fear. The knife was not far from his head, and it was about to cut into Qianli's head. But Qianli could only watch, and he didn't even have time to react. The feeling of fear suddenly filled his body. The air around him became cold, and his heart became colder. Just when Qianli thought he might die here, suddenly, he felt a force pulling him back, and that force pulled him out of the attack range of the knife. Before Qianli could breathe a sigh of relief, Suilian's second knife had already arrived. When the first move of Jin Jiabadeo began, the opponent could only defend and dodge, unless the opponent's strength was more than twice that of the person who used Jin Jiabadeo. It would be impossible to break it. Suilian was already at the 9th level of the force. There was no one on this planet who was twice as strong as him. Seeing that Qianli was about to be hit by Suilian's second knife, Bahu snorted coldly and rushed forward. After all, he was his own man. It would be too embarrassing to die next to him. So, the golden spear appeared in his hand instantly, and Bahu was already in front of Qianli. Little girl, you actually took the initiative to attack us. It seems that we can only fight back. At this time, Bahu did not forget to say such shameless words in a sanctimonious manner. After Qianli stopped, he looked behind him. It was indeed Kelly. Although Kelly was not the closest to him just now, if he was in danger, Kelly would definitely be the first to save him. This touched Qianli deeply, and he also realized how big the gap between him and Suilian was. You killed him. You killed him. You will all be buried with him. Suilian seemed to be stimulated and could not listen to what others said. Yangzi, although you are a zombie, we are in bigger trouble now. Come with me and deal with this crazy woman first. We will discuss how to divide this planet. At that time, I promise to give you a part of the Eastern world so that you can enjoy a rich life on Earth. When Bahu said these words, not only Mo Xiang, but also the group of people behind him were shocked. The Eastern world has always been ashamed of colluding with zombies. But at this moment, the strongest man in the Eastern world, The most prestigious old man said such words. Mo Xiang reacted for a while, and immediately laughed, haha. Brother is really a straightforward person. Okay. Then I will help you this time to kill this woman. As he said, Mo Xiang had already stood out from the crowd. But Mo Xiang and Ba Hu seemed to have ordered their subordinates in advance, telling them not to act rashly. So this time, only Mo Xiang and Ba Hu were dispatched. And this 2-on-1 battle began immediately. Cui Lian's Jin family tyrant blade was indeed very powerful, forcing Ba Hu to retreat step by step. But Ba Hu really had no way to break through with force, because he had tried before and couldn't break through at all. Now he could only hope that Cui Lian would quickly finish swinging those 8 swords. After fighting with Cui Lian so many times, Ba Hu knew this. Of course, there was another reason for letting Ma Xiang come over, so that he could help share the attack. Sure enough, because Ma Xiang didn't know how powerful the Jin family tyrant blade was, he directly faced the most powerful sword of the Jin family tyrant blade. He originally wanted to block the sword with his arm, but when the sword passed by, Ma Xiang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. His left arm had been completely cut off by the sword and was thrown at the place just now. Chapter 888. Old dog. You heard me. When Yangzi found out that he had broken an arm, he shouted loudly. I hurt you. How can you say I hurt you? Don't you know how powerful Cui Lian is? Be careful. Fight well, and I will make up for any losses you suffer. In order to appease Yangzi, Babua had to say this. After the two found out that Cui Lian's melee ability was very strong, they immediately prepared to retreat. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Cui Lian was actually a spiritual zombie, and a spiritual zombie with elemental skills. Cui Lian is best at using ice skills. When she found out the motives of these two people, she raised her hands without thinking, and 2 ice spikes as thick as human faces rushed towards them. Cui Lian is a 9th level power user. She is naturally not arrogant, and hurriedly uses her most powerful defensive posture to defend. In the midst of her busy schedule, she also stimulated the potential of the mutant's body and grew her broken arm again. The coast of the South China Sea began to become restless. The originally calm sea water was now turbulent. Whether it was the creatures in the sea or on the land, they all began to leave the cliff. The originally dim weather was hit even darker by the strong airflow. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have been blown away, and what was revealed was the stars. From time to time, the powerful wind waves and skill beams turned the cliff into ruins. No matter whether it was other mutant zombies or superpowers, they all began to dodge in a hurry. The battle wind waves between the 3 of them were not something these superpowers and mutant zombies could withstand. Qianli was beside Kelly, silently watching the scene that seemed like the end of the world, and said somewhat unnaturally, "Is this their strength? Why didn't Hongying do this when we fought with her before?" Kelly said, "Because the 8 of us were barely no match for Hongying before. There was no need for Hongying to use her full strength. And at that time, Senior Babua was not as strong as he is now. That Zixiang and Cui Lian are really that powerful." Seeing this, Qianli was finally convinced, and understood why Cui Lian became one of the 3 great masters of the Ula planet. Is Cui Lian more powerful than Senior Babua? Phantom asked with a stutter. In order to kill Cui Lian, Babua naturally used his full strength. It is unknown whether Zixiang used his full strength, but at least Zixiang is also a very powerful person. They are 2 against 1, and Cui Lian not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but also tied with the 2 of them steadily. Anyone with a discerning eye can see how powerful Cui Lian is at the moment. In fact, Cui Lian herself knew that he was definitely performing above his level now, because the moment she learned that Lin Hao was dead, her little universe completely exploded, and her strength immediately increased again after the explosion. If Ba Hu fought Cui Lian alone, he would not be Cui Lian's opponent at this moment. So fortunately, there was Miao Xiang. But Miao Xiang did not use his full strength at all. Miao Xiang was suspicious. Even though he saw Ba Hu fighting desperately at this moment, he was still suspicious. Miao Xiang, if you don't use your full strength, Cui Lian will kill us all. And then there will be no one to stop her. Her strength is growing so fast. It won't be long before the Ula planet will be hers alone. By then, do you think you will still be able to survive? Babua provoked Mo Xiang. Obviously, Mo Xiang also understood this, so he started to be serious. Cui Lian held a long sword and rushed forward from time to use a set of Jinjia Ba Dao, and then various 5-element skills: Ice, Earth Mound, Fireball, Wind Blade, and Jinjia Ba Dao that cooperated with Gold to attack. Although Cui Lian's performance was indeed very terrifying, the opponents he faced were two experienced guys, who were not much inferior to her in strength. After the initial fierceness, Cui Lian gradually began to lose strength again. After all, there were two people on the opposite side. Suddenly, Baba found an opportunity, and stabbed Cui Lian's chest with a golden war spear in his hand without any reason. Cui Lian immediately felt that her body was pierced through. Before she could react, the man kicked her abdomen again. Cui Lian was like a kite with a broken string, and there was no wind. Floating away. Little girl, I let you go crazy. Baba approached Cui Lian with the golden war spear in his hand. Cui Lian covered her chest. She hadn't felt this kind of pain for many years. Now she felt it again. And it felt pretty good. Throwing the long knife aside, Cui Lian barely stood up, put her hands on her chest, and then bounced. Suddenly, a small flame appeared between her palms. The small flame floated and swayed with the wind, and it seemed that it would go out at any time. However, when the small flame appeared, both Mo Yin and Ba Da stopped, and they looked at Cui Lian cautiously. Cui Lian smiled, and smiled happily, knowing that the two cowards would definitely stop. Once they stopped, it would give her some buffer time. Once the buffer time was over, she would still have a chance. And a chance to avenge the little zombie. I shouldn't have let you leave early. After seeing Qianli, you must want to help me hold him back. Is it that serious? You're risking your life. In fact, what difference does it make whether that kind of rubbish is here or not? Cui Lian whispered softly. I help you get revenge. Wait for me. Suddenly, the fireball in Cui Lian's hand swelled up instantly, like a blown-up ball. As it grew bigger, the fireball began to deform and turned into a creature that the Ula planet had never seen before. If Lin Hao or Jean Bebe were here, they would definitely scream when they saw the shape formed by the fireball, because it was the shape of a dragon. It was strange. Why would an elemental skill turn into a dragon? Cui Lian looked up at the dragon blankly. She was in front of it, just like a scale. Cui Lian herself didn't know why the fireball would continue to change like this. But who cares? It would be worth it if she could kill him. When Babua and Yangzi saw the fire dragon continue, a sense of jealous terror made them retreat immediately. They had never felt such a destructive aura. Babua shouted loudly, "Let's do it together. I can't bear it alone." At this moment, Moz didn't care about hiding, because if they did, they might die. But if they insisted on defending this wave, they might be able to defend it. The fire dragon roared to the sky, and its huge body rushed towards Bahu and Moz without hesitation. Bahu and Moz gritted their teeth and waited for the fire dragon to get closer. Closer. And closer. Just when the two were nervous, suddenly, the fire dragon made a turn and passed by them. The target of the fire dragon was not them at all, but the group of superpowers behind them. To be precise, it was Qianli among the superpowers. Go to hell. Cui Lian sat on the ground and said easily. Chapter 889. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the cliff where they had been standing was completely destroyed. The huge stone fell into the sea, causing a wave of moderate size, and was instantly covered by the waves caused by the three people's chi. Kelly sat slumped in a place farther away from everyone else, a little dazed. Just now, he was about to rescue Qianli, but Qianli turned around and looked at her, then smiled at her. Qianli said something when he smiled, but before Kelly could ask what he said, Qianli pushed her with a force palm. The place where she was pushed hurt a lot, but there was no trace of Qianli in that place. Qianli? Kelly's lips trembled as she shouted. When Qianli looked back at Kelly, she said, "Thank you for always paying attention to me. Did you kill Qianli?" Bahu looked at Cui Lian, who was now exhausted, and asked angrily, "I wanted to kill you, but I knew you couldn't kill him, so I killed him." Cui Lian said it casually, as if she was stating a fact. "Brother Yangzi, do it," Bahu shouted loudly. He was not angry about Qianli's death, but just wanted to strengthen his courage. If the two of them had really tried to hold on, yes, they would not die, but they would definitely not be so easy. Cui Lian made a move, and the long sword returned to his hand. After thinking for a while, he put down the sword in his hand. "Since you are already dead, why am I fighting so hard?" The air waves during the battle between the three people had already broken the black clouds in the sky into pieces. The stars and the cruel moonlight gradually shone on Cui Lian's body, which looked so sad. The appearance and the domineering were close at hand, and they were about to enter the range where they could attack Cui Lian. But at this time Cui Lian let go of the sword in her hand. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Cui Lian. Cui Lian found that there was a figure beside her just now, but she had given up hope of living and didn't care who was next to her. After all, he was dead. The long knife was picked up by someone, and Cui Lian's eyes widened instantly, because she heard that familiar voice. I remember I taught you that no matter when, even if you are exhausted, even if you have run out of tricks, you must not give up fighting, and you must not throw away your weapons. Only in this way can you become stronger and survive. Cui Lian turned her head and looked at the man beside her. He had neat short hair, ordinary and insignificant eyes, a firm look, a slightly upturned mouth, and an unruly hairline. You are still alive? Cui Lian asked. When have you ever seen me die? Lin Hao replied with a smile. Yes. Cui Lian had never seen Lin Hao admit defeat, let alone die. She almost forgot that the man was Lin Hao, a man who always liked to create strange things. When Ba Hu saw Lin Hao appear, his mind began to relax. But at this time, the means of attack were in his hand, and he could not stop. So Ba Hu's golden war spear still stabbed Cui Lian, and there were claws. Seeing the two peoples attack, Lin Hao naturally did not take it lightly. The two in front of him were the strongest fighting forces on the Ula planet. If he was not careful, he might capsize in the ditch. The Clang knife and the gun had their first collision, and then the domineering golden war spear was knocked aside. Lin Hao also used the Jin family's tyrant knife, and his Jin family's tyrant knife was simply easy to use. As long as the knife was in hand, it was impossible for him not to use this move. At the same time, when the golden war spear was blocked, Lin Hao's mental power had also floated out, and the mental power turned into a heavy shield. It seemed that his hands were pressed against an invisible wall, and he could not move forward no matter what. At this time, the two knew that they had met a tough guy. Ba Hu and Yang Mo both retreated in surprise, and then looked at Lin Hao with unbelievable eyes. Qianli deserves to die. Ba Hu did not hide his ugly heart at all, and said it directly. Oh, you killed Qianli. I haven't thanked him yet. Without him, I couldn't have instantly gone from the 7th level of the Force to the 9th level of the Force. How could he die? It's a pity. Lin Hao shook his head. Yang Mo also shook his head and said, Qianli was not killed by Ba Hu, but by the mistress behind you. Talking is talking. Cui Lian is my friend. You are not allowed to insult her casually. Lin Hao's eyes immediately looked at Yang with murderous intent. At the same time, Lin Hao, who had just been promoted to the 9th level of the Force with the help of the Crystal Core, was not afraid of Yang to be honest. Boy, do you think you are invincible just because you have been promoted to the 9th level of the Force? You think you were very powerful when you just entered the 9th level of the Force? When you followed me, I thought you were smart, so I didn't kill you. But now, I give up this idea. You are too stupid. Go to hell. It's still uncertain who will die. Lin Hao began to become lazy, but the murderous aura remained. Ba Hu began to retreat quietly. Yes, if Lin Hao became the 9th level of the Force by his own means, then Ba Hu would definitely not be afraid of such a zombie. However, Lin Hao did not enter the 9th level of the Force by his own strength. He relied on a crystal core. A powerful crystal core that was so powerful that he could not imagine it. The legendary quantum 1st level crystal core. Ba Hu also knew that Lin Hao was a zombie with explosive combat talent. When he became the 9th level of the Force, and he became the 9th level of the Force with that kind of crystal core. How strong was Lin Hao? Thinking of this, Ba Hu felt that Qianli deserved to die. He shouldn't have let Qianli do this, even if it was handed over to Kelly. This matter could be completed without any waves. Only if it was handed over to Qianli. It won't take long for Ba Hu to know how strong Lin Hao is, because Lin Hao has already rushed towards Yang Mao with a knife. When you keep talking to Gooden's father, I want to kill you. Lin Hao said loudly that no one else could understand except Yang Mao and himself. Enough. He has been dead for so many years. Why should I listen to him? He saved me, but I also helped him to get revenge. His daughter and I owe each other nothing. I want to do what I want to do. Is there anything wrong with that? Yangzi waved his fists. It was obvious that what Lin Hao said made Yangzi very angry. He could not help but go berserk even though he was calm. when Yangzi's hand came into contact with Lin Hao's knife. His hand was cut off again. This time, Yangzi calmed down. It turned out that Lin Hao also knew Chui Lian's knife skills. And it was Lin Hao who taught him. Yangzi had no chance to reflect. Lin Hao, who seized the opportunity, would not give the enemy any chance. The second knife instantly chopped towards Yangzi's head. Chapter 890. Silence. The surrounding energy disappeared. The sea was gradually calming down. The dark clouds gradually returned to their heads. The whole scene was silent. Deathly silent. Lin Hao turned his head and looked at Ba Hu. It is also your responsibility to make Chui Lian like this. Then, you and that zombie will die together. After saying this, Lin Hao threw the long knife in his hand. And the knife rushed towards Ba Hu at a speed faster than a bullet. But this speed should be easy for Ba Hu to dodge. But when he turned sideways to dodge, the knife strangely changed from stabbing to slashing, and slashed fiercely at Ba Hu's waist. Ba Hu felt like 1,000 horses galloping in his heart, and he could not calm down for a moment. He immediately withdrew the golden war spear in his hand and blocked it at his waist. In addition to a huge and deafening metal collision sound, Ba Hu felt a huge force coming from his waist, which almost broke his waist. Lin Hao himself looked at the other psychics and said with disdain, "Why? Do you want to come together?" As for the remaining group of zombies, when the head of the zombie was chopped off, the group of zombies had disappeared. Following Lin Hao's provocation, the remaining 5 people really rushed up, and one of them lay on the ground in a daze, looking at the person who had disappeared in that place. "Kelly, come on. You are considered to be the strongest among us. How can we fight him without you?" Phantom said to Kelly and rushed up. Everyone saw that Lin Hao's strength was good, but they felt that Lin Hao was definitely not as strong as Hong Ying now. And Lin Hao was a zombie. So even if they attacked Lin Hao collectively, they would not feel any guilt in their hearts. "Come on. Come on. Let me finish you off in one go." How nice. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. Ba Hu thought that the flying sword would stop and fall after stabbing and swinging. And Ba Hu's attention was always on Lin Hao himself. He could not imagine that Lin Hao's real killer move was always the knife. Borrowing his powerful mental power, Lin Hao was able to separate the knife from himself and still use it skillfully. After swinging it, the knife had an extra backswing action, and then slashed at Ba Hu again fiercely. This time, Ba Hu didn't react. When he felt the knife moving again, it was too late for Ba Hu to block with the golden war spear. He could only retreat frantically. However, no matter how fast he retreated, it was not as fast as Lin Hao's knife. The knife slashed Ba Hu's waist fiercely. You know, this knife has been keeping the moves of the Jin family's tyrant knife from the beginning. Now, it is already the 5th move. Ba Hu has always felt cold in his heart recently. This time, his heart is not cold, but his waist is cold. Ba Hu feels as if his body has been dissected, and his internal organs are all exposed to the air. The cold air is frantically drilling into his stomach. Really drilling into his stomach. Ba Hu felt that he had not felt the emotion for a long time. That was the look of fear. Even when facing Hong Ying, he did not have absolute fear. After all, Hong Ying was just a shadow in his life. When he broke through the shadow, he did not feel it. But when facing Lin Hao, that feeling appeared again unconsciously. Until this moment, Ba Hu finally understood why his talent only stopped at this time. Because his heart had always been unsteady, and he had always been in fear. This feeling of fear had been entangled with him, preventing his talent from increasing, and preventing his strength from increasing. The other psychics had already rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao used his 2 hands to immediately block 5 9th level psychics, while his mental power was still controlling the long sword to fight against Babu. This was Lin Hao's strength. Chui Lian sat on the ground, looking at Lin Hao now, and smiled with admiration. "I know that your strength must be like this. As long as you reach this level, you will be the strongest. No one can defeat you. Not Hong Ying. And not me. Kelly, what are you doing? Come and help." Phantom couldn't help but shout. At this moment, all the superpowers understood one thing. The zombie in front of them seemed very unusual. Even if it was not as good as Hong Ying, it was probably not far from that level. Babu was still fighting with the long sword. The golden war spear seemed unable to attack the long sword at all. Moreover, Babu was forced to retreat gradually, especially when he was injured. It was even more difficult to continue. "What's going on? We're all fighting this zombie. Why is that long knife still attacking the senior?" Everyone, use your strength. Kaven shouted loudly when he saw this scene. Babu must not be in trouble. He is the strongest among them. If Babu really died like this, then the psychology of the remaining people would undergo a huge change. And it would be a very bad change. At that time, they might be wiped out here. Kelly, where are you? If we rank the combat power of the 8 superpowers, Babu ranks first, Xiaxia ranks second, and Kelly ranks third. If Kelly had helped, they wouldn't have felt so exhausted. But Kelly smiled warmly at this moment and walked a few steps forward. I found you. It was a charred bone. A human bone. A superpower's bone. Which was already a very hard substance. But under Zuilian's fire, only this little bit was left. I don't know what part of the bone it was. But at least, it wasn't all gone. Kelly picked up the bone as if she had found a treasure. And whispered, at least, I can still build a tombstone for you. It's different now. Everyone is different. You are different too. But I hope I haven't changed. Let's go back. Kelly stood up, picked up the bone and flew eastward, not even looking at the people fighting. Kelly, you want to betray me? You want to betray me too? Bubo raised his golden war spear and threw it hard towards where Kelly left. The long sword immediately chased after him and chopped the golden war spear to the ground. This time, Bubo was left without a weapon. How can you fight me without a weapon? While fighting with the other 5 people, he was able to taunt Babwa with his hands free, which made Babwa hate him to the core. Although the psychic was powerful, he was still human. This kind of injury was definitely considered a serious injury. But Babwa was still able to dodge and take his golden war spear back into his hand. After all, he was completely different when he had no weapon and when he had a weapon.